Chapter 41 Returning to hometown for the new year. After the snow. The sky cleared up. The snow on the roof dripped down. When the wind blew, more snowballs rolled down and hit half of the yard. The half-dry mud ground was soaked before it dried. A few more snowballs slid down. Sui Liang hurriedly dragged the bucket to pick them up, and then dragged them to the gate and dumped them under the wall. Sui Yu took the opportunity to sweep the dust accumulated in the yard. The mud ground. No matter how hard you sweep, you can still scrape off a thick layer of loose soil every time you sweep. When it was noon, the gray-brown wet mud faded to earthy yellow under the wind and sun. The soil in the center of the yard dried. Sui Yu pulled a bundle of dry alfalfa from outside the door and spread it on the ground. Then he went into the house and rolled out the bamboo mat on the ground and spread it on the ground to dry. The winter in the north of the country was dry and cold, with intermittent snow days lasting for more than 10 days. The bamboo mat was also soaked in the cold air for more than 10 days. But the bamboo mat did not mold or rot, even if a thin layer of water vapor floated on it. It was quickly absorbed by the loess on the ground. After a while, Sui Yu walked over and touched the bamboo mat. It was slightly warm. She went into the house and took out the mattress and wolf skin from the bed and spread them on the bamboo mat to dry. With a click sound, a straw rope was pulled off. Zhao Shiping put the straw shoes on the ground and went into the firewood room to take out the sorghum stalks. After the sun shone for a while and the wind blew for a long time, when the straw shoes in his hand were finished, he could start to type the manuscript again. Sui Yu stared at the sorghum stalks spread on the ground in a trance. After a while, she excitedly brought 2 wooden basins and moved a tree stump out of the firewood room. "Where is the machete?" she asked. "What? Chopping wood? You don't have to do that." Zhao Shiping looked up at her, threw the shoe in his hand at her, and said, "Try it on. If the size is okay, I'll stop. You must have made it fine. No need to try. Where is the machete?" Sui Yu was busy looking for the machete. She turned her head and saw the man staring at her unhappily. She immediately trotted over obediently. "Come, let me try." Zhao Shiping held the straw sandals tightly. Sui Yu laughed dryly at him. She broke his fingers and pulled the shoes over. She held the man's shoulders with one hand and put on the shoes with the other hand. "It fits. It fits. It fits too well. The shoes you made look like they grew out of my feet." Sui Yu walked a few steps in front of him and compared it with the other shoe on her foot. "Hey, the toe of the new one is more rounded, which makes my feet look better." This is the experience Zhao Shiping gained from rubbing his feet every night. Sui Yu's instep is low and her sole is narrow, which is different from the shape of men's feet. When he made the straw sandals again, he deliberately tied a few knots. He lowered his eyes and stared at the shoes on her feet again and again. It was just as he imagined. "Take it off." Zhao Shiping took the straw sandals that were still in place, pointed to the woodshed, and said, "The machete is standing upright behind the door." Sui Yu quickly went to get the machete. She squatted in the yard holding the machete and chopped the sorghum stalks, chopping them into pieces and then into foam, and mixed them with the wood chips from the chopping into a wooden basin. "Brother Liang, scoop me 2 buckets of water. Pour it into this basin." Sui Yu was tired of chopping and felt hot. She stood up and shook her numb feet. "What are you doing with this? Don't ruin my things." Zhao Shiping didn't know what she was busy with. "Keep it a secret." Sui Yu smiled mysteriously. Seeing that there was no sun in the yard, she carried the wolf skin and mattress that had been dried for less than an hour back into the house, came out and went into the kitchen, washed the millet and soybeans and poured them into the steamer. The stove was on fire, and she called out to the outside, "Liang, come and light the fire." She went out to chop the stump again, and poured the wood chips into another basin. The sky gradually darkened, and Zhao Shiping carried the sorghum stalks into the wood room, and also moved the tools he used to weave straw shoes into the house. He stood under the eaves and watched Sui Yu swinging the machete again and again, hitting the stump with a grunt. He walked over and grabbed the machete, saying, "You have nothing to do? Don't cut my machete into a nick." After that, he squatted down and stepped on the stump, saying, "Just chop it into pieces?" "Yes, yes, yes. I want to chop it into pieces and soak it in water so that the wood chips can be soaked." Zhao Shiping said that he was full and had nothing better to do. He raised the machete and chopped it down with clever strength, chopping off half of it with one stroke, and then chopping it into small pieces 2 fingers wide. and smashing it loose with the back of the knife. After a few strokes, it was smashed into pieces of wood pulp. Sui clapped her hands. That's what I want. Go inside and cook. There are 5 taro left. I want fried taro. Sui nodded repeatedly. Not to mention taro. Even if he wanted to eat meat, she could rush to the street and knock on the door of the pork shop. Taro was the food distributed in the winter. Sui scooped water to soak the taro. She leaned against the door and said, It will be the 12th month in a few days, and we can get food again. Yeah. When do you plan to go back? When did you go back last year? Zhao Shiping was stunned for a moment before he realized that she was asking about going back to his hometown in Jiuquan. Thinking of his mother's instructions, he didn't speak for a while. It's cold in winter, and the road is difficult to walk. It's better for you if the camel runs slower. It may take 6 days on the road. How about this? You stay at home with us to celebrate the little New Year and then leave. You can get home before New Year's Eve. Sui said. Okay. It's too cold on the road. You two can't stand it. I'll go back alone. Zhao Shiping didn't mention his mother's words at all. However, Sui sneered and said, I won't go back even if it's hot, so as not to upset your family. After that, she went into the house to peel taro. Zhao Shiping was silent. At dinner in the evening, he tentatively said, If you want to go back with me, we can go back together. Everyone in the village knows about our affairs. There's no point in hiding. Sui shook her head and refused, saying, The New Year is a happy event, and it only happens once a year. Don't make the old people unhappy. Liang Ger and I are not alone at home. We have food and vegetables at home. We will buy 2 pounds of meat before the New Year. We are also comfortable. We don't want to go out with you and starve on the road. Zhao Shiping rubbed his hands and said nothing. Sui was full, so she put down her bowl and chopsticks and went out to see the sawdust he had chopped, and said, You wash the dishes tonight. Okay. 2 wooden basins were brought into the woodshed, and Sui broke off a branch and stirred it in the water again, and then ran out when Zhao Shiping called for washing her face. In the days that followed, Sui was busy smashing tree sticks to split sorghum stalks, or taking out the sawdust and sorghum stalks soaked in water and smashing them on stones, smashing them until they were loose, and then throwing them back into the water to soak. Zhao Shiping asked her several times, but she didn't say anything, so he didn't care. 5 pairs of thatched shoes of different sizes were woven, and a bundle of straw was used up. Sui and her brother each made 2 pairs, and the other pair was woven for himself. Zhao Shiping took the remaining reed fluff from the stalks and dried it repeatedly in the sun for 3 days. When it was completely dry, he stuffed it into the internal air mattress, and it was much warmer to cover himself with it at night. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhao Shiping went out with a load on his shoulder and brought back 2 stone of grain, filling the empty grain jars again. In the 12th lunar month, the pigs and sheep in the pen were sold. Families with many people and little wealth sold the New Year pigs to butchers, while families with more wealth slaughtered the pigs and sold half and kept the other half, so that they could have a prosperous year with plenty of oil and water. 3 families in Shisantan bought a fat pig weighing 70 kilograms together. When the pig was slaughtered, Sui took Sui Liang to see that the 70-kilogram live pig, after bleeding, scraping hair and removing internal organs, had less than 40 kilograms of pork. Sui calculated that it was very likely that her salary from raising a pig would not be as high as Zhao Shiping's. Auntie Sun, do you sell pig blood? She asked. Aunt Sun looked at her, cut a piece with a knife, and gave it to her, saying, We are eating at home. We are not going to sell it. You can take it back and eat it. Sui was stunned for a moment, and said, Then I will send you a plate of steamed buns after I steam them. Okay. I heard that your tea and rice are good. I will try it. Sui took the pig blood back and asked Zhao Shiping to buy a bowl of tofu. She stewed half a pot of bean rice and half a pot of pig blood, sauerkraut and tofu with lard. The pig was just slaughtered. The pig blood was fresh and had no fishy smell. The tofu was fried in oil, and then mixed with sauerkraut, and the stewed pot was oily, meaty and delicious. After the meal was out of the pot, the family of 3 and the cat were full. After that meal, whenever someone slaughtered a pig, Zhao Shiping would take a large ceramic bowl and put copper coins in his pocket to buy fresh pig blood. Pig blood was cheaper than pork, and the remaining money in his hand could afford to eat it every meal. Have I gained some weight? Sui held her face against the water tank and compared it repeatedly. She said happily, I have gained weight. You can tell by looking at Sui Liang. Both of you have gained weight. Zhao Shiping felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Sui Yu looked at Sui Liang. She touched her face and asked, Am I the same as Liang Gur? Is there color on my face? Zhao Shiping nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Meat is good for health. Eat more pig blood. Eating blood can nourish blood. After half a year, the pork vendor saw Zhao Shiping again. He stared at him and said, What a rare guest. It's almost the new year. How many pounds of meat do you want to buy today? Zhao Shiping threw 3 copper coins on the pork stall and said, Cut 5 pounds of meat. More fat and less lean. The price of pork hasn't increased. Right? You're kidding. How can the price not increase in winter? It's 6 cents a pound. Why do you still cut 5 pounds? Zhao Shiping nodded. He bought 5 pounds of meat with 3 coins. He looked into the bucket and saw that there was only a small piece of pig blood left. He paid for the pig blood again. Pork vendor, leave me 1 pound of pig blood every day. Someone will come to get it at dawn, he said. The butcher handed him the pork and pig blood, saying, Then you should come early. Pig blood is cheap and many people buy it. When Zhao Shiping returned, he told Sui Yu that he would give her all the remaining money and asked her to buy pig blood at the market every morning after getting up. After I leave home, you should close the door before dark. Don't open the door when it's dark. Open the door when you hear noise outside in the morning, he told. Sui Yu nodded, and she handed him 7 strings of copper coins, saying, This is the money I asked my mother to buy piglets. Take it back. How much did you make in total? He asked casually. 14 strings of copper coins. Sui Yu smiled proudly. Not a small amount. Right? Zhao Shiping was surprised. Selling buns is so profitable. Setting up a stall on the street makes more money in a year than my salary. No one is poor if they can make a business. But the 14 strings of copper coins do not deduct the money for buying pig fat. And we also use a lot of it for cooking. Sui Yu locked the box, brushed off the dust on her hands, and went out to prepare pickled meat, pickled pork, kneaded dough, picked and washed leeks. In one day, it would be the little new year. Sui Yu planned to steam 2 pots of buns stuffed with leeks and eggs. Eat 2 meals on the day, and let the man take the rest away to eat on the way. On the little new year, the smoke from the chimneys of every household was filled with the smell of meat. Children ran around in the alleys, smelling the meat to judge which family had more meat stewed. 2 pots of buns came out of the pot. Sui Yu took a plate and asked Zhao Shiping to send it to Aunt Sunday. She washed the pot and cut the meat to prepare to stew pork belly with radish. Because the man would not come back until after the new year, she cut a plate of meat directly into the pot and indulged in her appetite today. The pork slices were refined to extract oil and then poured into the radish for frying. The lard fried the radish. Zhao Shiping walked in and smelled it, thinking that it was different with meat, and the radish was more fragrant than before. There was a lot of meat and radish. Sui Yu stewed half a pot of vegetables, thinking that if they couldn't finish it at noon, they could heat it up for another meal at night. However, she underestimated the 3 people's craving for meat, and even more underestimated the appetite of men. The 3 of them finished half a pot of stewed radish and meat in one meal. But they didn't eat many buns. I ate it to my heart's content. Sui Yu put down her chopsticks. She sat still rubbing her stomach, and said, 1 meal is worth 10 meals. I don't want to eat the next one after this one. Zhao Shiping looked at her. He saw that there was still oil and water at the bottom of the basin. He went to the pot to get a hot bun, dipped it in the broth and ate another bun. Are you full? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. This meal was really full. Then you go wash the dishes. I'll pack your luggage for you. Sui Yu glanced at the bed and said, Take the wolfskin away tomorrow, and put on your clothes. Don't wear those old straw shoes. Wear new ones. They're warmer. Zhao Shiping moved his mouth, nodded and said nothing. You also need to bring hay for the camels. Right? Sui Yu asked. Well, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. Zhao Shiping picked up the bowls and chopsticks and took the basin to the kitchen to wash. At night when he went to bed, he told her, If you wake up at night because of the itch, scratch it patiently. It's hard to scab. Don't scratch it again. Got it. Sui Yu ran over and lay down next to him. She asked quietly, You will miss me when you go back. Right? What do you miss? Thinking about rubbing your feet? Sui Yu pushed him and said, Anyway, I will miss you. Come back early next year. Chapter 42 Private Investigation of Sui Wenin. Zhao Shiping left. Sui Yu and Sui Liang sent him out of the east gate. Watched him pass the gate. And his figure gradually became blurred. Sui Yu then led Sui Liang back. In order to drive away wolves. A copper bell was hung on the camel's neck. In the lonely sound of the copper bell, Zhao Shiping sat on the camel's back and looked back. The city gate was already unclear. Not to mention the people standing inside the city gate. The man pulled the reins, and the camel's running speed slowed down. He carefully recalled whether there was anything he had missed. From getting up to cook to closing the door at night. He recalled everything that could happen in a day. He found that even if he forgot to explain, Sui Yu could solve it. Go. The camel started running again. After running for a day against the dry and cold wind, Zhao Shiping found a farmer's house to stay when it was dark. He fed the camel hay and brought half a bucket of water. Then he took off his bag and started a fire to bake buns. The farmer's child smelled the fragrance and sneaked into the kitchen. He leaned on the door frame and stared at the golden buns. Is it delicious? The child asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. He thought for a while, broke off a bun and handed it over, and asked, How old are you? 5 years old. He was 1 year younger than Sui Liang. But Sui Liang was about the same height as him. Oh, you greedy ghost. A young woman took the child away with an apologetic look on her face, saying, Sir, you sleep with my man at night. Just sleep in the west wing. There are many farmers and few houses. If they want to earn the rent from passers-by, they have to move around and squeeze in, and make half of the bed. Zhao Shiping nodded. He ate 2 buns and a few bites and said, Sister-in-law, I have some dry firewood. I'd like to borrow your pottery pot to boil water for washing feet. Okay. The woman took the child into the house. After a while, Zhao Shiping took his bag and walked into the west wing wearing a wolfskin. The man on the bed was still awake. He lay down only after someone came in. This was not the first time Zhao Shiping slept on the same bed with a man. But he was not used to hearing the snoring tonight. Especially the smell of the feet stretched out. He was dizzy and thought of Sui Yu's feet. Sui Yu was also thinking about him. The bed was much emptier without a person. Before going to bed, she stuffed 2 hot water bags under the mattress and covered her legs with water bags. However, the quilt was not as warm as sleeping with a man. She slept all night and her feet were still cold. She didn't wake up from the itch at night, but woke up from the cold twice. At dawn, Sui Yu got dressed and got out of bed to light a fire and cook. When the bean porridge was boiling, there were voices in the alley. She called Sui Liang to watch the fire, went into the house, grabbed a handful of copper coins, took a bowl, opened the door, and went to the market to buy pig blood. Hey! Mr. Zhao has gone back to his hometown for the new year. Why are you still here? The woman carrying the firewood was surprised. It's too cold. And we are weak. If we freeze on the road for 6 or 7 days, we will probably die when we get home. Sui Yu shook her head and said regretfully, this year, he can only go back alone. Next year, when he recovers, we will go back together to pay New Year's greetings to our parents. That's true. Mr. Zhao's hometown is not close to Dunhuang. The woman walked into the yard with the firewood and said, What are you going to do with the bowl? Buy pig blood. Shiping said that eating pig blood can replenish blood. He asked me to eat more and asked the pork seller to leave a bowl for me every day. Sister-in-law, let's not talk about it for now. There's a fire at home. I have to go and come back quickly. Okay. Then you go quickly. After Sui Yu left, the woman carrying the firewood said to her mother-in-law, Mr. Zhao is quite fond of his wife. The day before yesterday, I saw him buy a large piece of pork back, estimated to be 4 or 5 pounds. And he left after eating a meal. The rest would be left to Sui Yu and her brother. Her mother-in-law raised her chin and said, Men look at faces, and they only care about those who look good but are useless. The daughter-in-law of the Qin family is a cousin of Sui Yu. The one is pretty. And Sui, you won't be ugly even if she gets fat. Zhao Shiping saw the one, and didn't know to let the one at home eat more. After the old woman said this, the woman immediately gave up her envy. The game of seducing people with sex will not last long. When she saw Sui Yu again, her eyes changed. She looked at her carefully, and found that although Sui Yu was thin, her face was not ugly, and her neck was long. She could still see her neck even after wearing several layers of clothes inside and outside. She looked at herself. She also wore a lot of clothes to keep warm. When she looked at the water tank, She looked like a carrot head that had turned into a spirit. After lunch, Sui Yu led Sui Liang out to release the camels. Zhao Shiping rode away a camel and left another one at home. Before leaving, he told her to take his precious camel out for a run every day. The camel was already well fed, so Sui Yu was not worried about it running away. She threw the camel rope and let it go around, and she led Sui Liang to her own field. The snow melted, and the snow water soaked the soft soil. The millet roots and leaves buried in the ground were soaked and rotten, and mixed with the soil. They exuded a reassuring smell. Sui Liang walked to the end of the field, and picked up a black bean, and put it in his palm to look at it. Sui Yu glanced at it, and said in surprise, "Rabbit shit? Brother Liang, pinch it. Is it soft?" Sui Liang not only pinched it, but also took it under his nose to smell it. It was smelly, so he stretched out his hand for his sister to smell it. Sui Yu waved her hand. "Is it shit?" Sui Liang nodded. "Let's go back." Sui Yu wanted to catch rabbits. It would be great if your brother-in-law was still at home. He would definitely know how to catch rabbits. She led the camel back home, took the shovel and machete, cut a piece of radish, and took Sui Liang out again. The brother and sister were excited, and dug a small deep pit in their own field before it got dark, and inserted a few branches sharpened with a machete into the bottom of the pit. Sui Yu used straw to build a frame on the pit, and then spread the wild grass growing on the field, and finally sprinkled a thin layer of soil, and put the moist radish in the middle. "Let's go. Go back. It's getting dark." Sui Yu picked up the shovel and machete, packed up, and took Sui Liang away. "We will come to see it tomorrow morning when we release the camels. If we catch a rabbit, we will kill it and eat it. Eat half on New Year's Eve, and save the other half for your brother-in-law to come back and have another meal." Sui Liang smiled and nodded. It was getting dark, and no one could be seen on the road. Sui Yu took big strides and ran against the wind, shouting, "Brother Liang, come and chase me. Let's see who can run faster." Sui Liang immediately chased after him, and the brother and sister chased each other, and the hay stuffed in their trouser legs fell all the way. When they ran into the military settlement, their trouser legs had already deflated. Sui Yu panted and held her trousers, laughing so hard that she was about to pout. Sui Liang didn't know what she was laughing at. He wiped off the snot blown by the wind, and laughed foolishly. When they got home, the cat official ran out of the kitchen in a flash. It was dark, and no one was home yet, so it meowed anxiously. "Okay, I know you're hungry. I'll come and cook." Sui Yu put the farm tools in the woodshed and turned to the kitchen to light a fire. Flames flew up in the stove hole, and smoke rose from the chimney, and the small courtyard immersed in the night suddenly felt warm. Cook 2 bowls of thick porridge. Put the sauerkraut and pig blood stewed with the leftovers from lunch on the grate to steam. And Sui Yu pushed open the grain jar and scooped out 3 scoops of gray flour. "Are there any more lees?" "There are still quite a few," she muttered to herself. Sui Liang looked up, glanced, and then turned his gaze back to continue staring at the fire. "Brother Liang, do you still remember your cousin?" Sui Liang looked over again, and he nodded hesitantly. "The new year is just a few days away. Let's go see him." Sui Yu had already planned this. She had suffered so much on the road of exile. She had eaten a full meal every day, and it took her half a year to get better. Sui Wen's health can be imagined. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe the day after tomorrow, he will fall down and can't get up. She went to visit once this time, and she didn't know when the next time would be. She went to visit with all her heart, and it also completed the fate of this life. We were exiled and it had nothing to do with him, but he helped us live a normal life. I'll steam a pot of buns tomorrow night, and we'll go see him the day after tomorrow. Sui Yu turned around and asked Sui Liang, "Is it okay? Are you willing to go?" Sui Liang thought of the scene where his cousin broke his head on the city wall that night in order to ask Li Dui to save his 3 sisters, and he nodded without hesitation. "Okay. We'll go quietly the day after tomorrow. And don't let your brother-in-law know." Sui Yu smiled slyly. The thin noodles were prepared, and the vegetables and porridge in the pot were hot. Sui Yu scraped the porridge at the bottom of the pot, added water to clean the pot, and scooped water into it, and boiled foot-washing water with the remaining fire in the stove. One night passed. After breakfast, Sui Yu and Sui Liang carried half a basket of hay and went out to herd camels. After leaving the military settlement, the brother and sister couldn't wait to run. and the hay in their trouser legs fell off again. And the camels followed behind to pick it up and eat it. The pit collapsed. Sueyu discovered it before she even got close. She dropped the basket and ran over. Before she could see clearly, she heard a noise. There was a gray rabbit curled up at the bottom of the pit. The rabbit was still alive. Sueyu reached out to pick up the rabbit. And then she found that it was covered with blood. The sharp stick at the bottom of the pit had pierced its belly. Sueyu pulled the stick up, cut off the bloody part with a machete, and inserted it again. She reached down and found something wrong. There was a hole half a palm long at the bottom of the pit. If the rabbit was not injured, it would have run away. She cut more sticks and inserted them in, covered the surface, and put a piece of radish to hang it. She carried the rabbit away. The rabbit was killed by stone at the river. Sueyu continued to release the camel carelessly. At noon, she went to the field to take a look. Seeing that there was no movement, she led the camel back. As soon as she entered the alley, the cat official jumped down from the wall of Aunt Sun's house. It stood up with its tail high and walked in front of the camel with its belly bulging. The cat official caught a mouse again? It's amazing. Sueyu was already familiar with its posture. The cat official shook its tail, and as soon as it entered the door, it went to the kitchen, squeezed in through the crack of the door with its big belly, and soon squeezed out with half a mouse's butt in its mouth. Great! Great! Sueyu perfunctorily praised it a few more times. And she went into the house and took a knife to cut the rabbit's skin, and the rabbit blood flowed out. The cat smelled the smell and threw away the mouse and ran over to guard. The rabbit's skin was difficult to tear, so Sueyu stepped on it and pulled it up. The fur on the body was torn off, but the rabbit head couldn't be handled. She took the rabbit head and looked at it again and again, and then looked at the cat who had been guarding by the side. Her hand loosened, and the rabbit head went into the cat official's mouth. The rabbit meat was divided into two halves, and both halves were smeared with salt and hung on the wall. When Sueyu steamed the buns and drained the blood from the rabbit meat, she took it down and put it in the food cabinet. Cat official, keep an eye on the mouse at night to prevent it from stealing food. Sueyu didn't worry about the cat stealing food, because its belly was full, and half of the rabbit head and half of the mouse's, but were still hidden in the woodshed. It was another quiet night. Sueyu woke up in the middle of the night, wondering where Zhao Shiping had gone. At dawn, Sueyu put Zhao Shiping behind her. She was busy cooking, and then busy leading the camel out. As soon as the door was locked, the cat official jumped onto the wall, then jumped down the wall. It ran out of the alley in a hurry. When people approached, it ran after the camel again. Cat official, go back. Sueyu was anxious. The cat didn't listen. It also wanted to go hunting. Chapter 43, paving the way in many ways. When she arrived at the edge of the field, Sueyu saw that the trap had collapsed again. She ran over quickly, but the cat was one step faster than her. If she hadn't grabbed its hind legs in time, it would have jumped into the pit. Meow. The cat officer struggled and screamed. Don't move. Sueyu slapped it. She pushed aside the hay buried in the pit, and pulled a frozen field mouse off the sharp stick. There is no rabbit, only a field mouse, which is quite heavy. Sueyu handed the field mouse to Sui Liang. When she was harvesting millet in autumn, she saw fat mice roaming around and stealing food in the fields. These field mice could waste a lot of food. Meow. The cat officer screamed in a hoarse voice. Sui Liang touched it, not knowing whether to feed it. Sueyu set the trap again. She took the field mouse and threw it into the basket. She picked up the cat official and walked to the ridge, saying, Brother Liang, follow us. We'll leave now. The brother and sister took the cat and rode on the camel. The camel followed the river downstream. Afraid of meeting acquaintances, Sueyu chose not to go through the city, but bypassed the military settlement and shuttled between the ridges. The towering great wall that stretched across the northwest was visible. Passing through the houses, the road became wider, and there was more gravel in the soil. The cold wind brought up the sand, and the front was gray. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a mountain. Sueyu felt that this trip was also true. The winding great wall was right in front of her. The camel ran for half a day before reaching the foot of the great wall. The person sitting on the camel was frozen stiff. When Sueyu came down with a hump, her legs had lost consciousness. She supported her knees for a long time before she stood up. Brother Liang, hold my hand and come down. Where's the cat official? Sui Liang patted his belly. His clothes tumbled, The cat official moved. It came out from the collar of his clothes. The next moment, it kicked its 4 claws and landed lightly on the ground. It was lunchtime at noon. The servants sitting or squatting at the foot of the city wall saw a woman coming. Their tired and numb eyes brightened up. They stared at the people walking along the river with greedy eyes. When they saw her looking over, someone blew a loud and shrill whistle. Sui pretended not to hear. Her eyes wandered among the crowd, scanning over and over again. But she never saw a familiar face. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Who are you looking for?" A man dressed as a soldier asked loudly. Sui went in. He was exiled here in early August this year. In front, the soldier raised his hand and pointed, urging, "Go faster. Don't hang around here." Sui walked quickly with the camel, and Sui Liang ran behind with the cat official in his arms. The people standing on the city wall had a panoramic view of the movements on the river bank. When Sui was still squinting to look for people one by one, Sui Wenin had already seen her. He bent down and apologized carefully to the inspector for leave. After getting permission, he walked down the wasteland, always on guard against the people behind him pushing or tripping him. After going down the wall smoothly, Sui Wenin walked on the bridge to the other side of the river. He waved to the girl leading the camel. "Sister Yu." "Here." Sui paused. If her voice hadn't changed, she would hardly recognize the man. The man walking towards her was hunched over. His face was swollen, and there were white hairs in his hair. "Cousin?" she called out tentatively. Sui Wenin forced a smile. He glanced at Sui Liang and said with relief, "Brother Liang has gained some weight." "Can he speak?" Sui Liang shook his head. "I came to see you." Sui spoke dryly. She took the basket off the camel's back, uncovered the hay on the surface, and there was a pot of 30 buns underneath. She tested the temperature with the back of her hand, and it was already cold. "I steamed a pot of buns. You eat some first." Sui picked up 2 buns that were not frozen hard from the bottom and handed them to him. Sui Wenin's eyes widened when he saw half a basket of buns. He didn't bother to say thank you, squatted down to take the buns and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. As they got closer, Sui could see that his face was swollen and bruised. It looked like he was beaten. She secretly measured the width and looked down at his feet. It was very likely that he was beaten with the soles of his shoes. She silently moved her eyes away, feeling complicated and indescribable. She waited until Sui Wenin stopped swallowing before she asked, "Are you full?" Sui Wenin smiled, and the bones on his face pushed up the swollen skin. He shivered in pain. His face trembled, and his smile fell. "I'm full. I've eaten my fill today since the day I was put in jail. Sister Yu, thank you for coming to see me. Of course, you and I are brother and sister." Sui counted the buns in the basket. Sui Wenin ate 5. She asked hesitantly, "Did Sui Ling come to see you?" "She came once." Sui Wenin looked down at the buns in the basket. He smacked his lips again, and a vague guess came to his mind. What a coincidence. She also brought me buns when she came to see me, and it seemed to be stuffed with radish. He looked over and said, "Did you two discuss this?" Sui shook her head. She had no intention of doing good deeds without leaving a name. So she said directly, "She took the buns from my stall. Before, I set up a stall to sell buns. She came to see you and couldn't get anything from home, so she had to go to me. I brought her 6. Aren't you full?" 6? Sui went inside. He looked around and murmured, "I'm full. I'm full." This is his own sister. Sui Wenin suddenly felt cold. Sui noticed something was wrong. She stopped asking, turned around and took the old straw sandals hanging on both sides of the camel's back, untied the straw ropes that strung the sandals, and handed the shoes over, saying, "These are your brother-in-law's old shoes. They are quite warm and not eye-catching. You can wear them." Sui Wenin thanked again, and then he realized the difference between his 2 sisters and Sui. Sui considered everything carefully and lived a good life. His previous worries were all in vain. "What happened to the wound on your face?" Sui asked again. "The day before yesterday, Sister Hui came. She gave me a set of winter clothes and winter shoes. All new." Sui Wenin shook the straw sandals in his hand and said helplessly, "Beggars wearing new clothes are envied and hated. The clothes and shoes were taken away after only half a day of wearing them. And they were beaten." "Who beat you?" Sui Wenin looked at the great wall. And the people who beat him were all his uncles and brothers. Under the day-to-day oppression and enslavement, they resented him more and more. He could not avoid being scolded even if he avoided it. When someone came to bring him food, drink and clothes, he became more and more angry. It's dark. How can I see clearly? I don't know who it is. Sui Wen didn't intend to mention it. He looked at the remaining buns in the basket and took another one to stuff into his stomach. In the gap between chewing, he asked, "Are the rest for uncles and brothers?" "Yes, so as not to make people jealous." Sui Wen nodded. And he once again sighed that Sui Yu was much better than the other two sisters. "Don't come here in the future. This is not a good place." Sui Wen stood up. He knew it was time to go to work. And he stopped sighing. He took the time to explain a few things. "Sister Yu, please go back to the city to see Huijier. I felt that she was not right when she left the day before yesterday." Sui Yu frowned. She wanted to refuse. But then he said, "Please tell her something. If I die someday, don't bother to pick up my bones. Just bury me where I died." Sui Yu's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at him. When he talked about death, he looked relaxed, even yearning. "Also, live your life well. Don't think about the good or bad things in the past. Don't contact our people anymore." Sui Wen gave another brief explanation. The whistle on the city wall sounded, and the servants scattered everywhere got up to work like a black mass of ants. Sui Wen picked up the buns with his hem, and patted Sui Liang's shoulder gently before turning around. "Cousin, have you ever thought about going to the battlefield to earn military merits? Military merits can be used to cancel slavery." Sui Yu whispered. "Since you are not afraid of death, why not go to the battlefield to fight? That requires the opportunity to go to the battlefield. I'll keep an eye on you. Just hold on." Sui Wen thought for a moment. He didn't want to die with a crime. So he nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you. Sister Yu. No. I'm counting on you to save me again after you are freed from slavery." Sui Yu said seriously. Sui Wen shook his head and laughed. "You think too highly of me. Okay. If you have that luck, I will help you get rid of slavery." After that, he raised his foot and left. And his steps at this time were much lighter than when he came. "By the way, cousin, are Aunt Chun's children and grandchildren still alive?" Sui Yu chased after him and asked. "Alive. All alive." Sui Yu felt relieved. She had seen what she needed to see and asked what she needed to ask. She packed up the bamboo basket, picked up Sui Liang and pushed him onto the camel's back. She handed the basket up and climbed up herself. "Let's go. Back." She patted the camel. After running on the road for a long time, it was dark when they entered the military settlement. There were not many people in the alley. Sui Yu opened the door and drove the camel in first. She pulled the bundle of bean stalks and carried it in, saying, "Brother Liang, bolt the door." The door was bolted, and the kitchen was lit with the light of the fire. The dark house looked less scary. Sui Yu held a machete in one hand and an oil lamp in the other. She searched the wood room, bedroom, main room, and camel pen carefully. No one was hiding, so she felt relieved. The field mouse caught in the trap before was skinned, headed, and internal organs were cut and stir-fried. A shallow plate of meat was enough for Sui Yu and Sui Liang to eat. After freezing outside for a day, Sui Yu had a cough that night. She rested at home the next day. When it was warm at noon, she went to the vegetable garden to cut a handful of leeks and came back. She picked and washed them and put them on the curtain to drain. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Sui Yu baked 2 pancakes stuffed with eggs and chives early in the morning. She filled a bag of boiling water to cover the pancakes and went out alone when no one was walking in the alley. She followed the path in her memory and quietly went to the brothel. She didn't dare to get close, so she could only go to the lower reaches of the river for a walk. When she didn't see anyone, she walked slowly back to the brothel. From a distance, she heard the sound of men laughing wantonly. There was no farm work in winter, so the camp prostitutes didn't have to go out to work. The gate of the brothel was open day and night. Sui Yu stopped and didn't move. She stood in the wilderness and looked at it with a tormented heart. She wanted to forget the days she spent here, but she didn't dare to think about it. She couldn't do anything. Thinking about it would only torture herself. The cold wind in the wilderness blew through her. Sui Yu silently counted. She planned to leave and never come again. A woman walked out of the door. Sui Yu's steps stopped again. She walked forward a few steps and saw the person walking to the river. She followed her. Auntie Chun. Sui Yu recognized the person. She ran over with a water bag and hot cakes in her arms. "You girl? Why are you here? Auntie Chun put down the bucket. She waved her hand and said, go quickly. Don't come here. The men who come here are not good. Don't run into them. I came to see you. I'll leave soon. Sui Yu took out 2 cakes from her arms and handed them over, saying, eat quickly. They are still hot. Auntie Chun took it and said, okay. You go. Sui Yu didn't plan to stay any longer. She told her, these 2 cakes are prepared for you. You should eat them before going back, so as not to let people know and cause trouble. Also, I went to the north yesterday. Your son and grandson are still alive. I came to tell you. Auntie Chun was so shocked that her hands trembled when she heard the news about her family. After hearing Sui Yu's words, she burst into tears. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. All alive. Chapter 44. Sui Hui becomes a concubine. After entering the city, Sui Yu found a tea shop and sat down. The shop was filled with the aroma of fried noodles and a warm atmosphere. Most of the people sitting in the shop were business travelers who were stranded in Dunhuang due to the weather. They had no home and no one to support. They came here on a leisurely winter day to drink a bowl of tea and talk about what they saw and heard on the road. Sui Yu was fascinated by what she heard. She also bought a bowl of tea and sat in the corner, listening silently. When the chill in her heart was dispelled by the noisy words, she paid and left. Shopkeeper, please ask, in which direction is Lord Hu's mansion? Sui Yu turned back to ask, which Lord Hu? Sui Yu was hoarse. She didn't know Lord Hu's official position. The shopkeeper of the oil tea shop looked at her suspiciously and asked, you are not from our local area. What do you want to see Lord Hu? My cousin works in Lord Hu's mansion. She only mentioned it to me. I want to find her, but I don't know where to go. Hu Jianjian lives in Bailu Lane in the south of the city, and Hu Dui lives in Dinghu Lane west of Nanshui Street. There are also various thousand households in the military settlement. You can ask for them yourself. Thank you for your advice, shopkeeper. Sui Yu was very grateful. She stood on the street and thought about it. That day outside the brothel, Lord Hu obviously acted according to the mood of Li Dui's subordinates. This Lord Hu should not be Hu Dui, but perhaps Hu Jianjian. Thinking that Sui Liang was alone at home, Sui Yu raised her foot and walked back. She planned to go to Bailu Lane to ask again tomorrow. Entering Chisantan, Sui Yu was stopped by the old lady opposite when she opened the door. She turned around and asked with a smile, Grandma, what's the matter? Where have you been going out early and coming back late these days? The old lady's eyes were full of inquiry. Take the camel out for a run. Sui Yu put away the smile on her face and said, Grandma, you are busy. I will go back to the house to cook. You don't work in the middle of winter, and you still eat 3 meals a day. She didn't suppress her voice at all, and Sui Yu heard it clearly. She closed the door and said, the old man's hands are still long, and he is idle and moldy. Sui Liang and Maoduan came out of the kitchen and stared at her with wide eyes. Have I pounded the sawdust I soaked? She asked. Sui Liang nodded, and he pushed open the door of the firewood room and led people in to see that he had pounded it for a long time, and the sawdust was all pounded. The water used to soak the sawdust and sorghum stalks exuded a foul smell. The smell of rotting wood. If you touch a handful, the smell on your hands cannot be washed off. Sui Yu didn't dislike it at all. She scooped up a handful of sawdust and walked out to see that the tiny sawdust became strands of wood pulp after repeated pounding. But it was not soft enough. Keep it up. I'll cook for you. Sui Yu walked to the kitchen and said, I had a bowl of oil tea outside. It tasted delicious. I'll try to fry a bowl of noodles. Liang, come and light the fire for me. Cover the fire with grass slag. Don't light a big fire. Oil tea is made with fried noodles. Sui Yu scooped half a bowl of ash noodles and mixed it with salt. When the bottom of the pot was hot, she poured the ash noodles in and stir-fried them. Move the fire to the west. The fire in the middle of the pot is too strong. Sui Liang stirred the fire and sprinkled grass ash to suppress the fire. The ash noodles slowly changed color. The flour turned brown, and the kitchen was filled with a strong salty fragrance. The aroma of noodles was fragrant. Sui Yu took out a large ceramic bowl and scooped up the boiling fried noodles. Add water to the pot. The clear water wrapped the remaining cooked noodles at the bottom of the pot, and the water became turbid. When the water boiled, the water mixed with noodles became viscous again. Sui Yu scooped a spoonful of water into the bowl and stirred the noodles. The aroma of the hot steam was tempting. I wish I had tasted this way of eating earlier. I should have fried 2 bowls for your brother-in-law to take away. If you're hungry, eat 2 buns and mix a bowl of oil tea. Your stomach will be full and your body will be warm. After mixing the noodles and tea, Sui Yu used chopsticks to poke a lump of lard into the noodles and tea. The lard and noodles blended into the oil tea sold in the street shops. Sui Liang had a bowl, and Sui Yu mixed another bowl for herself. She and Mao Guan shared it. It's the 28th. Your brother-in-law left on the 24th. It's been 5 days. He might have returned home. Sui Yu muttered again. Zhao Shiping was not far from home at this time. He stayed at a farmer's house at night and rested for a night. The next morning, he rode a camel again and arrived home after noon. Zhao's mother looked outside and saw that he didn't bring his wife back. She smiled. Zhao Shiping felt blinded, and he stood under the eaves and said, I will bring her back next year for the new year. If you want to bring her back, then don't come back. Mother Zhao's face fell. I can accept her into the family, which is the biggest concession. Then I won't come back next year for the new year. If people in the village ask, you can say whatever you want. Zhao Shiping was stubborn again. He stared at the camel led away by his elder brother, thinking about going back tomorrow. Mother Zhao saw what he meant, punched him hard, and warned, if you dare to run away tomorrow, you don't have a mother like me. Zhao Shiping had to give up. What kind of magic potion did that woman give you? It's only been a few months? 3 months? You slept with her for 3 months, and you only want a wife and not a mother? Mother Zhao brought him hot soup noodles and said angrily, what the hell did I raise? Zhao Shiping disliked her rude words, and ate silently without saying anything. Zhao Xiaomi trotted in and asked happily, third brother, did you bring me anything? The other children also looked eagerly. Zhao Shiping took the bundle and handed it over. There were still 4 buns left in the bundle. He asked the children to share it. This is the money Sui Yu gave you to buy a pig. 7 strings of cash. He pulled off another bundle and handed it to his mother. Sui Yu said that if there is any money left after buying the pig, it will be given to you as a filial piety. Zhao's mother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She then found fault and said, what do you mean she gave me filial piety? It's not your money. It's not mine. She earned it from selling buns herself. Zhao Shiping picked up the bowl and drank the noodle soup. Seeing that his mother and brother and sister-in-law were all in disbelief, he rarely got into a conversation and told his family about Sui Yu's stall selling buns. She is sweet-mouthed, knows what's going on, has a mind, and is thick-skinned. She is quite suitable for doing business. After leaving Sui Yu, Zhao Shiping became calm when talking about her. No wonder my third sister-in-law didn't come back. She was busy making money? Zhao Xiaomi admired her. She had saved less than 100 coins in 3 years. But her third sister-in-law made 100 coins in 3 months. No more selling. Slaves can't do business, Zhao Shiping said. Gao's mother was stunned. She didn't expect this to be the ending. Looking at the heavy copper coins in the bundle, she snorted, I told you not to marry her. If she wasn't a slave, would this happen? Zhao Shiping suddenly lost interest in talking. It was hard to reason with unreasonable people. I'll go back to the room and sleep for a while. He got up and left. After the people left, Zhao Xiaomi whispered, if my third sister-in-law wasn't a slave, my third brother wouldn't even be able to see her. You know? Zhao's mother glared at her, turned around, and went out to tell the neighbors about her third daughter-in-law selling buns to make money. No wonder she didn't come back for the new year. Yes, business is good during the new year. And she is reluctant to abandon the stall. Mother Zhao nodded with a smile. The person who was lied to by her in-laws that she was making money was basking in the sun outside the second side door of the Hu mansion. The gatekeeper who received the errand fee said that he had sent someone to call someone for her. But half an hour passed, and Sui Hui had not come out. In Eastern courtyard, Lord Hu put down the warm teacup and stood up to say goodbye to the old lady. Before turning around, he glanced at the maid who was making tea, and the old lady saw it clearly. After Lord Hu left, the maid waiting outside the courtyard quietly walked into the porch, grabbed the cleaning boy and asked, brother, is Sui Hui in the old lady's courtyard? Seeing the boy nod, she said, please pass on a message. Someone is looking for her outside the 2 side doors. They are her cousins. The boy waved to the maid who was opening the door curtain, and said a few words. The maid pointed to the inner room. The boy looked out and saw that the old lady was talking to Sui Hui. He turned around and told the little maid, Let someone wait. The old lady is talking to her. I will talk to her when she comes out. The little maid said and turned and ran away. The old lady is talking to Sui Hui. Wait a little longer. She will come out when she is not busy. Sui Yu thanked him. And she moved a stone to sit against the wall and continued to wait. You are a smart girl. You can write, calculate and make tea. You used to be a lady from a rich family. It would be a waste of your talent and beauty to let you serve in my room. The old lady held Sui Hui's hand. This girl was gentle, spoke softly, and looked good. If her son hadn't been interested, she would really be reluctant to let her go. The old lady is kind-hearted. It is a blessing for me to serve you, Sui Hui said with her head down. The old lady smiled and shook her head, saying, what blessing or not? You are a slave. How can you be blessed? We are master and servant. You are a caring girl. I pity you. You go to serve your master. Follow him. He will help you get rid of slavery. And give me a grandson in the future. You will have a place to go. The words were clear. And Sui Hui blushed. The old lady knew that she was happy at a glance. She smiled and clapped her hands, saying, I will ask someone to buy you 2 sets of good clothes. You don't have to do rough work these days. Take good care of yourself. Pick a good day after the new year. And I will let the eldest lady come to take you. Sui Hui knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you for your pity. Old lady. Take good care of the master. Don't make the eldest lady angry. I won't protect you if something goes wrong. The old lady warned again. Sui Hui agreed. And when she saw the old lady closed her eyes, she quietly left the door. Sister Sui Hui, a maid just came to tell you that your cousins are here to see you. They are waiting for you at the second side door. The servant kept keeping an eye on her. And he came to tell her as soon as Sui Hui came out. Sui Hui's heart was still beating. And she thanked him softly and walked out of Eason courtyard. She covered her chest to calm her thoughts along the way. After what happened, she just wanted to lie on the bed and have a good rest. If it was Sui Ling who came to see her today, she would not go out. Hello, uncle. I heard that my family came to see me. Are they still there? Sui Hui asked kindly. Yes, just outside the door. Sui Yu stood up when she heard the voice. She pounded her waist and walked over with Sui Liang. When she saw him, she dragged her voice and said, It's so hard to see you. I waited until the sun went down. Sui Hui smiled apologetically. You know, the master has something to tell us, so we don't have freedom. Sui Yu thought so too. She didn't say much and looked Sui Hui up and down. It was still the feng shui of a wealthy family that made her fair and clean again. She wore a dark green silk dress like a camellia after frost. She lowered her head and smiled. And she had the temperament of a lady from a noble family. My cousin said that you were not right and asked me to come and see you. I don't think there was anything wrong with you. Sui Yu muttered. Did you go to see my eldest brother? When she heard that it was related to Sui Wenan, Sui Hui suddenly seemed like a different person. The smile on her face faded, and a look of panic appeared on her face. Well, I went to see him the day before yesterday and gave him some food and a pair of shoes. Sui Yu sighed. He has lost a lot of weight. More than thin. Sui Hui covered her face and walked away from the door. She had no one to talk to, and she was going to be depressed. She cried and said, Sister Yu, I went to see my elder brother a few days ago. I am worried that he will not live beyond next year. Sui Yu sighed. Just now the old lady asked me to serve Lord Hu. Sui Hui held Sui Yu's hand and said, I plan to follow your aunt's path. When I get pregnant, I will ask Lord Hu to cancel my elder brother's slavery. Sui Yu was shocked. She looked at Sui Hui and said, No wonder my cousin said that he felt something was wrong with you. You have long. Sui Hui nodded. She had this idea when she first went to see her elder brother. She took great pains to climb from a laundry maid to the old lady, just to show her face in front of Lord Hu. She knew what attracted men to her. Are you willing? Sui Yu asked. Sui Hui nodded heavily. I chose this path myself. That's good. Sui Yu didn't know what to say. Sister Yu, please go visit my elder brother more often. When I get the favor of Lord Hu, I will help you and Sister Ling get rid of slavery. Sui Hui held Sui Yu's hand and asked solemnly. The temptation was too great. When Sui Yu wanted to nod and agree, she thought of Zhao Shiping. She hesitated for a long time and said, I will prepare the things and let Sui Ling send them over when the time comes. I know my sister's character. If she is reliable, I won't ask you. Chapter 45. Get rid of the darkness. The cold streets were bustling with people. and the hawkers' shouts were crisp and clear. You could clearly tell what they were selling from 2 streets away. Sui Yu rubbed his hands with a breath and said, "There are many people in the market. Hold on to me, and don't get lost." Liang Gur nodded. His face was excited. Before leaving, Sui Yu gave him 50 coins, so that he could buy what he wanted at the market. After leaving Juntan, walking more than a mile ahead was the crowded market. On the last market day of the year, the vendors pushed out all the goods they had in their hands. The shop assistants changed their usual indifference and stood in front of the shop with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum to greet passers-by enthusiastically. The vendors on the roadside stalls were even louder. They were sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, and they called uncle and grandma affectionately. Tusu wine. Selling Tusu wine. Drink a cup of Tusu wine at the end of the year, and you will be free of all diseases in the coming year. The woman with the basket leaned over to take a look and asked, "How much?" 30 cents per ounce. It's still so expensive after the new year. The woman shook her head, covered her mouth and nose, and walked away with the basket. "I still have peach soup here. It's cheap. If you don't mind the trouble, you can buy peach branches and leaves to make soup at home." The vendor shouted loudly, "Auntie, I'll sell you peach soup at a low price." The woman waved her hand and said in a muffled voice, "I've already bought it." In a blink of an eye, she was pulled by the vendor selling peach charms. She looked through them carefully, bargained, and bought a pair of peach charms for 20 cents. Sui Yu was walking behind with a basket and heard the noise. She walked to the stall selling Tusu wine and asked, "How much is peach soup?" 20 cents a can. Tomorrow is the new year. I'll sell it to you at a low price. I'll have peace after I sell it." The vendor glanced at her basket and asked, "You didn't bring a can?" Sui Yu didn't think of buying wine and soup before she went out. She picked up a bundle of peach branches on the ground and said, "How much is this?" 5 cents. "Take it." Sui Yu grabbed 2 handfuls of dried peach leaves and peach roots and said, "These are 5 cents together. I'll go back and get a bowl to sell 2 more taels of Tusu wine." The vendor thought again and took the 5 cents. When Sui Yu left, he worriedly told her, "Little sister-in-law, you must come over later. I'll wait for you here." Sui Yu nodded, and she went to the stall selling peach charms to bargain, and bought 2 pairs of god statues for 50 cents. It's called a god statue, but it's actually a small statue of the god Shintu, and Yulei painted on peach wood, with a few simple strokes and names written on them. In this era without paper, this is the door god. Sui Liang heard the shouts of the candy seller. He pulled Sui Yu's clothes and pointed forward. Sui Yu took him over. 3 cents a piece of candy. Sui Liang paid for 2 pieces. He ate 1 piece, and fed 1 piece into Sui Yu's mouth. So sweet. Sui Yu narrowed her eyes. Sui Liang narrowed his eyes too. He licked the tip of the candy carefully. Passing by the grain store, Sui Yu went in to buy half a bucket of rice. The clerk who was seeing the guests off came over and asked, "You don't set up a stall to sell buns? I haven't seen you buy noodles for a long time." Sui Yu nodded. She stretched out her hand to show him the chilblains on her hand, and said, "It's too cold. The chilblains on my hand are disgusting. I can't knead the dough, so I just didn't do it. Then wait until the weather warms up before selling." The clerk weighed the rice for her and said, "It's enough pounds. Take a look. Still the same price? No drop in price?" Sui Yu counted the money. "It's good that the price didn't go up in winter, but it's dropped." The waiter laughed. Sui Yu handed him the copper coins to count. Before leaving, she smiled and said, "May you be safe and healthy every year." "Hey, you too." The waiter escorted her to the door. After passing the grain store, Sui Yu stood on the road and thought about it. There was nothing to buy, but there was nothing to do when she went back. So she took Sui Liang to stroll in the market. The two followed the crowd and walked to the end of the street through a narrow alley. They found that there was a stall of merchants. Sui Yu and Sui Liang lingered in this market with a completely different style for half a day. The brother and sister stopped in front of each stall for a long time, but they just looked and didn't buy. The merchants didn't drive them away, because Sui Yu was willing to listen to their stories behind each broken copper and stone. Leisure and festive days are rare. Sui Yu and Sui Liang walked outside until the sun went down before going home. The children ran in the alleys, each holding a pancake. It was the new year, and most families steamed buns and baked pancakes. When cooking in the evening, Sui Yu also made half a basin of noodles, intending to steam buns for the new year. When hungry, they would heat them up, which was convenient and filling. At the market today, she heard that there would be new opera from New Year's Eve to the 5th day of the first lunar month, and she planned to take Sui Liang to join in the fun for a few days. Lying on the bed at night, Sui Yu sat up suddenly, and Sui Liang looked at her in surprise. "Oh, I forgot to buy Tusa wine. I forgot to buy it while playing." Sui Yu slapped her head. The wine seller was probably going to scold her if she didn't wait for anyone. "Forget it. I'll go check tomorrow morning to see if he's still setting up the stall tomorrow." Thinking about this, Sui Yu took the water bag and went out immediately after breakfast. Today was New Year's Eve. Everyone was busy at home. There were only a few people on the street, like sparrows in the snow. She walked a few steps and saw the vendor who sold Tusu wine yesterday. He also saw her. "Fortunately you came today. I was busy and forgot yesterday." Sui Yu smiled apologetically. She handed over the water bag and said, "Sell me 3 taels." The vendor responded loudly. He said while selling wine, "I didn't see anyone yesterday. I guess you were busy and forgot. I thought you didn't buy wine and would come today, so I came here early in the morning." "You didn't scold me yesterday?" Sui Yu asked with a smile. "How can that be possible?" The vendor said he was not that kind of person. So he gave Sui Yu half a spoonful of wine and said, "You will not get sick. You will not get sick." Sui Yu replied, and she took the water bag and prepared to go back. "I'll go back first." "You're busy." "Well, I'll be back in a little while." Sui Yu went back to clean up the old things first. She and Sui Liang boiled water and scrubbed the house inside and outside, swept the loose dirt on the wall and dumped it outside the door, and cleaned the camel pen inside and out. It was noon when they finished all this. There are still some fried noodles left from before. Let's make do with 2 bowls of oil tea and eat them, leaving some room for meat at night. Sui Liang nodded twice. While boiling water, Sui Yu opened the food cabinet to take out the dried rabbit meat and pickled pork, and soaked them in a basin with warm water. "Your brother-in-law is not having a good meal today," Sui Yu said to Sui Liang. "But you can't say that. If he misses this meal, his mother will make it up to him later." After mixing 2 bowls of oil tea, Sui Yu handed 1 bowl to Sui Liang. The 2 of them squatted in front of the stove to eat. Occasionally, Sui Yu said something, and Sui Liang looked up and listened carefully. "Meow." The cat official called out when he entered the door, and went straight into the kitchen following the smell. "Where did you go to play?" Sui Yu scooped a spoonful of oil tea into the broken bowl and told him, "Don't go out later. I won't go out to find you when the New Year's Eve dinner is ready." With food in her stomach, Sui Yu began to prepare to knead the dough. While the dough was resting, she chopped radish and meat and fried the stuffing. After the stuffing was out of the pot, she was busy making dumplings. After the dumplings were steamed, she continued to wash, cut and chop the meat. She was busy all the time, although there were only her and Sui Liang at home. Sui Yu had no intention of making do on this New Year's Eve. After a pot of dumplings came out of the pot, Sui Yu scooped the water at the bottom of the pot into a basin, and then washed the sauerkraut with a ladle of cold water. The remaining water at the bottom of the pot was burned off, and the oil tank was lifted to pour the oil. When the bottom of the pot smoked, Sui Yu poured half of the rabbit meat into the pot and stir-fried it. When the rabbit meat changed color, pour the radish, and then add water to simmer. 1 radish stewed with rabbit meat, 1 sauerkraut stewed with pork belly, and then fried tofu and leek scrambled eggs. "I'll make 4 dishes tonight," Sui Yu muttered to herself. Sui Liang nodded. "Brother Liang, do you have anything to say?" Sui Yu asked casually. Sui Liang opened his mouth and made the shape of awe, but only hot air came out. No sound came out. He lowered his head in frustration. "It's okay. Maybe one day you will wake up and suddenly be able to speak." Sui Yu smiled. "It doesn't matter if you can't speak. Just listen to me." Sui Liang touched the cat's head and nodded. The rabbit meat was removed from the pot, covered with a plate and placed on the stove to warm. And then the pot was washed to stew sauerkraut and pork. The 2 stews were ready, and the remaining 2 quick dishes did not take much time. Sui Yu added a ladle of water to the pot, picked up 2 cold buns, and put them on the grate to steam. "Let's go. Eat. Bring the dishes to the main room. Don't eat in the kitchen during the New Year." At this time, the sun was still shining in the sky, and the sky was bright. The 2 hens were not in the cage. When people opened the door and entered the house, they followed them in. "Go away. It's not time for you to sit down at the table yet. Sui Yu waved her hand to drive them away. She went into the woodshed and grabbed a handful of bean dregs and scattered them on the ground, saying, "Today is the new year. You should eat well and lay more eggs at the beginning of the new year." The two hens clucked and scratched the ground with their claws. Sui Yu poured the tisu wine she bought into the bowl. 3 taels of wine was less than half a bowl. She took a sip to taste it. The wine tasted not strong. She gave some to Sui Liang and covered the bottom of the bowl lightly. "Come on. Let's drink one. Brother and sister. This is our second New Year's Eve after surviving a near-death experience. Let's celebrate having a home." Sui Yu handed the wine bowl to Sui Liang. The two bowls collided lightly, making a not-so-crisp dinging sound. "I wish that our future path will become wider and wider, and our lives will become more and more hopeful." Sui Liang's eyes sparkled. He looked at his sister with a smile, holding the bowl with both hands, and drank the wine in the bowl in one breath. "You have a big capacity, little brother." Sui Yu gave a thumbs up. Sui Liang smiled shyly. "Eat it. Eat as much as you can tonight." Sui Yu said nothing else. The two picked up their chopsticks, and each picked up a piece of rabbit meat for the cat official. The brother and sister looked at each other with a smile, and then picked up meat for each other at the same time. "Uh-huh." Sui Yu laughed and said, "Let's eat. Let's finish early, and go out to watch the new opera." The alley suddenly became lively. Sui Yu looked out, and saw that the gate was not closed. She just happened to see 3 children from the opposite door, holding a torch each. After a while, a family came from the west, also holding 2 burning torches. "Are you still eating?" a passerby asked loudly. "You had your New Year's Eve dinner early, so you're going out to play now?" Sui Yu asked. "My family always has an early New Year's Eve dinner every year. You guys hurry up and eat. We'll go to the new opera together later." As the people left, Sui Yu and Sui Liang's hearts also left. The siblings quickly finished their meal, and left the steamed buns in the steamer without eating them. Sui Yu was busy hanging door gods on the main door, and the main room door, and hanging peach branches on the door lintel. The remaining peach branches, leaves and stems were soaked in water, and peach soup was made when he returned in the evening. Sui Liang washed the dishes and chopsticks, and took 2 straight wooden sticks from the woodshed. He ran outside to see the torches held by others, and then ran into the house to peel the bark. "I'll do it." Sui Yu came over. She used a machete to peel the bark off the tree stump, then wrapped it around a wooden stick, tied it thickly, then took 2 torches into the kitchen, rubbed lard on the bark, and rubbed her hands with lard. "Here, put it in the stump and make it burn." Sui Yu handed over the torch stick, and held Sui Liang's hand, and rubbed it until it was shiny. While Sui Liang was burning, Sui Yu cleaned the stove quickly, and put the buns and leftover vegetables in the food cabinet to avoid rats. The torch caught fire, and the cat on the stove jumped in surprise. Sui Yu took the torch, held it, and walked around, chanting, "Get rid of the bad luck. The cat official will live 100 years. Get rid of the bad luck. The camel will be free of all diseases. Get rid of the bad luck. The hen will lay eggs without worries. Get rid of the bad luck. The family will become more and more prosperous." The two held the torch and walked around the house, and went straight out. When they went out of the door, the torch met the wind, and the flame suddenly stretched. Sui Yu held Sui Liang and raised the torch and walked around. And Sui Liang held the torch high and walked around her again. "Shui! Shui! Sui Yu and Sui Liang will be freed from slavery as soon as possible." Sui Yu shouted softly, locked the door, and strode out of the alley with Sui Liang. It was dark at this time, and most people went out to play. The alley was quiet with only the sound of the wind, but there were torches to illuminate it, and it might be because of the atmosphere that Sui Yu was not afraid at all when walking on the road. It was lively further ahead. There were many people on the street. Everyone was holding torches and walking eastward. Countless torches illuminated the long street. Sui Yu walked briskly in the crowd, looking left and right, looking at the faces reflected by the fire. She felt very relieved. Walking through the long street, she could see the blazing flames outside the government office from a distance. The new opera dancers were already there. In the cold winter, the dry and cold wind was whistling. The new opera dancers were wearing thin, sleeveless clothes, but they were still sweating. There was a pile of fire in the middle of the road. People who came over threw their torches into it. The more people gathered around, the higher the pile of firewood was, the more intense the flames were. the more excited the people dancing the new opera were, and the more frequent and loud the drum beats were. At a certain moment, the drum beats fell heavily, and the people watching around raised their hands and feet and began to dance along, all laughing and twisting their bodies to their heart's content. Sui Yu and Sui Liang were also moved by it. Sui Yu imitated the movements of the ant in front of her, holding Sui Liang's hand, and led him to circle around the fire with the crowd in the vague singing in harmony. As soon as the singing was over, the drum beats came on. The drum beats were rapid and passionate, and the people who were still immersed in the new opera in the previous moment were awakened by the drum beats. Men, women, old and young, all rushed to the fire to get torches, and then ran east with torches. Sui Yu didn't understand why, but her hands and feet had already followed suit. She held Sui Liang's hand, and the two ran in the cold wind with laughter, and a winding sea of fire ran straight to the east city gate. The city gates were wide open. There were defenses but no restrictions tonight. Everyone could leave the city. The sea of fire passed through the dark gate of the city wall, and finally merged into a fire pit outside the city. Sui Yu threw the torch in her hand down. She probably understood that the new opera was to drive away evil spirits, and the torches were also to drive away evil spirits. Throwing the torch out of the city was to pray for the new year. The city would always be there. People would be free of disease, and livestock would be prosperous. No diseases, Sui Yu said. Brother Liang, throw the torch. No diseases. Sui Liang followed silently and repeated. The brother and sister followed the crowd back to the city. On the way, everyone congratulated each other on being free of disease and disaster, having a good harvest, and being happy and worry-free. Back to the military settlement, the fast-footed people had already returned. There were voices in the alleys, and the silent houses had firelight, and the land became lively again. Sui Yu unlocked the door and heard voices in the alley. She turned around and said, "Happy New Year." "Hey, Happy New Year." The person walking was from the west. The woman holding the child asked softly, "When will Mr. Zhao come back?" "It depends on the situation." "I don't know," Sui Yu said. "If there is something wrong at home, just shout and someone will come out when they hear the sound." The woman said, "Hey, thank you, sister-in-law." Sui Yu smiled and thanked. After entering the house and lighting the oil lamp, Sui Yu walked around the rooms with the oil lamp and came out to ask, "Are you hungry, Liang?" "I'm hungry. Let's cook a pot of peach soup and steam 2 buns." Sui Liang was also hungry. He sat in front of the stove and burned firewood. The firelight illuminated his face, which was black from smoke. Sui Yu saw him when she entered the house and pointed at him and laughed. "Is my face black too?" She walked over and asked. Sui Liang smiled and nodded. "This is called burning bad luck to ashes. We will definitely be able to get rid of slavery next year." Sui Yu was full of confidence. The water in the pot boiled, and Sui Yu picked up the comb to stir the peach branches in the water. Peach wood is something that can ward off evil, and peach trees, including roots and leaves, have become treasures. Sui Yu followed the local customs and boiled a pot to drink. She and Sui Liang each drank a large bowl, and the water bag was also filled with boiling peach soup. The remaining water was used to wash their faces and feet. Before going to bed, Sui Yu took a bowl of peach soup and walked into the woodshed, poured half a bowl into each of the smelly wooden basins, and chanted, "May everything go as I wish, and may my wishes come true." Chapter 46 Gambling. It was boring to spend the new year in the village of his hometown. Zhao Shiping chopped a roomful of firewood in 5 days, and thought about leaving. After dinner, he told his family that Zhao's mother didn't say a word to keep him. She had sons, daughters and grandchildren, and she didn't need the 3rd son to be around to show filial piety. She missed him when he was not at home, and she was annoyed when he came back. "The soybeans are in the jar. You can fill them yourself. Take as much as you want," Zhao's mother said. "Steam a pot of buns for me. I'll take them on the road," Zhao Shiping said. "I'll go and knead the dough now." Mrs. Zhao stood up. "When will you come back next time?" Brother Zhao asked. Zhao Shiping looked at his mother and said, "I bought the piglets and asked someone to pass on a message. I will come back before the spring plowing." "Third brother, I will send it to you. Okay?" Zhao Xiaomi came over, rubbing his hands and said, "Well, my 3rd sister-in-law can't do business, but I can. She makes dumplings at home, and I go out to sell them." Old man Zhao smacked his lips impatiently and said, "Stay at home." Zhao Xiaomi was a little scared. but still stared at Zhao Shiping eagerly. He was good at talking. Zhao Shiping frowned in thought, and said, "There is no place to live at home. Another thing is that your third sister-in-law has to raise pigs and sheep in the spring, so she can't make dumplings." Zhao Xiaomi slumped down. "You stay at home and do the laundry and cooking when everyone in the family goes to the fields for spring planting, summer planting and autumn harvest." Mother Zhao opened her mouth, glared at her daughter and muttered, "You are young but wild. I don't know who you learned this from." Zhao Shiping glanced over and stood up and said, "I'm going back to sleep." On the 5th day of the first lunar month, the Zhao family was busy steaming buns, while Zhao Shiping was bundling grass for the camels to eat on the road, as well as the dry firewood, soybeans and dried radishes he used on the road. He filled a cloth bag with them and put it on the camel's back. He only took these and nothing else. On the morning of the 6th day of the first lunar month, Zhao Shiping carried his bag and led his camel out. Zhao Xiaomi took his nephew and niece to see him out of the village. "I'll take you to my place to stay for a while when I'm free," he said to his sister. Zhao Xiaomi's worry turned into joy. She knew that pretending to be pitiful in front of her third brother would work. "Third brother, remember to bring your third sister-in-law with you when you come back in the spring." She smiled and waved her hand. Zhao Shiping didn't answer. He had already ridden the camel away, except for food and lodging. He left home on the 6th day of the first lunar month and was already outside the city of Dunhuang on the 10th day. In the dusk, the shape of the thick city wall appeared. Zhao Shiping estimated the distance. He spent a night outside the city and entered the city before noon the next day. The city was still the same as when he left before the new year. Zhao Shiping turned over and got off the camel. The camel was tired, so he carried soybeans and walked into the city. "Little brother, where did you come from?" The merchant in the city caught up with the man and asked, "Is the road to the east easy to go?" "I came from Jiuquan, and I don't know if it goes east." Zhao Shiping looked at him and said, "First time in Dunhuang." The merchant nodded. He went to Dunhuang in the summer of the year before last and came back from the western regions last autumn. Because of the cold weather, high mountains and long roads, he stayed in the city for more than a month, then wait a little longer. In previous years, merchants and travelers did not go south until the first month of the year. You should ask more people. Zhao Shiping left after saying that. Crossing the long street, the military settlement was in front of us. The camel cried briefly, and it sped up to go home. And the man holding the rope also increased his pace, walking into Shisantan. And Sun saw him and smiled and said, "You came back early this year, before the Lantern Festival. Why don't you stay at home to accompany your parents more?" "I'll go back in the spring," Zhao Shiping said, dragged by the camel and walked home. "Is Mr. Zhao back?" "It's quite early this year," a passerby said casually. Zhao Shiping nodded. Sui Yu heard the sound and dropped the basin and ran to open the door. When the door opened, a camel head came straight over. She slapped the camel away and smiled at the man next to her. "You are finally back. I dreamed of you last night." Sui Yu ran out in small steps. Zhao Shiping coughed twice, turned his head and looked outside. Fortunately, there was no one on the road. He pushed the person in and said, "I'm dirty. Stay away. I don't mind your dirtiness." Sui Yu closed the door and followed all the way to the camel pen, asking, "Haven't you eaten yet? Are you cold? I'll boil water for you to soak your feet." "No." "Okay. I'll wash my feet." Zhao Shiping carried soybeans into the firewood room, turned around and saw Sui Yu following in. He smiled helplessly and said, "The kitchen is next door." "I know." Sui Yu gave him a glare. "You really don't understand romance." Zhao Shiping pretended not to hear it. He hadn't seen each other for nearly 20 days, and he felt that the two of them had become estranged. But when he came back and opened the door, he was the only one who felt estranged. Her enthusiasm was too much for him to bear. Sui Liang came over and looked up at him eagerly. Zhao Shiping touched his head and said, "You've gained weight." Sui Liang smiled, and he hopped away. Zhao Shiping walked around the yard. Nothing had changed in the house. He looked at the sawdust spread on the bamboo mat, and went back into the house to take off his clothes and change his shoes. "Where are my old straw shoes?" he came out and asked. Sui Liang's face tightened, and he clenched his hands and dared not look up. "Throw it away." The cat official vomited in the shoes. It was fishy and smelly. I felt sick, so I threw it away. Sui Yu's voice was normal, and she added, "Change into a pair of straw sandals, And take out the straw sandals on your feet to dry them. It's a good day today. By the way, take out the wolf's skin and hang it on the rope. And cover it on the mattress tonight. Zhao Shiping stared at the cat lying on the wall with its eyes closed, and slept soundly. And said, "Why did the cat vomit?" "I ate too much." Sui Yu took out a rabbit from the food cabinet, and said happily, "I caught the rabbit by digging a trap in our field. This one is specially for you to eat. I will stew a pot for you tonight." Back to the cat. She secretly apologized to the cat, and said dirty words. "I didn't handle the rabbit head well. So I gave it to the cat. It didn't finish it at night. And it ate it in the middle of the night. Its stomach is as bloated as a ladle. I don't know what happened. It ran into the house, and vomited all over your shoes." Seeing the rabbit meat, Zhao Shiping immediately forgot about the shoes and the cat. He went into the kitchen and sat down to light the fire, and was determined to find out what she did after he left. Her life seemed to be better than he thought. Sui Yu kneaded the dough balls while telling him about catching rabbits and voles, and about how she took Sui Liang to dance new opera during the Chinese New Year, and followed people to throw torches outside the city in the middle of the night. The dough ball soup was cooked, and the conversation was over. Zhao Shiping found that he was worried for nothing. Without him, Sui Yu's life was wonderful and free. "Have you eaten?" "Yes. We had just washed the pots and bowls when you came back." Sui Yu went to mess with her sawdust again. The sawdust was pounded and softened. She picked it up little by little, and spread it on the bamboo mat. Then flattened it with a rolling pin. "What are you doing?" Zhao Shiping asked again. "Can you tell it this time?" Sui Yu smiled proudly. And she turned her head and asked, "Have you heard of paper? You can write on it." Zhao Shiping could not read a single word, and had never even seen a bamboo slip. When it came to writing, he only knew that he had to use a brush. "I'll tell you after it dries." This wait lasted 2 days. Sui Yu carefully peeled off 2 square pieces of rough paper from the bamboo mat. The paper was very rough and wrinkled, and the wood pulp was clearly visible. It was uneven and even scratched when touched. Sui Yu took out an unburned branch from the stove hole. She used the blackened end to gently scratch the paper, leaving a black mark on the paper. "What do you think? It's light and convenient for writing. If I offer this, will it be considered a great achievement? Can it help Liang Gur and I get out of slavery?" Sui Yu was excited, but when she looked up, she found that the man's face had changed and his face was very ugly. She withdrew her hand and asked tentatively, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Shiping took a deep breath. He was glad that he came back a few days earlier this year. Otherwise, if the news leaked out, he would probably have 2 corpses waiting for him when he returned home. "Who else knows about this?" Sui Yu shook her head. "No one knows." "Isn't it okay? Who are you going to give it to?" he asked again. Sui Yu was speechless. She shook her head. "I don't know. So I asked you. You think too highly of me." "I don't know either." Zhao Shiping took the things in her hand and said, "In the 2nd year of my participation in the battlefield, I was once sent out to clean up the battlefield. When I was moving and burying the bodies, a soldier in my team found a Han soldier wearing our soldiers' clothes and pretending to be dead. He was chopped to death in a panic, and found that the accessories on the Han soldier were not like those that ordinary cavalry could wear. After reporting the news to the centurion threw a bag of silver and sent him away. The centurion wanted to grab the credit, but he died the next day. Died in the river, but the credit did not disappear, and fell to the son of a captain. After that, Zhao Shiping stared at her. Sui Yu was smart. She must understand what he meant. Seeing her dazed look, he added, "The man who was sent away with a bag of silver was Huang Anqing, and the son of the captain was today's captain who. Not many people know about this matter. You have forgotten it after hearing it." Sui Yu nodded. She stared at the 2 pieces of paper in despair, and said, "If I insist on offering these 2 pieces of paper, I will be killed, and you will also die. Right?" Zhao Shiping nodded. He stared at the paper in front of him, clenched his 5 fingers, and said, "It should not appear in your hands or mine." Sui Liang suddenly rushed over from the side and took it away. He didn't know whether this thing was good or bad, but he knew how much effort his sister had spent to get this thing, and it shouldn't be wasted so rashly. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping both looked over. Sui Liang retreated 2 steps helplessly. He turned around and ran into the house, and locked the door from the inside. Zhao Shiping retracted his gaze and looked at Sui Yu, saying, "If you insist on doing this, I can only ask you to leave my house and wait for half a year or a year before handing over the paper. I am timid and afraid of death. Please spare my life. Sui Yu shook her head. I am afraid of death too. Zhao Shiping did not speak. He waited for her to make a decision. Sui Yu sat on the ground and pondered for a long time. And said, before the new year, Sui Hui came to see me. She is the girl who entered Lord Hu's mansion. She is my cousin and a sister of Sui Ling. She is now Lord Hu's concubine. She came to ask me to do something. Asking me to visit my brother more often on her behalf and send him food every now and then. She promised me that when she gets pregnant, she will ask Lord Hu to get rid of her slavery for me. Do you think it's reliable? Zhao Shiping's face became even uglier. He glared at her and asked, Did you agree? No. I don't believe it. He knew how tempting it was to get rid of slavery for Sui Yu. So he said with certainty, You have already agreed. And now you are just here to inform me. What kind of paper is that? Is it really a treasure? I don't know how to read and write. So don't fool me. Sui Yu rolled her eyes back and said, If you don't believe me, take it out and ask. Don't you know when I started chopping with chips? Zhao Shiping thought about it. His mind was confused now. He was not sure whether Sui Yu saw through his thoughts and took advantage of his love for her to manipulate him, or whether this was really a coincidence. When she told me, I didn't agree. I said I would wait for you to come back and discuss it with you. Sui Yu recalled the scene of that day. I need to think about it before I give you an answer. Zhao Shiping doesn't like me to associate with you. I promised him the first day I went home with him. Now he's not at home. I secretly went to see my cousin and came to see you, which is already unfair to him. Sui Yu hesitated for a long time, but still didn't agree. Sui Hui was surprised. It seems that what Ling Jie said is true. You want to break off contact with us. You also call it breaking off contact? Sui Yu sneered. Sister Yu, you are better looking than me. When you are free from slavery, you will have a place to go even if you leave this family now. You don't have to beg him for a living. Sui Hui tried to persuade her. She couldn't bear to see Sui Yu always tolerate a small pawn. Sui Yu shook her head. I understand what you said. But Zhao Shiping is not comparable to the man who married me because of my appearance. She made a decision and continued, If Zhao Shiping doesn't agree, you can ask Sui Ling to take care of my cousin. As for slavery, if you are able, and you are willing to help me and Liang Gur get rid of slavery for my father's sake, I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. If you are unwilling, that's fine. I can only say that I recognize the person. After that, Sui Yu took Sui Liang away. But at that time, she relied on the fact that she could make merit by making paper. So she was quite straightforward when she rejected Sui Hui. Now that the paper-making path is ruined, the other path depends on Zhao Shiping's intention. I still stick to my idea that day. If you don't agree, I won't associate with them. And I won't send food to my cousin. Sui Yu told him. And then asked, Does Lord Hu have the ability to help us get rid of slavery? Zhao Shiping nodded. He is the one who supervises the criminals. And all your affairs are under his control. Sui Yu is even more entangled. Chapter 47 10,000 Nutrient Solution. Brother Liang. Sui Yu shouted from the yard. It's time to cook. Come and light the fire for me. Zhao Shiping looked at her. She was still in the mood to eat at this time? Where's the paper? Give me the paper. Sui Yu stretched out her hand. Sui Liang took out the neatly folded and warm paper from his sleeve. He glanced at Zhao Shiping quickly, lowered his head, and followed Sui Yu into the kitchen. The remaining ashes in the stove hole were scraped down, and Sui Yu pulled a handful of hay and stuffed it in. She shook the 2 pieces of paper that took a month to make, sighed regretfully, and stuffed the paper into the tree stump. In just a few moments, flames flew out of the tree stump and were quickly stuffed into the stove hole. The fire was burning, and the scarlet flames quickly devoured the wrinkled paper. Sui Yu looked up and exchanged a glance with the man at the door. She made way for Sui Liang to light the fire. It's true that I want to get rid of slavery, but I want to live more. I can't bear to leave this family. I choose to live with you, she said. Zhao Shiping clenched his hands, suppressed the urge of blood rushing to his head, and bit by bit suppressed the thoughts growing in his heart. He glanced at the water tank and said, I'm going to fetch water. How did you fetch water when I was not at home? I brought it back on the camel's back. The paper burned, and Sui Yu was also at peace. She relaxed all over and said, There is also a piece of bacon. Is it stewed with sauerkraut or radish? Stewed radish. Radishes are big and more delicious. Zhao Shiping went out with a bucket of water and took the grass net on the wall. With the name of fishing, he stayed by the river for a long time with a prestige, and went back only when he thought the meal was ready. Did you catch any fish? Sui Yu asked casually as usual. No. The water was cold, so I didn't go down. I didn't catch any fish in the river. Zhao Shiping washed his hands and went into the house to eat. He said, after dinner, I'll go out to chop wood. I'll go too. I have nothing to do at home. Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping could only agree. After dinner, he took the camel out, and the cat official followed excitedly. When the people in the alley saw them, they stared at them with amusement. Most of the trees and weeds growing on the ridges and the road were cut by passers-by. Zhao Shiping planned to go to the sand hills in the southwest to chop wood. Although the journey was long, it was easy with the camel. The snow in the desert in the distance melted, sitting on the camel's back. It was a vast expanse of yellow. The sand hills adjacent to the desert not only had snow, but also had trees that were not too short. Further south, the white snow-capped mountains came into view. This side was covered with golden sunlight, and the snow-capped mountains on the other side were still floating with snow. Sui Yu was amazed every time he saw it. The creation of nature was really magical. Zhao Shiping glanced at her several times along the way. He really couldn't figure out her thoughts. She wanted to get rid of slavery, but he was worried. Could it be that he had another dream? Everything that happened in the morning was his imagination. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the camels went to eat grass on their own. Zhao Shiping took the machete and the straw rope and walked up the mountain with familiarity. Sui Yu led Sui Liang behind, and the cat official walked slowly at the end. Only cut dead branches and dead trees. Don't touch the living ones, he explained. I know. There will be soil erosion if there are no trees on the mountain. Sui Yu has this common sense, but she is surprised that the ancients also have this cognition. Why can't living trees be cut down? She asked. Trees can grow more branches when they are alive. Sui Liang saw a dead tree, and he pointed it out to Sui Yu. Sui Yu went over and kicked it, and the dead tree broke. Zhao Shiping went over with a machete to trim the branches, and the trunk and twigs were tied separately. Sui Yu took Sui Liang to find another dead tree. The two of them were only responsible for finding it. They kicked the ones that could be kicked down, and shouted for the ones that could not be kicked down. Zhao Shiping was walked like a donkey. After finishing his own work, he followed the sound to chop wood in other places. He chopped wood, carried wood, and climbed the mountain. No matter how strong he was exhausted and panting. Hey! Where did the cat official go? Cat official, Sui Yu shouted loudly. Cat official, go home. A big fat cat meowed on the tree, and it raised its tail and stared at the people on the ground. Don't run around. If you get lost, you will have no home, Sui Yu warned. After chopping another bundle of firewood, Zhao Shiping called out to stop, saying, Let's go. Go back. The mountain over there is steep. Don't fall down. He chopped a thick branch to make a shoulder pole, stuck the firewood bundles on both ends, and carried it to lead the way. The cat official ran to the front to lead the way, meowing one after another. It has become a wild cat, Zhao Shiping muttered. What did you say? Sui Yu didn't hear clearly. No words. Following the cat down the mountain, to the foot of the mountain, Zhao Shiping whistled, and the two camels grazing in the wasteland strode back. So obedient. How did you train them? Sui Yu was curious. It's a long story. Zhao Shiping was not in the mood to tell a story. Sui Yu glared at him from behind, and when he looked over, she immediately put away her expression and became smiling. Are you not worried? He couldn't help asking. I'm not worried. It's useless for me to worry. So I'm not worried. The camel lay down, and Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to sit on it. She looked down at people and said, You have the right to make the decision. I will listen to you this time. What if I don't agree? I will be disappointed. But I can continue to live our lives steadily. Sui Yu tilted her head and smiled, and said frankly, I am not sure whether Sui Hui can get pregnant. Nor am I sure whether she can get rid of her citizenship for us. I am worried about this. And I am also worried about taking care of my cousin. First, I can barely support myself and Lianggur, and add him. And there is no specific year and month. I am under great pressure. On the other hand, if I have too high expectations on her, if she fails to get rid of her citizenship, I don't know what to do. Zhao Shiping stared at her without saying anything. He suddenly stepped forward and pinched her hard. He said bitterly, "You have thought it through. What else are you telling me?" Suiyu cried out in pain and laughed loudly. "I just told you because I couldn't make a decision. You are my man, and you are here to share my worries." She laughed too wantonly while sitting on the camel. And her words were too natural. The man's tense face relaxed, and the sense of dependence in her words satisfied him. On the way back, Zhao Shiping was silent all the way. He repeatedly weighed the pros and cons between yes and no. The camel walked into the military settlement, and the people who were warming themselves by the fire in the shelter looked over. Someone recognized Suiyu and asked loudly, "Sister, I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't you sell buns anymore?" "No. My hands have frostbite, and it's disgusting to scratch them. It's inconvenient to knead dough, so I won't do it anymore." Suiyu stretched out her hand to show her. After the people left, the person warming the fire asked, "Are the buns she made delicious? Are you still thinking about them? It tastes good, but I like her cleanliness. I bought from her when she was setting up a stall." The noodle and stuffing bowls were covered and wiped as soon as they fell on the dust. It was not like the buns from another store on the street that hurt your teeth when you bite them. When he arrived at the door of his house, Zhao Shiping made a decision in his heart. For someone with a temperament like Suiyu, letting her go out would make her more lively. "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." Suiyu opened the door and went in, and said, "I'll boil a pot of water tonight, and you can take a bath. The weather is good these few days, so I'll wash your clothes after you change them." Zhao Shiping agreed. He stood in the yard and stared at this clean house, thinking that Suiyu was worth him giving up some unnecessary insistence. It was just sending a few bowls of rice to someone he hated, not cutting his flesh and taking his life. What was so difficult about it? But he didn't say it. He wanted to see if Suiyu was really not worried, or just pretending not to be worried. "Captain Zhao, the grain officer told me to tell you that it's time to go get grain." A passing man stood outside the door and said, "Do you have enough grain? It's almost gone." Zhao Shiping leaned the firewood bundle against the wall and said to the house, "I'm going to get grain." "Okay. Do you want bean porridge tonight?" Suiyu followed him out and asked. "Sauerkraut dumpling soup." Zhao Shiping liked to eat something flavorful, so he said, "Fry the sauerkraut in oil and cook it for a while longer." Suiyu pouted. She was quite good at eating. This time, Zhao Shiping not only got grain, but also a year's salary, 600 coins. When he came back, he first gave 5 strings of money to Suiyu to make it easier for her to buy things. "The money is still in the old place. If you take it, let me know," he said. "I won't take it. I'll tell you in advance when I need it." Suiyu wanted to make money again. If she could make money, she could spend it freely. The stove was on during the meal, and the water in the pot was emitting white smoke. After the meal, the house was very warm. Suiyu first fetched water to wipe herself, and then wiped Sui Liang from head to toe. The brother and sister climbed onto the bed shivering, and Zhao Shiping went to take a shower. Hearing footsteps halfway, he asked loudly, "Who?" "Your wife." Suiyu deliberately walked to the door and asked with a smile, "Do you want me to rub your back?" "No. You don't know how to enjoy your blessings." Suiyu snorted, and she took off her socks and went into the house. Zhao Shiping was frightened and his face turned black. After taking a shower and entering the house, he lifted the mattress and lay on it without saying a word. When Sui Liang fell asleep, as expected, Suiyu climbed over again. "You don't smell anymore after taking a shower." Suiyu slept next to him. She lifted her leg and put it on his leg, saying, "You are so warm. I woke up every night when you were not at home." Zhao Shiping closed his eyes and ignored her. "Have you noticed that I have become more beautiful?" Suiyu poked him. Not saying anything means tacit consent. The man didn't say anything. "Hey, you. I didn't go in to see you take a shower. You have a precious body. Very precious." Suiyu touched her quickly. She chuckled. Zhao Shiping opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't mess with me. Then talk to me. You seem to be a fool. I don't want to pay attention to you." Zhao Shiping used his hand as a pillow. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't keep things in his heart. "I agree to your cousin's matter, but it is limited to sending food. Even if you are all free from slavery in the future, we will not be relatives with him." He felt that the 3 people were too troublesome. It should be said that people with the surname Sui were not simple. Okay. Sui Yu turned over and hugged him. She felt the muscles under her hands suddenly stiffened. She pretended not to know, and put her head on the pillow. Zhao Shiping. I'm so lucky to meet you. Zhao Shiping pushed her away in a hurry, and said in a hoarse voice, Stop talking nonsense. I'm counting on you two to get rid of the status, and have an extra 40 acres of land in the family. Okay. All for you. The man choked. If he was given 40 acres of land, he would be busy in the fields all day long. What would he do with so much land? His own salary was enough for food and drink. I don't want it, he said. Okay. I don't want it. Zhao Shiping couldn't stand her, so he pushed her away and asked her to go to the other side to sleep. Chapter 48. The couple made big promises late at night. After making a compromise, Zhao Shiping felt relaxed. He didn't have to fight on the battlefield to get Sui Yu and her brother out of slavery. This method was beneficial to both him and Sui Yu, and it was the most convenient. The night was dark, and even the wind was quiet. It was the best time of the day to sleep. But Sui Yu lay with her eyes closed for a long time, and couldn't fall asleep. She put her feet in the man's arms, and he grabbed and pushed them away. She whispered, You didn't sleep either? How can I sleep if you move around? Sui Yu picked up the clothes under her head, and bent over to lie down at the end of the bed, saying, Let's talk. Zhao Shiping moved away to prevent her from turning over and lying on him again. When I am free from slavery, I will continue to sell steamed buns at a stall. I will also make oil tea. I will sell both at the same time. When I make money, I will make a few tables and chairs so that customers can sit down. Sui Yu imagined happily. She gestured a few times and continued, First set up a stall, then buy a shop. I will hire a few employees, and then slowly expand. It may take 5 years, or maybe 10 years, or even longer. But it doesn't matter. I will save money slowly, and then sell the food shop to buy land and build an inn to provide food and accommodation for passing merchants and pedestrians. What about me? Zhao Shiping couldn't help asking. Sui Yu smiled. She turned over and slept towards him, and said, You can farm at home, raise sheep and camels, and cook and wash clothes for me. Zhao Shiping was not satisfied and said no directly. Didn't you live like this before you married me? Sui Yu asked with a smile. Then. Anyway, it's not possible. Then how do you plan to live? Sui Yu asked. The man couldn't explain why. He closed his eyes and said he wanted to sleep. Sui Yu pulled his arm aside and rested it on his head. He wanted to move away, but she tried her best to hold him down and said, Do you want to listen to it? No. I want to sleep. Okay. I'll tell you. Feeling the force under her neck loosen, Sui Yu stopped making trouble and said honestly, This is what I think. You are good at training camels. When we have extra money in the future, we can buy more camels, or go to the desert to catch wild camel calves. We can raise a large group of them. When my inn is built, we can rent the camels to the caravans going out of the pass and into the western regions. You see, in this way, we not only provide food and accommodation, but also travel. Even if others build inns to compete for business, they can't compare with us in this aspect. Zhao Shiping was shocked. He once again learned the wisdom of Sui Yu. When the first inn is developed, I will build a few more on the way to Jiuquan in the east, so that we don't have to stay in farmers' houses when we go back to our hometown. Sui Yu became more and more excited. She grabbed the man's big hand and said, By then, we will be rich. We can eat meat every meal, put more oil in cooking, change our clothes to fine cloth, wear sheepskin, fox skin, and wolf skin in winter, and no longer be afraid of being cold. Are you happy? She asked. Happy. Zhao Shiping answered honestly. Do you think it is a blessing for you to marry me? When you went home to worship your ancestors before, did your ancestral graves emit green smoke? That's not the case. Sui Yu punched him, and he chuckled. The two whispered and talked a lot, and the two bodies got closer and closer. Sui Yu leaned in the man's arms. She took his other hand and put it on her waist. She turned her face to his burning ear and whispered softly, When I get better, I will give birth to a baby for you. Do you want it? The man turned his head and used the cold wind coming in through the crack of the door to freeze his ears that were about to burn into charcoal. Hey, do you want it? Sui Yu didn't let him go. Zhao Shiping raised his stiff hands under the mattress and covered his face. He said in a muffled voice, Yes. Sui Yu laughed from her nose. She put her arms around him and whispered in his ear, "If you want me to give birth to a baby for you, you have to be nice to me." Zhao Shiping pushed her, and the two moved in. After another squeeze, both fell down. "Did you hear that?" She reached out and twisted him. The man gasped, and he pressed the hand that was making trouble on his waist, nodded randomly, and said yes. At this time, the roosters crowed outside. It was late at night. Sui Yu yawned and said lazily, "It's too late to sleep. I can't get up tomorrow morning. You go to make breakfast." "Okay." Zhao Shiping raised his legs, but was afraid that Sui Liang would freeze if the mattress was rolled away. So he put his legs down impatiently and said, "Go back to your side to sleep. It's warmer here." Sui Yu didn't plan to leave. "Hurry up." He raised his voice, and the next moment, he lowered his voice and said, "I can't rub your feet if you sleep here. If you don't want to move, I'll sleep over there." "Forget it. Liang Gur is also a little heater. I'll hold him while I sleep." Sui Yu took his hands and feet off him, and she crawled over from under the mattress. Sui Liang was startled, and she patted him, and he fell asleep again. Zhao Shiping let out a sigh of relief. He shook the mattress and covered himself with nothing. It was so cold, and he was sweating. Tonight's bath was in vain. "I'm going to sleep. I want to eat bean porridge tomorrow morning," Sui Yu said in a soft voice. "Oh, okay." The stone in her heart was removed, and Sui Yu fell asleep with a good dream. The man at the end of the bed did not sleep all night. Whether it was the sudden closeness of the relationship tonight, or the clear plan from Sui Yu, all of these made Zhao Shiping's heart burn. When he was young, he was full of blood and wanted to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. After the war, he had no goal and didn't know what he wanted to do. The court arranged farming, so he honestly farmed and lived a life day after day. And tonight, he had a goal again. On the road ahead, he had a clear thing to do. Suddenly, he was full of energy. 2 feet stretched out in his arms. Zhao Shiping turned over. He held the 2 feet and rubbed them slowly, while thinking about what to do after dawn. The next moment, he thought of Sui Yu's idea of opening an inn. And before that, he had to make money and save money. The rooster crowed 3 times, and the man who had not slept all night dressed and got out of bed to cook. The stove door opened, and the chickens in the chicken coop ran out to beg for food. Zhao Shiping was in a very good mood and grabbed a handful of millet and scattered it on the ground to feed them. Meow. The cat official stretched himself and called out with his mouth wide open, "I don't need you to keep watch for mice anymore. Go to sleep." Zhao Shiping pushed it aside, covered the fire and started cooking. While cooking the porridge, he moved a tree stump to dig a hole, and used the fire in the stove to burn the stump little by little to make sparks. The bean porridge was cooked, and it was bright. Zhao Shiping tiptoed into the house to get money, and then went out to buy pig blood at the market. When he returned, he found Sui Liang awake. He took him down from the bed and said, "Your sister is tired. Let her sleep. You wash your face and eat first. I'll take you to change tofu later." Sui Liang nodded obediently, and he glanced at him cautiously. He was afraid that his brother-in-law would be angry because he had snatched the paper yesterday. "Wash your face yourself." Zhao Shiping scooped a ladle of hot water into the basin for him, and took a bowl to serve the rice. Sui Liang saw that he didn't look angry, so he immediately smiled, washed his face, and took the basin out to pour water. The two of them squatted in the kitchen to finish their meal. Zhao Shiping scooped 2 bowls of beans into the cloth bag, and he took a bowl and took Sui Liang to the market to exchange for tofu. Since we have to save money, we don't spend money on things that can be bought without spending money. Sui Yu didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. She heard that it was quiet outside the house. She opened the door and saw that no one was at home. The camel was not at home, and the chicken was not at home. Only the cat official was lying on the wall to bask in the sun and sleep. She went into the kitchen to scoop water to wash her face, and opened the lid of the pot to see that there were 2 bowls of bean porridge warm at the bottom of the pot, and an egg was soaked in the water. She giggled, washed her face, picked up the bowl, and sat in front of the stove to warm the fire and eat. There was a burnt with steak in the stove hole. No wonder the rice was still hot. Having overslept, Sui Yu was not very hungry. She was full after eating a bowl of porridge and an egg. She washed the dishes and put them in the cupboard, poured another basin of water into the pot, and planned to wash clothes when the water was heated. After finishing all this, she took the key and walked to the door. If someone passed by, she would shout and ask someone to help unlock the door. Why did you lock the house? Your husband Xiao went to chop wood early in the morning. And you didn't go? The sister-in-law who opened the door smiled ambiguously and joked. Did you oversleep? Sui Yu scratched her head and explained. I'm not in good health. I went to chop wood for half a day yesterday. And my body couldn't stand it. The sister-in-law didn't believe it. Husband Zhao's body looks like it can be tossed around. You are skinny, and you really can't stand it. Sui Yu waved her hands hurriedly. She mumbled a few words vaguely, put the key in her pocket, and ran away in a hurry. The sister-in-law who stayed where she was laughed out loud. Sui Yu heard the laughter and said, Pooh! It was really unfair. She and Zhao Shiping were just holding hands and touching feet. After leaving the military settlement, Sui Yu went straight to the Hu mansion in Bailu Lane. When she walked to the second side door, she found that there were many people coming in and out today. She turned around and thought that today was the Lantern Festival. So she wondered whether she should come another day. Hey! The old uncle guarding the door waved at Sui Yu. Come to see your cousin? Sui Yu nodded. She skillfully took out 10 coins, handed it over and said, Uncle, please help me pass on a message. The doorman pushed away the copper coins handed over and said, Miss Sui is so lucky. The day before yesterday, the master took her in. I asked someone to run errands, and someone will come to take you in later. Sui Yu waved her hand. Sui Hui was born a criminal slave, and was inferior to others in the backyard of Lord Hu. If she went in at this time, it would probably embarrass Sui Hui, and she would most likely be ridiculed by other concubines. I have something else to do, so I won't go in. Uncle, please have someone tell her that I agreed to what she said before. Sui Yu insisted on giving the doorman 10 cents. And only if he got something in return would he move his feet. Sorry to bother you. Uncle, I'll go home first. Okay. I'll definitely tell you. Sui Yu walked back. And it was noon again after all this back and forth. When she got home, she found the door open, and ran in to see that the chimney was smoking. Captain Zhao, are you cooking? Sui Yu leaned on the door frame and stuck her head out. Zhao Shiping heard the sound when the person entered the door, and he raised his eyes and asked, Where are you going? Go and tell Sui Hui. Sui Yu walked into the kitchen and said, I'm going to the west tomorrow. I'll go there alone. Zhao Shiping had no objection, and he hadn't planned to go. What's the meal? Sui Yu asked. Steamed bean rice. I also bought pig blood and tofu. What do you want to eat? Sui Yu smiled. When a man really wants to be good to someone, he is considerate and thoughtful. Pig blood for lunch. Tofu for dinner. I'll go get the sauerkraut. Sui Yu took the bowl and chopsticks, turned around and remembered the water she boiled, and asked, Where's the hot water in the pot? Did you pour it out? I was planning to wash clothes. Zhao Shiping pointed outside. The clothes hanging on the clothesline in the yard were still dripping, and he washed the dirty clothes himself. Sui Yu smiled at him, raised her foot to the firewood room to pick up the sauerkraut, and came in again after a while and said, We need to add another room at home. And when it gets hot, let Lianggur move out. Sleeping with us is not a long-term solution. Zhao Shiping coughed twice and didn't answer. Sui Yu washed and cut the pickled cabbage and the pig blood. After everything was ready, she walked to the stove and stood beside the man. She stepped on him and asked in a low voice, What do you mean? Oh, what? Sui Yu walked away. Forget it. Just sleep like this. I'll take care of this. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. Sui Yu glanced at him and said meaningfully, You've already planned it. Zhao Shiping clenched his hands. He looked up at her. His eyes were deep and dark. He didn't say anything, but it was better than saying 1,000 words. Sui Yu turned her head away from him. Her heart felt like a mad cow. Chapter 49. Visiting Sui Wen again. After lunch, Sui Yu scooped noodles to roll out dough for dumplings. Grain was precious, so she could only work hard on the filling. Dumplings and buns were easy on the dough and filling for a long time, so they were suitable for her to make and send to Sui Wen. I'll knead the dough. Zhao Shiping rolled up her sleeves and took pleth over. The chilblains on her hands were getting worse again, so it was quite difficult to knead the dough. It would hurt if she pressed the chilblains. Then I'll go dig radishes. Sui Yu stepped aside and walked away. Before leaving, she asked, Do you want to eat radish or pickled cabbage and egg filling? The chives in the vegetable garden should have grown again. But I didn't go to see them. Just radish filling. It's fine. It's easier. Then I still like pickled cabbage and egg filling. Sway Yu went to the camel pen to dig 2 short radish heads. And then went to the pickled cabbage jar to get pickled cabbage. The 2 jars of pickled cabbage were empty even if they were eaten sparingly. This was the last bowl. If I wanted to eat it later, I could only eat pickled radishes that had been soaked. After kneading the dough, Zhao Shiping washed his hands and came out, seeing Sui Liang sitting on a stone and catching fleas for the cat official. He waved and said, "I'm going to the mountain to chop wood. Do you want to go?" Sui Liang looked at Sui Yu, who said, "It's up to you. If you're not afraid of the cold, go and help your brother-in-law find dead trees on the mountain. If you don't want to go, stay at home and make dumplings with me." Zhao Shiping had already led the camel out. He went into the house and took out the wolf's skin, saying, "If it's cold, put on the wolf's skin. You can go out with me for a run. Move more and grow taller." Sui Yu saw that he wanted to accept and teach Sui Liang. So she pushed him and said, "Go with your brother-in-law. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner." Sui Liang had no choice but to follow him out and then ride on the camel's back holding the wolf's skin. The cat official squatted on the stone without moving. The hostess was cooking at home, and it had to stay at home to watch. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the courtyard wall blocked the wind, so it was not cold to sit outside. Sui Yu moved the low couch in the main room out, and she sat outside to chop stuffing, first cutting pickled cabbage and then chopped radish. "What delicious food are you going to make?" A passerby stopped and asked. "I'm planning to make some dumplings." Sui Yu looked outside and asked with a smile, "Where are you going?" "Sister-in-law?" "Just taking a walk." The woman carrying a sewing basket walked in and said, "Everyone says you're good at cooking. I want to learn from you. If you don't mind, come and learn." Sui Yu pointed to a few stones standing in the yard and said, "It's hot." "Sister-in-law, you can sit anywhere. If you find it hard, just pull some hay to pat it. Please forgive me. I'm busy and don't have time to entertain you. You ladies are just very polite. You don't need to greet me. Just do your thing." Sui Yu put away the smile on her face. She lowered her head and sighed. "Sister-in-law, don't embarrass me. There's no such thing as a lady from a wealthy family." "Hey, that's not what I mean. I don't mean to embarrass anyone. It's a fact that you have a good family background." La Mei waved her hand. "If you don't like it, I won't say it." Sui Yu looked up at her, then lowered her head and continued to do her thing, changing the subject to talk about something else. After cutting the pickled cabbage and radish, Sui Yu picked up the chopping board, rinsed it, and hung it on the wall to dry. She went back into the house, picked up the board and the basin, kneaded the dough into long strips, and cut it into pieces. She took out the rolling pin and started rolling the dough. In order to wrap more, Sui Yu cut the dough as small as possible and rolled it as thin as possible, so that the dough would become larger. La Mei watched her kneeling on the ground rolling the dough into dough sheets over and over again without getting annoyed. She had sewn one leg of her trousers, and there was still half of the dough left in the basin. She said in amazement, "I am used to being big-handed and big-footed. I can't do such delicate work. Cooking is all about filling your stomach. Shiping thinks I'm wasting time with all the tricks." Sui Yu smiled. She put down the rolling pin and stretched her neck, and said, "If there is enough food at home, I won't spend this effort." "You don't have enough food? I have more at home. If you are short of food, you can borrow it." Sui Yu smiled. This person is really good. She stopped saying these polite words to fool people. It took another half an hour to roll out all the dough. Sui Yu went into the house to get the steaming cloth to cover the basin and the panel. She went into the house to heat the pot and stir-fry the stuffing. La Mei followed her into the house to help light the fire. "Your kitchen is well cleaned," La Mei said. "It will be clean if you wipe it more." Sui Yu poured oil and fried the stuffing. First fried the radish stuffing, then fried the eggs and pickled cabbage. When making dumplings, La Mei said she wanted to help, but Sui Yu quickly refused. "Sister-in-law, please sit down. It's not reasonable to ask you to work all the time when you come here for the first time. Just sit there, and we can talk." When Zhao Shiping came back from chopping wood, he heard a strange voice before he entered the house. He looked back again and again to make sure he was in the right alley before leading the camel in. When he entered the house, he saw Sui Yu learning needlework from a familiar woman. "Oh, it's late. I should go back to cook." La Mei was a little scared of Zhao Shiping. She packed up her needlework basket and hurried out. When she left, she stood on the road and said, "Sui, I'll come back another day to teach you how to sew clothes. Hey, come in when my door is open in the future." Sui went out to see her off. Zhao Shiping stood in the yard and watched her. When the gate was closed, he asked, "Do you know her? I just met her today. She passed by and came in when she saw me at home." Sui walked over, raised her hand to help him remove the grass from his shoulders, and said, "You came back early today. Are you hungry? The dumplings are already packed." Zhao Shiping shook his head and looked at Sui again, thinking that it was right. With her personality, if she wanted to be nice to someone, anyone could be flattered by her words. "I'll cook. Let's eat early and go back to bed early before dawn. You didn't sleep well last night." Sui went into the kitchen and said, "I made a lot of dumplings. I'll cook them tonight and save the tofu for you and Liang Gur to eat at noon tomorrow." Sui made 2 dumplings and boiled one at night, all stuffed with pickled cabbage and eggs. As for the dumplings stuffed with radish, she steamed them all when she went to see Sui Wenin, and took them away in a steaming cloth after they cooled down. At dawn, Sui went out wearing a wolfskin and riding a camel. As soon as she left, Zhao Shiping took Sui Liang to chop firewood, and also took the sleeping cat official with him. When Lame cleaned up her house and came to find Sui, she saw that her door was locked. Sui rushed on the road for half a day and arrived at the foot of the city wall before noon. She was afraid of attracting attention, so she got off the camel and walked over with a wolf's skin and steamed dumplings in her arms. She waited until the servant served the meal, and then she went to find Sui Wenin. "Didn't I tell you not to come? Why are you here again?" Sui Wenin pounded the city wall under his waist. "I'm afraid you'll collapse, so I'm here to bring you some food." Sui walked over on the bridge to save him from walking an extra distance. "I brought you some flatbreads. You eat first, and if you can't finish it, give 1 or 2 to each of your uncles and brothers." Sui went inside. "Sister, thank you for your trouble." Sui didn't say anything. She stood aside and stepped on stones, and heard Sui Wenin's embarrassed swallowing. When he was full, she turned around and said, "This is what I promised Sui Hui. You asked me to go see her before the new year. I went, and she became a concubine of Supervisor Hu." Sui Wenin's face was blank for a moment. He was stunned for a moment before he spoke with difficulty. "This is also a way out. As long as she is honest, she will not have to worry about food and clothing. She wants to get rid of her slavery, and she wants to get rid of your slavery even more. She is afraid that you will not live beyond this year." Sui said truthfully. Sui Wenin choked up. He was silent for a long time. A drop of gray-hot tears passed through the corners of his dry eyes. "Alas! Why bother? You just take care of yourself. There is no point in my living. Just one more mouth to eat." Sui Wenin looked up at the sky. "Why is it meaningless? Your living is a comfort to her." Sui kicked a stone and said, "She can't get out and can't see you again. So she asked me to take care of you more often and promised to get rid of my slavery when there is a chance." Sui Wenin clutched the clothes on his chest uncomfortably. He took a deep breath. It was so difficult to get rid of slavery. How dare she promise? How could a girl like her carry the expectations of 2 or 3 people? She has. Yes. She has been with Lord Hu. "Sister, please don't come." Sui Wenin waved his hand and said, "Please don't come. Let her live her life peacefully." Sui shook her head and said, "She is not a 3-year-old child. Even if she is a 3-year-old child, she will not listen to others. She has her own opinions. Everyone has their own persistence. It's useless for me to talk to her. Besides, God is not an obedient master. People can't live peacefully until old age by being content. Maybe they can really survive by making some troubles." Sui Hui grew up in the backyard of a wealthy family. After her family was broken up, and she was exiled, her character should not be underestimated. "Cousin, you are the carrot hanging on the donkey pulling the millstone to her. If you live well, she will have a goal. I will bring you a meal every 5 days. Remember the date and take note of it. Take this steaming cloth with you." After saying this, Sui stepped on the bridge and crossed the river. "Cousin, I am leaving. Take care." Sui Wenin chewed Sui's words over and over again. The 3 sisters he raised like delicate flowers have grown up. He walked to the river and looked at the water. He couldn't be decadent anymore. He grabbed a handful of unfinished steamed dumplings and hid them in his arms. He took the rest to his uncles and brothers. When Sui rode on the camel, she saw him climbing the city wall. She wrapped the wolf's skin, patted the camel's butt, and the camel ran home familiarly. The camel was tired after running for half a day in the morning. When it went back, it slowed down a lot. It was dusk when it entered the city. When it turned into the military settlement, every household had already lit oil lamps. Walking into the 13th village, Sui slipped off the camel's back. After walking a few steps, he saw two figures, one tall and one short, standing at the entrance of the second alley. Zhao Shiping led the camel and said, "Let's go back. The meal is ready." Sui walked over and took his arm. She sighed, jumped a few times, and stamped her feet, saying, "It's really cold. It's very cold in the morning and at night." Zhao Shiping said him and walked in. He asked her to warm herself by the stove. He led the camel into the pen, fed and watered it, and then went into the house to serve the meal. "I cooked taro porridge and fried pig's blood. Try it." Zhao Shiping brought the dishes down and put them on the bucket cover, and asked, "Did you have lunch?" "I had a few steamed dumplings, but I wasn't full." Sui drank the porridge in big gulps and took a piece of pig's blood. She lied and said, "You can start your apprenticeship now. I will open a food store and ask you to be the chef in the future." Sui Liang looked at her, with the pig's blood in his mouth. He chewed it twice, drank a mouthful of porridge, and swallowed the pig's blood with the porridge. "Fool?" Sui smiled. "You can't even do the superficial work. He can't compare to you." Zhao Shiping glared at her. "I hate people who tell lies the most." Sui glanced at him sideways, and put another piece of pig blood into her mouth, saying, "It's delicious. Really delicious." Zhao Shiping ignored her. "Are you going to chop wood tomorrow?" Sui asked. "Well, what's the matter?" "No problem. I'll go with you. I'll go to ask Sister Lame to borrow a chopping knife later." Sui finished eating. She handed the bowl to her, and said, "Give me another bowl." "Thank you, my son's father." Zhao Shiping almost choked to death. Sui Liang dropped the chopsticks in his hand in shock. He looked at Sui with wide eyes. "You are going to be an uncle. Are you happy?" Sui touched her belly in a similar way. Sui Liang nodded heavily, and he also reached out to touch it. "You listened to her nonsense." Zhao Shiping was furious. Chapter 50: Digging the ground and chopping firewood. Halfway through the first month of the lunar year, the weather was getting warmer day by day. People who had been hiding at home for the winter came out one after another. Men went to the fields to inspect the situation in the fields, and women went into the vegetable garden to start renovating the vegetable fields that had been abandoned for the winter. One evening, Sui also went into her own vegetable field. The vegetable fields that had been cultivated before the winter became solid again after the winter snow thawed. She walked to the east side of the fence and lifted the hay covering the chives. When the hay was lifted, a warm and humid air with rotten grass residues hit her face. Sui turned her head and walked away. When the wind took away the rotten smell, she walked over again. There were four-cornered branches under the hay, leaving a lot of space for the chives to grow. "What's covering your vegetable garden?" Mrs. Du from the vegetable garden next door came over and said, "It's been covered for a whole winter. Every time I come here, I want to take a look." The leek roots were dug in autumn, on the day when it snowed. Shiping brought some hay to cover it. Sui frowned. She grabbed a handful of rotten leek leaves and asked, "Aunt, why are my leeks rotten?" "It's frozen. The leek leaves rot in winter, and they start to grow leaves again in spring." Mrs. Du sighed. She thought that Mr. Zhao married such a daughter-in-law. She didn't know what kind of life she would live. She couldn't even grow vegetables. And I heard she couldn't even sew clothes. Chives are very lucky. They can survive even if their leaves are rotten. Remove all the grass and branches. Sweep away the rotten leaves, and they will sprout leaves in February or March. Mrs. Du was fine for the time being, so she kindly taught Sui the season for planting vegetables. It doesn't matter if the chive roots are frozen to death. If you don't mind the trouble, just sow chive seeds and wait for them to sprout and take root. If you don't mind the trouble, go to the riverside and dig them up and plant them back. In mid-February, when the grass sprouts, you can buy radish seeds and sow them on the ground. It is also the time to plant garlic seedlings. Old people are the wisest. I don't understand anything. You are very clear and I remember it. From now on, I will follow my aunt to grow vegetables. I will grow whatever you grow. Sui complimented her kindly. She listened to her advice, put down the machete in her hand, lifted the rotten and damp grass cover outside the fence, dragged the branches out, and walked over and said, "We ate 2 crops of leeks after the snow last year. And you can also use hay to cover a leek field this year. And steam buns stuffed with leeks and eggs during the new year to eat fresh food." "Really?" Mrs. Dew asked. Swayu nodded and said, "If you take good care of it, you can also set up a stall to sell leeks when it snows. It will definitely sell well." Mrs. Dew's eyes changed. She nodded at Swayu and said, "Good girl. You are kind and generous. Annie taught me how to farm. And she is a kind person." Swayu smiled. She covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "I will only tell Auntie." Mrs. Dew was even happier. She put down the hoe in her hand, walked around to Swayu's vegetable field, grabbed a handful of soil and rubbed it in her palm, and said, "If the soil is not fertile, the vegetables will not grow big. You have camels at home, and you have accumulated manure? You can ask Mr. Xiao to carry 2 loads of manure to fertilize the vegetable field. After a few days of spring rain, your vegetable field will be fertile enough to breed insects, and the vegetables will grow very well. In February, when the weather is warm, you can plant spring radishes, and you can eat radish leaves in April and radishes in June. After harvesting the radishes, you can turn the soil and fertilize them. In July, you can plant autumn radishes. When it frosts and snows, you can harvest them and spend the winter. You don't have to buy vegetables all year round." Swayu thanked her again and said, "That's why it is said that an old person is like a treasure in the family. My mother-in-law is far away, and without the guidance of the old people, we young couple live in a muddle." Mrs. Dew felt that the words spoken by Swayu were particularly pleasant to the ears. After chatting with her for a while, she felt comfortable from head to toe. On the way back, she deliberately took a detour to talk to Swayu all the way. "Let's make it so. I will call you when I go to dig the land tomorrow. I will teach you how to turn the soil." "Okay, Aunt Dew. I will wait for you at home tomorrow." Swayu took out the key to open the door and said, "Do you want to go in and drink some water? I'm not thirsty. I have to go back to cook." Mrs. Dew pointed to the east and said, "My family lives in Shikotan. If you don't understand something, go and ask me. Just say Dongzi's grandmother. Everyone in our alley knows me." "Hey." Swayu agreed crisply. The woman next door heard the noise and came out to see. Swayu nodded at her and then closed the door. She hung the machete on the door, washed her hands, and went into the kitchen to cook. Meow. The cat official came out of the stove hole, with blackish rubbed on his fur. He shook his fur, and the whole room was covered with dust. "Go. Go. Go and shake it." Swayu chased him with a stick, and she followed him out to hide. "It's a beautiful day. Why are you drilling into the stove hole? Let's go up the mountain with Liang Gur to find dead trees tomorrow." The cat official ignored her. He squatted on the stone with sleepy eyes to take care of himself. When the lid of the pot in the kitchen sounded, he immediately became alert. Seeing 2 hens running in from the hole under the earthen wall, he flew over and pounced on the chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hens were so scared that they flew all over the yard. "Cat official." Swayu ran out holding a water scoop. "Do you want to be beaten?" The cat officer scurried to the top of the wall, wagging his tail condescendingly. Swayu glared at it, turned his head, and went into the firewood room to grab a handful of bean dregs, mixed with rice dregs and vegetable leaves and roots from washing the pot at noon to feed the chickens. The soybeans sprouted. Swayu drained the water, and waited for the beans and millet to be poured into the pot to cook. She picked the bean sprouts while soaking them and simmering the fire. The sun set, and the weather became cold again. Zhao Shiping carried dry firewood and took Sui Liang down the mountain. The 2 camels were full and lay down at the foot of the mountain waiting, and did not move when they saw people coming. "Climb up by yourself." Zhao Shiping raised his chin, tied the 2 bundles of firewood to the sides of the camel's belly, patted the dust on his body, walked to the other camel, wrapped Sui Liang with wolf skin, tied a hemp rope, and then sat on it himself. After the people sat down, the camel stood up, and the camel carrying firewood also stood up. A whistle sounded, and the 2 camels ran towards home at the same time. The cat on the wall suddenly wowed. Swayu looked over and heard the camel's hooves. Seeing the cat jump off the wall, she knew that her camel had returned. She put down the bucket in her hand and strode over to open the door. "I knew it as soon as you came back." She smiled triumphantly. Zhao Shiping glanced at the cat official, then at her, and led the camel into the door without saying a word. The door closed again, and the yard became warm. Zhao Shiping relaxed all over. He lifted Sui Liang down and took off the bundle of firewood on the camel's back. The two camels grunted twice and walked straight into the circle and knelt in the sand pit. Sui Yu took off the wolf's skin and put it on a stone to shake off the dust. She saw a man washing his face with cold water out of the corner of her eye. She hurriedly shouted, "I have hot water. I use cold water. It's not like there's no hot water." Sui Yu ran in to scoop hot water into the basin. She stood aside and asked, "Which is more comfortable? Hot water or cold water?" The man didn't say anything. "Liang, come and wash. After you wash, you two can rest. The porridge is ready. I'll fry some bean sprouts, and we can eat." Zhao Shiping wiped his face, and went into the house to light the fire. He sat in front of the stove and added firewood. When the flame soared, he staggered and looked up to see Sui Yu looking into the steamer with an oil cup. The firelight illuminated half of his face, and his vivid eyes were half covered by a pair of eyelashes. This kitchen seemed to have a calming effect. Zhao Shiping lowered his eyes to look at the fire, and he felt very at ease at this moment. The leeks were frozen and rotten, so I didn't make soup noodles. We'll have bean porridge tonight. I cooked it thick, so you can eat more and resist hunger, Sui Yu said while pouring oil. Okay. Fry the garlic sprouts in oil. Then pour the bean sprouts. When the bean sprouts are cooked, stir-fry them over high heat. When one piece of firewood is burned out, remove the pot and serve. Brother Liang, eat. The cat official rushed in first, and Sui Yu took the opportunity to hold it down and pat it twice. I told you to pounce on the chickens and make trouble. Zhao Shiping got up to serve the rice, half a pot of bean porridge, and a plate of bean sprouts. The family of three sat in front of the warm stove, eating and laughing. No matter how strong the cold wind at night was, it could not blow into this half-lit and half-dark hut. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset. At dawn, Zhao Shiping took Sui Liang and the cat official to the mountain to chop firewood, and Sui Yu stayed at home with Dupa to dig the vegetable garden. Occasionally, Zhao Shiping came back early. He put down the firewood and went to the vegetable garden to dig the ground. And occasionally Sui Yu was tired of digging the ground, and she would spend half a day learning needlework with Sister Lame, and went up the mountain with the man when she was bored. But every 5 days, she would disappear for a day. After the first month of the year, the family's firewood room was full of firewood, and Sui Yu's vegetable garden was also in full bloom. She urged Zhao Shiping to take the manure out of the toilet and pour it into the vegetable garden while she was not at home. Aunt Du said it will rain in a few days. You should go to fertilize the land while it is sunny. Sui Yu was chopping stuffing and making dumplings again. She told him, "Remember to boil water and take a bath after the manure is out. And wash your clothes before I come back." Zhao Shiping looked at her coldly, thinking she was being picky. "What are you looking at? At my beauty?" Sui Yu smiled smugly. Zhao Shiping sneered and said, "I'm going out for a walk." "Where are you going?" "Uncle Lan Yo said someone sheep gave birth. I'm going to ask around." Sui Yu pointed at Sui Liang and said, "Take Brother Liang with you." Zhao Shiping stopped outside the door, and Sui Liang ran out quickly. Sui Yu took a look, and she continued to make dumplings. When the dumplings were in the pot, she went to close the door. The fire was burning in the stove, and Sui Yu scooped a bowl of sour radish from the jar of sour cabbage. She planned to cook a few bowls of sour soup in the evening, and no longer cook porridge. As the sky was getting dark, Zhao Shiping pushed the door open and came in. As soon as he entered the door, he said, "Sui Yu, Uncle Nyo is here. He will have dinner at our house tonight, so that he won't have to cook alone when he returns." Sui Yu walked out of the kitchen and said, "Uncle Nyo hasn't been here for a long time. Come in and sit. The buns are steamed, and the sour soup is ready to eat. Sorry to bother my niece-in-law." Uncle Nyo handed over a bowl of millet in his hand. "You came if you want. Why did you bring rice?" Sui Yu looked at Zhao Shiping and saw him nod. She took the bowl and said, "You have a good relationship with Shiping, and you are not an outsider. Don't bring food next time you come. You have a big family, and it's not easy. I am alone and can't finish the food I was given." Uncle Nyo waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me because I am old. I am not a stingy person. I don't take advantage of anyone." Sui Yu scooped hot water for them to wash their hands. She brought out 2 plates of buns and said with a smile, "Then you can live a carefree life." One person can feed the whole family. Uncle Nyo snorted and laughed. He saw Sui Liang rolling up his sleeves to wash his hands. He looked so cute. The little boy looked prettier than a girl. He joked, "If you are willing to give this child to me as a son, I will be happy even if I am hungry." Sui Liang looked at Sui Yu. And Sui Yu looked at Zhao Shiping with a squint. Zhao Shiping immediately expressed his attitude. "You are dreaming before it gets dark. I will raise my brother-in-law myself. You can recognize me as your godfather. I will send you a stone of grain every month." Uncle Nyo looked at Sui Yu and said. Sui Yu smiled and shook her head. She waved at Sui Liang. And he came over. She put her arm around her brother's shoulders and said, "He is young and stupid. He can't even support himself, and can't take care of you until the end of your life." Zhao Shiping picked up a plate of buns and stuffed it into Uncle Nyo's pocket. He pushed him out of the door and said, "You old thing. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Go back to your own home." Uncle Nyo laughed twice. He weighed the plate and said, "I'll bring it to you when I'm free." Chapter 51 Spring Planting. Zhao Shiping was glared at as soon as he entered the house. He spread his hands and said, "I don't know anything. When Liang Gur and I were about to come back, he said he wanted to come to our house for dinner, and brought his own food. I can't stop him." Sui Yu glared at him again and said, "This old Uncle Nyo is not a quiet person." This refers to what he said last time. Zhao Shiping went into the house to serve sour soup, and came out and said, "He has never married a wife, and has no descendants. He lives in a muddle, eating and playing, waiting to die, and doing things according to his mood. He is restless but not bad." After that, he looked at her and asked, "How many people are really quiet? Are you a quiet person?" "I think you are a quiet person." Zhao Shiping choked. He had nothing to say. It was not right whether it was true or not. It was dark, and the family went to the kitchen to eat again. The oil lamp was lit, and with the light, the food tasted better. "Why didn't Uncle Nyo marry?" Sui Yu asked. "He's old and short, so no one wants him. There are many soldiers stationed in Dunhuang. Most of them are men, and most of the women are immigrants who moved here in the past 20 to 30 years. Not everyone can marry a wife." Zhao Shiping drank a mouthful of sour soup and ate 2 more buns. "Since men are short of wives, why do they put them in the whore camp?" Sui Yu muttered. "It's because too many men don't have wives that there are camp whores." Sui Yu stopped talking, and Zhao Shiping stopped talking. The 3 of them finished their meal in silence, washed their feet, and went to bed. The next day, Sui Yu took the buns and led the camel out early in the morning. After she left, Zhao Shiping washed the pots and bowls, went into the bedroom to change into the old shoes he usually wore when chopping wood, and tied his hair with cloth. Then went into the toilet and took out the dung bucket. Sui Liang didn't know what he was going to do. When the strong stench came out, he vomited a few times and ran out the door. Zhao Shiping snorted. Who was he showing this dog look to? Everyone was disgusted by the stench, but he was the only one who didn't. Sui Liang stood in the alley far away from home. When Zhao Shiping came out, he turned around and ran again. "Come back. Don't run too far." Zhao Shiping called him. "You stay at home and watch the door. I'll be back soon." When he came back with the empty dung bucket, he saw Sui Liang stuffing his nose with a cloth strip. He asked with a frown, "You didn't poop? You are so disgusted." Sui Liang covered his ears and didn't listen. He turned his head to face the wall and didn't look at him. "I'll cook at noon. I'll see if you eat it." Sui Liang shook his head. He really didn't eat at noon. Even if he saw Zhao Shiping washing his hands with his own eyes, he could still smell the stench. It was disgusting. "Okay. You have guts. Then you can go hungry." Zhao Shiping ate all 7 steamed buns in one breath. Sui Liang sat under the eaves and watched him, wondering how he could eat them. "Come and boil the pot for me." Zhao Shiping added a pot of water to the pot. The one who was not at home was more particular than the younger one. If she came back and smelled the smell, she would nag for a long time. He went out to scoop water to clean the toilet, and spent half a day before coming back to take a shower, wash his hair, clothes, shoes and socks. The stinky day passed quickly, and the sun set. Zhao Shiping saw that Sui Yu had not come back yet, so he hung the clothes and prepared to cook. "What do you want to eat tonight? Are you hungry? Cook pimple soup?" he asked. Sui Liang shook his head hurriedly. He pushed Zhao Shiping out and closed the kitchen door to prevent anyone from entering. Zhao Shiping crossed his arms and looked at him. Sui Liang was so scared that he shrank his neck. But he still insisted on standing in front of the door to stop him. You don't want me to cook? Zhao Shiping was eager. He pulled up his trouser legs and sat on the stone to dry his hair. He said in a light tone, then wait for your sister to come back to cook. Anyway, I'm not hungry. The two of them stood and sat. And the cat official lay on the wall and watched. When the sunset in the sky dissipated, the sky became dark in the blink of an eye. At this time, Sui Yu's voice rang out in the alley. Sui Liang ran out. Zhao Shiping also stood up. He walked out slowly. After walking out of the door and waiting for a while, Sui Yu came back with Sui Liang. Why did you come out to greet me today? Sui Yu handed over the camel rope and said, give the camel some water. I'll bring it a bundle of hay. You go cook. I'll do it. What? You haven't cooked yet? Sui Yu raised her voice. Zhao Shiping glanced at Sui Liang and said, your brother doesn't let me cook. He thinks my hands are smelly. Sui Yu looked into the yard. When she walked in, there was a bad smell. She covered her nose and rushed into the kitchen. It was okay. There was no smell in the room. Well done. Sui Yu praised her. And she rolled up her sleeves and went out to scoop water to wash her hands, saying, Brother Liang, light the fire. I'll wash the rice. The water tank is empty. Captain Zhao, it's time to fetch water. The water I fetched back is also smelly. Zhao Shiping couldn't stand the brother and sister. He walked in and said, how many times have I washed my hands? How can it still smell? Have I grown fat? Sui Liang staggered when he saw him, looking like a dog afraid of getting stained with shit. Zhao Shiping stared at him, took a step over and touched his face. Sui Liang jumped up. He opened his mouth and screamed silently, rubbed his face, jumped and stamped his feet. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu. Sui Yu was not very disappointed. She winked at him and asked him to fetch water. Go wash your face. Sui Yu began to scrub the pot. It was already dark, and it would take too much time to cook bean porridge and stir-fry vegetables. It would probably be midnight after dinner. So Sui Yu changed to cooking dumpling soup. She kneaded the noodles while the water was boiling, and kneaded the dumplings as well. After she sprinkled them into the pot in circles, she poked a lump of lard into the water, sprinkled salt, and then took 2 eggs and beat them and poured them into the pot. A pot of egg flour dumpling soup was cooked, and the man who carried water came back. This time, he fetched hot water and washed his hands carefully under their eyes, and rubbed them with a handful of grass ash. Is it finally clean now? He asked. Clean. Clean. Sui Yu smiled. She handed the bowl over and said, do you want pickled radish? I'll cut half a bowl. No. I'm not very hungry. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Liang and said, he thinks I stink. He didn't eat lunch, and all 7 buns went into my stomach. Sui Liang had never seen this before, so it's not his fault that he reacted so strongly. Sui Yu had only seen it in the countryside when she was a child in her previous life, and she was also quite disgusted. That night, when she went to bed, she lay quietly in her position, and did not sleep side by side with the man. A sneer suddenly sounded in the dark and quiet room. Sui Yu opened her eyes and asked, why are you laughing if you're not sleeping? I'm going to pick cow dung to fertilize the land tomorrow. Zhao Shiping said. Where can I get cow dung? In places where the government raises cattle. 1 ton of cow dung can be used to fertilize the land before spring plowing every year. Zhao Shiping told her in detail how to crush the cow dung and mix it with water before pouring it on the land. After successfully disgusting her, he spit out his purpose. Cow dung is also dirty. I stink all over when I use it. Don't let me wash the dishes and cook. I can wash the dishes and cook by myself. I don't need you. Zhao Shiping wanted it very much. He closed his eyes and slept in a very good mood. Suddenly, he turned over and sat up again. He leaned over to the head of the bed, kneeling on one leg to support his body. Before Sui Yu could react, 2 warm big hands covered her face accurately and fiercely, rubbed it twice quickly, and then left triumphantly. Zhao Shiping. Sui Yu screamed. She hugged Sui Liang's legs and kicked the man on the other side. Are you annoying? You are so childish. Zhao Shiping didn't care about a few kicks. Anyway, he was happy. After a noisy night, when the dew fell, the yard with a strange smell became fresh. When Sui Yu got up to cook, she found that there was no bad smell, and she happily went into the kitchen. After breakfast, Zhao Shiping took the camel out with a basket. He first went to the field for a walk, and then led the camel to the cattle farm. The court raised 4,000 or 5,000 official cattle, and the cow dung accumulated every day was considerable. He found the steward to register, and then he used a shovel to shovel cow dung. He thought that people who didn't know the value of it would despise it. Such good things in fertile land could not be bought with money. Soldiers like them could carry away fertile land. But the volunteers who moved here did not have such treatment. 20 loads of cow dung were transported in 2 days. When the cow dung was transported to the field, Zhao Shiping used camels to transport water. 1 bucket of cow dung was mixed with 1 bucket of water, and then it was poured on the field. Sui Yu had nothing to do at home, so she took Sui Liang to help in the field. She was not needed to stir the dung water, so she and Sui Liang were responsible for leading the camel to the river to fetch water. There were many people fetching water by the river. Strong women took buckets of water from the river and poured them directly into the buckets hanging on both sides of the camel's belly. It was done in a few seconds. Sui Yu didn't have that strength, so she and Sui Liang could only use a ladle to scoop water into the bucket, scooping a small half bucket and pouring it into the bucket on the camel's back. Seeing that the weather had changed and the first spring rain was about to fall, every household went out early and came back late to fertilize the land. And men, women, old and young were all put to work. Sui Ling was also taken to the fields. She was reluctant, but she couldn't resist. The dead woman compared Sui Yu with her every day, saying that Sui Yu did this and that and ruined her. She even disliked Sui Yu now. When she met him by the river, she ignored him and pretended not to see him. Sui Yu was the same as her. They hated each other and pretended not to know each other when they met. "Isn't that your cousin?" Sister-in-law Lame asked quietly. Sui Yu shook her head. "I don't know her." Suddenly, heavy and chaotic footsteps were heard in the distance. Sui Yu stood up and looked over. A group of people were coming this way. These are the servants who build the Great Wall, repair beacons, dig canals and dams in various places. Every year when the spring plowing is in a hurry, they will stop what they are doing and come to support. Lame said, "Farming in the northwest is better than my hometown. There are government dispatches, and we only need to obey and don't have to worry about anything." Sui Yu watched from a distance, and a large group of servants came closer and closer. They walked into the farmland like a group of ants, and then separated at the command of the whistle, and bowed into each family's field. She and Sui Liang led the camel to the ridge, and her family's land was also assigned 5 servants, each working silently. In 1 day, the remaining 10 acres of land were sprinkled with manure, and then the 5 servants moved to the farmland in the southeast to help the volunteers work. It rained, and the rain in the northwest was thin and sparse. It rained for a day, and the soil in the ground was half a finger deep. Digging down was dry soil. The manure that was poured before was just right, and brought deep into the soil by the rain. Sui Yu stood at the edge of the field waiting for Zhao Shiping to come back. She looked into the distance. It was raining, and there were still servants working in the fields in the distance. "Before the spring plowing is over, you don't have to send food to your cousin. They will be scattered everywhere to help plow the land and sow seeds," Zhao Shiping said. "Okay, we will be busy next." Sui Yu followed him back and said, "Is it time to take the lamb back?" "Yes." Chapter 52 Meeting Sui Hui. After the rain, the sky cleared up, and the ground was blown by the wind for 2 days to form a layer of dry crust. Sui Yu took a rake to the vegetable garden and turned the vegetable field over, and then dried it for 2 days. She took out the rapeseed given by her mother-in-law from the wooden box. She couldn't tell what was what, so she had to ask Sister Lame for advice. At noon that day, half of the seeds of radish, leek, bitter herb, and shepherd's purse were scattered in the vegetable field. "It's a bit early to plant vegetables at this time. We have to wait until the sun warms up in March and the spring breeze comes before planting," a passerby said. "It rained a few days ago, and the night when the rain stopped, my yard was frozen, and the ground was frozen hard." Sui Yu looked up and said, "When it gets cold at night, I will cover it with hay and uncover it when the sun comes out." "That's fine. If you don't mind the trouble, try it. My family has little land, and I have nothing to do. I'm not afraid of trouble." Sui Yu buried his head and continued to sow vegetable seeds. After half a day, the vegetable seeds were sown. Sui Yu took a wooden rake and went back to collect manure, which was actually the dust accumulated when sweeping the yard, plus dry chicken manure. When she arrived at the vegetable garden, She dug 2 shovels of soil and mixed it with dry manure. Then grabbed it in her hand and spread it on the vegetable field. She covered the sown vegetable seeds with a thin layer of soil, and finally brought 2 bundles of hay to cover them. At sunrise, she lifted the hay, and at sunset, she covered the hay. After 10 days, the vegetable seeds sown by Swayu sprouted. When the people nearby saw it, they followed suit. When the vegetable seeds they planted sprouted, the bitter herbs and shepherd's purse planted by Swayu had already grown leaves completely, and the leaves were half a finger long. She followed the densely grown vegetables and picked up a basket first. "Sister-in-law Lame, are you at home?" Swayu shouted outside the door. "At home? At home? Come in." "I won't go in. I'll give you 2 handfuls of vegetables to eat fresh." Swayu grabbed a few handfuls of tender seedlings and put them on the ground, saying, "The vegetables I planted are ready to eat. Let you try them. I'll go and give some to Aunt Duhay." "Wait a minute." Sister Lame walked to the door and turned in again. She picked up a bare and thin sapling from the corner and walked out, saying, "This is the pepper tree I dug from somewhere else. You can take one and plant it in the yard. You never know if it will bear fruit next year. Pepper is not cheap, and pepper trees are rare." Swayu hesitated for a moment. Then she stretched out her hand to take it and said, "Then I'm taking advantage of it." "Thank you, sister-in-law." "What's there to thank you for?" "I won't tell you. I'm going back to the house to cook." Swayu went back with the pepper tree. Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang had not returned from buying sheep yet. She opened the door and went into the house to leave the vegetables for her family, and then went out to deliver the vegetables to Aunt Du. "Mrs. Zhao, I think the vegetables you grow are pretty good, but my vegetables are not edible yet. I'll go pick some from your vegetable garden," the woman next door said in the yard. "That won't do, old lady. You're too late. My husband Zhao wants to eat dumplings, and the vegetables in the vegetable garden are useful." Swayu locked the door and left. When she reached the entrance of the alley, she said hello to Aunt Sunday, and Sun pulled her mouth to signal her to look back. Swayu didn't look back, but she knew it was Mrs. Wang staring at her. She went straight to Shikoden. This was her first time to find Aunt Du just as she was about to ask for directions. She saw Uncle Nyo coming out of the yard. "Mrs. Nyo, are you looking for me?" Uncle Nyo asked with his hands in his sleeves. "No, I'm looking for Dongzi's grandmother." "Then come with me. Her family is a neighbor of mine." Uncle Nyo pointed west and walked a few steps to the destination. "Mrs. Du, are you home?" he shouted. "I'm busy. Don't bother me. Cook your own food at night, and don't bring rice to my house to share." Mrs. Du didn't even raise her head and yelled, "You wander around all day. You're so lazy that you're covered with worms. 20 acres of fertile land has been wasted in your hands. I feel upset when I see you. Farmers hate to see the land grow barren and overgrown with grass." Uncle Nyo didn't take care of the 20 acres of land he was allocated. He waited for servants to come to work every year for spring sowing and autumn harvest. If the government didn't arrange servants to plow the land one year, the crops in his land would almost fail. Uncle Nyo thought she was nagging. He waved to Swayu and shouted to the yard, "Someone is looking for you." Then he entered his own house. "Aunt, the vegetables I planted are ready to eat. I'll bring some over for you to try." Swayu walked in, poured the vegetables in the basket into the basin, said a few words to Aunt Du and left. When she heard the sheep cry at home, Swayu ran in and saw Sui Liang feeding 2 lambs with shepherd's purse. One of the 2 lambs had a black back and white hooves, and the other had a brown head, with all white hair outside the head. They looked pretty good. Swayu liked it very much. "Where's your brother-in-law?" Sui Liang pointed outward and then pointed to the water tank. Swayu found that the shoulder pole was gone, but the bucket was still there. She couldn't figure out what Sui Liang meant for a while, so she didn't ask again. She turned around to find a shovel to dig a hole to plant a pepper tree. After looking around, she found that the shovel was gone. "Did your brother-in-law take the shovel away?" Swayu asked. Sui Liang nodded. Swayu stopped and went into the kitchen to take out the vegetables and wash them. The shepherd's purse was too tender to stand the test of frying, so she planned to make noodles tonight. After the noodles were boiled, she could blanch the vegetables and eat them. Just after washing half a basin of shepherd's purse, Zhao Shiping came back carrying 2 baskets of dry soil. Without waiting for Swayu to ask, he said, "I'll build 2 earth walls to divide the camel pen into 3 parts." "Okay, But you should dig a hole in the yard and plant the pepper tree first. Sister Lame gave it to me. Sueyu said. Where to plant it? Not in the vegetable garden? Plant it in the yard to prevent the pepper from being stolen. Choose a place with good sunlight. Sueyu went into the house to prepare for cooking. She was kneading and rolling dough in the house, while Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang were working hard to build the earth wall in the camel pin. In order to make it strong, he picked out 4 thick branches from the firewood room and measured the length to insert them between the 2 walls. Later, he found that it was more convenient to use branches to make fences. He dragged another bundle of firewood from the firewood room, sharpened the bottom, and smashed it into the hard soil under the sand pit. It's time to eat, Sueyu shouted. You eat first. There are 2 left to be cooked. Zhao Shiping did not even raise his head. Sueyu scooped up a bowl of noodles and walked over. She stood beside him and ate while watching him busy. Sui Liang followed him and ran around to help. When he was not needed to hold the steak, he would stagger to pick up the cut twigs and carry them into the kitchen. Meow the cat official, who was visiting outside, came back. Meow meow the 2 lambs cried one after another. The cat official ran over quickly, jumped to the top of the wall, and stared at the new member of the family. Meow. Come here. Sueyu picked up a chopstick of noodles for the cat and turned to ask, how much are the 2 lambs? 150 coins. The last wooden stake was smashed in, and Zhao Shiping picked up the machete and moved the stone to get out of the pen. How did the sheep get out? Sueyu found that the sheep pen was sealed. There are 3 wooden stakes just stuck in the sand pit, which can be pulled out. Zhao Shiping threw the stone down and went to wash his hands and face. Sueyu went to make noodles for him and Sui Liang. The man had a strong taste, so he added an extra spoonful of vinegar to his bowl. When I came back, I met the messenger. My mother also bought piglets. I will go back tomorrow. When I come back, it will be time for spring plowing and planting wheat and millet. Zhao Shiping glanced at Sueyu and asked, Are you going back? I want to raise sheep and camels at home. You go back alone. Okay. Like last winter, Zhao Shiping left home. Sueyu took Sui Liang to see him to the city gate. After he left the city, the siblings went back. When they arrived at the long street, Sueyu was just about to see if there was anything fresh and cheap. Sui Liang suddenly pulled her and pointed in another direction. Sueyu saw Sui Hui. She called out twice, but no one responded, so she followed. Sui Hui came to see the old doctor for a pulse check. She started taking medicine to recuperate after the first month of the year. Most of her monthly allowance and the jewelry given by Lord, who went into the clinic. Doctor, I have been taking the decoction for 2 months. Can I get pregnant? Sui Hui asked anxiously. Take 2 more doses of medicine. I will change the dosage. You are much better. Another month after taking 2 more doses of medicine. Sui Hui suppressed her anxiety and asked again, Can I get pregnant after taking 2 more doses of medicine? After taking 2 doses of medicine, you should have your period. The old doctor was used to seeing all kinds of patients and didn't care about Sui Hui's anxiety. He stroked his beard and said, Fortunately, you are still young and can recover. If you are 2 years older, the root is damaged and it will be useless even if you take elixirs. At this point, Sui Hui had to calm down and continue waiting. She took the prescription and went to get the medicine and pay. The empty bag she came in with was bulging when she left. Cousin. Sueyu stood on the street and waved. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Can you leave the house? Sui Hui cheered up and walked over, saying, I can leave the house once a month. The eldest lady is a kind person and doesn't make things difficult for me. That's good. Sueyu looked at her and was suddenly speechless. My eldest brother. Sui Hui looked panicked, wanting to ask but afraid of hearing bad news. He didn't build the Great Wall. He moved to the fields to work on spring plowing, clearing wasteland and felling land since the beginning of February. After that, there is plowing and sowing. Working in the fields is easier than building the Great Wall. He can be busy until the end of March at least. Sueyu comforted her. That's good. That's good. Sui Hui's shoulders relaxed and she smiled. She stopped taking the medicine in early April. If God blesses her, she may get pregnant next month. By the way, Sister Yu, I'm no longer a slave. Sui Hui smiled. She didn't mention the hardships and grievances. These were nothing compared to the suffering she had on the road to exile. And compared to getting rid of slavery, they were not worth mentioning. You wait. When I get pregnant, I will bring you up to get rid of slavery. Sueyu bit her lip. She felt a little uncomfortable. She pointed at Sui Hui, a woman who used her body to exchange for the opportunity to get rid of slavery. She shook her head to get rid of the absurd thoughts, and could only convince herself that this was the path Sui Hui chose herself. Don't worry. You have to take care of yourself, and don't make the First Lady angry, she explained. Sui Hui felt warm in her heart. She nodded and said, I know what I know. I was raised by my mother. I know what kind of concubine the main wife hates. I know my limits. Okay. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go back home. Sui Yu watched her leave. And when she could no longer see anyone, she also went home. A camel, 2 lambs, and a cat officer who followed the sheep's butts to smell the sheep's scent. Sui Yu and Sui Liang took them out for a run and grazing. In Dunhuang in March, the spring breeze still brought the chill of late winter. The yellow land was covered with dead grass. Only by pulling away the grass roots could you see dots of green. The lambs couldn't chew the dead grass, so they stood in the wilderness, staring at the tall camels and mules around them, bleating from time to time, attracting the sheep in the distance to look back. Sui Yu took out a handful of oily bean dregs from the cloth bag to feed the sheep, and touched the soft wool and said, Don't miss your mother. This is your new home. Chapter 53. Aunt Chun came to visit. Zhao Shiping had been away from home for 10 days. When he came back from catching piglets, the ridges had turned green, and weeds had grown in the fertile fields. Sui Yu, in addition to herding sheep, took Sui Liang to weed the fields, and brought the weeds back to feed the sheep and camels. When Zhao Shiping got home, he found the door was locked. He took out the key from his body, and opened the door. The piglets, whose heads were dizzy from being shaken, went into the pen, and lay quietly in the sand pit. Sister Yu? Sister Lame passed by and saw that the door was open. She shouted worriedly. She's not at home. Zhao Shiping came out of the house. It's Mr. Zhao who's back. No wonder the door is open. I know she's not at home. She weeds the fields every day, and doesn't come back until noon. Sister Lame explained and went home to prepare lunch. Zhao Shiping thought for a moment. But he didn't go to the field to find someone. He changed his clothes, and went to the river to fetch water first. The water tank was full, and it was noon. He lit a fire to prepare for cooking. Sui Yu and Sui Liang came back from herding sheep with camels. When they approached the house, they found smoke coming out of the chimney. They ran home quickly. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the man coming out of the kitchen with his head down. Are you back? The meal is almost ready. When did you come back? They both spoke at the same time. It's probably been an hour since I came back. Seeing the camel enter the pen, Zhao Shiping followed with half a bucket of water. He pointed to the pig pen at the edge. The piglets are back too. Sui Yu walked over, and saw the piglets sleeping in the sand pit. They were black and shiny, and they were thin and slender. Boar or sow? She asked. So, Zhao Shiping came out with a bucket and asked, Is there grass growing in the field? There are a lot of them. We can pull a big basket a day. The camel and 2 lambs can't finish eating them from dusk to dawn. Sui Yu went to wash his hands and said, When you come back, we have to prepare the land for plowing. Other families have been busy 2 days ago. I'll borrow a cow after dinner. There was shepherd's purse pulled from the vegetable garden last night at home. Zhao Shiping used it to cook dumpling soup. He also made this dish to make it more delicious. You came back just in time. The weather is warm. The vegetables in the vegetable garden are growing wildly. If you don't eat the shepherd's purse, it will get old. After the weeds in the field are pulled, I will make more dumplings at home and steam them. When I'm too tired to cook, I'll cook half a pot. Sui Yu said while eating. If you are tired, you can rest at home. In previous years, I was busy with the 20 acres of land alone. I don't need your help. Zhao Shiping's eyes swept around her face. She seemed to have lost some weight. Sui Yu shook her head. There are still 10 acres of grass left to be pulled. You go plow the land and I'll pull the grass. After dinner, the family of 3 went out one after another. Sui Yu led the 2 lambs in front, and Sui Liang followed behind on a camel. When they walked out of the alley, they ran into Sui Ling standing in the next alley. Sui Yu glanced at her and quickly looked away. Sui Ling was waiting here on purpose. She glanced at Sui Yu from top to bottom. Her socks were muddy. Her trouser legs were too short, and her upper body was covered with layers of clothes. She was so bloated that you couldn't tell the front from the back. This was the diligent daughter-in-law that the dead woman always talked about. She had ruined herself into this kind of virtue. She was really stupid. The sheep cried. and Sui Ling covered her nose. Fearing that the smell of the sheep would suffocate her, Sui Yu glared at her fiercely. It was really disgusting that a toad crawled on the back of the foot without biting. She led the sheep and walked away quickly. Heh. Sui Ling sneered and turned her, but to walk home. Stop. The more Sui Yu thought about it, the more disgusted she felt with her eyes. She turned back and asked directly, "What do you mean? A lazy and conscienceless person still looks down on me? What are you proud of? Last year, you asked me for money under the pretext of visiting your brother." Shut up. Sui Ling's face changed instantly, and her face turned as red as pig blood. She didn't expect Sui Yu to know about this. What about her elder brother? She didn't dare to think about it. Nor did she dare to look at Sui Yu again, and ran home. Sui Yu laughed sarcastically, and she felt relieved. She led the sheep to continue walking in the field. The sheep and camels were led to the edge of the field. There were no crops in the field at this time, so they could walk around and trample on it. Sui Yu and Sui Liang went to the field to pull weeds. Whenever there was too much grass in their hands, she would bleat and the sheep and camels would run towards her. Zhao Shiping was driving the oxen to plow the field on the other side. He arrived late, and the docile oxen had all been taken away. The ox in his hand was a stubborn one. It didn't know how to turn when it reached the end of the field. It turned its head and looked around when there was any movement elsewhere. Other oxen would obey once they were beaten, but it would not move as it was beaten. Sui Yu heard him shouting "Da-da" and "you" from time to time, and the oxen followed suit and mooed. She told Sui Liang a few words and walked over to ask, "Captain Zhao, what's wrong? The ox doesn't obey you?" Zhao Shiping was in a bad mood and ignored her teasing. Sui Yu imitated the sound of a cow, and she walked over to the cow 2 steps away, saying, "Old man, this is what you should do. Why are you being lazy? Stay away. It has a bad temper. Don't bite you." Zhao Shiping suppressed his anger, grabbed a pinch of salt from his pocket, and fed it to the cow. The cow licked the salt, and he shouted again, and this time it obeyed. When he reached the end of the field, he let out another whoosh, and the oxen obediently stopped their hooves, turned a corner, and continued to pull the plow to turn the soil. Whoosh. Da-da. The wind was full of the sound of driving the oxen. Sui Yu stood at the end of the field and looked around. There were sounds of people and oxen in every field. The dry bare soil was turned over, and the moist smell of earth was scattered. A flock of chickens from someone's house ran into the field, and the cockerel led the hens to turn over the worms in the soil. The heavy breathing sound was getting closer and closer. Sui Yu turned around and saw the stubborn ox coming over. She clearly saw that it rushed up the ridge under the command after command, and the iron plow was also brought up heavily. Zhao Shiping wanted to whip again, but he couldn't. He sighed and pinched a pinch of salt to feed the ox. "You have your moments of frustration too." Sui Yu laughed. "Haven't I been frustrated enough?" The man meant something. "Same here." Sui Yu snorted and laughed. She looked at the oxen eager to try and said, "Teach me how to drive the oxen to plow the land, and I will try it too." Zhao Shiping rejected it outright. "This is not what you should do." "I'm not dead yet," Sui Yu said. "You are such a stinky mouth. I won't accompany you anymore." She continued to pull weeds. It took 10 days to pull weeds and 10 days to plow the land. When the weeds were pulled out, the land was also plowed. At the end of March, Zhao Shiping returned the oxen to the government to get grain seeds. 10 acres of wheat were planted. 5 acres of millet were planted, and the remaining 5 acres were planted with soybeans and sorghum. The camel carried a cloth bag filled with grain seeds on its back and walked in the field. People followed on one side to grab wheat and spread it on the field. Another person followed behind and used an iron rake to rake the soil and bury it. The work of spreading grain seeds was not tiring. Sui Yu went to help, and Zhao Shiping followed behind to bury the soil. Since both of them were busy, the work of herding sheep fell to Sui Liang, who was also responsible for cutting pig grass for the piglets. In April, there were more insects in the grass. Sui Liang was stung by an unknown insect while pulling the grass. He didn't take it seriously until he went back in the evening when Sui Yu saw him scratching his hand and asked him, "Let me see. Does it hurt when you press it?" Sui Yu squatted down, pinched his index finger, and raised his eyelids to warn, "Don't lie." Sui Liang shook his head, and he scratched again, meaning it itchy. Sui Yu looked carefully for a while. Only redness but no swelling. It should not be a poisonous insect. She went back and boiled a bowl of salt water for him to wash. She looked again before going to bed at night. It was still not painful or swollen. So she was relieved. Don't cut pig grass. Take the piglet out tomorrow. Let it follow the sheep to find grass to eat. Sui-yu made a decision. Afraid that the pig would run away, Sui-yu made a rope for the pig, with 3 holes for the rope to tie around the piglet's front legs and neck, so that it would not fall off no matter how hard he pulled it. Now Sui Liang was herding both pigs and sheep. When he led the pig out, everyone he met would point and laugh at him. The old man who was herding sheep with him also found it funny. Sui Liang was very happy. He felt that he was unique and walked with his head held high. Brother Liang, where is your sister? Sui Liang turned around and saw Sui Ling. He didn't intend to pay attention to her, but he recognized the person standing beside her. It was Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun is looking for your sister. Take her there, Sui Ling said and turned away. Aunt Chun stared at Sui Liang, trying to find the shadow of her grandson in him. She said lovingly, Brother Liang, you have gained weight. That's great. Sui Liang smiled and walked to the field not far away, leading the sheep and the piglet, while looking back at Aunt Chun. You still won't speak? Aunt Chun asked. Sui Liang shrank his neck and quickened his pace. Zhao Shiping heard the voice and came over to see. He didn't know Aunt Chun, but seeing her ragged clothes, disheveled hair and skinny like Sui-yu half a year ago, he had a guess in his mind and shouted directly, Sui-yu, someone is looking for you. Who? Sui-yu stopped the camel. She scattered the wheat seeds in her hand and strode over. When she recognized the people, she was shocked and asked in disbelief, Aunt Chun? Why are you here? I came to find you. I met Sui Ling in the city. She took me. Mrs. Chun looked at Zhao Shiping uneasily, rubbing her hands and moving her mouth. Seeing that he didn't leave, she could only smile at Sui-yu apologetically and said, Sui-yu, I shouldn't have come to you, but I can't find Sui Hui, and Sui Ling is cold-hearted. Now I can only rely on you. Can you help buy abortion medicine? Tong Hua is pregnant. Sui-yu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Zhao Shiping and saw that his face didn't change. She pulled Mrs. Chun to sit down and talk. Brother Liang, go herd the sheep. She drove the child away. Sui Liang obediently left and took the sheep and pigs away. Won't the housekeeper buy medicine? What did they say? Sui-yu asked carefully. They let her give birth to the child. But how can this child be born? We don't know who the father is. If it's a boy, it's okay. He can be raised to work. If it's a girl, she will grow up in a brothel and become a slave. She will live a dirty life again when she grows up. Aunt Chun was filled with grief. She wiped her tears and begged, You girl, I know you are soft-hearted. Please help Tong Hua once. She offended you before. You can curse her every day. Please help her this time. This child is a bad luck. No matter how hard you try, you can't get rid of it. Sui-yu nodded, and just as she was about to say yes, she suddenly thought of an important thing and asked, How many months has she been pregnant? How did you find out she was pregnant? At least 4 months. She found movement in her belly a few days ago. You don't know if you haven't given birth, but those who have given birth can tell that she is pregnant just by touching it. Auntie Chun sighed. She couldn't get rid of it after a few days of trying, and I thought I couldn't delay it any longer. The longer the month, the more life-threatening it would be. So I ran into the city to find you while the manager was away. Sui-yu clenched her hands, and she shook her head and said, Auntie Chun, I can't help with this. With a belly that's 4 or 5 months old, the baby has already taken shape. If she drinks a dose of abortion medicine, and the baby doesn't come out, and the adult dies again, her husband and the child will blame me for the rest of my life. And I can't explain it even if I have a mouth full of mouths. Chapter 54. Borrowing a son to save the mother. No. Her husband knows what is good and what is bad, no matter how confused he is. Auntie Chun was anxious. She grabbed Sui-yu's hand and said, Auntie is still alive. I will take care of you if anything happens. Sui-yu broke free. Auntie Chun was a good person. She had helped her before, and now wanted to help Tong Hua. She lowered her head, and dared not look into the old woman's eyes, fearing that she would be disappointed. She shook her head and said, I have bet on people's hearts, but I lost the bet. I dare not try again. Auntie, I am barely making ends meet. I dare not help you with this. Auntie Chun was dejected. She looked at the birds flying low in the distance, and suddenly remembered the saying that monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Naturally, she thought of Sui Jiushan. before Sui Jiushan got into trouble. The clan was united, and the clan members were friendly. There was nothing difficult to do because there was a backer. So everyone had nothing to fear. I don't blame you for worrying. This is our own fault. We are heartless and ungrateful. We turn our backs on people when we are in trouble. Who wouldn't be afraid of us? And Chun sighed and said, we are all like clay Buddhas crossing the river. We all have our own fates. That's it. I'm going back. Sui Yu was surprised. And Chun's attitude changed too quickly. She couldn't react. And Chun stood up. She nodded to the man beside her and said, you girl is a kind girl. She is also smart and clear-headed. You should treat her well. General. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu. Did this matter end so hastily? He thought that the old woman would kneel down and beg, or angrily open her mouth and curse. Sui Yu sat still. Her mind was turning rapidly. Suddenly, she thought of someone. She asked loudly, Zhao Shiping, how old is Uncle Niu this year? In his early 40s. Or not yet 40. Zhao Shiping was not sure. He has no teeth at the age of 40? Sui Yu suspected that he remembered it wrong. His teeth have been almost broken since I met him. Not because of old age. Zhao Shiping calculated carefully and said, he should be 43 or 44. You asked him, children? He also thought that Uncle Niu had no children, and had been thinking of adopting Sui Liang as his godson. Auntie Chun. Come back. I have an idea. Sui Yu hurried to chase after the person. She pulled the old woman, who had not walked far back, and said, I know a man who is also a soldier who retired from the battlefield. He is 43 or 44 years old. Short. And has no teeth. He is not married and wants offspring. I have an idea. I will tell him that Tong Hua is pregnant, and see if he is willing to get a wife and have more children. He slept in a brothel last winter. After 20 years of slavery. Uncle Niu may also be dead. By then, if Tong Hua is willing to leave, she can go back and live with her man. At worst, the child will stop breastfeeding and go back to the brothel. But it will be a few years of relief, which is better than staying in the brothel forever. And Chun figured out the meaning of her words and said happily, are you talking about getting Tong Hua out? I have this intention. But I'm not sure whether Uncle Niu is willing. If he is willing to recognize the child, he will go and ask for her. If he is not willing, I can't do anything. You still have to do what you have to do. Sui Yu had only this one way to try. I just play the role of a matchmaker. Whether it will work depends on how things develop. And Chun was so excited that she trembled. She held Sui Yu's hand and thanked her repeatedly. You girl. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones, for causing trouble to you. Good people will be rewarded. Sui Yu sighed. She just wanted to feel at ease. It would be fine if she didn't know about this. If she knew about it, she would feel uncomfortable watching from the sidelines. Is this feasible? She asked Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping thought it was feasible. 2 years ago, Uncle Niu wanted to marry a widow with a son. The widow despised his miserable life and married someone else. The child of Sui Yu's people was in her belly. As long as Uncle Niu insisted that it was his, the child would be his from birth. He nodded and said, I'm afraid the brothel won't let her go. So I can only help here depending on how things develop. Sui Yu looked at Aunt Chun and asked, is Tong Hua willing? Uncle Niu doesn't look very good. Yes. 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 As long as I can get out of the wolf's den. How can I not agree? Aunt Chun patted her chest and guaranteed, I'll tell her when I get back. If she doesn't agree, then I'll just pretend I never told you about this. Okay. Go back and wait. I won't care about what happens next. Uncle Niu. If the uncle is willing, he will go and ask for help. If he has the ability to bring people out, Tong Hua will go with him. If the person does not go, just pretend that I have never mentioned this. Sui Yu went to lead the camel and said, come on. I will take you back. By the way, Aunt Chun, you are now. Aunt Chun knew what she wanted to ask. She sighed with relief and said, I am old and despised. And I have good cooking skills. So the female manager sent me to the back kitchen to cook and do rough work. Good thing. Sui Yu said. It is a good thing. Aunt Chun climbed onto the camel and said, I have never done bad things in my half-life. But I have done a lot of good things. I think good people will be rewarded. You girl. You will never be bad in the future. Sui Yu smiled. Then I will accept your words. Sui Yu said hello to Zhao Shiping. And she sent Aunt Chun to the downstream of the river not far from the prostitute camp. And told Uncle Niu that it would be easier for her to recognize people. After putting the people down, she returned the same way. After the sun set, the people working in the fields dragged their heavy steps back. The chickens and ducks were put into cages, and the people and birds returned to their nests. The deserted military settlement was bustling again, and the curling smoke rose slowly. The sunset faded, and the clouds died with the night looked down at the earth. People fell asleep due to exhaustion, and the house with closed doors and windows fell into silence. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Nyo just lay down when he heard knocking on the door. He sat up and said, "I'm here. Who is it? You can't let me sleep this late at night." He went to open the door barefoot, mumbling, and asked again when he lifted the bolt, "Who is it?" "Me." Uncle Nyo didn't hear anything. He opened the door and vaguely recognized Zhao Shiping in the moonlight. He asked puzzledly, "Why are you here? Borrow food?" Several men in the nearby houses heard the knocking on the door and went back to sleep. Zhao Shiping brought Sui Yu in, closed the door, and bolted it after he came in. Bang. Uncle Nyo didn't know what he kicked down. He cursed a few words and simply didn't light the lamp. He came out with a sad face and said, "I will send you food tomorrow. I can't see anything now. You go back first. Let's talk inside." Zhao Shiping dragged Sui Yu and walked into the main room with familiarity. Uncle Nyo then realized that there seemed to be another person. He followed him in. The room was darker than the yard. He could not make out the person until Sui Yu started talking. "Uncle Nyo, do you want a wife?" Sui Yu asked. "Really?" Uncle Nyo instantly perked up. "Not a lie at all." Sui Yu smiled, and she explained Tong Hua's situation in detail, saying, "The child is already 4 or 5 months old. As long as you don't despise my sister-in-law and are willing to recognize the child in her belly, you will become a father this autumn." Uncle Lao Nyo clapped his legs happily, and his leg flesh slapped loudly. He kept saying that he didn't despise it. "God has pity on me, Lao Nyo, and sent me a child at the last minute." Uncle Lao Nyo was so excited that he was jealous of children with fathers. And he was even more satisfied with this one without a father. "I don't despise it. That's my Lao Nyo's wife and son." He patted his chest and said, "It could also be a daughter." Sui Yu added, "A daughter is fine. I don't mind. Niece-in-law, you are such a good person." Uncle Nyo walked out and said, "I just received food a few days ago. You can take it back to eat." "No. No. No." Sui Yu stopped him and said, "Uncle Nyo, come back. I have something important to say. I have given you the idea, but whether you can bring the person out depends on your ability. My sister-in-law doesn't plan to keep the child. She will give birth only if you take her out of the brothel." Zhao Shiping looked at her, and he could hear that she wanted to help the adults more than the baby in her belly. After her reminder, Uncle Nyo calmed down a little. He stood at the door and thought about it but couldn't come up with a good idea. He had no connections and no money, but the skin on his body could scare people. "I'll go and make a scene. If no one can come to pick me up, I'll live inside." Uncle Nyo was going to be a rogue. He had no shame anyway. "I've fought in the battlefield and killed the enemy. Even if I didn't have any merit, I've worked hard. I was buried up to my neck in the earth to have a child. It was not easy. If they don't agree, they're going to kill me and exterminate me. After that," he added, "don't worry, niece, I won't do anything wrong. No one can beat me to death." Sui Yu had the same idea. The reasonable ones are afraid of the unreasonable ones, and the unreasonable ones are afraid of the rogue ones. As long as Uncle Nyo is willing to make trouble, he will probably get the person out. After the matter was settled, Sui Yu pulled Zhao Shiping to leave. Before leaving, she explained, "Uncle Nyo, you didn't see us tonight. You went to the brothel tomorrow and found that Tong Hua was pregnant with your baby. You decided to take her home to live." Uncle Nyo heard what she meant, and he promised, "Don't worry. I will definitely not cause trouble for you. And it has nothing to do with you in the future." Sui Yu was satisfied, and she pulled Zhao Shiping out and went home. Lying in bed at night, Sui Yu whispered, "Do you think I am meddling in other people's business?" No. Zhao Shiping thought he was afraid of trouble, but he was not cold-blooded. What's more, the method Sui Yu came up with had no effect on her, him, or the family. If it was my tribe, I wouldn't ignore it. I understand. Zhao Shiping took the initiative to put his arm around the person beside him and said, "You are very smart. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to think of this method." Sui Yu covered her chest. She thought more. She held the man's hand and said in a low voice, "You don't know how uncomfortable women are in the brothel. People who go in are not like human beings. They are worse than animals. If Uncle Nyo can make a success, the women in the brothel will have more ways to live in the future." Zhao Shiping thought about it, and it was true. It all depends on whether Uncle Nyo can make a success. "Go back and sleep over there." He pushed her. "Sui, you didn't move. I'll cook tomorrow morning." Zhao Shiping compromised. 2 days of breakfast. Sui Yu chuckled. 2 days is 2 days. Zhao Shiping pushed her again, and Sui Yu sat up. "Are you going to hold it in forever?" She blurted out the words when her mind got hot. Zhao Shiping's face got hot. He propped up his legs and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. Sui Yu held back her laughter and crawled to her position to lie down. Just as she pressed the mattress, she heard him say, "I don't want my child to be a slave. Even if it can be sold in the future, there will be traces left. Don't provoke me. I'm not in a hurry." "Who is in a hurry?" Sui Yu muttered. "I didn't provoke you. Don't think too much." The man snorted and said nothing. The night passed quickly. The people who had a good night's sleep carried farm tools and led camels and mules to work in the fields. Uncle Lanyo also went out in high spirits. He deliberately put on a set of clothes without patches and hurried west with 5 boiled eggs in his pocket. "Old Nyo, you are so happy so early in the morning. Where are you going?" the people on the road asked. I'm going to have some fun." "Pa." And do spit at him. "Old man." Uncle Nyo ignored him. He quickened his pace and arrived at the prostitute camp downstream of the river before the sun rose. Just in time to catch up with the prostitutes going out to work. Tong Hua saw that he was missing a hand, and she was happy to recognize him. He was willing to come. At least he was intentional. So even if he was old and ugly, she didn't mind. No guests during the day. She walked around the 2 people blocking her and walked to a place without shelter. She touched her belly intentionally or unintentionally. "I remember you." Uncle No laughed. He walked over and stuffed a hard-boiled egg into her hand, saying, "I have nothing to do. I'll wait inside. I need you to serve me in the evening." Tong Hua's eyes fell on the eggs. She was afraid that they would be snatched away by others in the field. So she immediately broke the eggs into pieces. She ate one, gave the other 3 to her people, and prepared to send the last one to Aunt Chun. "What's the matter? Why don't you go to the field when the sun is about to shine on your buttocks?" The housekeeper came out with a stern face and saw an old man standing outside. She drove him away like a fly. "No guests during the day. Come back at night." "I'll call her. I'll wait for her to come back." Uncle Nyo pointed at Tong Hua and said, "It's okay for me to go back. I'll go into the house and take a nap." "She can't do it. She's pregnant," the housekeeper said. "Pregnant?" Uncle Nyo laughed. He ran over and grabbed Tong Hua and said, "I slept with her. The baby in her belly is mine. It just so happens that I don't have a wife or a baby. You can go back with me and be my wife." After that, he dragged the man away. The female manager hurried to stop them, and called other people to chase and block them. Under the furious scolding of Uncle Nyo, Tong Hua was torn back. Uncle Nyo was not convinced. He blocked the prostitutes outside the prostitute camp like a gangster, stopped the prostitutes from working in the fields, and scolded the manager when he caught them. The prostitutes in the camp were eager to rest in the house. So Uncle Nyo stopped them one by one, and they all went into the house to stand and watch the fun. Tong Hua sat in the crowd with her head down. The female manager urged her to go out and make it clear. Tell him it's not his child. If he admits it, it's his. Tong Hua refused to change her words. The female manager stared at her coldly. She sent people to find the manager in the army, and drove other prostitutes to work in the fields. She stayed outside the door to prevent the old man from coming in to snatch her. At noon, Uncle Nyo was tired of scolding, so he went to sit at the door to rest for a while. He saw a yamen runner coming from a distance, and before the other party could say anything, he started to curse. Whoever stops me from taking my son home is the one who will cut off my descendants. This is the only child I have at my age. If you cut off my descendants, I will curse him every day to have no descendants. The yamen runner who was sent to check the situation. The yamen runner tried to persuade him kindly, but he still didn't move even after spitting out his saliva. He could only go back and call the centurion under his command to come over. It was even harder to say when the centurion came. Uncle Nyo cried in snot, and he was counting on the child in his belly to live. He couldn't let his old soldier die. since Lao Nyo is willing to admit it, let him take the person back, the centurion said to the female steward. The female steward naturally refused, and she sent someone to find Lord Hu. Lord Hu didn't even show up, and his men who came over couldn't do anything to the old rogue. At night, Uncle Nyo was still guarding outside the brothel. Every time a prostitute came, he told them not to touch the child's mother. This was the biggest fun tonight. The brothel was more lively than the market for a while. The housekeeper had the idea of aborting the baby, but there was no chance to inject the medicine. Uncle Nyo was also afraid that the thief would have an abortion, so he guarded outside the door during the day and moved in at night. He also asked someone to go to his house to get a bedding roll and eat and sleep with Dunhuang. Uncle Nyo's joke spread throughout the city. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping worked in the fields every day. They could always hear new developments when they went out in the morning and returned home in the evening. An old man in Wuxia village also went to recognize the child today. Lao Nyo fought with him. Although Lao Nyo was usually very weak, he was still quite strong and knocked the old guy down in one go. The man who was talking danced with his hands and feet, imitating the fighting posture as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The next moment, his wife came over with a stick, pointed at his nose and scolded, "I work in the fields with you every day, and I am exhausted. You are a conscienceless man and spend money to sleep with women. I don't want to live with you anymore." "I didn't. I just went to see the excitement." The man was beaten and ran away. This became a scene for the neighbors. Uncle Lao Nyo's disturbance in the brothel lasted for more than half a month. One morning, people squatting outside the door to eat breakfast saw him bringing back a ragged woman. Sui Yu also saw it. Dunhuang was very thin, and her belly was bulging. This child was really lucky. The mother was skinny and didn't miscarry. "This is my wife. She is carrying my baby. Everyone, give me Lao Nyo some face, and don't bully her." Lao Nyo had been weak for half his life. Now he straightened his back like a man. He said to everyone he met, "I, Lao Nyo, have never bullied anyone. Don't bully her. I begged for more than half a month to get it. I will quarrel with anyone who mentions the past." This Lao Nyo is quite courageous, Mrs. Sun muttered. Chapter 55, Escaping Slavery. After the bustle in the alley died down, Sui Yu took the bull home. The sheep in the pen were bleeding with hunger, and the piglets were digging at the trough. She went into the kitchen and saw that the pot was already soaked with water, and the sticky porridge at the bottom of the pot was shoveled up. She bent down to put some firewood into the stove, and went out to the camel pen to dig out the radishes that had not been eaten during the winter. The radishes had already grown bran, and the camels disliked them, only eating the leaves and not the radishes. She picked 5, rinsed them, chopped them into small pieces, and put them in the pot to cook. When they were cooked, they were pig food. Thinking about last year, she still disliked a live pig of more than 70 kilograms, which was too light. Now she understands that it is not easy for a pig to grow to 70 kilograms if it eats this stuff every day. People are short of food, and pigs can't eat good things. In addition to boiling radishes and swill, they are taken out to eat grass. "I'm going to go around the mountain." Zhao Shiping came in to get a machete. "What are you going to do in the mountains?" Sui Yu asked. "Look for a tree. Find a carpenter to make a bed. You need to pay him for the wet wood and some money." Zhao Shiping hurried to lead the camel. Sui Yu was happy when she heard it. She walked out and leaned against the door, looking at him with her eyes. "What? Your Uncle Nyo is going to be a father, and you are anxious too?" Zhao Shiping was so shameless that he didn't even look at her. "Why didn't you cut it in winter? It will be May in a few days, and there will probably be snakes in the mountains." Sui Yu stopped joking and asked a serious question, advising, "Look carefully. Forget it. Don't go now. Wait until winter comes before going up the mountain. There are no leaves on the trees in winter. I can't recognize what kind of tree it is." Zhao Shiping strode out and said, "Don't worry. I know what it is." Sui Yu spitted at him for not knowing how to be kind. The radish soup in the pot was bubbling. Sui Yu brought the pig feed bucket in, opened the lid of the pot, threw the wilted radish vines and old shepherd's purse from the basket into the pot, and scooped them into the pig feed bucket when they were softened. "Brother Liang, come in and stir the food," she shouted. Sui Liang ran in with the cat official in his arms. He took the pig feed stick and stirred the food so that it would cool down quickly. Sui Yu cleaned up the kitchen, went to the vegetable garden to cut 2 handfuls of leeks and pull a bundle of bitter herbs, and came back to pour the food to feed the pigs. After the pigs finished eating, She opened the fence to let the sheep and pigs out. After finishing the crops in the field, Sui Yu was only responsible for taking care of the pigs and sheep on a daily basis. Most of the camels were raised by Zhao Sheeping. Going to herd sheep again? Mrs. Sun's eyes swept over the sheep and pigs and said, "You have taken good care of these 2 sheep. They haven't lost weight even after weaning." Sui Yu did not take credit for it. She hugged Sui Liang and said, "It was Brother Liang who took good care of them. He was the one who took care of the sheep and pigs when we were working before. You are quite capable." Sui Liang smiled. As soon as the brother and sister left, a little girl dressed as a maid came over looking around. Mrs. Sun had already entered the door, but she stepped out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Mrs. Is this Shisantan? Do you know Sui Ling?" the maid asked. Mrs. Sun pointed to the next alley and said, "That's it." Sui Hui only remembered that Sui Ling said she lived in Shisantan. So she sent the little maid to find Sui Ling first. The maid went door to door asking people. Sui Ling was washing clothes in the yard. She heard the voice and came out, saying, "I am Sui Ling. Who are you? What do you want to see me for?" "I am the maid of Aunt Hui. Aunt Hui dreamed of her mother last night and felt uncomfortable when she woke up. She asked me to pick you and Miss Sui Yu up to talk to her." The maid spoke eloquently. "Aunt Hui?" Sui Ling was stunned. When did her sister become an aunt? She was happy and annoyed, and immediately locked the door and followed the maid. "When did my sister become an aunt?" Sui Ling asked directly. "The 13th day of the first lunar month. It has been 3.5 months. Sui Ling was even more angry. Such a happy thing was hidden from her. When she heard the maid asking about Sui Yu, she said unhappily, "Why call her? We don't have the same parents." And we said it. The maid hesitated. "She is not at home. She must be herding sheep now." The little maid gave up after hearing this, thinking that sheep farmers all have the smell of sheep, and the ant will vomit when she smells it. Sui Ling held her breath and followed the maid into the Hu mansion. When she stepped into the side yard, the maid told her that Aunt Hui was pregnant. She felt even more uncomfortable. Sui Hui was still sleeping in bed. She got pregnant with this child by taking medicine. The pregnancy was not good, and it was very stressful. She vomited half the night last night, and vomited again after drinking a mouthful of water before dawn this morning. Fortunately, she had a strong reaction. If not, she would not have known that the child had come. The doctor came to take her pulse the day before yesterday. The pulse was very weak, and said that it might have just been full term. She slept until the sun was high in the sky. When she woke up, she learned that Sui Ling had come. She simply washed up and went out to meet people. "Sister, you are so lucky. If I were at home now, I would have been busy preparing lunch." Sui Ling complained as soon as she saw people. Sui Hui ignored her and turned to ask the little maid, "Why didn't my cousin come?" The lady said that Miss Sui Yu went to herd sheep and was not at home. "Your cousin is more important than your sister, right?" Sui Ling became more and more angry. When Sui Hui heard about sheep, she thought of the mutton she had eaten the day before yesterday. She covered her mouth and retched, and waved her hand to signal the 2 maids to go down. "Have you visited my elder brother?" Sui Hui took a sip of water to calm herself down, and then asked, "I heard that during the spring plowing, the servants all went to work in the fields. Have you visited him?" Sui Ling was hoarse, and she made a guilty excuse. "Qian Wei didn't let me visit my elder brother." Sui Hui had also heard similar words from Sui Yu. When the 2 were compared, Sui Hui felt even colder. Sui Ling's selfish and heartless appearance was exactly the same as her father's. "Sister, have you contacted Sui Yu?" Sui Ling felt that only Sui Yu could tell her about the spring plowing. She said angrily, "What a snob. Seeing that I was in a bad situation and felt that it was not worth currying favor with. He repeatedly told me that he would not associate with me." The rest of the words suddenly died in Sui Hui's eyes. She found that the gentle sister in her memory became blurred, and the person sitting opposite her had the momentum of her mother, and that pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart. Sui Ling shut up. She lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Sui Hui didn't care. She just sat there and thought about what she was going to say. After a while, there was a noise outside the door. Sui Ling heard the sound of the maid bowing. She saw Sui Hui standing up, so she stood up and walked out. Sui Hui smiled. Her eyebrows drooped, and she looked gentle and lovely. When she saw Lord Hu, she called him master in a soft voice. "Greetings to my brother-in-law." Sui Ling bowed playfully. Sui Hui frowned and scolded, Don't be presumptuous. Sui Ling pouted. Lord Hu looked at her, supported Sui Hui and said, Are you feeling better after seeing your sisters? Sui Hui smiled again and nodded, Yes. It's better. But it's a pity that my other sister is not at home, because she went to herd sheep. Then wait until you have no reaction, and then call her over. Master Hu told the maid. Serve the food. Sui Hui wanted to feed Sui Ling. So she had 2 couches set up, with Sui Ling at a separate table, which was filled with stewed beef soup. As for her and Master Hu, except for a chicken soup with oil skimmed off, all the dishes were vegetarian. But Sui Ling thought this was a sign of contempt for her, and she was not worthy of eating at the same table with her master. Sui Hui didn't pay attention to her. She was worried, and she didn't have a good appetite. So she put down her chopsticks after eating a few bites of food. What's wrong? Are you still worried after meeting your relatives? Master Hu asked with concern. Sui Hui's heart was pounding. She tried to hold back her anxiety and said hesitantly, When I see my sister, I think of my brother. I went to see him last year. He was only 27 years old, but he looked as old as an old man. As she spoke, she knelt down and moved slowly to the side of Lord Hu. She said with tears in her eyes, I don't know if my elder brother can live to this year. He doesn't even know that he will have a nephew. Lord Hu smiled slightly. He reached out and touched her belly. He didn't want his child to have an uncle who was a criminal slave. So he said, Cry less. This child was born with difficulty. Don't cry for me. As for your brother and sister, I can cancel their slave status. Sui Ling was overjoyed. She knelt down excitedly. But there is one thing. If you are deslaved, your identity will be dead. Lord Hu looked at Sui Ling and said, Do you understand? Sui Ling didn't understand. So she looked at Sui Hui. Sui Hui explained, After we were deregistered as slaves, we had to register our household registration. We were no longer surnamed Sui on the household registration. I changed my surname to my mother's, Wen Hui, and my eldest brother will be called Wenin from now on. You decide what your surname is. Without reason, Lord Hu dare not release slaves and change their nationality. But he can change life to death. Dunhuang is thousands of miles away from Chang'an, and the emperor is far away. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Sui family are not important prisoners. No one will notice that there is a problem if there are 3 more people who died of illness in the household registration. My name is Wen Ling. Sui Ling also decided to take his mother's surname. Can we have a good meal now? Mr. Hu smiled at Sui Hui. How long have you been thinking about this? Sui Hui smiled embarrassedly, and she felt relieved. She picked up the chopsticks and ate the food again, and said vaguely, Master, I still have something on my mind. I have 2 cousins. If it weren't for my 3rd uncle who risked his life to save me on the way to exile, you wouldn't have seen me. Please raise your hand and set them free. Mr. Hu stroked his ring and said with a half smile, Will there be no more of your clansmen next? Sui Hui heard that he was unhappy, and it would be best to give up the idea at this time. But she still said with a stiff upper lip, That's not the case. On the way to exile, they bullied us. It was my 3rd uncle and cousin who protected us. Sui Yu has cut off contact with us. Sui Ling muttered. Mr. Hu looked over and laughed playfully. Sui Hui sulked. She clenched her hands and stared at Sui Ling coldly. Sui Ling shrank under her gaze, and the malice in her heart quickly dissipated. But it was too late. Lord Hu put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, stood up and put on his shoes, saying, Since we have cut off contact, then don't have any more contact. What does a concubine's end have to do with my son? Lord Hu remembered Sui Yu's name. She instigated soldiers to do business, and was reported by several people. No matter how you look at it, she is not a peaceful person. It is better to be honest and bear the slave status. After Lord Hu left, Sui Hui stood up on the couch and walked toward Sui Ling step by step. She was so angry that she slapped Sui Ling with one hand. Her nails scratched her face, leaving 2 bloody marks on it. Stupid. Stupid and evil. You really deserve to die. Sui Hui turned Sui Ling's head and was unmoved by her tears. You should have died in the wolf's mouth that night. You have no gratitude. Selfish. And harm people when you are alive. You are a slave of sin yourself. Don't you know the pain of being a slave? Did Sui Yu steal your man or kill your son? Why do you hate her so much? I didn't mean it. Didn't mean it? Sui Hui has heard her use this sentence to shirk responsibility too many times. She pinched her chin and said, From now on, you and I will sever our sisterhood, and will not have any contact except for life and death. I will also tell my eldest brother about what happened today. No matter what he chooses, I will still stick to today's decision. Get out. Stupid people are not scary. And evil people can be controlled. But if a person is stupid and evil, whoever has contact with her will be unlucky. Chapter 56. The old cow delivers food. It was a warm spring afternoon, and the sky was particularly bright. Sui Yu arranged for Zhao Shiping to wash the pots and dishes. She went into the house and took off the mattress and sheets on the bed, intending to take them to the river for washing. Remember to take the manuscript on the bed out to dry it. I can't carry it, she said, standing at the door of the stove. Okay. Zhao Shiping wiped his hands, and he looked at the thick mattress in her arms and asked, Do you want my help? You won't go up the mountain? The trees won't run away even if it's late. Then you can go with me. I can't twist the mattress if it gets wet. Sui Yu was naturally happy that he was willing to help. Zhao Shiping went into the house to move the manuscript. The manuscript was leaning against the earthen wall. He used a mallet to knock it off the dust, and then went into the woodshed to move the new manuscript out, and then led the camel out. Sui Liang had already led the pigs and sheep out, and he stood in the alley with a small dung basket waiting. Luotua went out. The man picked up the shoulder pole, and Sui Yu went to close and lock the door, passing by the door of Sister Lame's house. The man who was basking in the sun against the wall waved to Sui Yu and asked loudly, Go to the river to wash clothes? I want to go too. Sui Yu asked Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang to go first, and she stood outside the door with a wooden basin waiting. Sister Lame hurriedly collected a basin of clothes, locked the door and followed Sui Yu. She asked, Your husband has a good relationship with Lao Nyo. He brought someone back. Didn't you go to see it? Tonghua's surname is not Sui, and she came from a brothel. She has few contacts. People only know that she is a criminal slave, but they don't know her previous identity. So naturally they don't know that Sui Yu has a relationship with her. Sui Yu hesitated, and she said vaguely, No. Shiping doesn't like me to join in the fun. That's right. Your husband Zhao is a dull person. What else do you want to do after washing clothes? Sui Yu changed the subject. There is a new crop of shepherd's purse in my vegetable garden that can be eaten. I plan to make dumplings. Do you want to join us? Okay. I'll scoop 2 scoops of flour to your house, and bring the vegetable filling to make dumplings with you. Seeing Zhao Shiping waiting by the river from a distance, Sister Lame sighed and said enviously, After marrying a wife, is Mr. Zhao still willing to wash clothes by himself? The one in my family is not like that. He became a master after marrying a wife. He likes to eat. He helps me with things, so I cook what he likes to eat for him. Sui Yu whispered. When they reached the river, they separated. Sui Yu handed over the basin. Zhao Shiping took the basin and scooped water from the river, and Sui Yu shook the mattress clean and soaked it in the wooden basin. The two knew what the other was going to do without saying a word, and they had a tacit understanding. It was spring, and the water in the Shirji River was turbulent. Compared with winter, the water level rose by half an arm. The river water was cold, and only at noon when the temperature was high did people dare to wash clothes. Many people squatted by the river. A flock of sheep came to drink water from upstream. When the people who were pounding clothes by the river saw it, they shouted to the shepherd, who was sleeping on the stone. The old man swung the sheep whip and drove the sheep downstream. The crisp sound of pounding clothes was loud, and the dirty water in the clothes and bedding flowed into the clear river water and quickly dispersed, and then disappeared completely. Sui Yu liked to watch the process of the dirty water dispersing. She stepped on the stones on the river beach to beat the clothes and let Zhao Shiping wash them. Mr. Zhao is really a good man. Sister-in-law Lame passed by with a basin and said to Sui Yu, I'll go back first. When you go back to pick vegetables, call me and I'll go over. Okay. What are you going to make? Zhao Shiping asked. Make dumplings with shepherd's purse and egg filling. Do you want to mix them with lard? There's still half a bowl of lard left, Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping calculated the date and knew that he had to deliver food to Sui Wen tomorrow. He said, We can eat with lard, and we can send eggs. Sui Yu smiled and turned to look at him, saying, Okay, I'll listen to you. The sheep lay down after eating, and the black-skinned pig also dug a hole and laid down to bask in the sun. Sui Liang squatted beside the pig, smilingly pulling grass and throwing it on it, and then put his hands on the pig's belly to keep warm. Brother Liang, we're back, Sui Yu shouted. Zhao Shiping whistled. and the camel that had run away ran back towards the light. After more than an hour, the family returned home the same way. I'm going to the vegetable garden. You pull the clothesline and hang the mattress up. Suiyu explained. Okay. Zhao Shiping put down the clothes basket and said, Then I'll need the dough? Sure. You need the dough very well. Suiyu went out with a smile, and saw the cat official coming back with his tail dragging. She mocked. It's not summer yet. And you're willing to come back? Meow. The cat official's voice was weak. When people were busy with spring sowing, it was also busy sowing everywhere. Sui Liang ran out when he heard the cat's cry. Suiyu told him to grab a handful of oil residue to feed the cat, and she went straight to the vegetable garden. Aunt Du, are you weeding? Hey, weeds can't make vegetables grow. Suiyu, let me tell you something. Aunt Du was mysterious. She walked to the fence and lowered her voice and said, I ran into Sui Ling when I came here. She didn't know where she came from. Half of her face was swollen, with obvious slap marks, and her face was scratched. It was obvious that she was beaten by a woman. Suiyu raised her eyebrows and said lightly, maybe she offended someone. Her mother-in-law scolded her for having an affair with a man outside, and was caught and beaten by the other woman. Aunt Du looked at Suiyu and whispered, I don't know if it's true. Mother-in-law scolded her daughter-in-law for cheating? Suiyu was shocked. This was the first time she saw a mother press her son to be a cuckold. I don't know if it's true or not. Suiyu didn't express her opinion. She squatted down to dig Shepherd's purse and asked Aunt Du if there was enough food. If not, she would come to her vegetable garden to dig. After digging a basket of Shepherd's purse and returning, Suiyu called out when she passed by Sister Lame's house. No one answered and she left. She went back and threw the old shepherd's purse into the pen to feed the sheep and pigs. She picked and washed the fresh and tender ones, chopped them directly without removing the water, sprinkled them with salt, and mixed them with scrambled eggs. Sister Yu, this is incredible. Your cousin has been freed from slavery. Lame's sister came in a hurry. Don't be busy. Go and ask. Has your family overturned the verdict? You and your brother may have been freed from slavery too. Suiyu dropped the chopsticks in her hand. She didn't bother to pick them up. She walked out of the kitchen in 2 steps and asked excitedly, Is it true? It's true. I heard that the Qin family was arguing loudly when I came back. I went to watch the fun and heard Sui Ling say it with my own ears. I'll go and ask. Suiyu walked out of the door quickly. After she walked out of the door, she changed to running in big strides. For the first time, she felt that the alley was too deep. She ran so hard that her legs and feet became weak, and her heart was panicking. The people watching the fun outside the Qin family had dispersed. Those who had not walked far saw Suiyu coming and surrounded her again. Sui Ling, I heard that you have been freed from slavery. Right? Suiyu asked as soon as she entered the door. What about me? Tong Hua also learned the news. She ignored the eyes of outsiders, and asked Lao Niu to bring her over with her belly bulging. She struggled to squeeze into the crowd, her yellow face full of excitement. But the next moment, the excitement on her face collapsed, and her eyes burst into strong hatred. Only me and my brother. Sui Ling hid behind Qian Wei. She didn't dare to look at Suiyu, afraid that Suiyu would know that she was behind it. She evaded the question and said, It was Lord Hu who felt that you were too far away from us. Suiyu's heartbeat almost stopped, and her sore legs instantly lost strength. She slumped to the ground. Her eyes became vague and empty, and her head was buzzing. Seeing her like this, Sui Ling's heart tightened. She regretted it vaguely. In a blink of an eye, she saw a woman with hatred standing at the door. She took a step back in fear. Let's go! Lao Niu grabbed Tong Hua's arm and said, I bought a chicken leg and stewed it for you when I go back. Tong Hua held her chest that was about to explode, pursed her lips that were bitten and bleeding, and turned to go out. Before leaving, she looked at Suiyu once more. Seeing someone helping her, she left with confidence. Zhao Shiping half supported and half embraced Suiyu. She didn't respond when he spoke to her. He carried her on his back and looked at Sui Ling and asked, Has your brother also escaped from slavery? Did your sister help? Sui Ling nodded. Okay. I got it. Zhao Shiping gritted his teeth. Who slapped you in the face? Suiyu took a breath and realized something was wrong. Sui Ling was silent. Her sister hit her. The old woman who was watching the excitement outside the door shouted. She said earlier that she was hit by her sister. Yes. It was my sister who hit her. She blamed me for not visiting my eldest brother. Sui Ling cried. She pointed at Qian's mother and cursed. If you hadn't stopped me, how could I have been slapped? Now there is a gap between us sisters. Are you satisfied? Qian's mother was stunned. She didn't expect Sui Ling to suddenly attack her. Zhao Shiping didn't want to watch this farce anymore. He carried Sui Yu on his back and left, moving in the alley with heavy footsteps. When people he knew asked Sui Yu what happened, the couple didn't answer. When they got home, Sister Lame was teaching Sui Liang how to make dumplings. Seeing Sui Yu come back like this, she felt a pang in her heart. It was not good to ask more questions at this time. She took the dough and stuffing and left in a hurry. Sui Yu landed on the ground. Zhao Shiping went to close the door. The door was closed, and the yard was very dull. Sui Yu found a stone to sit on, but she couldn't straighten her waist when sitting on the stone. She simply slid down to the ground, leaned on the stone, and looked up at the sky. Zhao Shiping didn't know what to say to comfort her. He knew best how much Sui Yu wanted to get rid of slavery, and how much she expected from Sui Hui. Now the hope of getting rid of slavery was dashed, and everything she had imagined before no longer existed. For the future, it was an empty 18 years. Of course, he was also disappointed. And along with the disappointment came the heavy pressure that made him afraid. The couple thought about their own things and were silent. There was only the sound of pigs, sheep and camels eating grass in the yard. Sui Liang clenched his hands nervously. He walked to Sui Yu with small steps, put his hands on her head, and tears fell. Sui Yu's eyes were focused. She looked at him and said, "Why are you crying?" I was deceived. Sui Liang was scared. This was what happened to his aunt before she hanged herself. Sui Yu let him cry. She leaned in his arms, and was in a daze. Zhao Shiping stood up. He washed his hands, and rolled out the dough. He said, "Are you still going to eat?" "Eat. I don't want to die." Although she said so, Sui Yu was not motivated. It took a long time for her to get up and wrap the stuffing. She looked at the 2 pots of stuffing on the table, sighed, and said, "The food I said before was fed to the dogs." Zhao Shiping glanced at her, and knew that she was completely disappointed this time. The 3 of them sat facing each other, and made dumplings in silence. From sunset to dusk, from dusk to dark. When the dumplings were put into the pot, it was already late at night. Sui Yu had no appetite, but she desperately wanted to eat more bowls of dumplings. She felt ironic when she saw the pot of dumplings, and laughed at her for being a fool. Zhao Shiping took away her bowl, scooped out the leftovers in the bowl in one breath, and said, "Go to bed. You will be fine after a good sleep." Sui Yu chose to believe him. She washed herself carefully as usual. After all, the bedding on the bed was newly replaced. It may also be that the new mattress had patches and she didn't like it. She lay on the bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and stayed awake all night until dawn. When the sky was bright, the man got dressed and got out of bed to cook. "Zhao Shiping, you're done for. You'll have to spend money to treat my illness." Sui Yu was still laughing, but the next moment she covered her chest and said, "Carry me to see a doctor. I might be pregnant. I have a headache and want to vomit. I feel uncomfortable all over." Zhao Shiping came around the end of the bed. He put his hand on her forehead, which was a little hot. He took her clothes and helped her up, asking, "When did you feel uncomfortable? Why didn't you say anything?" She sighed all night, so he didn't notice that she was wrong. As soon as Sui Yu stood up, she felt like vomiting. She hurriedly pushed the man away, tilted her head and vomited, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Shiping took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, supported her with one hand, patted her back with the other hand, and said, "Brother Liang, go get a bucket of water." Sui Liang jumped off the bed and ran out. "You are so useless. Not only did you lose the meal, but you also made yourself sick." The man took clothes to wipe her. "Don't be angry with me." Sui Yu lay down and wiped her tears. "If Sui Hui has difficulties, I understand. But she promised me. But she didn't do it, and didn't give me an explanation. Not even an apology. Isn't that fooling me? I didn't let her down." Sui Liang brought water. Zhao Shiping took it, and asked her if she would rinse her mouth. Sui Yu ignored him, and said to herself, "Auntie Chun also said that good people will be rewarded. Am I not a good person? Or is Sui Ling a good person? I am really wronged. Damn the thief god." Bang bang bang, someone knocked on the door. Zhao Shiping ignored it. He handed the water scoop to Sui Liang. He took off his dirty pants, and planned to change into a clean pair of pants to take Sui Yu to the clinic. Bang bang bang, the knocking sound on the door sounded again. And Uncle Neo shouted outside, "Sheeping, open the door. Here I am. Look at your sister," he explained. Uncle Neo heard the footsteps coming and ran away before the door opened. When Zhao Sheeping opened the door, he only saw a back figure and 2 baskets of food piled at the door. He carried the food in and said to Sui Yu, "Good people will be rewarded. Uncle Neo brought you food. I was afraid that you would be hungry." Chapter 57. I'm going to earn military merits. We won't ask for help. After dressing Sui Yu and tying her hair, Zhao Sheeping twisted a cloth to wipe her face. Then called Sui Liang, carried Sui Yu on his back, and went out to see a doctor. In the clinic, the doctor had just started his shift, and just after drinking a sip of water, he saw a patient coming in. So he put down his tea bowl and took the pulse pillow. Zhao Sheeping put the patient down and said, "She has a fever." She said she had a headache and wanted to vomit. And she vomited before she went out. The doctor nodded, and he held Sui Yu's wrist. And after a long while he started to prescribe medicine. "How can you be so angry at such a young age? Did the couple quarrel?" Zhao Sheeping was silent, and it was hard to say the reason. So he could only acquiesce. "Doctor, what's wrong with me?" Sui Yu asked. "I just still have a headache. I feel much better after vomiting. Liver qi stagnation. Insufficient qi in blood. Spleen and stomach deficiency. You have a lot of problems." "How old are you?" 10, 17 years old. 18 in another 6 months. "How long has it been since you had your period? Don't you know? Haven't given birth yet? Don't you plan to have children in the future? You're in such a bad state that you're coming to see a doctor." "No. If you hadn't been sick this time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have had your period." The doctor scolded him and handed the prescription to Zhao Sheeping, saying, "Pay the money and get the medicine." "Wait a minute." Sui Yu grabbed Zhao Sheeping and turned to ask, "How long do I have to take the medicine? How much does it cost in total?" Zhao Sheeping opened her hand angrily and said, "Don't worry about the money. I have it. I can borrow money when I run out of money." Sui Yu had a bitter face. Seeing the doctor staring at her with a gloomy face, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Money is more important than health. No wonder you are so depressed. You don't understand." Sui Yu sighed. "Doctor, you haven't told me how long I have to take the medicine." The doctor ignored her and waited for Zhao Sheeping to come over with the medicine bag. He then said, "Boil 1 bag of medicine for 3 days. Twice a day. Boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water. And don't drink it before going to bed." Zhao Sheeping repeated his words and nodded to remember. "Take these 10 doses of medicine for a month. And come back to me after a month." The doctor glanced at Sui Yu and said, "Argue with her more in the future. She has a strong liver fire and heavy depression. She keeps it in her heart. After a long time, she can't eat well or sleep well. This disease is just right. Look how energetic she is now." Zhao Sheeping also felt that this anger was not in vain. And so many problems were cheated out of her at once. "Please feel my brother-in-law's pulse again." He pushed Sui Liang over and said, "Put your hand on the pulse pillow." Sui Liang looked at Sui Yu, and he raised his arm nervously, staring at the doctor eagerly, fearing that he would have to give him medicine and spend more money. At such a young age. "Your body is already damaged?" The doctor was surprised. He looked at Sui Yu and her brother, and said, "Immigrants from other places?" Sui Yu nodded. "No wonder." The doctor let go of his hand and said, "The boy is young and grows fast. He can make up for it by eating more food and meat. His foundation is not bad. His roots are not damaged." Sui Liang breathed a sigh of relief, and he quickly retracted his hand. "My brother can't speak. You take a look." He saw a murderer on the road before, and he couldn't make a sound because of the shock. Sui Yu took this opportunity to ask one more question. "Brother Liang, stretch out your hand again. Let the doctor take a look." The doctor waved his hand. He had met such patients. And there were also people who were scared crazy. And he had no way to treat them. "You can't tell from the pulse?" "Which means he's fine. I've seen several patients who were frightened and crazy and never recovered. Who couldn't speak. Or who became stutterers. Maybe they will get better when they grow up. As for whether those people got better or not, he didn't say." The children were listening here, so he could only say good things. Sui Yu touched Sui Liang, and she thanked the doctor. "Then we'll leave now." "What's the hurry?" Go to the inner room and lie down. I'll give you a few injections." The doctor waved to the medicine boy, who said the inner room had been cleaned up. He asked the medicine boy to take people in first, and he went to get the needle bag. Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang were waiting outside. Hearing Sui Yu complaining that the silver needle was too long and she was afraid, and hearing her yelling in pain, he felt that she was alive again. The needle was inserted. The doctor came out, and Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang went in. Had the needles been inserted? Sui Yu closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look. Zhao Shiping took one look and then hurriedly looked away. She was lying on the bed. Her clothes were open, and she was only wearing a bellyband. Although he had been eating and sleeping with her for more than half a year, he had never seen as much as this one look. There was no response, and Sui Yu stopped asking. She was a little sleepy, but she felt a little cold. She had no choice but to say, "Talk to me. I'm going to sleep." "How long have you not had your period?" Zhao Shiping looked at the wall. 1.5 years. The man snorted coldly. "Is this your sincerity in saying you want to give birth to a child for me? Who are you fooling?" Sui Yu opened her eyes. She glanced at him and interrupted. "Are you really going to quarrel with me according to what the doctor said? I don't care about you." Zhao Shiping sat on the ground and said, "You Sui people are not good people. It's because my family has no money. I was planning to take care of my body after I was freed from my official duties and made some money." Sui Yu sighed. "I get food every month, and there are vegetables in the fields. What should I do with the $400 in my hand? Buy meat for the new year?" Zhao Shiping mocked. That was his money. Sui Yu was embarrassed to squander it, let alone use it. She knew that she had health problems, but she always felt that it was not a big deal. She could eat, drink and sleep. She could make up for it by eating more and sleeping more. Okay. I was wrong." She begged for mercy and admitted her mistake, and said, "I'm sick and you're still arguing with me. I'm so uncomfortable." Zhao Shiping snorted coldly. He was almost sick because of her. The quarrel in the room stopped. The doctor came in, with a look of watching a good show to remove the needle. Seeing that Sui Yu was still in the mood to glare at him at this time, he thought to himself that it was no wonder that she could eat men so hard. "Okay. Carry your wife back. Come to me if you have any problems." Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She pulled her clothes together, muttering that she was going to freeze to death. She sat up and pulled up her clothes, and buried her head in to see if there was any bleeding from the needle hole. It hurt so much. Sui Yu didn't dare to move. She lay on the man's back and asked Sui Liang to walk in front. After leaving the clinic, she lay on the man's shoulder and said, "The needle as long as a finger pierced into the flesh and almost pierced me through. I don't know if I was injured internally." Zhao Shiping deliberately shook her and heard her screaming in a raised voice, which made him feel relieved. It was almost noon when the three of them returned home with empty stomachs. After Sui Yu lay on the bed, Zhao Shiping washed his hands and went to cook porridge for her. As for him and Sui Liang, there were still a lot of dumplings left last night, enough for them to eat for 2 days. After the meal was cooked, Zhao Shiping woke Sui Yu up. He touched her forehead and said, "Why hasn't the fever subsided yet? How can it be that fast?" Sui Yu felt weak, so she sat on the bed and said, "Bring it to me." Just as the meal was served, Sister Lame came over. She didn't mention what happened yesterday, and said, "I heard you were sick, so I came to see you. How do you feel?" "I just owed money. Nothing serious." Sui Yu smiled. "Have you eaten?" Sister Lame saw that she could still joke, thinking that she must be anxious. Seeing that Zhao Shiping brought the meal to the bed, like serving the queen, she said a few more words and didn't stay any longer, leaving 2 eggs and left. Sui Yu's mouth was bitter, and she barely drank half a bowl of porridge and didn't eat. "I want to sleep. Don't call me if you have nothing to do," she explained. "Do you want to eat eggs? I'll cook 2 for you," Zhao Shiping asked. "No. I just want to sleep." She fell asleep, and Zhao Shiping didn't leave home for a long time, and he would come into the house from time to check her head. It was not until dark that his hands were warmer than her head. Sui Yu ate 2 dumplings and 2 eggs at night. It was still early before bedtime, so she drank another bowl of bitter soup, which was so bitter that her tongue was numb. Zhao Shiping saw that she was energetic, so he slept well at night. However, the next day, Sui Yu was wilted again. She had a fever again. As soon as the medicine bowl was brought to her, She vomited at the smell. I really feel like I'm pregnant. Sui Yu rinsed her mouth, and she pinched her nose to swallow a bowl of medicine. She couldn't feel the existence of her tongue when she spoke. Don't take me to see a doctor. It's too cold to get acupuncture. I guess I caught a cold yesterday. I'll sleep for a while. Zhao Shiping looked at her silently. He took the bowl and tucked her quilt, and went out to get a shovel to shovel soil to cover the sour water she vomited. The sheep at home were bleeding with hunger. The piglets were also digging the trough, and the 2 camels were impatient to be locked up. Zhao Shiping had to go out. He asked Sui Liang to stay at home, and he went out to release the camels, pigs and sheep. After an hour of going out, the pigs and sheep came back after they were full. Zhao Shiping went into the house to see Sui Yu first. She was hugging Sui Liang and hunched like a shrimp. She was still cold even with the wolf skin on. He no longer listened to her, woke her up, put on clothes, and carried her to the clinic. It was already past noon when she came back after the acupuncture. Zhao Shiping put her on the bed, and he came out silently to stew medicine. Sui Yu had not been sick all the way in exile, but her body was too tense. When she fell ill, she was completely depressed. She had repeated fevers, and Zhao Shiping carried her to get acupuncture every day. The fever subsided at night, but it came back at dawn. In just 5 days, Sui Yu had lost a lot of weight. Zhao Shiping became more and more silent. Cough, cough, cough. Sui Yu came out pounding her chest. She was going to get moldy lying in bed every day. She saw that the weather was good in the house, so she came out to bask in the sun wearing the wolf's skin. Zhao Shiping was stewing medicine, and the whole yard was filled with a bitter smell. Sui Yu had a headache when she smelled it. She changed her shoes and said, I'm going to the vegetable garden. Zhao Shiping wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only say, avoid the wind, and come back if you feel uncomfortable. Okay, boss. You've worked hard these days. Sui Yu smiled at him. It's so ugly. Zhao Shiping was annoyed when he saw her smile. If you don't want to laugh, don't laugh. I didn't say it was hard. Who said I don't want to laugh? Sui Yu muttered. She opened the door, and a gust of wind hit her face. She turned her face away and coughed. As soon as she walked out of the door, she saw someone walking towards her from the south. She recognized the person and covered her mouth and coughed violently. Sister Yu. The person who came was Sui Winan. He was wearing new clothes and shoes, and his hair was clean, but he was too thin, and the empty clothes looked like they were stolen. Sui Yu raised her hand to stop him from speaking. She took 2 steps back and went back inside the door, closing it in front of Sui Winan. Why are you back again? Zhao Shiping asked. The wind is too strong. I'd better not go out. Sui Yu bolted the door. Sui Winan stood outside the door and stared at the closed door for a long time. Seeing that the door had no intention of opening, he left. After leaving the military settlement, Sui Winan stood in a daze on the long street with people coming and going. For a moment, he felt dizzy. Why did his relatives always implicate innocent people? What if he got rid of slavery? He felt that he was deeply sinful, and his flesh and blood were all sinful. The sky gradually darkened. Sui Yu touched her forehead with a worried look. In the man's worried eyes, she smiled and said, no fever. Zhao Shiping waved her hand away. He reached out to touch it. It was hot again. He slapped her. I want to hit your mouth. Alas. Sui Yu sniffed. When can I get better? Zhao Shiping was silent. Acupuncture was becoming more and more useless. Sui Yu sent Sui Liang out. She hugged the man's waist and said, if I die, can you help me take care of Liang? No. Zhao Shiping wrapped her in a mattress. He first sent Sui Liang to Sister Lame's house, and then came back to take Sui Yu to see a doctor. All the clinics were closed. He knocked on the door of 3 clinics before he opened one. As expected, it was acupuncture again. These days, he took Sui Yu to 4 clinics in the city. The first doctor's face was heavy when he felt Sui Yu's pulse again. After the acupuncture, he came out and said to Zhao Shiping, heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. She can't think it through, so the disease can't be cured. On the way back, Zhao Shiping carried people on his back and walked on the empty long street. There was no moon in the sky, and the road ahead was dark. For Sui Yu, she must have felt that the road ahead was dark. Can you live an ordinary life with me? 3 meals a day. I'll farm and you'll raise pigs and sheep. Yes. You're lying. Zhao Shiping smiled, then lowered his voice the next moment. Are you torturing you or me? Sui Yu's eyes were sore, and 2 lines of hot tears slid into the man's neck. She whispered, sorry. I'll be fine tomorrow. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. For the first time, he felt that 18 years was a long time, trapping Sui Yu in him. He knew in his heart that he was not satisfied with the status quo. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 20 years. Being bullied every year? After returning home, Zhao Shiping put Sui Yu in the room and went to pick up Sui Liang. Sui Liang hadn't slept all the time. When he heard the door open, he got up and ran out. Before Sister Lame came out, he tiptoed to open the door and ran out. Where's my sister? He wanted to ask, but he didn't see anyone. He was so scared that he opened his mouth and cried. But he couldn't cry out. He was so anxious that he slapped his mouth. Your sister is at home. She's not dead. Zhao Shiping was convinced. Both of them were tormenting. He turned around and thanked sister-in-law Lame. How is Sister Yu? Isn't it just a minor illness? Why have you been sick for so many days? She'll be fine tomorrow. Zhao Shiping picked up Sui Liang and said, Sister-in-law, you go to sleep. We're going back. Okay. I'll go see Sui Yu tomorrow. Zhao Shiping carried Sui Liang away. The 2 houses were only a few steps away, and they arrived in a moment. As soon as Sui Liang got home, he rushed into the house. And he didn't feel at ease until he heard Sui Yu's voice. Sui Liang hugged Sui Yu and cried again. Tired of crying, he fell asleep. Zhao Shiping brought the boiled and warm medicine over and said, Drink it. Don't worry. I'm tired of the trivial things at home. I'll go out to fight when you get better. Sui Yu's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl. Zhao Shiping stood steadily, staring at the dim figure in the candlelight, and said softly, We won't ask for help anymore. I will go and earn military merits, and use them to free you from slavery. Chapter 58. Don't give yourself a chance to regret. The candle wick crackled, and the fire in the room flashed. In the blinking, 2 pairs of eyes turned from bright to dark. Sui Yu took the medicine bowl. She quickly sorted out her thoughts while drinking the medicine. It was obviously the result she wanted. But she didn't feel relaxed at all, and she didn't have the slightest joy or expectation. The palm-sized black pottery bowl covered the face of the person. The person who used to swallow the bitter soup in big mouthfuls, as if he was going to die, now took small sips and slowly pecked. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu like this, and his inner uneasiness disappeared like mist under the steaming tomorrow. She was uneasy, guilty, and hesitant, which dispelled his inner uncertainty. If she was secretly happy at this moment, hugged him happily, and said sweet words, Zhao Shiping would definitely regret it. Fortunately, she still had a conscience, and knew that she couldn't bear to part with him. A bowl of medicine always has to be finished. Sui Yu pinched the edge of the warm bowl, raised her moist eyes, and said anxiously, Will you die? Maybe. After saying this, Zhao Shiping snatched the bowl and strode out. Sui Yu stared blankly at the blurry figure falling into the dark night, and the footsteps entered the kitchen and did not come out for a long time. After Zhao Shiping packed up the medicine stove, he leaned on the stove door and looked at the dark night. There were no stars or moon. Maybe it would rain tomorrow, and the crops in the field would grow rapidly after the rain. He was immersed in the night and thought a lot. When he was young, he was ignorant and fearless. He dared to walk in the wilderness with a passion to find the army to kill foreign enemies. In the 4 years in the army, his life was hanging by a thread many times. He had seen more blood than the water he drank, and he wandered between life and death countless times. Walking on the battlefield where he was in danger of losing his life, he lost his courage and became afraid of death, injury and pain, and was thinking about a stable life. Although the dull and boring days day after day are frustrating, Zhao Shiping has never been tired of it. The night wind blew, sweeping away the man's sigh. Zhao Shiping pounded his chest lightly, guarding against it with fear. But he still couldn't control his heart and voluntarily gave his life to others in exchange for freedom. Life is so cheap. The raindrops came as soon as they came, and the big raindrops fell on the ground, splashing the damp dust. The dry cold wind mixed with water vapor was so sticky that it made people breathe unsmoothly. The footsteps moved. Zhao Shiping looked over, and the wooden door creaked open. The wind stretched the flames and illuminated a sad face. It's raining. Come in, Sui Yu said softly. It's cold outside. You go in first. I'll boil water to wash your feet. Zhao Shiping stood up straight. I'll wait for you in the house. The door closed again. Zhao Shiping took a deep breath. He scooped a ladle of cold water to rub his feet, and strode into the house against the rain. It's raining? Sui Yu was just trying to make small talk. Zhao Shiping ignored her. He walked to the side of the bed and touched her forehead, saying, "The fever is going down. Go to sleep. You'll be well tomorrow morning." Sui Yu looked at him, tears slowly welling up in her eyes. She choked and said, "I don't want to. Yeah. I don't want you to be in danger. If anything happens to you, it's my fault." A line of hot tears slid down her chin. Sui Yu swallowed hard. Her words were already tinged with tears. Her shoulders trembled. She sobbed, "Zhao Shiping, I can't bear to let you go to the battlefield. I'm afraid you will die. What should I do? Am I too greedy?" she cried. And Zhao Shiping felt so happy. He stood still, and the rough hand on her forehead slid down to wipe her hot face, and wiped off a hand of sticky tears. "I'm not dead yet." "Why are you crying?" he asked with a smile. Sui Yu cried loudly, holding his hand to cover her face. "If you wake Sui Liang up later, he will cry again," Zhao Shiping reminded him, and said, "Did you cry and runny nose? Don't disgust me." Sui Yu stopped talking. She took the clothes she took off from the box and wiped her face. Crying? Her mind was much clearer. The man looked at her with a smile, and his whole body was comfortable. "You have been thinking about this from the beginning. Why are you crying hypocritically?" he asked deliberately. Sui Yu shook his head, refusing to admit it. Zhao Shiping snorted coldly, not wanting to talk more. He was also very tired. "Go to sleep." "I'm going to sleep too." He was leaving. Sui Yu grabbed his hand and said seriously, "Promise me one thing. You must come back alive. I want to get rid of slavery, but I want you to be alive more. If you encounter life-threatening danger, even if it is a meritorious service for promotion, you can't risk your life. You have to escape. As long as you are alive, I can wait." "Stop talking nonsense. I know what I am doing." He cherishes his life more than anyone else. Zhao Shiping went to the other side to take off his shoes and get on the bed, and said before going to bed, "Call me if you feel uncomfortable." "Okay." Sui Yu blew out the oil lamp and lay down. She felt hot and cold. She stuffed her legs and feet into the man's arms. She couldn't sleep because of the headache. She stared at the dark roof motionlessly, and tears slid into the pillow from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, her feet hurt, and Sui Yu subconsciously retracted her feet. But her legs and feet were firmly tied in the man's arms. Zhao Shiping said irritably, "Go to sleep quickly. Don't cry. If the fever doesn't subside tomorrow morning, you can wait and get another injection." Sui Yu became quiet. She turned over and hugged Sui Liang, and soon she fell asleep. When it was getting light, Zhao Shiping woke up. He touched Sui Yu's forehead first, and finally felt a cool touch on it. The fever had subsided, and she slept like a hibernating snake. No matter how hard he tried, she didn't move. Zhao Shiping was angry. He had been tossing and turning for the past few days, but still couldn't let go of the slavery issue. Now that he had hope, his problem would be solved immediately. Thinking of this, he lay down again. That's it. He was tired of tossing and turning, so he might as well go hungry and have a good sleep. It rained in the middle of the night, and the sun came out in the middle of the morning. The hungry camels couldn't wait for their owners all night, so they broke the door of the pen and wandered around in the yard. The two lambs also ran out and chased the hens in the yard, making them scream. Zhao Shiping heard the noise and came out. He opened the door and saw that the yard was in a mess. The wet mud was full of hoof prints. The camel lifted the lid and drank water from the water tank. The sheep was defecating in the middle of the yard. The hen flew to the roof and clucked at the top of her voice. Zhao Shiping clenched his fists. He combed his hair a few times and didn't bother to wash his face. He opened the door and let the camel and sheep out first. Sui Yu and Sui Liang also came out one after another. Sui Yu had been cooking for too long and hadn't had a good meal in the past few days. When she stood in the wind outside, her legs were weak. "Sweep the sheep dung first." She told Sui Liang that the water in the tank was also dirty. She couldn't cook, so she could only pick up the basket and go to the vegetable garden first. "Sister Yu, are you going to pick some vegetables? Are you well?" Sister Lame saw someone as soon as she went out. She muttered, "Are you okay? I was just about to go see you." "Yes. The fever has finally subsided." Sui Yu smiled and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble to you last night. I only trust you. So I can only send Liang Gur to your house. If you have any problems in the future, just send the children over. I also have 2 kids at home. I will let Liang Gur come to my house to play in the future. Okay. I won't be polite if you say that. Sui Yu saw someone coming. She said no more, said goodbye to Sister Lan Mei, and stepped on the wet mud to go to the vegetable garden. She pulled the radish seedlings and went back. Zhao Shiping also came back. He didn't bring the camel and sheep back. He asked the shepherd to help him keep an eye on them. He would come over after he finished cooking. I'll cook. You take a rest. Don't touch the cold water, Zhao Shiping said. I'll go fetch water first. You sit at home and take a rest. Don't get sick again when you're happy. Sui Yu felt uneasy, and didn't dare to make jokes to tease him anymore. Even if he said something sarcastic, she didn't talk back. The yard was cleaned. Sui Yu took a wooden board from the woodshed and didn't let her cook. She squatted in the yard, and used the board to knock the hoof prints flat. The sun was shining on her head, and she was still busy with her hands. She was wearing thick clothes, so sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. The food was ready. Zhao Shiping called for dinner, and the medicine was stewed. He turned around and saw Sui Yu's face was red again. His heart tightened, and he took a big step over and covered her forehead with his hand. No fever. But I'm sweating. The disease has been cured. Sui Yu muttered. The disease is cured? Zhao Shiping sneered. You were dying last night. And you are cured so quickly? Sui Yu squinted at him, and she went around him to serve the rice. I said I wanted to earn military merits, and you cried for half the night. But you couldn't bear to say a word of refusal. Zhao Shiping took the bowl and looked at her with a dark face. Last night, he was confused by her crying, and his whole body was refreshed. This morning, he went outside to get some fresh air, and his mind came back to his senses. Sui Yu ate a mouthful of rice without looking at him. Speak. He stepped on her. Do you regret it? Sui Yu asked him. Zhao Shiping choked. A little. But he didn't regret it. Just hesitated and unwilling. Then don't go. Sui Yu's face darkened. She took a mouthful of radish vines and ate them, and said vaguely, the radish vines are tender at this time, and they will be cooked after frying them in oil. Don't fry them for too long. The first sentence has nothing to do with the second sentence. Zhao Shiping stared at her twice, and seeing that her face had lost its spirit, he glared at her hatefully. Sui Yu glared back. You are unlucky to meet me. Oh, it's not my ancestral grave that is emitting green smoke. Anyway, your ancestral grave is not emitting green smoke, but my ancestral grave is emitting black smoke. I am so unlucky to encounter such a mess. Sui Yu lost her appetite again. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and stopped eating. Zhao Shiping stared at her. The two of them were in a stalemate. He slapped his thigh hard, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and stuffed them into her hands, saying, You are so powerful that you can't say a word. He was not lying. Her feelings for him were not as good as his feelings for her. Sui Liang was like a dog that was beaten. He looked left and right with the bowl in his hand, not knowing what they were angry about. Sui Yu felt guilty. She lowered her eyes and looked at the smoking rice. She saw the man next to her standing up. She grabbed his hand and said, You are my only hope for freedom. I want freedom, and I want you to live. If you are willing to try, I also look forward to you trying. I said last night that no matter how great the merit is, it is not more important than your life. It means that even if I have no military merit, I have no complaints. If you are willing to exchange your life for my freedom, I dare to bet my life. If you die on the battlefield and don't come back, I will go to accompany you after I settle Liang Gur. Zhao Shiping felt relieved now. She said that she would live well even if he died. But the resentment in her heart completely disappeared. After dinner, Zhao Shiping stared at Sui Yu and finished a bowl of bitter soup in one breath. After washing the pots and bowls, Zhao Shiping poured out all the water in the jar, cleaned the bottom of the jar, and then went to fetch water. When he came back for the last time, he brought back the camels and sheep with full stomachs. I'm going out for a while. Wait for me to come back to cook in the evening. Before leaving, Zhao Shiping explained. Where are you going? Sui Yu asked. To find the captain. If there are any missions in the future, let him arrange for me. Zhao Shiping strode out, no longer giving himself the opportunity to regret. It also allowed Sui Yu to rest assured to recover. Chapter 59 Returning the Favor. It was a leisurely spring afternoon, But the people in the government office were in a hurry. Zhao Shiping heard that the captain had come to the government office. So he could only come and wait outside the government office. Not far from the government office was the post station. The sentry on the corner tower on the east side of the post station glanced at it from time to time. Zhao Shiping stood against the wall in another place. He stared at the people coming in and out, waiting from afternoon to dusk. Captain Chu. The man came out, and Zhao Shiping walked over quickly. The captain looked at him and didn't recognize him. He asked directly, "Who is it? What's the matter?" Zhao Shiping introduced himself first. He didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "I want to use my military merits to get my wife and brother-in-law out of slavery. If there is any mission in the future, can you take me with you?" Captain Chu smiled playfully. He suddenly became interested in this man. A tall and big man. He was actually a lovesick man. Zhao Shiping? 13th ton. "What's the name of the centurion?" he asked. "Li Dequan." Captain Chu nodded and asked again, "Have you been on the battlefield? What are you good at? Are you familiar with the terrain?" "I fought on the battlefield for 4 years. The farthest I went was Wusan. I went to the northwest 4 times. I only remember the roads I walked. I am good at using a knife. I am strong and can use arrows." Zhao Shiping answered one by one. Captain Chu was quite satisfied and said, "Okay. You go back and wait." Zhao Shiping breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed and walked back in the sunset. Meow. Zhao Shiping looked up when he heard the sound and saw the cat official on the roof of a house. The house was in a mess these days, and he didn't notice it. It actually ran so far. "Come down." He waved. "Your cat?" asked the man who came out to pour out the swill. Zhao Shiping said nothing. He thought for a moment, stopped calling the cat, and strode away. The cat jumped off the roof excitedly. It chased the male owner along the wall. The man who poured out the swill picked up a stone and threw it at the cat. And the cat ran faster. Zhao Shiping turned a corner and grabbed the cat by the neck. He ignored its louder and louder cries, and went into the alley and strode away. When he got home, he asked Sui Yu to make a rope buckle to tie the cat. Tie it at home to prevent it from going out and causing trouble. "What happened?" Sui Yu asked. "It probably ran out to steal food." Zhao Shiping stared at the cat, whose fur was shiny and shiny. It had never had a hard life outside. "Tie it with a rope when you take it out again. Tie it for 10 days or half a month to temper its temper. Untie it when it stops running out," he said. "Okay." Sui Yu put the rope buckle on the cat official and tied the other end of the rope to a stone. Zhao Shiping went into the kitchen to wash rice and vegetables. Sui Yu went in to light the fire for him. She asked, "What did the captain say?" "Let me wait at home. Then you should practice your skills at home during this time." Zhao Shiping also had this plan. Although he didn't have any martial arts skills, he had to be flexible and skilled in chopping, cutting, and dodging. Sui Liang came in. He opened a medicine jar, scooped 3 bowls of water into it, and took a piece of firewood from the stove to ignite the dry wood. "How much did I spend on this illness?" Sui Yu asked. "Don't worry about it," Zhao Shiping said gruffly, pouring millet and beans into the steamer. He wiped his hands and looked at Sui Yu and said, "You are still a rich lady. You are so stingy with money and can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. You are just like my mother." Sui Yu turned a deaf ear to his ridicule. Zhao Shiping snorted coldly, turned to Sui Liang and said, "When I'm not at home, you watch her take the medicine. Watch closely, or she will die." "Oh, you're so annoying." Sui Yu couldn't hold it anymore. She smiled and said, "I'm not ungrateful. I know you're doing this for my own good. I will definitely take the medicine on time." Zhao Shiping ignored her. He went out, carrying a basket to dig vegetables in the vegetable garden. The chaff and radish buried in the sand pit were gone. In the lean season, they could only dig some elder shepherd's purse and bitter vegetables, and mix them with swill to boil and feed the pigs. Half a pot of bean porridge, 3 boiled eggs, and half a bowl of pickled radish strips. This is the dinner for a family of 3. Tomorrow I'll go buy half a chicken and stew half a pot with dried vegetables. During the meal, Zhao Shiping said, "Let's all make up for it." "Okay. I'll go buy it," Sui Yu said. "You stay at home for 2 more days. I'll go buy it." After dinner, Zhao Shiping washed the pots and dishes, cooked pig food to feed the pigs, and picked grass for the camels and sheep. After all this, there was no sound in the alley. He fetched water to wash his face and feet. And before entering the house, he washed Sui Yu's clothes and hung them on the clothesline. Before he got married, he didn't seem to be so busy. Zhao Shiping sighed, and then thought that if he went out, Sui Yu would not be able to handle it alone. For the first time, he felt that Sui Lian was too young. Sui Yu saw that he hadn't entered the house, and there was no movement outside. She got dressed, got out of bed, opened the door, and went out. The man who was boxing in the yard stopped when he heard the sound. "Did I bother you?" Sui Yu smiled. "Can I see?" "Go back to your room and sleep." Zhao Shiping felt a little embarrassed. He had never learned boxing seriously. He just imitated other people's movements. Sui Yu understood his thoughts. She took 2 or 3 steps back, closed the door, and left him a quiet space. The wooden bed creaked, and Zhao Shiping turned his head to continue boxing. The cat official squatted on the stone, swung his tail and watched with relish. Slowly, it yawned, changed from squatting to lying, and its tail drooped. The moon shifted a little bit. The wind stopped, and everything was quiet. Zhao Shiping exhaled a breath of turbid air. He stopped his movements, fetched water to wipe the stinky sweat on his body, and went to sleep with a hot body. Sui Yu woke up for a moment, and fell asleep again when she realized it was him. After another 3 days, Zhao Shiping let her go when he was sure that Sui Yu was really well. Sui Yu went to the vegetable garden and pulled out all the weeds growing in the vegetable garden. She also dug up the elders' vegetables and fed them to pigs and sheep. In addition, she opened another vegetable garden and sowed the shepherd's purse seeds left over from early spring. When they sprouted, they would be good vegetables for pigs. In May, the weather got hot. Zhao Shiping no longer bathed at home. As in previous years, he washed himself in the river while fetching water, and washed his clothes while doing so. "I'll lock the door from the outside. You guys go to sleep first. I'll open the door myself when I come back," he said. Sui Yu agreed. After Zhao Shiping left, she went into the kitchen and took out a broken jar from under the food cabinet. In the jar were 5 wolf skins as thick as chopsticks. The wolf skins had been softened and were elastic when torn. Sui Yu took the wolf skins out of the jar, wiped off the water, and sat in front of the stove to make a rope with the wolf skins. She planned to make a bow and arrow for Zhao Shiping, but she didn't know how to make it, so she could only try slowly according to the diagram. After rubbing the 5 wolf skins into a strand, the calluses on Sui Yu's hands were worn thin. She pounded her neck and looked up to find that it was late at night, and the man who fetched water had not returned yet. Meow. The cat tied under the eaves meowed. Sui Yu stuck her head out and heard footsteps outside. She threw the wolf skin back into the jar and stuffed the jar under the food cabinet. Just as she put it away, the door opened. "Why are you back so late?" Sui Yu ran out and asked. "You haven't slept yet? You don't have to wait for me in the future. It's quiet at night. I can practice my legs and feet while I fetch water." Zhao Shiping handed her the wet clothes, and he picked up the bucket to pour water. Sui Yu hung up the clothes and followed him into the door. "Will you be given bows and arrows and swords when you go on a mission?" Sui Yu asked. "I think so." "What kind of wood is the handle of the bow made of?" "Bamboo sticks and rattan sticks." "Why ask this? What idea are you thinking of?" Zhao Shiping suddenly became sharp. "I just want to care about you more and know more about you." Sui Yu refused to say. Zhao Shiping enjoyed it. He couldn't sleep for a while, so he became talkative. He waited to Sui Yu to sleep over, and he told her about the war he had experienced. After Sui Yu learned something, she took time to walk around the street and found a narrow shop selling baskets. She stayed in the shop for a long time, and the basket weaver agreed to bend a curved bow for her with a rattan as thick as her wrist. Sui Yu took the wolfskin rope soaked in grass ash water, and after the rattan was burned and bent, she borrowed the basket weaver's tools to saw 2 small holes to tie the wolfskin. "Is this okay?" Sui Yu asked. She pulled the wolfskin and it was a little loose. She begged the uncle to help her tighten it. A bow with wolfskin as the string and rattan as the bow arm was finally formed. Sui Yu left 50 coins, thanked her again and again, and went back happily with the bow. When she got home, the man who herded the camels had not returned yet. Sui Yu thought about it again and again, and she decided to give it to him before dinner. After washing her hands and kneading the dough, Sui Yu made 2 scoops of noodles before leaving home in the afternoon. She planned to make some leek dumplings. The leeks were not fried. After chopped, they were put into a bowl and sprinkled with salt. 4 eggs were scrambled and shoveled into the leek bowl and mixed well. The dough was rolled into a round dough skin as big as a face. The fillings were spread on it, and the edges were trimmed. The noodle box that looked like a cloth bag was ready. The stove was just lit when the 2 people who were herding camels and pigs and sheep came back. Sui Yu heard the sound and poked her head out. "You also took the cat official out?" Zhao Shiping said him. He stared at the bow hanging in the camel pen in a daze. When the camel went in, he grabbed the bow and turned to look at the smiling woman outside the stove door. He guessed that she must have prepared it. "This is for you. You should practice your accuracy well and hit the target every time in the battle. Save your life and come back to work for me." Sui Yu raised her chin, like a landlady who exploited farmhands. Zhao Shiping smiled silently. He shook the bow head to test the weight, and then pulled the bowstring. It was quite strong, and he enjoyed it very much. There was a bow but no arrow. Zhao Shiping went into the kitchen with the bow in his pocket. He sat under the stove and burned the fire, and his eyes slipped to the bow from time to time. "You hit it very well. I didn't notice it." He glared at people and said, "That's because your heart is not with me." Sui Yu turned the tables. Zhao Shiping ignored this sentence. He pulled the string and asked, "What kind of skin?" "Wolf skin?" Sui Yu nodded. The wolf skin for the string was cut from the wolf skin mattress at home. There was a fragrance in the pot. Sui Yu used a spatula to turn the chive box over. When he looked up, he said, "I still miss you. You should miss me." Zhao Shiping thought it was natural, and he would never think it was enough no matter how much more. Sui Yu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Move your eyes. There's no firewood in the stove. Use the grass residue to cover the fire. I'm making pancakes." After adding firewood to the stove, Zhao Shiping called Sui Liang to take over. He went out with a machete and came back with a bundle of branches with leaves. He squatted in the yard and cut with strips to make arrows, making them carefully one by one. 13 leek dumplings came out of the pot one after another. Sui Yu added 2 buckets of water to the pot, and she went to the firewood room to get half a bowl of sour radish to cook sour soup. "It's time to eat." "It's here." Zhao Shiping moved as soon as he was called. When washing his hands, he held Sui Liang's little hand and rubbed it clean, which showed how happy he was. A leek dumpling was about the size of a man's palm, golden on both sides, and filled with stuffing. When the dough was bitten open, a stream of hot air slowly came out with a strong fragrance. This is the first batch of chives grown from sown chive seeds. The chives are fresh and not spicy. The fresh and tender chive leaves are stewed in the sealed dough. The chive leaves are still tender green, mixed with golden egg crumbs, which looks appetizing. At the end of the meal, the noodles are still filled with stewed chive juice. It tastes better than white steamed buns dipped in chicken soup. This is the food that people eat. Zhao Shiping was satisfied. He could have a full meal tonight. Chapter 60. I Just Want to Marry You. After the rain, the grass grew wildly in the field, and weeds surrounded the bean sprouts. Hares and voles took advantage of the cover of the grass to quietly nibble on the roots of tender bean sprouts and millet. With a sound of whoosh, breaking the wind, a wooden arrow pierced through the leaves of the bean sprouts and planted into the soil. The voles hiding under the grass roots squeaked twice, turned around and disappeared. Zhao Shiping strode over to retrieve the wooden arrow, and then changed direction to continue shooting. The low-flying sparrows, the dragonflies resting on the wild flowers, the leaves shaking in the wind, the hares and voles in the field, are all his targets. Sui Yu looked at him from time to time, when he put down his bow and arrow and went to the field to pull weeds. She asked with some concern, "Is the bow not suitable for your hand? Is the ejection force enough?" Zhao Shiping said him and said, "It's not the bow and arrow. I haven't touched this thing for 3 years. My hands are not used to it, and my accuracy is not good." Sui Yu was still a little worried, but she didn't say anything else. She patted her waist and lowered her head to continue pulling weeds. She and Sui Liang each pulled at one end of a row of bean seedlings, and it took almost an hour to meet. A family of 3 people could only pull 4 rows of weeds in half a day, which was less than 1 acre in a day. At dusk, the people working in the field were ready to go home. Sui Yu walked to the end of the field and sat down. Zhao Shiping was not done yet. He collected the grass piled in the field and put it into the basket. He picked it up at night and fed it to pigs and sheep at night. It could also be used as kindling after drying. With a whoosh sound, a light wooden arrow fell powerlessly less than half a meter away. Sui Yu rubbed her scratched fingers and took out another wooden arrow. She pulled the string with all her strength and aimed at the hay pile in the ditch. When she let go, the wooden arrow shot out at an angle. There's something wrong with the wooden arrow, Sui Yu concluded. You have the problem. Zhao Shiping strode up with a basket of grass on his shoulder. He took the bow and arrow and sat next to Sui Yu. He exerted a little force, tightened the leather string, and slightly bent the cane bow arm. When the wooden arrow was ejected, the leather string made a crisp sound of varying weight. The wooden arrow was stuck in the haystack. Shoot a few more times. Weigh the weight of the arrow and the bow repeatedly. And remember the deflection direction of the wooden arrow. If you want to shoot at the haystack, the direction the arrow should aim at is 1 inch to the right. Zhao Shiping instructed her, handed the bow and arrow over, and said, Try again. Sui Yu did as he said, pulled the leather string, pointed the arrow at the bean sprouts 1 inch to the right of the haystack, and with a whoosh sound, the shot wooden arrow landed on the edge of the haystack. Not enough strength. Try again. Zhao Shiping went down to pick up the arrow and handed it to Sui Yu. She had difficulty pulling the string, so he grabbed her hand from behind and pulled it back. Release. The two of them let go at the same time, and the wooden arrow hit the haystack, causing it to collapse. Sui Yu smiled, turned around, clasped her hands together, and said, Thank you for your guidance, Master. I have learned it. Zhao Shiping's scalp numbed, and the expression on his face froze for a moment. He reacted and looked at Sui Yu deeply. Without saying anything, he walked down the ridge and continued to hold the hay. Sui Yu looked down at the leather string on the bow. The wolf's skin was elastic and could be restored after being pulled apart, but it was still looser than when it was just tied. She touched the sharpened wooden arrow again. It was light and fluttered when flying in the air. If the wind was stronger, no matter how much experience Zhao Shiping had, the arrows he shot would not hit the enemy. Go back. Don't sit down, Zhao Shiping shouted. Here we are. Sui Yu sat up with her hands. She put her bow on her back, picked up the wooden arrows and strode to chase the two people in front. What are we having for dinner? Zhao Shiping asked. What do you want to eat? Leek dumplings. The man chuckled. I'll make them for you in 2 days. We're out of noodles. If you eat a lot of noodles, the noodles at home will be used up quickly. Fortunately, it was the day to collect grain. Zhao Shiping calculated that there was still a lot of millet left at home, so he would exchange it for 3 more buckets of wheat when collecting grain. Thinking about eating leek dumplings, he put down all the work in the field and went to grind flour and rice after collecting grain. With noodles and leeks in the vegetable garden, Sui Yu didn't work in the field in the afternoon. She scooped 3 scoops of flour and mixed it with the sourdough starter and dough. The leeks had been picked and washed last night. She had nothing to do for a while. She wanted to fetch water to water the vegetables. When she went out, she thought of the light wooden arrows. She turned back and went into the house to open the wooden box to count the remaining money. Not counting the scattered copper coins, there were still 27 strings of copper coins, which means that she spent at least 15 strings on medical treatment and medicine last month. It's really expensive to see a doctor when you're sick. Sui Yu sighed. She closed the wooden box, locked the door, and went to the market. In the blacksmith shop, a tall and strong blacksmith was hammering iron. When he saw someone coming in, he raised his eyes and asked loudly, Do you want to repair your knife or buy a sickle? Do you have iron arrows for sale? Sui Yu looked around the shop and asked in a different way, Can you make arrows with iron tips? The blacksmith looked at her twice, then threw the hammered iron block into the furnace and asked, What kind do you want? What kind of bow? How far can it shoot? The farthest is less than 3 meters. A rattan bow. Sui Yu gestured to him and said, I want an iron cast arrowhead, and the wood of the arrow body is heavier to reduce the impact of the wind. The blacksmith understood. He went into the house and took out a piece of wood, and said, Do you want to bring the iron, or do you want to use my iron? What's the price? If I use my iron, then the wood and iron are 1 tael and 2 coins each, including the labor fee. 1 tael and 5 silver coins will be required for an arrowhead. Sui Yu shook the wood. She did not hesitate and said, Make 5 for me, and I will go back to get the money. When can I get it? At least 3 days. The blacksmith stopped the person who was about to go out and said, When you get the money, please bring your household registration. I need to register and report it to the government. Okay. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Sui Yu took a breath. She didn't have the household registration, so she could only ask Zhao Shiping to bring the household registration to pay the money tomorrow. Walking out of the blacksmith shop, Sui Yu heard the chick shriekling. She followed the sound and found a little sister-in-law selling chickens outside the butcher's shop. She went over to ask how much they were. 100 coins each. Sui Yu frowned and raised her foot to leave. Sister, don't leave in a hurry. My chickens are more than 2 months old. Look, they have grown hair. They don't need a hen to lead them. They can find food by themselves after you buy them back. The little sister-in-law stopped Sui Yu and added, chickens this big are not sick very often. Even people who have never raised chickens will not kill them. Sui Yu was tempted and bargained, 80 cents. I want 10. 95 cents. Sui Yu wanted to leave again. And the little sister-in-law had to lower the price by another 5 cents. Sui Yu squatted down to select the chicks. As the little sister-in-law said, the chicks were all energetic. She wanted to buy more. Selling the poultry she raised herself was not considered business. She planned to sell a few more chickens in winter to save some money. Even if she couldn't sell them, she could still kill them to reward her. 80 coins. I'll buy 10 more. Sui Yu said. The little sister-in-law waved her hand. No. No. Sui Yu added another 5 coins. And after a long bargaining, she sold 20 chicks for 85 coins. She didn't have enough money on her, so she could only take her people back to the military settlement. Little sister, you people who receive food every month are still arguing with me about those few coins? You should make it up to me. I'm a farmer, and I can only save a handful of copper coins by selling chicken butts. The little sister-in-law felt uncomfortable. Everyone has their own difficulties. If I had more money, I wouldn't argue with you for a few coins. Sui Yu opened the door and said, I'll help you shout and see if there are other people who want to buy. 100 coins each. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Sui Yu smiled. 17 cents for 20 chicks. Sui Yu handed over the money and picked the chickens. Seeing Auntie Sun coming back from the vegetable garden, she asked loudly, Auntie, do you want to buy chicks? I bought them last month when the weather got warmer. Auntie Sun came closer with a basket on her shoulder, looked out and said, the chicks are quite big. How old are they? A little over 2 months old. Auntie Sun picked up one, which looked better than her chicks. After asking the price, she went home to buy 5. People who heard the noise came over and talked about it. Half of the chicks of Auntie Xiao were sold, but she refused to lower the price and sold them at 100 cents each. Sui Yu settled the chicks and took Auntie Xiao to Shikoden. She asked Auntie Du if she wanted to buy any. The people sitting in the yard next door recognized her voice. And Tong Hua opened the door and walked out. I won't sit down anymore. The noodles distributed at home are ready. I have to go back to prepare dinner. Sui Yu came out of Aunt Du's house and turned her head to see Tong Hua. She put away the smile on her face and walked straight past her as if she didn't know her. Tong Hua moved her mouth, but didn't know what to say. The mistake she made almost ruined Sui Yu, and it couldn't be offset by an apology. The fields were busy with farming, and the military village was deserted again. Most of the people who stayed at home were tottering old people and babbling children. There was hardly a single idle person in the alley, and Sui Yu felt particularly quiet walking in it. However, when she turned into Shisantan, she met Sui Ling face to face. After just one glance, Sui Yu withdrew her sight. Sui Ling panicked for a moment, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. Seeing that Sui Yu lowered his eyes and didn't look at her, she calmed down. On both sides of the road, the two walked separately and soon disappeared into 2 adjacent alleys. Sui Yu suddenly snorted while kneading the dough. In a few days, the alley next door will be lively again. At sunset, the workers in the fields came back, and the hens that were looking for food outside also fluttered their wings and ran back. Half a basket of weeds fell into the yard, and the 20 chicks squeezed in the chicken coop rushed out and ate the grass with the 2 hens. Sui Liang was stunned, and the 2 hens were also stunned. Did you buy so many chicks today? Zhao Shiping asked. I bought 20. The more you buy, the more you can eat. When you grow up, I will kill a chicken for you when you come back from the mission. Sui Yu poked his head out and said, Brother Liang, wash your hands quickly. Several chive dumplings are out of the pot. Zhao Shiping took a closer look at the fluffy chicks before entering the door. Seeing the cat official approaching, he shouted, Cat official, don't make trouble. Come in and eat. Sui Yu handed over 2 warm chive dumplings and said, Eat more. I will give you an extra bowl of noodles today. It is enough for the three of us to eat for 2 meals. Zhao Shiping had been thinking about it for the whole afternoon. He took the plate and sat in front of the stove, eating while watching the fire. Sui Yu also ate while frying. When the last pot of chive dumplings was done, she was full. Zhao Shiping was full again. He asked Sui Yu to sit down and rest. He got up to clean the stove. After the house was clean, he picked up a bucket to fetch water. Sui Yu teased the cat official and jogged around the yard to help digestion. When the man came back, she told him about buying arrowheads. I have already inquired about the price. Tomorrow you bring your household registration and bow, and we will go to the blacksmith shop to order 5 long arrows with iron arrowheads. Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping was silent. It was his turn to feel sorry for the money. Just buy 2, he said. 2 arrows are not enough. I still think 5 arrows are not enough. When you go on a mission, if the government issues bows and crossbows, you can bring 5 more arrows, so that I can feel more at ease. Sui Yu took the man's arm and went into the house, saying, money can be saved if it is gone. But if a person is gone, it is useless to keep the money. The next morning, Sui Yu took Zhao Shiping to the blacksmith shop with a bag of money. In order to facilitate identification, she asked the blacksmith to leave a mark on the arrowhead. After getting the arrow, Sui Yu engraved Zhao Shiping's name on the arrow with the tip of a knife. You can still read? Zhao Shiping was surprised. Why didn't you say anything when Lord Hu asked who could read? I took a fancy to you. Sui Yu blew away the sawdust. She threw a coquettish eye at the man, and said sweetly, I just want to marry you. Bullshit. It's probably because she can't read. Chapter 61. Do you want a kiss? With the iron arrowhead, Zhao Shiping could draw the bow more easily. The arrowhead did not drift, and he could draw and shoot arrows faster. After practicing for a few more days, he could almost shoot arrows continuously. 2 arrows were shot out one after another, and a fat rabbit was nailed to the ground. Sui Yu cheered, and she dropped the work in her hands and ran to pick up the rabbit. Great! Our family will not lack meat this year. Sui Yu smiled brightly while holding the rabbit's ears, and said, you can clean it up when you go back at noon, and stew the rabbit meat in the evening. Zhao Shiping touched the leather string. He didn't expect that he had a talent for archery. When he used the bow on the battlefield, he missed 9 out of 10 shots. I don't know if it was related to the bow and arrow. He pulled out an iron arrow, pulled the leather string, and shot it into the sky. The arrowhead brushed the bird's wings, and the wild bird screamed in fear. Now he was going to the battlefield, and he felt more confident. If I'm at home in winter, I'll ride a camel to hunt wolves and get wolf skins to make wolf skin coats for you too. Zhao Shiping promised first. Let's not talk about hunting wolves. Keep practicing archery and shoot more rabbits. Sui Yu left with the rabbits, saying, you can't do the work in the field. Practice your aim. Zhao Shiping knew the priorities. One was to save his life, and the other was to make merit. As for the crops in the field, it wouldn't affect anything even if they were left barren for a year or 2. With him shooting arrows in the field every day, after shooting 5 rabbits and 7 voles, no rabbits or voles came to the 5 mu of bean field. In 10 days, Sui Yu and Sui Liang, plus Zhao Shiping's occasional busy work, finished the 5 mu of bean field, pulled out all the weeds, and the bean seedlings bloomed. Captain Zhao, why do you carry a bow every day? Someone came to inquire about the news, and he lowered his voice and asked, tell me, is there going to be a war? No. I just want to hunt some game, practice archery, and go out to shoot wolves in winter. Zhao Shiping did not mention anything else. Before earning military merit, he did not intend to talk about the matter of escaping from slavery for Sui Yu, so as not to cause trouble. I was sick last month and spent a lot of money. I have no money to buy meat, so I can only think about my future in the wild, Sui Yu said. Many people knew that Sui Yu was sick. At that time, seeing Zhao Shiping carrying her to see a doctor during the day and night, many people praised Zhao Shiping for his kindness. If it were someone else, he might just let her die of illness and make room for another one. The inquirer left, and Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu also packed up their farm tools and walked back. When they reached the river, Sui Liang got up and ran over with the cat official and the camels. Pigs and sheep followed one after another. The piglets and lambs have been bought for 2 months. The piglets don't eat much, so they have grown taller, but they have no meat on their bodies and are skinny. The 2 lambs have grown up a lot, and they are lively. They jump and jump on the road and like to butt people's hands or feet. When people stretch out their hands or raise their feet, they compete to butt with their heads. Walking into the alley, I found a person standing at the door of the house. The person is dressed as a servant and looks unfamiliar. But is it Captain Zhao? The servant asked. Zhao Shiping had a premonition. He nodded and asked, Is it Captain Chu who is looking for me? Yes, Captain Zhao. Come with me. Although she was prepared, Sui Yu was still nervous at this time. She took the bow and arrows from Zhao Shiping and watched him leave without much energy. Sui Yu. What happened? The people in the alley asked. Nothing. Sui Yu forced a smile. She opened the door and led the camel in. Sui Lian walked behind and closed the door. Sui Yu poured the grass she brought back on the ground. And a group of chickens rushed over to eat it. She counted and found that there were enough. Sui Liang took out worms from his pocket. He only allowed the hens that laid eggs to eat them. After the hens finished eating the worms, he walked to the wall and took out 2 eggs from the chicken coop. 2 more eggs. Sui Liang held them up to Sui Yu. Put them in the jar. We will stew rabbit meat tonight. Sui Yu looked at the sky. Everything that could be prepared was prepared, and the rest was left to fate. When the aroma of meat wafted out of the kitchen, Zhao Shiping came back, without waiting for Sui Yu to ask. He spoke first. There are bandits blocking the road in the Gobi Desert west of Human Pass. 3 waves of caravans have been killed. Captain Chu arranged for me to follow others tomorrow to pretend to be escorts and follow the caravans, passing Human Pass to the Gobi Desert to kill bandits. Gobi Desert? Sui Yu had watched a video explanation in her previous life. There were rocks everywhere, and the area was extremely wide. People couldn't tell the direction when they went in, and even a compass would not work. Well, you haven't seen it. I'll take you to see it when you are free from slavery. The rocks on the Gobi Desert are very strange in shape and big in size. People standing under them are like ants. Zhao Shiping glanced into the pot and said, Make more flour tonight, and bake more dry biscuits for me. I'll take them away tomorrow. Okay. Sui Yu suppressed her panic and washed her hands to knead the dough. Zhao Shiping picked up a piece of rabbit meat with chopsticks and fed it to his mouth. After it was tasty, he took a bowl and said, I'm going out for a while. I'll eat when I come back. He took the bowl of rabbit meat to find Uncle Nyo and told him that he was going out to kill bandits. It might be as short as a month or as long as 2 months. When I'm not at home, you can collect the food every month and send it home for me. That's not a problem. But why are you going on a mission? Uncle Nyo was anxious. Maybe Captain Chu heard about my daily archery practice, and he thought I was very useful. Zhao Shiping didn't tell Uncle Nyo the truth, and he said, You don't go out to the fields every day, but go to my house from time to time to prevent someone from having bad intentions. No, the people living here are just a little bit talkative. Go if I ask you to go. You are you, and others are others. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs. How can you know what others think? Tong Huar spoke, and she said to Zhao Shiping, Don't worry. I'm at home every day. I'll go more often. Zhao Shiping thanked him. It wasn't that he was looking for trouble. He had almost eaten meat every meal in recent days. And Sui Yu drank tonic medicine every day. She not only gained weight, but also looked better. And the good color hidden was gradually emerging. He was a man, and he knew the virtues of men best. And there might be people with bad intentions. The rabbit meat was left behind, and Zhao Shiping left with an empty bowl. Sui Yu had already kneaded the dough. When she heard the door open, she lifted the lid of the pot, shoveled the vegetables, and scooped out the rabbit meat. She added water to the pot and boiled the water until it was just right for making dumpling soup. Whose house did you go to? Sui Yu asked. Go and tell Uncle Lanyo. He is a kind man. When I am not at home, you can go to him if you encounter any problems. Zhao Shiping said. Okay. Don't worry too much about home. Sui Yu handed him chopsticks and said, Eat, and go to bed early after dinner. Yeah. Zhao Shiping had been waiting for this day, and his heart was still calm. He had a good appetite when he ate. He ate the rabbit meat, and ate 2 bowls of dumpling soup. Are you feeding the pigs or washing the dishes? Putting down the bowl, Zhao Shiping let the distraught woman choose first. Sui Yu looked up at him and said, I feed the pigs and wash the dishes. You go pack your luggage. There's nothing to pack. Just take a few clothes. Zhao Shiping stood up to clean up the dishes and said, I'll wash the dishes, and you cook for the pigs. There was still some unfinished dumpling soup in the pot. Sui Yu added firewood to the stove, scooped a ladle of water into the pot, and poured the weeds brought back from the field into the pot. It was a pot of stew and fed to the pigs. Zhao Shiping went to fetch water with a bucket. Sui Yu went into the kitchen to wash the pot and boil water for bathing. She and Sui Liang washed and went into the house first. The door opened and closed. Footsteps came in. Water was poured into the jar. Zhao Shiping hung up the wet clothes and strode into the house, saying, "I'm not at home. You can fetch water on the camel's back. And don't go out after dark after locking the door." "Okay." Sui Yu packed his clothes. And she said, "I also gave you the wolf skin. There are a lot of hairs on the wolf skin. If you get lost, just pluck the hairs and put them on the stone as a mark." "Okay." Very smart. Zhao Shiping rubbed her head. He looked at the bed and asked, "Is Sui Liang asleep?" Sui Liang was not asleep. After hearing this, he thought he was asleep, lying on the bed motionless. It seemed that she was asleep. Zhao Shiping turned Sui Yu's face. She seemed to have lost her soul all night. Her thoughts were written on her face. He looked at her all night and felt very comfortable. "Worried about me?" he asked. Sui Yu nodded honestly. Zhao Shiping smiled. "What are you laughing at? Isn't the Gobi Desert dangerous?" Sui Yu was puzzled. "It's dangerous. Very dangerous. Even if it wasn't dangerous." Zhao Shiping insisted it was dangerous. "I regret it a little bit," Sui Yu muttered. She grabbed the man's hand and put it beside her chest, saying, "I was exiled from Jiangnan to the northwest, and I have been walking all the way for nearly a year. I have never felt so uncomfortable as tonight. My heart beats too fast." Zhao Shiping's smile stopped, and the soft touch of his hand made him feel hot all over. As for what she said, he just listened but didn't take it to heart. "You must come back. I will keep the house for you, and I will make you delicious food when you come back." Sui Yu looked at him and muttered to herself, "Yeah." Zhao Shiping pulled her hand away and said, "Go to sleep." It was indeed necessary to go to bed early. Sui Yu took off her shoes and went to bed, saying, "If you wake up when the cock crows, wake me up. I'm afraid I will forget it when I sleep." "Yeah." The two lay down. The oil lamp was blown out, and Sui Liang saw that there was no movement. So he stopped eavesdropping and fell asleep in a moment. The man at the end of the bed turned over. Perhaps he was worried about the unknown return date. This night, the restlessness in his chest made it difficult for him to fall asleep. Sui Yu thought that Zhao Shiping accidentally touched her ankle when she was tickled. She shrank her legs, and then her other foot was grabbed. "Are you still asleep?" Zhao Shiping asked in a low voice. "Yeah." "Come over to sleep." Sui Yu bit her lip. She finally realized that something was wrong with him. "Come over." Zhao Shiping pulled her again. Sui Yu got up. She tucked in the mattress and lay over. She said in a tender voice, "What are you doing?" The man breathed heavily. A rough hand touched his hot face in the dark night, then touched his nose, and pressed his fingertips on the corner of his mouth. Sui Yu grabbed his wrist and stared at the black shadow that was approaching. "I thought about it. If I died outside this time, it would be a big loss. I didn't even touch the wife I married." After he finished speaking, he kissed her awkwardly, and was so flustered that his teeth knocked against his fingers. Sui Yu laughed, but the laughter disappeared in the next moment. His heartbeat was like the sound of cicadas in summer, and his rapid breathing overwhelmed the sound of the wind outside the door. Zhao Shiping turned over and hugged the woman in his arms tightly. This hug made him feel more than the unruly kiss just now. "You stay at home and wait for me to come back," he whispered. "Yeah." Sui Yu nodded. If I die, you don't have to die with me. You can continue to live in this small courtyard with Sui Liang, and do what you should do. If the government doesn't let you live there, you can find a man to marry again." Sui Yu punched him. "Don't make me cry. I'm serious." "Pooh." Sui Yu looked up and urged, "Hurry up. Just like my mother." Zhao Shiping disdained any bad luck. Sui Yu punched the stubborn guy again. That night, Sui Yu didn't go back to bed. When the rooster crowed for the first time, she carefully moved out of the man's arms, took her clothes, and went out to cook in the dark, kneading dough, rolling noodles, and making pancakes. 50 pancakes were baked, and the sky was bright. Zhao Shiping had already fed the camel with enough food and water, and the baggage and bow and arrow were hung on the camel's back. The water in the pot boiled. and Sui Yu threw 30 dumplings into it. These were dumplings made from pancake bread. There was no vegetable at home, so she used pickled radish and half a field mouse meat as stuffing. Go out and bring the dumplings back to the door. When you come back, I'll make you soup pancakes, Sui Yu said. There are a lot of details. Zhao Shiping brought the bowl, and he ate 2 dumplings in one bite, saying, after I leave, you can sleep for half a day. Yes. I'll take 1 camel and leave 1 for you. Okay. Don't go out after dark. If you hear any noise at night, just shout. Got it. After finishing a bowl of dumplings and giving instructions, Zhao Shiping picked up the bag of biscuits and said, if I don't come back next month, let Uncle Lan Yo go to get food for you. Sui Yu nodded, and she gathered her hair and sent him out. No need to send me off. You wait for me at home. Sui Yu continued to nod, and before the bolt was lifted, she whispered, do you want a kiss? Zhao Shiping's face suddenly turned the color of liver. In broad daylight, he dared to think but not to do. You are so shameless. He fled with the camel. Chapter 62 Sui Ling's Affair. Zhao Shiping left in front of the people in the alley. At first, everyone thought he had gone out for something. After a few days, there was still no sign of him. Only Sui Yu and Sui Liang went out to herd pigs and sheep every day. They opened the door at sunrise and closed it at sunset. Now people in the alley were worried. That afternoon, Sui Yu went to the vegetable garden with a basket on her shoulder. The woman who was doing needlework in the alley stopped her and asked, I haven't seen Mr. Zhao for a long time. Is he back home again? He's not back home. He's out on business. Business? What business? The 7 or 8 people present were alert now. Who gave the order? My man didn't listen to anyone's notice. Captain Chu asked him to leave. I don't know what the specific matter was. Sui Yu pretended to be stupid. He was the only one asked? The woman who was better dressed asked. Sui Yu shook her head. I don't know. Since she didn't know anything, the women stopped asking her. Sui Yu stopped and chatted with them about the farmland, then went to the vegetable garden to dig vegetables. The radish seeds sown in February. More than 3 months later, the radish heads under the roots were already quite big. Sui Yu pulled up the radish vines with large leaves, and each radish she pulled out was as big as a palm. More than 30 radishes filled a basket. She then went to pick a bundle of bitter herbs, tied them up with long-stemmed wild grass, and carried the basket in one hand and the vegetables in the other hand out of the vegetable garden. As soon as she entered the house, she heard the pigs grunting. Here they come. Sui Yu took the radish vines down from the basket, picked up 5 tender radishes, and threw them into the pig pen. As the pigs grew bigger, their appetite also increased greatly. The thin soup that fooled their stomachs could no longer satisfy them. In addition to 3 meals a day, they had to be fed again in the morning and afternoon. Sui Liang chased away the chickens that came to peck at the vegetables. He dragged a wooden basin over to pick vegetables. He chopped the yellow and worm-eaten vegetables to feed the chickens, and threw the rest into the basin. Go! 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 Sui Yu raised her hand to chase the chickens away. You are all starving to death. Why don't you go out to find insects to eat? There are people at home. You just stay in the house. The chickens were chased away and then surrounded again. Sui Yu had no choice. She went into the woodshed to get a machete, and chopped a few radishes, and chopped the radish vines into crumbs. She mixed the chopped radishes, and poured them into the chicken trough to feed the chickens. The 2 sheep were also calling. Sui Yu looked at the few radish vines in the basket, and simply poured them all into the trough to feed the sheep. Brother Liang, I'll go to the vegetable garden again. You can play at home. If you don't want to be alone at home, go find Data area at Sister Lame's house. Sui Yu explained. Sui Liang nodded. But he didn't go out to play. After the chickens finished eating, he took a broom to sweep the residue, and the residue mixed with chicken manure was poured next to the pepper tree. Is anyone home? Sui Liang walked over with a broom. He didn't recognize the person outside the door. Are you home alone? Where's your sister? The man asked. Sui Liang waved his hand, meaning she wasn't home. The man didn't go in. He stood in the alley and waited for Sui Yu to come back. He asked directly, what business did Mr. Zhao go on? How would I know about men's affairs? Sui Yu shook her head. Ask Uncle Nyo if you want to know. He may know better than me. This was what Zhao Shiping told her that night. If someone asked, she would pretend not to know. If she showed any signs, she would not be at home in peace in the future. Everyone wanted to dig up the truth. Uncle Nyo happened to come over. The man went to ask. Other people who heard the noise also went out one after another. Most of these soldiers who retired from the battlefield were like this. They were afraid of turmoil and fighting. But they were also envious of military merit and wealth. If it's farming, everyone should farm honestly at home. And if they are poor, they will be poor together. And there will be no trouble. Once someone stands out, even if they are not involved in fame and fortune, some people will start tossing and turning. And they are too restless to fall asleep. Uncle Nyo explained everything he knew. And said with a smile, "It's still comfortable for me to live like this. I don't attract people's attention. The adults don't like me. I eat and sleep well at home every day." Li Baihu also came over after hearing the sound. He couldn't figure out how Captain Chu knew Zhao Shiping. The only reason that made sense was that Captain Chu saw Zhao Shiping practicing archery. It's not easy to have a stable life. Be honest and don't think about it, Li Baihu warned, saying, "If you have nothing to do, go to work in the fields. If you want to be rich, see if you have the fate." The smile on Uncle Nyo's face collapsed. He was not under Li Daquan's control, so he was naturally not afraid of him. He hooked his neck and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Li Baihu was disgusted. And there was no point in talking to this old ruffian. He waved his hand to let these people disperse. And he left with them. Uncle Nyo walked forward with his hands behind his back. He walked into Zhao's house and saw Sui Yu cutting radishes to prepare for drying. He told him to find him if he had any questions. Thinking about the one at home, he didn't stay for long, and took half a head of raw radish and chewed it and left. The clean bamboo mat was piled on the stone. Sui Yu moved 2 tree stumps from the firewood room to pad under the bamboo mat. She and Sui Liang spread the sliced radishes on it. Filling the bamboo mat, Sui Liang sat next to her and drove the chickens. Sui Yu went into the kitchen to light a fire to scald the radish vines and bitter vegetables. The scalded radish vines and bitter vegetables were piled in a basket. When the temperature was not hot anymore, Sui Yu carried the basin out alone and hung the drained vegetable vines on the clothesline. If you dry more vegetables in summer, you won't have to worry about having no vegetables in winter. The last bitter herb was hung up, and the sun was setting. Sui Yu put her hands on her hips and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't work in the fields, the trivial things at home were also tiring. "Let's go. Liang Gur. You go and lead the sheep and pigs. I'll take the camel to carry water. And let the pigs and sheep go out for a walk," Sui Yu said. 2 buckets tied together were put on the camel's back. And Sui Yu carried another small bucket. She woke up the sleeping cat official, took it with her, locked the door and went out. Less than half an instant's stick of time after Sui Yu left home, Tong Hua went from the 17th village to the 13th village. She ignored the eyes of the people in the alley and strolled slowly in the alley. After walking back and forth, she turned into the next alley. When passing by Qian's house, she slowed down her pace and heard the old woman in the yard scolding Sui Ling again. She curled her lips. At dusk, smoke came out of the chimneys of every household. Sui Yu and Sui Liang came back with camels, pigs and sheep. After entering the house, Sui Yu followed and closed the door. Tong Hua passed by again, walked to the end of the alley, and went straight back to Shikoden. Night fell quickly. In the dead of night, Uncle Nyo was urged by Tong Hua to go out to patrol for Sui Yu. He yawned, and when he opened his squinting eyes, he heard footsteps running in front of him. "Is there really a thief in the middle of the night?" Uncle Nyo muttered to himself. He looked left and right, picked up a stone from under the wall, and followed with light steps. The moon in early June was curved like a sickle. The dim moonlight could not penetrate the night. The night covered the figure under the tree. Uncle Nyo could not see the person clearly, but heard panting. He cursed secretly and turned into another alley to patrol. He walked back and forth in the second alley of Shisantan, thinking that the wild couple would eventually leave. But when he was leaving, he bumped into someone. "Who?" Sui Ling was scared to death, but she didn't dare to speak loudly. Uncle Nyo suddenly realized, but he didn't want to get involved. So he said in a rough voice, "Why are you hanging out alone in the middle of the night? Go home." Hearing the voice was still a man, Sui Ling immediately ran away. After she left, Uncle Nyo laughed and went back to tell Tong Hua, "Sui Yu's sister is not a quiet one. She ran out to meet her lover in the middle of the night." "Who?" Tong Hua was alert. "Are you talking about Sui Ling? I don't know if her name is this. Tell me in detail." Tong Hua wanted to laugh out loud. She was worried that she couldn't take revenge on Sui Ling. But she delivered herself to the door. Another late night. Sui Ling waited for the man beside her to fall asleep. She quietly got out of bed and put on her shoes. Slowly pushed open the door. And walked lightly to the woodshed. The door of the woodshed was half open. As soon as she approached, she was pulled over by the person hiding inside. Before going to bed, she deliberately went to the toilet and put down the bolt of the door before returning to the house. In the dead of night, a nimble man pushed the door and entered quietly. "My dear, you made me wait so long. I will come out when Qian Wei falls asleep. Did he torment you? Let me see." There was a rustling sound. Sui Ling hugged the man's neck. And she asked in a low voice, "When will you take me home?" At this time, the sound of the door opening happened to be heard in the yard. Qian's mother got up in the dark. Sui Ling was frightened by the coughing outside, and she dared not move. Qian's mother heard the movement in the woodshed. She thought it was a mouse. She cursed twice, and went to kick the door to scare the mouse away. Sui Ling was so scared that she trembled all over. When the movement in the yard stopped, she collapsed and said, "I can't stand this life of stealing chickens and dogs. Take me home. Such a life is so exciting. Don't make trouble." The man pushed Sui Ling away. He put on his clothes and went to open the door, whispering, "I have something to do tomorrow night. I will wait for you here the night after tomorrow." Sui Ling held him back. She was not the kind of person who could suffer a loss. But she did not dare to anger him. After sending him out, she secretly thought of an idea in her heart. Behind a pile of firewood, Tong Hua and Uncle Nyo came out after the man left. Hearing the sound of splashing water in the yard separated by a wall, she sneered, "It's a pity that such a person ran away from the brothel." Uncle Nyo was shocked that the daughter raised by a noble family was so dissolute. After a night, the alleys hidden in filth became lively under the scorching sun. There was less work in the fields, and most people were busy with chores at home. Women went in and out to dry vegetables, and men sat under the trees to weave bamboo baskets. When Tong Hua walked by, there were laughters of unknown meaning behind her. After someone whistled, the laughter suddenly shook. Sui Ling came out with a dark face to pour out the swill. She was unhappy to begin with, and felt even worse when she saw Tong Hua. She spat with disgust. "It's really unlucky." "Unlucky?" Tong Hua lowered her eyes and smiled. "The sun sets and the stars rise. The moon rises and the stars move." After waiting all night, Tong Hua went back with Uncle Nyo when it was just light. The two of them slept for most of the day. After dark, one wanted to make trouble and the other wanted to watch the fun. And they hid behind the haystack again. Footsteps came. The wooden door rang lightly. And after half a cup of tea, Tong Hua approached the gate regardless of the obstruction. She stuck to the door to listen to the movement. After Sui Ling came out, she suppressed her excitement and waited for a moment. Pulled the door knocker tightly and shouted, "Hurry up. Someone. A thief has entered the Qian family." The sleeping people were awakened by the shout. Qian Wei jumped up, pulled out a machete from under the bed and ran out. Uncle Nyo grabbed Tong Hua and ran away. The man who had just entered the alley wanted to run, but Sui Ling took the opportunity to get close to him. With a move of her feet, she kicked off the man's pants. "Where is the thief?" Qian's mother ran out barefoot. Others followed. Qian's father went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, lit an oil lamp and took it out, saying, "Look for it." The people in the alley also got up. A group of people came with knives and axes, and pushed the door open. A thief really came in? Brother Qian was shocked. He was the one who locked the door before going to bed at night. "Please help me look for it carefully." Qian's father held the oil lamp, and went to the camel pen first. Qian Wei walked around the yard. He held the machete, and kicked open the door of the woodshed. There were only two places in the house where people could hide. Chapter 63 Abandoning Wife, and Following Concubine. "Go out. Close the door. I am Captain Hu," the man in the woodshed said. However, it was too late. Qian Wei kicked the door open, and the neighbor behind him rushed in with a torch in hand. The firelight illuminated the two people hiding behind the door, and their white skin was exposed in front of people. A sharp woman's cry came from the woodshed, and the yard that was noisy a moment ago suddenly fell into silence. The neighbors who were searching everywhere stopped, and Qian's father and mother both had black faces. "Let someone go out." A strong man's voice came from the woodshed, which did not belong to Qian Wei. What happened in the woodshed is self-evident. I don't know who couldn't help laughing. This scene of catching a thief is really exciting. The people in the woodshed retreated, and Qian Wei followed him out. He stood outside the door in a daze, and Brother Qian was busy sending the neighbors out. Who is the man in the woodshed? When leaving, others asked the person who rushed into the woodshed with a torch to catch a thief. Captain Hu. What happened? The people who came later didn't have time to enter the house. Seeing that everyone had come out, they asked one after another, "Did you catch the thief?" "Yes. This thief is really a big deal." Someone laughed wickedly. "What do you mean?" The people who came out of the Qian family didn't leave either. They walked a few steps away and blocked the alley, telling the story of the thief stealing a woman in a vivid way. Who shouted first? Someone asked. It was late at night. How could I see anyone? I only knew it was a woman's voice. In the courtyard of the Qian family, Captain Hu and Sui Ling put on their clothes and opened the door. The courtyard was dark. Because of Captain Hu's identity, the people of the Qian family felt very upset. But they couldn't show it on their faces. Qian's mother was panting heavily, and her exhalation sounded like a half-dead old cow. Sui Ling looked in the direction of the sound and felt very happy. This old woman had the guts to scold, which made her old thing angry. "Captain, I am willing to go with you," Sui Ling said lightly. Shameless. Qian's mother couldn't help it. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You lowly and cheap thing. You stole a man and came home. You are a little whore who has a mother but no mother's education." Captain Hu was impatient to listen to this. He cleared his cough and said to Qian Wei, "A centurion under Zhu Qian who died. You take his place." Although Qian Wei was dizzy with anger, he started to plan when he learned that the adulterer was Captain Hu. He was eager to be promoted to a centurion before, but tonight, he disliked the position because it was too low. It was not a war period. Although a centurion had 100 soldiers under his name, it was also a name without substance. He had neither the power to command nor the benefits of skimming oil and water. Captain Hu didn't care what he thought. He was used to doing this kind of thing. He also saw Qian Wei's temper. He was not a hot-tempered person, and there was no threat. He pulled Sui Ling over and said, "She will continue to support you at home and is still your wife. If you behave well in the future, you will be promoted to the head of the village." "No!" Sui Ling's face was ashen. She shook her head desperately and shouted, "I want to go with you. I don't want to stay in the Qian family anymore. Captain Hu, you are in a high position and have great power. We can't do anything to you. But don't go too far. If you want to take this bitch away, take her away. If you don't want to take her away, don't think about it. I will buy a bag of rat poison to poison her to death in the morning." Qian's mother said firmly. She looked at her youngest son and said, "It's up to you to decide whether to keep her at home or not. If you are determined to keep her at home, I can't do anything to you. I can only poison her to death, and then risk my life to sue Captain Hu for defiling my daughter-in-law." Qian's mother hated this person as much as Sui Ling hated her. She was lazy, treacherous, vicious, and could tell lies easily. Since she came to this family has never been peaceful for a day. She dreamed of driving this daughter-in-law out of the house. But her son couldn't bear to part with her beauty. Now it's good. Someone has taken over the scourge of Sui Ling. Qian's mother was so happy that she wanted to drive this stupid and evil woman away, even if her son was laughed at by others as a cuckold. The yard was quiet for a moment. Captain Hu didn't expect Qian Wei to be a coward. But he had a fierce mother. He thought that if it really didn't work, he could only take Sui Ling back to the backyard. Although she was stupid, she really had a good face. Qian Wei was sweating in anxiety. He walked to his mother and said, "If you can't stand her, I will take her out in 2 days. And you and my father will continue to live in this small courtyard with my brother and sister-in-law. You want to be a cuckold and I still want face. Do you think your father's face is a butt?" Mother Qian stretched her face and slapped herself, saying, "I have no face to raise a cowardly son. I might as well die early with your father, so that I can face our ancestors in the underworld." She was determined to drive Sui Ling away. She understood what Captain Hu meant. She didn't want Qian Wei to touch the dirty business of exchanging a woman's, but for an official position. Once he touched it, he couldn't get away. She usually liked to take advantage of small things, but she only dared to save a little money. She was afraid of the big advantage that could not be seen at the bottom, and she didn't let her son touch it. Qian Wei had no choice. He couldn't ignore the life and death of his parents. "Forget it. I'll take her away." Captain Hu put away his previous plan, the position of a centurion. Qian Wei was afraid that he would not agree. Give it to you. Captain Hu held Sui Ling's chin and touched it, saying, I've always been generous. I'll sleep with your wife. And the position of 100 households will be my overnight fee. Qian Wei's face turned blue and purple. Sui Ling was happy. She chose to forget what Captain Hu said before. She was happy that he could take her away from this family. Finally, she didn't have to wear coarse cloth and eat coarse grains every day. And she didn't have to squat in the dirty and smelly toilet. And she didn't have to wash dishes and cook. And she didn't have to chase after chickens to sweep feces. She sighed and said that if she was a concubine, she would be a concubine. The wife of a poor man was not as good as the concubine of a rich man. It was settled. And Captain Hu didn't leave. He occupied the bed that Qian Wei had slept on before, and pulled Sui Ling to sleep on it. The Qian family didn't sleep all night, using Sui Ling to exchange for a position of 100 households. The family could get a bigger house. Brother Qian and his wife were the happiest. Mother Qian also smiled happily, thinking that she would never see Sui Ling again. She felt that the night breeze was sweet. Thinking of this, Qian's mother changed her stingy behavior. She personally went to the chicken coop to grab an old hen, called her eldest daughter-in-law to boil water, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stewed a pot of chicken soup overnight. At dawn, a pot of fragrant chicken soup came out of the pot. Captain Hu drank 2 bowls to fill his stomach, and then walked out of the Qian family with Sui Ling. The people who got up early to carry firewood and fetch water were staring straight at him. Lord Hu got a beautiful concubine. He boasted of being romantic and ignored the eyes of passers-by. Sui Ling also had a peach blossom on her face. She did not dodge or avoid the scrutiny, and raised her chin with an arrogant look. Before she walked out of this alley, she already looked down on the people living in this place. What a shameless person. Lord Hu thought it was funny. He deliberately slapped Sui Ling's butt in front of everyone. Seeing her shy face, he sneered. A shameless couple walked out of the alley, and the people in the alley were in an uproar, spitting and cursing. Poor Mr. Qian. The adulterer ran into the house. He couldn't beat him, couldn't scold him, and in the end his wife ran away with him. Mrs. Qian scolded her daughter-in-law for hooking up with a wild man every day, and this time she really hooked up with him. People who have conflicts with the Qian family laughed at her. Sui Ling is indeed not a quiet person. I saw her coming back from outside several times, and she was not right. With a face, the little sister-in-law was embarrassed to say something embarrassing, so she made an expression for people to guess. I guess she hooked up at that time. She is also capable. I have lived here for 3 or 4 years, and I don't know what Captain Hu looks like. She has been here for less than a year and hooked up with the captain. Some people made a sound of tut-tut, implying that Sui Ling was ostentatious and wanton in her bones, and rotten meat attracted flies. I heard that Captain Hu likes this, and also likes to hook up with young wives. The man lowered his voice. Tong Huar woke up and heard that Sui Ling was taken away by Captain Hu. She was so angry that her stomach hurt. This damn thing was so lucky that he was not beaten to death for having an affair. Uncle Nyo saw her holding her stomach. He walked out the door and forced someone to come in. Warning, playing is playing. But you hurt my son. You will not get well. Tong Huar lowered her eyes and nodded meekly. Okay. I just think God is unfair. God will take care of God's affairs. You should stop worrying about him. Uncle Nyo touched her stomach and said, in 2 or 3 months, my son will be born. Tong Hua had a complicated expression. She touched her stomach and thought of her daughter who froze to death on the road. God is really unfair, she said to herself. Sui Hui knew about this on the 3rd day. Captain Hu sent the housekeeper to transfer the household registration. It was Lord Hu personally handled Sui Ling's household registration. After the household registration was transferred, someone informed him. He went to Sui Hui's yard after his shift in the evening. As soon as he sat down, he said, your sister is a capable person. She actually entered Captain Hu's backyard. Sui Hui felt something was wrong. She was surprised and said, isn't Sui Ling in the Qian family? Lord Hu sneered. He sent someone to find out the whole story. He said implicitly, she fell in love with Captain Hu at first sight. The two of them couldn't help but meet at the Qian family at night, and were caught red-handed. Sui Hui's face turned blue and white. She felt ashamed to have such a shameless sister. A few days later, Sui Hui received a letter from Sui Ling. She didn't even read it, and asked the maid to take it to burn as firewood. As for Sui Wenan, Sui Ling had no idea where he lived, so no one came when she invited her family to a banquet. Sui Wenin finally recovered from his injuries. On June 20th, he put on his only new clothes and went out with 2 pheasants he had caught. Wenin, where are you going? The neighbor asked. To see my sister? Sui Wenin confessed that he had only discovered this month that his movements were under surveillance. Whenever he went out, someone would ask about him. If he came back late, the village chief would come to ask questions. After he left the camp that built the Great Wall, he was sent to the village where the farmers lived by Mr. Hu's men that day. He was given a small courtyard and went out every day to work in the fields with the volunteers. Based on the village chief's attitude towards him, Sui Wenin concluded that the village chief did not know his background. It was obvious that the person who ordered him to be monitored should be Mr. Hu. This time, Sui Wenin went to find Sui Hui. He asked inconspicuously, and found that this was not her intention. He thought that the reason why Lord Hu asked the village chief to keep an eye on his whereabouts was probably related to the new household registration. Maybe he was afraid that he would run away or cause trouble. He still couldn't figure it out. When will the child be born? Sui Wenin asked. Probably in the 12th lunar month. Sui Hui touched her belly. It was 3 months old, and her flat belly had no curve at all. If the doctor hadn't felt the pregnancy pulse, she would even doubt that there was no child in her belly. Brother. Sui Ling left the Qin family. She hooked up with Captain Hu and abandoned his wife to become a concubine. Sui Hui looked indifferent, but her words were full of disgust. Sui Wenin paused while drinking water, shook his head and said, Let her do it. Everyone has their own destiny. Take good care of yourself. Yes. Sui Hui hesitated for a while and asked, Have you seen Sister Yu? I went there once, but she didn't want to meet me. Sui Wenin stood up and said, That's it. Don't disturb her peace. Take good care of yourself. I'm going back. After leaving Hu's house, Sui Wenin took a pheasant placed at the gatehouse. He went to the market and used the money he earned from selling wild animals in the past 2 or 3 months to buy 5 dough of rice and 5 dough of flour from the grain store, and sent them to Shisantan together with the jar. Sui Yu came back with a camel to fetch water, and saw the jar and the fluttering pheasant in the yard. She was surprised and asked, Who sent it? Uncle Lao Nio? Sui Liang shook his head. He stretched out his hand to gesture, jumping and hopping. Sui Yu didn't understand. You make the mouth shape. Who do you say? I'll see your mouth shape. Cousin. Sui Yu imitated his mouth shape and pronounced, Cousin? Sui Liang nodded in surprise. And he opened his mouth and spoke silently again, I don't want it. He put it down and left without saying anything. Sui Yu. A man just came to your house, and it seems that he was carrying a pheasant. Who came? The neighbor asked curiously. She strode in to see the things on the ground, and then looked at Sui Yu's face. This is a beauty who looks better than Sui Ling, with a gorgeous and generous appearance, like a flower in full bloom. Anyone who passes by wants to see and smell it. My cousin, not my adulterer. The neighbor choked and explained, I don't mean that. It's better if you don't mean that. Sui Yu waved and said, Come on. Lend a hand. Help me carry the jar in. Chapter 64 Sheep and Pigs. In front of her was a stone of grain set by Uncle Nio, and in the back was a stone of rice and flour set by Sui Wenin. Sui Yu thought that the government would also distribute grain in 2 days, and the grain jar at home would be filled to the brim. A rooster crowed in the yard, and Sui Yu covered the grain jar and walked out. The cat official was swooping down on the pheasant on the ground. She went over to pick up the chicken. The chicken legs were injured and the wings were clipped. She thought about killing it to get rid of it, so as not to let it get thinner. Brother Liang, come and help me light the fire. I'll kill the chicken. From now on, I'll stir-fry it with radishes for every meal. We can eat it for several days. Sui Yu said. Sui Liang nodded happily, and he ran into the kitchen to cover the fire and light the stove. Sui Yu scooped a basin of water into the pot, and she weighed the knife and took the bowl, pulling off the hair on the chicken's neck. The blade stabbed, and the chicken blood fell into the bowl. Meow. The cat official smelled blood and screamed in a hoarse voice, dragging the stones in the yard. When the chicken blood ran out, Sui Yu threw away the pheasant. She took the bowl into the kitchen and sprinkled a pinch of salt in the bowl. When the pheasant under the wall died, the blood in the bowl solidified. Meow. The cat official screamed. I know. I'll give you the chicken but later, Sui Yu muttered, and she went into the house to get scissors to cut the chicken feathers. This was a wild rooster with long tail feathers and beautiful feathers. She planned to cut it and wash it to make a shuttlecock. Sui Liang knocked on the door with a stick and told Sui Yu that the water was boiling. Sui Yu picked up the pheasant and threw it into the basin. She went into the house and scooped up hot water to pour over the chicken. She said with emotion, "People with a skill, even if they are in trouble, have more ways to make money than ordinary people. I will look for it. If I can get some cowhide or sheepskin before your brother-in-law comes back, I will make a bow. My sister and I will also learn to draw the bow and shoot arrows. Even if we don't save our lives, we can save a lot of money by going out hunting." After Sui Wenan was released from slavery, he relied on the harvest from the fields for food. Now the crops have not been harvested yet. The food he eats is probably given by Lord, who are lent to him by the villagers. How can he have extra money to buy rice and flour? It can only be the money he saved from hunting and selling prey outside. Thinking that he can buy and sell freely, Sui Yu sighed. She cut off the chickens, and threw it to the cat official, saying, "Your brother-in-law has been away from home for nearly a month. I don't know how he is doing." The chicken feathers were plucked out, and it was dark. Sui Yu cleaned up the chicken feathers on the ground and poured them into the manure bucket with water. She scooped water to wash the chicken's internal organs, and fried a bowl of chicken intestines, gizzards, pericardium, liver and blood with dried vegetables, and cooked 2 bowls of pimple soup. This was her and Sui Liang's dinner. After dinner, Sui Yu rubbed salt on the pheasant that had been drained of water and hung it in the house. She loosened the rope for the cat official and let it guard the food in the kitchen. After finishing all these, she lit a lamp and sat under the oil lamp to sew chicken feather shuttlecocks, whispering to Sui Liang, "Go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow. When you wake up, we will play shuttlecock in the yard." Sui Liang nodded. He remembered that his sister was very good at playing shuttlecock. The brother and sister went to bed. The oil lamp was blown out, and the small yard sank into the endless night. Not long after Sui Yu fell asleep, she suddenly woke up. She pricked up her ears to listen to the movement outside. There was someone outside the gate. A man laughing. The pigs in the pigpen grunted, and the lambs also cried twice. The cat official came out of the kitchen. It walked quietly to the gate and suddenly screamed, scaring the people outside the door to take a step back. And then the gate was violently knocked. Sui Yu got dressed and sat up. She opened the door in the dark and stood in the yard, cursing, "Is your father dead? You come to knock on the door in the middle of the night to announce the death. Get out of here." A shout woke up half of the alley, and the sound of doors opening was heard from several nearby houses. Several thieves in the alley were scared and fled. The neighbor on the right opened the door. In the moonlight, he saw that there was no one in the alley. The man walked back and forth in the alley with a club, cursing as he walked, "You little bastard. You are tired of living and run to our alley to steal. If you have the guts, don't run away. We old and young men will beat you to death." When he came to the door of Zhao's house, he shouted inside, Zhao's wife, "If there is any movement, just shout. Don't be afraid. We are all decent people in our alley. We won't tolerate little bastards coming to steal chickens and dogs." "Hey. Thank you, big brother." Sui Yu was not afraid. There were 30 or 40 families living in the alley. As long as the thief didn't open the door to attract the thief, the thief couldn't climb onto her bed silently even if he had all kinds of skills. The person knocking on the door tonight was probably the itchy man who came to test her intentionally, to test whether she had the intention of cheating on her. Even if they had 800 courages, they would not dare to force their way in. Sui Yu went into the house and fell asleep. She woke up naturally before dawn. She was thinking about kicking shuttlecock to exercise her body. She did not try to fall asleep again. She just lifted the mattress and got up to open the door. Sui Liang also got up. The fire was burning in the stove, and rice was added to the pot. Sui Yu took Sui Liang to stand in the yard and kick shuttlecock back and forth, and ran into the kitchen from time to time to put 2 handfuls of firewood into the stove hole. It was bright, and the millet porridge in the pot was cooked. Sui Yu opened the door and took Sui Liang to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. She planned to cook a vegetarian dish when she came back. "Sui Yu, what happened last night?" the woman holding the firewood asked. "A few slutty men couldn't control the stinky meat in their pants, and knocked on the door in the middle of the night to flirt with me." Sui Yu didn't mince words about obvious things. The more openly she spoke, the fewer people would talk about her behind her back. She glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, put her hands on her waist and cursed arrogantly, "If there is another person who doesn't know how to live or die and knocks on the door, I will curse his ancestors' graves until black smoke comes out. Shameless dogs. Don't you know what you are like? You show off your slutty body everywhere. And you are so slutty. The woman holding the firewood was amused and laughed. She was wrong. She thought Sui Yu was a decent person before. But she didn't expect her to be a fierce person. It's all because of your cousin. She is not decent, and makes people living nearby embarrassed. In terms of it, you are the most unlucky. Sui Yu sneered and said, I am different from her. If anyone dares to come in front of me, I will slap him in the face. Okay. I won't say anything more. I'm going to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables. Are you cooking at home? The fire is just starting. Then you are busy. Sui Yu led Sui Liang away. Half of the people in the alley heard her scolding just now, and no one came out to ask about it indirectly. When they arrived at the vegetable garden, Sui Yu asked Sui Liang to dig up tender bitter vegetables. She picked up Old Shepherd's purse and dug up half a basket, and then dug up half a basket of radishes, intending to go back and cook them to feed the pigs. Are you scared? If someone knocks on the door tonight, are you scared? Sui Yu asked Sui Liang with a smile. Sui Liang shook his head. He was scared last night, but he would not be scared in the future. He just wanted to talk. And he also wanted to curse when he was angry. On the way back, Sui Liang jumped up and down. He walked in front. When he saw butterflies, he opened his mouth and recited a sentence silently. When he saw flowers, he opened his mouth and recited another sentence silently. After eating and feeding the pigs, Sui Yu led the camel and the sheep out. Just as the door was locked, she saw Uncle Nyo turning into the alley. I heard that there was a shameless person knocking on the door last night. Uncle Nyo asked. Yes. I scolded them. And the neighbors in the alley ran away as soon as they made any noise. Sui Yu said. Yes. That's how it should be. Uncle Nyo nodded and said. If there's any noise, just shout. As long as you don't open the door. People can't get in. Sui Yu nodded. What happened last night had already been a chapter for her. She turned to talking about the grain collection tomorrow. And she asked Uncle Nyo not to forget her family's grain. The grain that should have been distributed at the end of the month was delayed until the end of the month. After that, Sui Yu and Sui Liang led the sheep and the pigs. And the siblings took the pigs, sheep, and camels to graze. The camel lost its rope and was allowed to run around. The two lambs were tied to a small tree and grazed. The black pig was a lazy guy. He would sleep when he was full. When he arrived at the place, he would lie in the sand pit to bask in the sun and sleep. The cat official went into the grass to catch insects and eat for a snack. Sui Yu and Sui Liang went to collect firewood nearby. They picked up branches broken by cattle and sheep, tree roots infested by insects, and wetwood floating down from the river. Sui Yu picked up whatever she saw. Girl, is that your sheep? The sheep ran away. The shepherd on the other side of the river shouted. Sui Yu looked back and saw her two sheep breaking off small trees and dragging the saplings with roots away. She hurriedly dropped the firewood and told Sui Liang to watch over here while she ran after the sheep. The black pig was awakened. It shook off the sand on its body and stood up. After watching for a while, it bit off the rope and slipped away under Sui Liang's nose. The two sheep ran separately. Sui Yu caught up with one, but she could do nothing about the other fleeing goat. The lamb had grown up, and people could not catch up with it when it ran. She bleated loudly, trying to call back the fleeing sheep. The next moment, she saw a pig chasing the sheep. The black pig was bleeding as it ran, and Sui Liang was hanging behind it. The man and the pig were quite a distance apart. Sui Yu pulled the goat in her hand to another tree to tie it to. After settling it, she rolled up her sleeves and continued to chase. After running a circle, she saw the pig chasing the goat towards her. Sui Yu opened her hands to stop it. There were people in front and pigs behind. The fleeing goat slowed down. Sui Yu took the opportunity to run over and grab the rope. Just when she was about to catch the pig, the black pig stopped. It grunted a few times and walked to the feet of the people. Sui Yu looked at it for a few times and reviewed what happened just now. This pig seemed to have been chasing the goat. Sui Liang came panting. He grabbed the pig rope and fell to the ground gasping for breath. Brother Liang, you can't run faster than the pig. Practice more in the future. Sui Yu teased him. She pulled the black-headed goat to lead another goat. The black pig also wanted to go, but the rope around its neck was in Sui Liang's hand. Sui Yu suddenly dropped the black-headed sheep she was holding. and the black-headed sheep ran away. She waved to the pig, Xiao Hei. Chase the sheep. Liang Gur. Throw away the rope. The pig walked slowly towards her. Sui Yu was disappointed. She had misunderstood. She quickly tied another sheep and chased the sheep again. When she moved, the black-skinned pig followed her. Both the man and the pig were aiming at the black-headed sheep that ran into other people's wheat fields. The black-skinned pig passed the man, and the piglet that was about as long as his knees was tumbling around. It pounced on the sheep that was destroying the crops, driving them away, teetering, and turning around. It drove the sheep closer to the man. Sui Yu slowed down her pace. She had only seen sheepdogs, but this was the first time she saw a shepherd pig. Good pig. I'll give you more food when I go back at noon. Sui Yu smiled and patted the pig's head. The sheep and camels were caught up, and it was time to make lunch. Sui Yu bundled the firewood she had collected and piled it between the camel's humps, and she pulled the two sheep back. The camel, who knew the way, walked in front, and the black pig, who was favored by the owner, followed behind with a grunt, dragging the rope. The cat officer raised his tail and scratched it from time to time. The door opened, and the camel and the pig entered the house one after another, and then obediently went into their own pens. Sui Yu looked around, retracted her head and patted the sheep. She dragged the two stubborn sheep into the house and said, "They are all human and can work, but you only know how to eat." At noon, when cooking, Sui Yu scooped half a bowl of millet when steaming rice. People ate white rice, and the millet rice was kept to feed the pigs. In the afternoon, sister-in-law Lame came to Sui Yu to do needlework, and Sui Yu sat at home for half a day. Night fell again, and Uncle Myo went out with a machete in the dead of night. He quietly hid behind a half-stack of alfalfa outside the Zhao family's wall. He waited for no one to come, and he slowly fell asleep. When he woke up again, he heard some noise in the yard. It was still dark. Hearing that Sui Yu had woken up, he went home with his machete. In the middle of the morning, Uncle Myo brought 2 stones of grain to deliver. He heard people in the alley say that someone had slept in Sui Yu's haystack. He sighed and said, "It was me who slept there. I stayed outside all night last night, but I didn't wait for those little rascals to come over." Chapter 65. Chasing Camels and Trapping Camel Calves. Sui Yu learned that Uncle Myo had been guarding outside all night, so she took down the pickled chicken hanging on the wall and soaked it in warm water. She asked Sui Lian to watch the door at home while she went to Shikotan to find Uncle Myo. When Tong Huar saw Sui Yu coming in, she panicked. The two had met many times on weekdays, but never met eyes. Sui Yu stood at the door and glanced into the yard, asking, "Uncle Myo is not at home. He went to get water. Do you want to come in and sit?" Tong Huar rubbed her hands. Sui Yu waved her hand. She tried it, but she still resisted contact with Tong Huar. She turned and left, and changed her mind. After returning home, Sui Yu washed the pickled chicken several times, chopped it into small pieces, poured it into a pot, added water and stewed it. Thinking that Uncle Myo had no teeth, she went to the vegetable garden to pull back 3 radishes. The chicken in the pot was stewed, and the chopped radishes were poured in. "It smells so good. Are you eating meat again?" The passerby slowed down his pace and joked half seriously, "Mr. Zhao is not at home. You 2 siblings always eat good food at home. My cousin sent me a pheasant, which I marinated for a few days, but couldn't bear to eat. It was not last night that Uncle Lao Myo came to guard the place all night, so I stewed the chicken to thank him. Otherwise, I would not have been willing to eat it," Sui Yu explained. And she also smiled and joked, "Don't be jealous. Smell the meat fragrance more. I won't charge you." The person outside the door curled his lips, muttered something, and walked away. Sui Yu snorted and laughed. She rolled up her hair and wrapped it with a headscarf, and said, "Brother Liang, you light the fire at home. I will take the half basket of grass as shoveled out to the vegetable garden and spread it on the ground." Sui Liang knocked the stone under his butt to indicate that he heard it. Sui Yu carried a half basket of grass ash, gritted her teeth, let out a hey-yo, leaned half of her body, and used her hips to push the bamboo basket out of the door. "Where are you going?" As soon as Uncle Myo walked into the alley, he stopped when he saw people, and stood at the entrance of the alley and shouted, "I heard your aunt say you came to see me." "What's the matter?" "Aunt?" Sui Yu smiled. "It's okay. Don't cook for lunch. I stewed chicken and sent it to you when it's done." Sui Yu's movement of carrying the basket became more and more difficult. She shouted and turned around to continue walking. And Sun came out when she heard the noise. She stood outside the door and took a look. She said, "Aren't you going to help? She's not my wife. I don't have the right to feel sorry for her." Uncle Nyo didn't care. He was not a diligent person. If Zhao Shiping hadn't told me before leaving home, I wouldn't have worried about it. Sui Yu's face was a troublemaker. If he kept watch and showed his courtesy, within 3 days, these gossipers would probably gossip that he was targeting Sui Yu. "It's been almost a month since Mr. Zhao left?" Aunt Sun asked. Uncle Nyo nodded. He was also concerned about Zhao Shiping's whereabouts. He wished he would come back today. He was an old man taking care of 2 families, and was so tired that he couldn't sleep well. The man who was concerned was still in the Gobi Desert. Zhao Shiping sat under a huge rock to take a rest. There was no grass or trees on the Gobi Desert. It was dry and sunny. Only the shadow cast by the huge rock could provide shade. This was his second visit. The caravan he escorted before did not encounter bandits, who killed people and robbed goods. After Zhao Shiping and 10 other guards dressed as escorts returned to Human Pass, he was arranged to follow another group of merchants through the Gobi Desert again. "Masters, come and have something to eat." The merchants brought the rice. The rice was soaked rice. Boil a pot of water and brew it with the steamed, dried and roasted rice. When the rice grains swelled, it became a bowl of rice. Zhao Shiping took the bowl and drank some water first. He was halfway through his meal when a black bird squatting on a huge rock on his right suddenly called twice. He turned his head and looked over. He looked down and saw yellow sand floating on the ground in the distance. The floating yellow sand gathered together, not the traces of wind. "Brother," he shouted and motioned for people to look over. The leading soldier nodded and said, "Eat quickly. We will leave after eating." Zhao Shiping chewed the rice in his mouth and swallowed it. He put the coarse pottery bowl on the ground. He pretended to lead the camel, but in fact, he was sending the camel away. After settling his camel, he put on a bow and arrow, put a knife on his waist, and hid behind a huge rock to listen for any movement. Suddenly, the camel neighed, and the black bird on the rock spread its wings and flew high. A few black feathers brushed against a wooden arrow that broke through the air and fell in a circle. Zhao Shiping saw the direction from which the arrows were shot. He walked around several rocks and saw the bandits hiding behind them shooting arrows. He pulled the leather string, and an arrow flew out with a whoosh. A stream of blood spurted out, and the man fell to the ground. On the other side, the sound of the swords clashing against each other was unsuitable for shooting arrows and killing the enemy. Zhao Shiping carried a bow on his back and rushed into the fighting circle with his scimitar. The ground was filled with thick smoke and yellow sand. People standing in it were blinded by the wind and sand and could not open their eyes, let alone distinguish between enemies and friends. Zhao Shiping did not dare to fight and hurriedly retreated. There were other people who had the same idea as him. Those who were separated by themselves did not dare to say anything, for fear that they would not call their companions and instead attract the enemy to surround and kill them. For a while, there was nothing else on the Gobi Desert except the sound of running footsteps. Zhao Shiping retreated from the yellow sand circle. Before he could rub his eyes, he saw 2 bandits rushing towards him. He ran, trying his best to keep distance, pushing hard with his feet to kick up the yellow sand to block people's sight. Noticing that the footsteps behind him had weakened, Zhao Shiping turned around quickly. He raised his bow, drew his arrow, and pulled the string. The arrow shot out, and one person fell to the ground and screamed, while another hid behind a boulder. With one less enemy, Zhao Shiping was no longer afraid. He strode over, drew his sword and killed the person who fell to the ground, and drew his arrow. Hearing the footsteps approaching, he swung his sword to fight back. Another person fell down, and Zhao Shiping took a few deep breaths. He followed the footprints he had come from and drew his bow and shot arrows when he saw the bandits. Every time someone fell down, he thanked Sui Yu a little more. Having a bow was much more useful than practicing any boxing. When the sun set in the west, the Gobi Desert filled with the smell of blood returned to peace. The merchants hiding in the distance came over, and with their help to bandage the wound, Zhao Shiping held a scimitar to count the number of enemies, and stabbed those who were not dead again, and cut off his left ear by the way, so that he could go back and claim the credit. "Brother, there are 23 dead bandits, and there should be more who escaped." Zhao Shiping dragged a string of 8 people over and said, "I killed these few. Wu Zhu. I will report to the captain truthfully when I go back. But I guess these little minions are not enough to save your wife from slavery, he said. Zhao Shiping knew that military merits were not so easy to accumulate, and he did not expect to eat a big fat man in one bite. Save it first, and it will be enough if you accumulate it a few times, Zhao Shiping said. Wu Zhu looked at the string of people dragged over. The arrow wounds were all on the upper body. Although not fatal, they made them unable to move. Your archery skills are pretty good, he praised. Most of them were attacked from behind. If they were running, I couldn't do it. Zhao Shiping said it truthfully. Wu Zhu shook his head. That was not the case. Many people threw stones, and even at a distance of 3 steps, the stones could still be deflected. Not to mention archery. Hu Shan came over, and Zhao Shiping left tactfully. The bandits had been dealt with, and he could return tomorrow. He wanted to go home, eat soup noodles, flatbreads, meat, and sleep. It's getting dark. Let's hurry up, so that the smell of blood and dead bodies will not attract other things. Wu Zhu gave the order. 11 garrison soldiers. 5 died. 3 were injured, and only 3 were intact. Zhao Shiping carried 2 colleagues who had cooled down. They had eaten together half a day ago, but now they were separated by life and death. The excitement in his body subsided, and Zhao Shiping broke out in cold sweat. This time he could stand and walk, but maybe he would be lying down next time. When the sky was full of stars, the travelers stopped. The Gobi Desert was dry during the day, but it was freezing at night. The Hu merchants built a fire, and all the survivors sat around it. Brother Zhao, I'll call you next time if there's a mission. Wu Zhu handed over half a bowl of muddy wine and said, It's cold at night. Drink some wine to warm yourself up. Zhao Shiping waved his hand, pointed to the wolf's skin on his shoulders, and said, I'm not cold. Wu Zhu sat down and asked, Is it worth it? Will you come out next time? Zhao Shiping was silent for a long time. When a gust of wind blew, he gathered the wolf's skin and said, I'll come out again. If there's a suitable mission, please let me know. You're obsessed? Wu Zhu sneered. Zhao Shiping said nothing. After half a night of half sleeping and half waking up, after dawn, after receiving the silver sent by the Hu merchants, the garrison soldiers and the caravan parted ways. One group went west, and the other went east. The 6 living people returned along the same route with a camel carrying the corpse. The footprints left yesterday had long been smoothed over by the yellow sand. The corpse lying across the Gobi Desert emitted a pungent smell after being bitten by insects and pecked by birds. Zhao Shiping glanced at the corpses as he passed by. A thick layer of yellow sand covered them. Perhaps in a few days, before the next caravan passed by, the 23 corpses would have sunk under the yellow sand. After many years, huge rocks made of sand and soil were piled up on the bones. Thinking of this, Zhao Shiping felt a little scared when he looked at the Gobi Desert again. If I were alone, I would not be able to get out of the Gobi Desert. Wu Zhu laughed. There were endless huge rocks, all the same in all directions. If you went in the wrong direction, you would starve to death. People don't know the way, but camels know the way. The 11 camels are all used camels in each family, and they remember the direction of home. After traveling through the Gobi Desert for 4 days, they left the Gobi Desert on the 5th day, and the walls of Human Pass were vaguely visible. After leaving the Gobi Desert, the first thing the 6 survivors did was to dig a pit to bury the people. It would be difficult to find them if they were buried in the Gobi Desert. If they were buried outside, their families could move the graves in the future. Why don't you choose a good place for yourself? Wu Zhu walked up to Zhao Shiping and teased him. Go away. I won't die even if you die. Zhao Shiping kicked him. He led the camel to the river. He was stinking. He jumped into the river to wash himself. At night, Zhao Shiping spent the night by the river. In the middle of the night, Zhao Shiping woke up to urinate. He noticed that there were camels drinking water on the other side of the river. The camels had babies. His mind flashed with what Sui Yu had said before. To build an inn, train camels, and rent them to caravans. When it was almost light, the 6 people woke up and prepared to continue their journey east. Zhao Shiping looked at the desert on the other side and said, You go back first. I saw a group of wild camels last night. I'll chase them and see if I can catch 1 or 2 camel babies. Don't you already have camels? Wu Zhu asked. I don't mind having too many. Zhao Shiping laughed twice. Chapter 66 Reward. Crossing the gurgling stream in the desert. Zhao Shiping filled his water bags with water before heading north. The fried rice in his bag was enough for about 5 days. He set a deadline for himself. 3 days later, he must return from the desert regardless of whether he had any harvest. The traces of the wild camels were vaguely visible. The camels climbed over the peak of the sand dunes, and the halo of sunrise penetrated through them. They were like burning fireballs. Zhao Shiping mounted a camel and went alone to pursue the migrating camels. He followed far behind the camels. When the wild camels were walking slowly, he urged the camels under his crotch to speed up. Except for the camels eating grass to fill their stomachs. They never stopped. From dawn to sunset. At dusk, Zhao Shiping caught up with the camels that drank water by the river last night. There were more than 20 wild camels, including 5 cubs. The sturdy male camels seemed to sense the malice, kicking their hooves restlessly and making sharp driving sounds. The camel under Zhao Shiping's crotch was timid. When the underage camel encountered the wild camel, it subconsciously turned around and tried to escape at the sound of driving. Zhao Shiping slapped it, and he got off the camel's back. The camel stayed where it was, and he stepped on the soft sand with a bow and arrow. After a difficult trek, he climbed up a crescent-shaped sand dune with his hands and feet. Under the sand dune, the camel group dug out fine-leaved grass buried under the yellow sand. The last sunset was about to disappear. Before the earth completely sank into the night, Zhao Shiping pulled the leather string and put an arrow on the string. The male camel chewing grass raised its head, and it looked back. A small camel came out and lowered its head to nibble on half a grass root. A sharp arrow came through the wind. Whoosh! Pierced the thigh of the little camel, and the neighing sounded as the night fell. The camel herd was frightened, and after a commotion, the camels dispersed. They kicked their hooves restlessly, thinking of the tender whimpering sound. They stopped not far away, and a female camel walked out of the camel herd and returned the same way. Another sharp arrow hit, and another little camel fell in the camel herd. The camel herd fell into panic and chose to leave. Only 2 female camels were spinning in place. After countless attempts, they found that the cubs could not stand up. They wailed for a while, turned around and disappeared in the night, chasing the tribe that kept urging them. The blood attracted scavenger birds in the air, and there was a rustling sound of rats and ants crawling in the desert. Zhao Shiping sat on the sand dune. He took out a knife and chopped and swung it in the yellow sand, making a noise to scare away the wild animals who tried to pick up the leeks. The little camels seemed to have accepted their fate. In the second half of the night, they stopped wailing and lay motionless in the yellow sand, waiting for the yellow sand to bury their bodies. The stars retreated, and after the darkest moment, a faint light appeared in the deep sky. The man who had been sitting quietly all night put away the wolf's skin. He stood up and blew a whistle. The camel kneeling under the sand dune in the distance stood up and walked slowly over. Zhao Shiping sat on the wolf's skin and slid down the sand dune. The scavenger bird that had been squatting all night flapped its wings vigilantly to leave the ground. The little camel that fell to the ground and gasped moved uneasily. It tried to stand up, and the wound with blood scab split open, oozing bright red blood. Quack! 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 The bird in the sky screamed with a hoarse voice. Zhao Shiping walked over and held the camel's leg. He grabbed the arrow and pulled it out with force. With a trembling wailing sound, a stream of hot blood flowed onto his hand. He put the arrows back into the quiver and took out a rough pottery bottle from his bosom. Before setting off, everyone could get 2 bottles of wound medicine. But he didn't use them. Now he used them on the camel. Don't move. Be quiet. And come home with me honestly. There are companions at home. Grass and food, which is much better than wandering in the desert. Zhao Shiping talked to himself. He cut the hem of his clothes with a knife. With a sizzling sound, he pulled off a piece of cloth to wrap around the wound on the camel's leg, and then tied the 2 front hooves with hemp rope. He went to deal with another camel. Humph humph. The domestic camel came over with a loud snort. Zhao Shiping lifted the camel, gritted his teeth, and mustered his strength. He carried the camel's back on his shoulders and pushed it up hard. The little camel got stuck on the big camel's back. However, the little camel fluttered around and kept shouting, which made the big camel gradually irritable and restless, and it seemed that it was about to give up. Zhao Shiping dragged the camel down by its legs. At this time, the bright sun rose, and the desert was shining with golden light, which made people dizzy. Zhao Shiping took out all the clothes on the camel's back. One of them still smelled like a corpse. He vomited, held his breath, tied the two sets of clothes together, and put the two half-grown camels in. A low and short whistle sounded, and the big camel folded its front legs and knelt on the ground. Zhao Shiping picked up another small camel, ignored its struggle, and dragged it around the hump and passed through. Who? Zhao Shiping was sweating from exhaustion early in the morning. He patted the big camel to signal it to get up. The small camels hanging on both sides were hanging on the camel's belly. He adjusted their positions and pulled open the clothes to cover their stomachs. Now they could not move. The birds circling in the sky were unwilling to leave, chirping again and again. Zhao Shiping grabbed 2 handfuls of yellow sand and rubbed his hands to remove the blood scabs and camel hair on his hands. He took out his water bag and drank 2 sips of water, then poured out another bowl, sprinkled a pinch of coarse salt in the water and stirred it, and brought it to feed the camels. The 2 little camels also shared 2 sips of salt water. After quenching his thirst, Zhao Shiping led the camels to the south. When he was hungry, he grabbed a handful of fried rice and chewed it. He ate 3 mouthfuls, and the camel with the load ate 1 mouthful. He trudged through the desert step by step with his stomach full. It took a day to ride a camel when he came here, and it took 2.5 days to walk back. When he approached the edge of the desert, Zhao Shiping heard the sound of water. His legs, which were stiff from exhaustion, became strong again. He strode towards the river and threw himself into the water. The water, which was less than knee-high, washed away the yellow sand on his clothes. Zhao Shiping turned over, sat up to take a breath, and leaned down to drink a big gulp of water. After drinking enough, he lay horizontally in the river, listening to the sound of the water flowing and looking up at the sky. The sky was clean without a single cloud. Swayu, I have suffered a lot for you. The man covered his face with his hand, and then raised his hand to slap himself lightly. He chose the road himself and asked for trouble. After recovering, Zhao Shiping took off his clothes, wrung them dry, and put them on again. He looked at the wound on the little camel's leg, led the big camel to the road and walked east. I thought he would walk all the way back to Human Pass. In the evening, a caravan caught up with him from behind. It was dark again. Swayu walked out of the gate. She stood in the alley and looked at the alley entrance. A child who was cutting grass passed by with a grass basket. The man who led the mule laughed with the woman on the mule's back, and Sun ran out laughing. A camel turned in, and he turned his head to talk to someone. Swayu retracted her legs. It wasn't Zhao Shiping who came back. She looked at the entrance of the alley again, and when she turned around, she looked at the end of the alley. There was no one. She went into the house, closed the door, and bolted it. At night, Swayu woke up from her dream. She lifted the mattress and sat up to look in the direction of the door. The pigs in the pen grunted twice, but there was no other movement. Swayu pressed her swollen chest, and when the cold sweat on her body disappeared, she laid down again, and did not dare to sleep until dawn. After dawn, Swayu sent Sui Liang to sister-in-law Lame's house. She went to find Uncle Lanyo and asked him to take her to the government. Sir, I am Zhao Shiping's wife. I want to ask you something. Zhao Shiping from Shisantan was sent out on a mission at the end of May. He has not returned until today. I wonder if there is any news. Captain Chu just came out. He heard the sound and looked over. When he saw Swayu's face, he sighed in surprise. He understood that Zhao Shiping was willing to risk his life for her. Captain Zhao has not returned yet. I will send someone to inform you if there is any news, Captain Chu said. 3 days later, 2 soldiers knocked on the door of the Zhao family carrying a jar of wine and 10 pounds of meat, saying that it was a reward for the meritorious service of Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao has gone to the desert to harness camels, and will be back in a few days. Chapter 67 Returning Home. After learning that Zhao Shiping was safe, Swayu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, fell. She thanked the 2 people who had brought the news again and again. After the soldier left, she sent the people who came to watch the fun out. The wine jar was put into the wood room, and the fat of 10 pounds of pork was cut off to make oil. It was too hot, and the meat could not stand the lard. Swayu cut the lean meat into pieces and spread salt on them. After the lard in the pot was refined, she first skimmed the brown meat slices, then slid the lean meat marinated with blood into the oil pan and fried it half-cooked, and finally sealed it with lard in the jar. Wait until your brother-in-law comes back before touching the meat, Swayu said. Sui Liang nodded. He was not greedy. The day after tomorrow, We will go to the West City Gate to wait for him, Sui Yu said with a smile. Sui Liang looked at her and laughed too. His sister had been unhappy these days. And he was unhappy too. At dinner time in the evening, Uncle Nyo came over. He didn't come in, but stood outside the gate and asked, Sui Yu, I heard about Shiping's news? The person who went with him came back today. He went to the desert to catch camels, and said he would be back a few days later. Sui Yu put down the bowl and came out, saying, Uncle Nyo, have you eaten? If not, come in and have some. I cooked soup noodles, which are soft and mushy. Uncle Nyo refused, since he had a woman at home. He had never eaten outside. He also had hot meals at home. Okay. You close the door. I'm going back too. Uncle Nyo left with his hands behind his back. When Shiping comes back, I'll ask him to invite you to my house for a drink, Sui Yu said loudly. Will you invite me? The neighbor on the right asked with a smile. Yes. I'll kill chickens and stew meat when he comes back. And you can come and drink with him, Sui Yu said readily. After that, she walked in briskly. A night passed, and after dawn, Sui Yu and Sui Liang were busy cleaning the house. When the camels, pigs and sheep went out to graze, Sui Yu blocked her nose and walked into the pen to clean up the feces. She shoveled the camel feces, pig feces, and sheep feces into the basket, and she carried them to the vegetable garden again and again. You are a woman. How can you do such dirty work? You call, and I will run to pick out all the feces. A man who lived at the end of the alley squinted at her and smiled to show his goodwill. So kind? Then from tomorrow, the feces and toilets in the whole alley will be your responsibility. Sui Yu choked him. Andy's son said yesterday that her toilet should be cleaned up. I will go and tell her later. You go to her house tomorrow first. The man looked embarrassed. He did not respond. Turned around and walked into the house quickly. When Sui Yu returned, he saw that the door of his house was closed. Isn't your man coming back? You can wait for him to come back before you pick up the manure. Lame's wife saw this and said, Men are strong and not picky, so they are suitable for this kind of dirty work. Sui Yu wiped his sweat and said with a smile, He has been away for a month or two, and it is not easy for him to be away. I won't bother him with what I can do. Lame's wife tooted her tongue and muttered, You feel sorry for that cold-faced man in your family. Sui Yu laughed twice and went back to pick up the last half basket of pig manure. Now the house inside and outside was cleaned up. Sui Yu took the bucket to find the camel. When it came back, the camel carried back 2 buckets of water. Sui Yu boiled a pot of water and washed himself from head to toe after dinner. The morning when Zhao Shiping passed Human Pass, Sui Yu took Sui Liang to the west gate to wait for him. Huang Anqing looked at them for a long time, and he didn't dare to recognize them until Sui Yu and her brother left. Later, Sui Yu and Sui Liang came again. This time, they led a camel. The camel walked and ate grass under the city wall. When it was tired, it laid down to sleep and waited for its owner to lead it back. Huang Anqing heard Sui Yu calling Lianggu, and he was sure that the woman who walked away was Zhao Shiping's wife. He couldn't believe his eyes. Last year, she was a thin and gray woman. After half a year, she seemed to have changed. Even if she was wearing a khaki linen shirt, it couldn't cover her gorgeous face. A weed grew into a flower. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Sui Yu and Sui Liang went to the west gate again, and they kept looking out of the gate. Sister-in-law? Huang Anqing came over to greet him. Waiting for my brother Zhao? Brother Huang, I saw you 2 days ago, but I didn't say hello because you were busy. Sui Yu explained that she had received a favor from him, and if she didn't say hello when they met again, she would seem like an ungrateful person. She pointed outside the city gate and said, Shiping will be back in the next few days. I have nothing to do at home, so I came to wait for him, Huang Anqing said. And suddenly, he didn't know what else to say. By the way, Brother Huang, which day are you not on duty? Shiping has made meritorious service this time, and the superiors have given him wine and meat. When he comes back, let him invite you to dinner at home. We should have invited him last year, but you were busy and delayed it. If we delay it any further, we will forget it. Sui Yu thought that since she was going to invite Uncle Nyo to dinner, she might as well invite Huang Anqing as well. They are all friends with Zhao Shiping, and they can have a meal together and talk. Let's talk about it when my brother Zhao comes back. Huang Anqing hesitated for 2 moments. He touched his face and said meaningfully, Sister-in-law, my brother Zhao is not at home. You may be more quiet at home. There are too many people outside, and your mind is mixed. Sui Yu noticed that the gatekeeper stared at her, and smiled from time to time, since the first day she came. It was for this reason that she did not go to greet Huan Wanchen. She smiled and said, "It's just a skin. There are many people who look better." Huan Wanchen saw that she refused to listen to his advice. So he gave up, and returned to the gate to continue his duty. Another passerby stared at her. Sui Yu also looked over. The other party hurriedly moved his eyes away, and she followed suit. When she went back to cook at noon, Sui Yu leaned over to look at the water tank. This was a bright and beautiful face. Beautiful but not vulgar. Like the appearance of the original owner's aunt. Back then, Sui Yu fell in love with her beauty at first sight, and went around to rescue her, and finally asked his brother to help cancel her slavery. Sui Liang came over and poked his head in, kicking the water tank with his foot. The water rippled in the water tank, and the face reflected in it was shaking. Sui Yu turned her head to look at him. Sui Liang also had a fair face, and his eyebrows, eyes, and nose looked like Sui Yu. Only the shape of his mouth was exactly the same as hers. "Is my sister beautiful?" she asked. Sui Liang smiled with his lips pursed, and he nodded vigorously, and said with some sadness, "Aunt and sister are both beautiful." Sui Yu touched his head, turned back to look at the water tank, thinking that there are so many beauties in the world, and the Hu Ji from the western regions is even more stunningly beautiful, and people around are used to it. She scooped water into the house, and while cooking, she was glad that she lived in a military settlement with many people, and there were many eyes, which was a protection for her. If this face caused trouble in the future and restricted her freedom, she would rather not have this beauty. After lunch, Sui Liang took a nap at home. Sui Yu asked Sister Lame to go out to cut grass. In the evening, she went to the west gate again. After going there for 5 consecutive days, the city guards, who had stared at her before, seemed to have gotten used to it. She was either standing or sitting. There was nothing to see after watching her for a long time, except for a look when she was bored. She was ignored at other times. The sun rose above the head again. Sui Yu patted the dust on her body. She planned to go back to cook. Before leaving, she took a look outside the city. A camel appeared outside the city and looked familiar. "Brother Zhao, you are back." Huan Wanchen greeted loudly and looked into the city at the same time. When Sui Yu heard the voice, she smiled before she saw anyone. She pulled Sui Liang and ran over in small steps. She saw the man leading the camel at a glance. "Come in quickly. Your wife is staring down the city wall," Huan Wanchen joked. Zhao Shiping saw the woman waving at him. He stared at her absent-mindedly for a moment, and a few laughs called back his dazed eyes. He took the bamboo slips and held them in his hands, subconsciously brushing off the dust on his body. "Finally, you're back. I had a dream that something happened to you before, and I was scared to death." Sui Yu looked at him and said distressfully, "You've lost a lot of weight." "Not bad." Zhao Shiping felt a little uncomfortable. His wife had grown beautiful, and he felt strange. He said in a dry voice, "Go back?" He couldn't wait to go back, as if there was another familiar person living at home. Sui Yu then discovered that the camel was carrying 2 baby camels. She walked over and touched them, and asked, "Did you walk all the way back?" "No. I've ridden on caravan camels before." Sui Yu was a little unconvinced. His shoes were worn out, and his toes were exposed. Zhao Shiping followed her line of sight, and looked over. He cleared his throat and said nothing. Sui Yu felt very uncomfortable, and stopped talking. They were silent all the way until they entered Shisantan. Smoke was coming out of the roofs of every household in the alley. Most of the people walking in the alley were men. When they saw Zhao Shiping coming back, they came over one by one to ask about him. Sui Yu heard the man's stomach rumbling, and opened the door to go in. She washed her hands first and cooked. She poured rice into the pot, and asked Sui Liang to watch the fire. She hurried to the vegetable garden with a basket of vegetables. When the rice boiled, she scooped up the soup. Sui Yu took out a piece of fried meat from the oil tank and sliced it and stir-fried it. When the meat was fragrant, she poured in the radish strips. When the radish was soft, she poured the rice on top and simmered it. "Brother Liang, come here. I'll light the fire." Sui Yu sat down. The rice should be cooked on low heat. If it's cooked too high, the food will get burnt. "We're going to eat. Come back in the afternoon if you have something to do." Zhao Shiping was impatient to deal with the people who were asking for information. It would be tactless to stay any longer. The men living in the alley went out one after another. Zhao Shiping had always been like this. They were used to it. They were not unhappy when they were driven out. As soon as the onlookers left, Zhao Shiping went to close the door. Wash your hands and face. We'll have dinner soon, Sui Yu shouted. Okay. Zhao Shiping let out a long sigh. The next moment he saw someone. He held back the breath he hadn't let out. What's cooking? He asked with his eyes downcast. Sui Yu touched her face, thinking that she underestimated the power of beauty. Stir-fried radish and meat with dry rice. This is the first time I make it for you. This should be your first time eating it. Sui Yu brought the cooled rice soup over and said, Drink a bowl of rice soup first. Didn't you have a good meal on the way? Don't eat too much this time. Otherwise your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Zhao Shiping reached out to take it. He subconsciously raised his eyes, and his hand slipped, spilling half of the bowl of rice soup. What? Did I knock you out? Sui Yu asked happily. Well, it was still the same person. Zhao Shiping found the familiar feeling again. He shook his hands and said nothing, and drank half a bowl of water in one breath. If you don't quench your thirst, have another bowl. He handed the bowl over. Spoon it yourself. I'll serve you rice. It was his familiar tone, and Zhao Shiping's discomfort in his heart disappeared for the most part. When he ate the first bite of rice, the last trace of discomfort also disappeared. It was the taste he had been thinking about day and night. 3 radishes, 2 bowls of rice, and a piece of meat, stewed half a pot of rice. If Sui Yu hadn't stopped him, Zhao Shiping could have drunk 2 more bowls with an open stomach and filled his stomach with the remaining rice in the pot. Walk around in the yard. After an hour, when the food in your stomach has been digested, you can use the hot water in the basin to take a bath and wash your hair. Sui Yu instructed. I'll wash it in the evening. I'll clean the livestock pen first. Zhao Shiping walked over and took a quick look. There was no pile of manure. You did it? He asked. Are you not disgusted by the dirt this time? I still find it dirty. But I feel sorry for you and want you to take a break. Chapter 68. Express your feelings. The sun at noon in July was scorching hot. Zhao Shiping had been hiking for several days. He should have been used to it. But after Sui Yu's words, he felt dizzy from the sun while standing in the yard. His heart felt numb for a moment, like a mosquito bite. The more he paid attention, the more itchy he felt. Sui Liang passed by and glanced at him, then trotted to the camel pen to see the little camels. Zhao Shiping pressed his heart to relax, and he also strode over. The little camels that were eating big mouthfuls immediately shivered and shrank into the corner after seeing him. Sui Liang turned his head, full of confusion. They are afraid of me. I shot the arrow wound on their legs, Zhao Shiping explained. Sui Yu heard it, and she asked loudly in the kitchen, have the arrow wounds healed? Will the injured legs affect their walking? They are about 70% healed. I just saw that they are still a little lame. I don't know if they will still be lame after the wounds heal, but it's okay if they are lame. We can sell them to the butcher when they grow up, and use the money to buy a baby camel. Zhao Shiping had already made a plan. Sui Yu cleaned up the stove, wiped her hands and came out, asking, I think our 2 big camels are fine. I used a lasso to bring the camels back home. I didn't bring a lasso this time, and I didn't want to miss the group of wild camels, so I could only shoot them with arrows. Zhao Shiping glanced at her. His eyes quickly swept across her face, and said in a panic, these 2 camels are afraid of me. You will be responsible for raising them in the future. You can train them however you want. You can use them to practice. Sui Yu nodded in agreement. She walked to the door of the pen and looked inside. The 2 big camels stood side by side. The one that stayed at home had a bulging belly and was in good spirits. The camel that went on a long journey with the male owner was thin and droopy, with a collapsed hump and protruding bones under the skin. Sui Yu went to the firewood room to scoop 2 bowls of soybean meal and 2 handfuls of dried soybeans. She took them to the trough to feed the camels. The fat camel stretched its neck to grab it, and Sui Yu slapped it away with 2 slaps. The 2 little camels huddled in the corner looked at her fearfully. Sui Yu turned away her eyes. It would be better to ignore them at this time and give them a few days to adapt. Are you hurt? She walked to the man and looked at him. Zhao Shiping lowered his head. This time he did not dodge his eyes. He looked at her carefully. Her cheeks were plump. Her face was rosy and healthy. Her eyes and mouth were moist. And everything was just right. He scanned her repeatedly and could not find anything wrong. You take good care of yourself when I'm not at home. he said. Sui Yu grinned. The man couldn't help but reach out and touch the face in front of him. It felt just as he imagined, smooth and soft, and his hand looked like old tree bark. Sui Yu tilted her head slightly, leaning on his hand, and asked again, "Are you injured?" "No." "Really? You can check it out tonight." As soon as he said this, Zhao Shiping wanted to bite his tongue. What nonsense did he say? When he saw Sui Yu's meaningful eyes, he regretted it even more. "You have grown a lot of courage after going out." Sui Yu narrowed her eyes and glanced at him, whispering, "Can I help you scrub your body later?" "No." Zhao Shiping reacted greatly. He quickly retracted his hot hand and said, "I don't mean that. I don't have any wounds or injuries on my body." "It doesn't matter if you mean that. I'm not another man's wife." Sui Yu teased him. She didn't stick to her innocence. When she came back with Zhao Shiping, she was mentally prepared to have sex with a strange man. Now she didn't resist it. This man treated her too attentively, so well that she felt guilty. Zhao Shiping waved his hand firmly, motioning her to go away so that he could have some peace and quiet. "I and Liang Gur will take the pigs and sheep out to graze. You wash up at home and then sleep in the house for a long time. I see that the dark blue marks under your eyes are so heavy. I'm afraid you haven't slept well since you left home." Sui Yu stopped teasing him. Zhao Shiping also had this intention. He was sleepy after eating. Sui Yu went to open the door. Sui Liang walked into the camel pen and first pulled the stick to open the sheep pen. Then he went to open the fence door of the pig pen. The two sheep came out of the pen. They rushed to the kitchen room as they knew the way. The pig slowed down a few steps. When it saw that they wanted to go to the house to eat vegetables again, it rushed over with a grunt and drove the sheep out. Zhao Shiping's eyes widened. He subconsciously followed him out. When he went out of the door, the black-skinned pig followed the sheep with a grunt all the way. If any sheep walked slowly, it would make a ong sound and push its mouth over. He was not mistaken. His pigs were herding sheep. "Are you surprised? I have a little helper to herd sheep." Sui Yu raised her chin slightly and said proudly, "Just wait. The two new camels will be obedient in my hands." Okay. You are awesome." Zhao Shiping pushed her. "Let's go." Sui Liang is almost out of the alley. The young couple was sweet and loving, although people in the alley felt jealous. They had a good impression of Sui Yu, although this girl had a good face. She was not the kind of fickle and promiscuous person, unlike Sui Ling, who was identified as the cold-faced man in the family. "Sui Yu, you are not at home to accompany Mr. Zhao when he comes back? Sheep are not as important as men, right?" The older aunt smiled meaningfully. "He wants to sleep at home. It's only when you sleep that you need someone to accompany you." The aunt interrupted her and winked. "Is Mr. Zhao's body good-looking but useless?" The others laughed out loud. Sui Yu reacted, pretending to be shy, and ran away, with the pig guarding the sheep. Sui Yu and Sui Liang didn't worry much. The siblings found a shady place to sit. Sui Liang opened his mouth and spoke silently over and over again. Sui Yu guessed based on his mouth shape. If she guessed correctly, she would get a soybean. She didn't understand why Sui Liang wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. But she didn't show it on her face, and kept encouraging him to keep opening his mouth and speaking. The sheep were full, and the black pig drove the two sheep back. It wanted to go back. "Let's go." "Two." Sui Yu patted her, but and stood up. She and Sui Liang chased the pig. When they caught up, she rewarded the pig with a handful of soybeans in her hand. The sun had not yet set when she got home. Sui Yu saw that the gate was still closed, so she drove the pigs and sheep to the vegetable garden again. The radishes would not grow anymore, so she twisted off the old leaves and threw them out to feed the pigs. She planned to dig up the remaining radishes in the vegetable garden in 2 days, slice them and dry them. The fertilizer on the vegetable garden would be left for a month, and then she could plant autumn radishes again. The bitter herbs had sprouted, and the shepherd's purse had seeds. Sui Yu kept half of them for seeds, and the rest were kept for cooking pig food. The sun set. Zhao Shiping came over, and Sui Yu went back with him. "I'll make you soup cakes in the evening." 6 days ago, Captain Chu sent someone to deliver 10 pounds of meat and a jar of wine. "I'll make you." "What?" Zhao Shiping stopped. "You mean Captain Chu sent someone to deliver 10 pounds of meat and a jar of wine? Did he leave any words?" Sui Yu's relaxed look disappeared. She forced a smile, and said, "The soldier said it was a reward for your meritorious service this time. It's okay, as long as you're okay." Zhao Shiping pressed his hand, signaling her to stop talking. He was anxious, turned around twice, and said to himself, this shouldn't be the case. I told the soldiers that I want to accumulate merits. So how can there be any rewards? Didn't he tell the captain? You go back first. I'll go over there. Sui Yu held him and said, let's go home first. You calm down. Zhao Shiping pounded his hand. He and Sui Yu went back and walked into the yard. He walked to the kitchen and said, where are the wine and meat? I'll take them over. Meat? Is the meat pickled or eaten? It's okay. I'll go buy it tomorrow morning. Does the captain know the purpose of your mission? Sui Yu asked. He knows. I told him a long time ago that I want to earn military merits to help you get out of slavery. Don't go looking for him. He sent meat and wine here to tell you that your merits are worth these things. No. I have to ask clearly. Zhao Shiping became more and more anxious. He ignored Sui Yu's obstruction and strode out of the house in the sunset. Sui Yu chased him out. He was stubborn and spoke harshly. She was worried that he would cause trouble. She hurriedly told Sui Lian to close the door and wait at home. She went with him. The people in the government had already finished their shifts. Zhao Shiping went to Captain Chu's house. After Sui Yu repeatedly told her, she waited under a tree not far away. After receiving the report from the servant, Captain Chu asked someone to bring Zhao Shiping in. He was fighting with his subordinates in the martial arts field. After picking up the long stick in the opponent's hand, he threw the long stick in his hand and took the sweat towel handed by the servant to wipe his sweat. I know the purpose of your visit. He said also told you what you meant. I regret to tell you that merits are not accumulated. The 8 bandits you killed this time are not enough to save your wife and brother-in-law from slavery. Captain Chu did not beat around the bush. He continued patiently, if the merits I have made can be accumulated, I can also become a general. All things are done one by one. Zhao Shiping was silent. He thought for a moment and asked, how much military merit can make my wife escape from slavery? Captain Chu walked down from the martial arts field. He was a military general and appreciated soldiers who were loyal and willing to endure hardships. Through He-san's report, he judged that Zhao Shiping was a good man and a man who could do practical things. The desire for quick success and instant benefits is a fatal knife for military generals. I have seen your wife. She is pretty. It is rare that she is still obsessed with you. A rough man. Think about it. If you die, wouldn't it be a big loss? I advise you not to be too anxious. You are in Dunhuang. There are 36 small countries outside Human Pass. There are also the Xiongnu, who are eyeing you covetously to the west of Wusan. How difficult is it to earn military merit? You just need to wait for the opportunity. During this period, go out to gain experience from time to time. When you go to the battlefield, you must be alive to come back, he instructed. Zhao Shiping understood that military merits that could equal slavery had to be earned on the battlefield. He bowed and saluted, saying, thank you for your guidance, Captain, and for giving me the opportunity to gain experience. Well, let's go back. Zhao Shiping left with the servant who led the way. When he left the captain's mansion, he saw Sui Yu running towards him worriedly. How is it? Sui Yu looked at him worriedly. It was already dark. The moon was out, and the stars in the sky were like lights, lighting up the night road. Zhao Shiping held Sui Yu's hand and calmly repeated Captain Chu's words. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry, but I want you to suffer. Sui Yu clenched her clasped fingers tightly, and she confessed her feelings, saying, when you didn't come back, I had a dream one night. I dreamed that you were dead. Your face was covered with blood, and you fell to the ground with your eyes still open. I woke up and was so scared that I wanted to cry. When the government officials came to give me the reward, I didn't think about anything at that time. I was just glad that you were still alive. Later, I thought that I would not be as happy as that day when I was freed from slavery. Zhao Shiping loosened his clasped hands, walked to Sui Yu and squatted down, saying, come up. I'll carry you back. Sui Yu leaned on him. She put her arms around his neck, kissed him gently on the side of his face, and said, now you believe that I like you, right? I'm so good to you. Isn't it normal for you to like me? Zhao Shiping laughed loudly. Bad behavior. Sui Yu hit him lightly and complained, I don't know who was always giving me the cold shoulder before. You were not sincere to me at first. It's even. I will definitely free you from slavery. Zhao Shiping had forgotten the dangers and hardships along the way as soon as he came back. He told Sui Yu, and also told himself, that if the previous promise was due to Sui Yu's illness, this time it was his own choice, and he was willing to do it. It was already late when they got home, and most of the neighbors had gone to bed. Sui Yu was not afraid of trouble. She lit the lamp, boiled oil, kneaded the dough, rolled the dough, and pulled the noodles. She also cut the meat into cubes and fried the meat sauce, and fried 3 eggs luxuriously. Dumplings when you go out, noodles when you come home. Welcome to come home safely, Sui Yu said solemnly. Every time you go out, you must come back safely in the future. Okay. Zhao Shiping agreed. After Sui Liang fell asleep at night, the couple slept together again. The summer night was hot, and the two people hugged each other and sweated all over their clothes. Their rapid breathing was comparable to boiling water. After the clothes were undressed, Sui Yu looked down at the man in her arms. She pressed his head and asked in a low voice, "Your mother said that I have no breasts and no buttocks. Do you think it's true or false?" The man said nothing. When the dam was about to collapse, he got out of bed and ran out. Sui Yu lay on the bed to relax for a while. She tied her belly band and went out. When she saw the man sitting on the stone, she squatted over. "Stay away from me." "No." Sui Yu pulled his hand away and sat over. She put her arms around the man's neck and said with a smile, "You are stupid today. You are dumbfounded when you see me." Zhao Shiping pushed her, but couldn't push her away. He could only hug her and rubbed her smooth back with his fingertips. "If you look like this from the beginning, why would you work to please me? I will directly serve you as my ancestor and beg you to allow me to earn military merits to get you out of the military." He was making fun of her. Sui Yu hit him. This face is not her, but her inner character is her. He didn't like this face. "Admit it. You like me as a person," she snorted. "What do you like?" The man pinched her chin, rubbing it with his fingertips, and sneered, "I don't like it. It costs money and life. Who would like it? You?" Chapter 69 Superficial. The night wind cooled the sweat on her body. Sui Yu shrank into the man's arms. She looked up and asked, "Did you almost die during this trip?" "No." "Did you kill the bandits?" "No. The bow and arrow you gave me played a big role." Zhao Shiping didn't plan to tell her about the hardships on the road. He stretched his hand around her knees, picked her up, and walked into the house. "Go to bed. The rooster will crow soon." After crossing the threshold, the moonlight disappeared. The house was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Sui Yu straightened her waist and leaned forward. She put one hand on the man's face. When their breaths met, she kissed him. Zhao Shiping stopped walking. He stood still holding the man, tilted his head back, and let her move. The strength in his hands became stronger and stronger, almost rubbing the man into his body. "Make a bed for Lianggur," Sui Yu whispered. Zhao Shiping took a deep breath, leaned his head against her, buried his face in her slender neck, and panted softly. After he recovered from the breath, he raised his legs and continued to walk to the bed. The main room is rarely used, and there are no guests at home. It is better to turn the main room into a wing room, Sui Yu said again. Zhao Shiping put the person on the bed, and he laid down with her. The two fell asleep face to face. He said in a hoarse voice, "When I was 3 or 4 years old, my family was so poor that I didn't taste meat for half a year. During the Chinese New Year, my mother killed a hen that didn't lay eggs. On New Year's Eve, she stewed a pot of radish with a chicken leg, and a pot of radish and chicken soup was served on the table. She said that she would stew another chicken leg tomorrow, and we could eat meat every day until the Lantern Festival. Although there was little meat at that time, I was very happy to have some meat every day. I looked forward to the dawn every night before going to bed. You are the meat that I think about day and night. You have to make me crave you. I have to have something to look forward to, so that I can look forward to going out to fight and looking forward to coming back." As he said this, he rubbed her through his belly band and said frankly, "I am afraid of death, and I am afraid that I will not be able to hold on one day. But I am sure that I crave you very much." Sui Yu kicked him, and she scolded, "How vulgar." Zhao Shiping laughed and continued, "I am also worried that I will die before I can get rid of your slavery. If I make you pregnant, your situation will be even more difficult. I can't bear to let my child live a humble life in slavery." After saying this, without Sui Yu's reminder, he turned his head and spit twice, so that he would not die. Sui Yu raised her leg, and she stepped on it with her foot. The man's breathing became heavy in an instant. She loosened her foot and said softly, "I will do it for you when you come back next time." Zhao Shiping pinched her and gritted his teeth and said, "You know a lot. You didn't even notice where I stayed before I went home with you." Zhao Shiping stopped talking. He was glad that Sui Wenin had taken Sui Yu out of the brothel, and even felt a little grateful, not daring to talk about the previous topic anymore. Zhao Shiping moved to the side of the bed and asked, "Has your cousin come to see you? How is he now?" "I don't know about him. But he came once at the end of last month and brought me rice, flour and a pheasant. At that time, Liang Gur was at home, and I went out to get water. He left his things and left. I guess he came to return the food I said before." Speaking of Sui Wenin, Sui Yu mentioned a few more things about Sui Ling. She left with Captain Hu, and then the Qian family also moved away. They left smoothly, and it seemed that nothing was affected except for the gossip. It was my bad luck. Because of Sui Ling's love affair, some hooligans came knocking on my door in the middle of the night. I cursed them. My eldest brother on the right heard the noise and opened the door to go out for a walk. The next night, Uncle Nyo stayed outside all night. Maybe he was afraid that Uncle Nyo would wait again at night. So he stopped. Zhao Shiping suppressed his anger and cursed in his heart. On the surface, he comforted Sui Yu calmly and said, "Don't be afraid. The soldiers living in the military settlement are all soldiers who have killed people. Most of them are righteous. If you shout if there is a thief, those who hear the sound will come out. I know. I'm not afraid." Sui Yu told him about the dinner. "Tomorrow, ask Huang Anqing which day he is not on duty. When he is not on duty, invite people to come for dinner. Invite Uncle Nyo and Brother Qin next to him." "Okay." Zhao Shiping put his arms around him and said, "Go to sleep. Are you not uncomfortable?" Sui Yu smiled evilly. "Shut up." Sui Yu bit her lip and laughed. After a long while, she got up and moved to the other side. If she carried him again, he would get off the bed and run out the door again. "We still have to make a bed for Liang Gur to move out. He is not a child anymore, and it is not good for him to sleep with me." Sui Yu was more worried about what Sui Liang saw. Although she and Zhao Shiping only explored the upper body, they would inevitably make noises. If Sui Liang heard it and saw it, it would be difficult for the child to accept it. "Okay." Zhao Shiping agreed. "There is nothing to do before the autumn harvest. I will take a rest for 2 days, and then go to the mountains to take a look. By the way, I will see if I can hunt some wild animals." At this time, the crowing of a rooster sounded outside the house. The two of them stopped talking tacitly. Sui Yu yawned and fell asleep. The night faded away, and the sun rose again. Zhao Shiping had breakfast and was ready to go out. He held a set of clothes with a strange smell in his hand and said, "This set of clothes is rotten." I took it out and threw it away. "Why throw it away?" I took it apart because I don't wear it anymore. I can make a few cloth bags by mending it. I have learned needlework. Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping didn't explain. Just said that he would buy some cloth when he needed it. He went to the west city gate, and when he left the city gate, he threw the clothes with the stench of corpses far away. When he went back, he asked Huang Anqing which day he would not be on duty. The couple invited him again and again, and Huang Anqing no longer refused, saying, "I will take a break the day after tomorrow. I will go directly there at noon the day after tomorrow." Zhao Shiping nodded. "You are busy. I will go to the field to check the crops. The wheat ears in the wheat field are still green. If you pinch them lightly, the wheat husks will burst into pulp. And the wheat ears are still tender." The bean pods were full, but the beans were still tender. Zhao Shiping walked down the bean field and pulled 2 handfuls of bean pods into his pockets. The beans were delicious when fried. The millet ears were drooping slightly, and they would be harvested in half a month. The sorghum harvest was good this year, with large ears and many grains, and the sorghum stalks were also well grown and green. Zhao Shiping picked up a stalk of sorghum with a small ear, which was sweet. He took it back for Sui Yu to eat. This was the first time Sui Yu tasted sweetness after eating maltose during the Chinese New Year last year. Sorghum stalks were a bit like sugarcane, both of which were chewed into a pulp. The sweetness was not as good as maltose, but it had a fresh fragrance. Sui Yu handed the sorghum stalk to Zhao Shiping, but he waved his hand and said, "I don't like it. Do you dislike my saliva?" Sui Yu glanced at him. Zhao Shiping stared at her for a moment, then looked away and said nothing. Sui Yu chuckled. Sui Liang was chewing the sorghum stalks, and suddenly he felt a pain in his mouth. He spat, and found a tooth stuck in the unchewed sorghum pulp, and there was blood on it. He spit subconsciously, and his mouth was full of blood. He was panicked when he saw it, and his mouth was drooping and tears fell. Come here. Let me see. Swayu hit the man with the sorghum stalks. Look at you. The sweet sorghum you brought back has knocked out our Liang Ji's teeth. He lost his teeth at such a young age. Will he be like Uncle Nyo in the future? Sui Liang cried even harder. He picked up the tooth and walked toward Swayu, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Zhao Shiping glared at Swayu and said, You are old enough to change your teeth. You will grow new teeth in a few days. Why are you crying? Your sister is scaring you. Sui Liang wiped his tears, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then spit out another mouthful. There was still blood. He squatted on the ground and cried pitifully. Swayu smiled. She scooped a bowl of water for him to rinse his mouth. She said, It's normal for children to lose teeth when they are 6 or 7 years old, or 7 or 8 years old. When young teeth fall out, new teeth grow. When new teeth grow out, they can chew big bones. Open your mouth and let me see the upper teeth that have fallen out. Throw them under the bed. The teeth will grow out in a few days. After rinsing his mouth, there was no blood in his saliva. Sui Liang was no longer panicked. He washed his face with the remaining water in the bowl, and put the teeth into wash. Now he felt curious again. Don't lick the teeth that have fallen out. If you lick them too much, they will grow crooked and stick out. Just like our little black pig, which is very ugly. Swayu told him. She looked at the teeth in the bowl and thought it was a good opportunity to talk about sleeping in separate beds. She pondered for a moment and said, When you change your teeth, you are a big child. When I lost my first tooth, my aunt slept in a separate bed from me. You too. Ask your brother-in-law to get a new bed. I'll clean up the living room and turn it into your bedroom. You keep this tooth. When the bed is back, I'll throw it under the bed you sleep on. Sui Liang didn't want to. He lowered his eyes and played with the tooth without looking at her. I'll boil an egg for you at noon today, and you can sleep by yourself. Swayu tempted. Sui Liang twisted his body, and his face was a little loose. One today, one tomorrow. Swayu glanced at him and said, You have a room now, and you can bring Dad to play in the future. You have a place to put your things. How comfortable it is. Sui Liang raised his eyes, and he frowned and hugged Swayu. It's too hot for 3 people to sleep together. Brother, when it gets cold, you can move over, and we can sleep together. Swayu hugged him. She shook him, and said, Is this okay? Sui Liang smiled, and he nodded. How can a boy this old still stick to his sister? Swayu slapped him. Zhao Shiping stood aside and watched, his eyes gentle. He thought about the future. When he and Swayu had a child, it would probably be like this. I'm going to cook. Captain Zhao, you come and light the fire for me. Brother Liang, sweep up the spitted sorghum pulp on the ground. Do you want to eat the remaining sorghum stalks? If not, feed them to camels or sheep. See who will eat them. Swayu stood up. Zhao Shiping followed her to the kitchen. Sui Liang looked at the movements of the 2 people, and he ran into the main room in a flash, throwing the tooth in his hand under the bed. And he was going to leave it here, while lighting the fire. Zhao Shiping always felt that something was missing, until he went to the vegetable garden to dig radishes after dinner. He remembered that he had not stewed the medicine. You have finished the medicine you took before. Didn't you go to the clinic to see a doctor? He asked. Swayu subconsciously shrank her neck. She felt that she was already well, and didn't need to drink the bitter soup anymore. Zhao Shiping stared at her hatefully. Seeing that Swayu was getting more and more guilty, he threw away the shovel and strode into the house. Opened the wooden box and took out the money. Hey, I'm already well. Swayu followed in. Don't talk to me. There are only 20 strings of money left, and it's not even August yet. Swayu hesitated. The real reason was that the medicine was too expensive. She had spent 16 or 17 strings of money on seeing a doctor and getting medicine for 5 days. If the doctor prescribed medicine for another month, the family would really run out of money. Zhao Shiping ignored her. He put 15 strings of money in a bundle, tied the bundle, and hung it on his arm, and went to catch people with a cold face. Swayu subconsciously ran away, but she couldn't run faster than him. She was caught before she even got out of the door. You're still running. The man laughed, and he turned his head and shouted, Sui Liang, follow me. We'll go herding sheep later. Swayu gave up resistance, but sighed all the way to the clinic. Zhao Shiping turned a deaf ear to him. He went to find the doctor with a familiar route, and took the prescription to get a month's worth of medicine, which cost him 8 strings of money this time. After returning, Zhao Shiping took out a jar of wine from the firewood room. The wine rewarded by the government was not bad. He sent it to the wine shop and sold it for 10 strings of money. He spent another 2 strings to buy 2 caddies of turbid wine, intending to use it to entertain guests. In the evening, the bitter smell of medicine wafted out of Zhao's house again, and passers-by asked, "Captain Zhao, are you injured?" Zhao Shiping hesitated for a moment. "It's not him. It's me. I got cold when I was exiled here, so I took some medicine to recuperate." Sui Yu didn't hide it, turned her head, and said to the man, "Now everyone will pity you again. You married a wife who has no land or property and is in poor health. You've lost a lot." Zhao Shiping looked her up and down, his eyes lingering on that pretty face, and said, "There are people who pity me, and there are also many people who envy me." Sui Yu spitted at him. Superficial. Chapter 70. A big change. The family had less money and more expenses. Although Zhao Shiping didn't say it, he was anxious in his heart. Before going to bed at night, he thought about where to make money and how to improve the family's food. The next day, he carried a bow and arrow and rode a camel up the mountain. The mountain was lush with vegetation and branches and leaves. Compared with winter, the vision was greatly affected. It was easy to scare away the birds and sparrows that were roosting by stepping on tree roots or flicking branches and leaves with hands. Zhao Shiping walked around the sand hill for a day. When he came down the mountain, he only had 2 nests of bird eggs in his hands. A total of 7. He thought that if he went out hunting again, he would follow the river upstream, or go out of the city gate to find rabbit holes in the wilderness. The 7 bird eggs were put into the pot that night. Sui Liang ate 3, and Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping each ate 2. Go catch a chicken later. The spotted hen is fierce and often pecks at the chicks when eating. Kill it tomorrow, Sui Yu explained. Zhao Shiping followed the order and went to catch the chickens while Sui Yu was washing dishes. The chickens in the chicken coop were startled and clucked loudly, flapping their wings against the coop. The pigs in the pig pen grunted a few times, and the 2 little camels in the camel pen moved around restlessly. The big camel snorted twice and lowered its head to lick the grass stems in the trough. The little camels calmed down with the chewing sound. Pigs. Sui Yu took the bucket to feed the pigs. The black-skinned pigs were the same color as the night. She first waved a stick above the trough. The pigs were not in the trough, so she took the bucket to pour out the food. "You have done a good job of herding sheep today. I added a handful of soybeans when cooking for you." Regardless of whether the pig could understand or not, Sui Yu insisted on explaining it to it. The chickens were caught. The pigs were fed. And it was time for people to sleep. There was rustling in the first half of the night, and the house became quiet in the second half of the night. After dawn, Zhao Shiping boiled water, killed the chicken, scalded the chicken feathers, and stewed the chicken in the pot. He sat in front of the stove and stared at the fire. Sui Yu was kneading dough and cutting stuffing to make dumplings. The guests invited today, except Uncle Nyo, were all big eaters. It would probably take a big pot of steamed rice. She was a little reluctant. After thinking about it, she decided to make dumplings. It happened that there was meat at home, and there were guests. She spent more time on the stuffing, with meat, eggs and radishes, and it would not be embarrassing to serve it on the table. By the way, it's grain collection day again. Take some time to go and see. Last month, the grain was delayed until the 21st or 22nd. I don't know if it can be distributed on time this month, Sui Yu said. Okay, I'll go and see it this afternoon. The chicken and radish stewed in the pot came out. Sui Yu washed the pot and started to stir-fry the stuffing, first frying the eggs and then the diced meat. After the diced meat was stir-fried, pour the diced radish, and finally pour the eggs. Stir it. Sprinkle with salt and chopped green onion leaves. Brother Zhao? Huang Lanqing is here. Go out and greet him, Sui Yu said. I don't need you to light the fire. Zhao Shiping went out, and he called Sui Liang in to wait. Huang Lanqing came, and Zhao Shiping went to the neighbor's house to call Qin Dashun. Just as he was about to call Uncle Lanyo, he saw that he had already come. It's quite hot outside. You sit inside. I'll cook some dishes, and we can eat. Sui Yu went out to greet him. It's so hot. I'm sorry to bother you. Qin Dashun looked embarrassed and said, Just now your sister-in-law was scolding me. Neighbors, I came out to yell when you got into trouble. But you have the nerve to come and have a meal. I just said it casually that day. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Brother. That's not what I said. There were many people who heard the noise that night. But others didn't come out. So why did you come out? It's because you are kind. To you, it was just a casual shout. But to me, it means something different. I accept your kindness. Sui said it generously. She looked at Uncle Nyo and said, just like Uncle Nyo. When he heard that I was in trouble, he stayed outside all night without saying a word. After dawn, he left without saying a word. You are all kind-hearted people. Uncle Nyo waved his hand. He couldn't bear this compliment. He was not a kind-hearted person. Come in and sit down. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm busy cooking. Sui glanced outside the door and said, Uncle Nyo, didn't my aunt come? I'll send her a bowl of flatbread and a bowl of vegetables later. Uncle Nyo smiled at her. This man was really amazing. He could talk and do superficial work. If he didn't know that Tong Hua and Sui had a grudge, he would have really agreed. No need to send. When I left, she had already lit the fire and cooked. Sui gave up after hearing that. In the main room, 4 men sat on the floor. Huang Anqing asked, What did you just say? A few little brats knocked on the door in the middle of the night when Mr. Zhao was not at home. Sui scolded them. I opened the door and went out for a walk. Uncle Nyo came to guard the night before. And then it was quiet. Qin Dasan looked at the silent man and said, Mr. Zhao, your sister-in-law is beautiful. You should go out less. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything at the time. When the wine and food were served, he poured wine to Qin Dasan and said, Brother Qin is righteous. And I am thick-skinned. I will ask you for one more thing based on your kindness. If I am not at home in the future, if there is any movement in my house, I will ask you to speak up to give me courage. Qin Dasan was stunned for a moment. He took the bowl and drank the wine, and said, This is a small matter. But do you plan to go out in the future? Zhao Shiping thought for a moment and said, Captain Chu saw that I have some talent in archery, and he suggested that I go out and practice more often if I have the chance. If there is chaos one day, maybe I can make some military achievements. War is going to break out again. The meat in his mouth no longer smelled good. And Qin Dasan said worriedly, How many years of peace have we had? The Xiongnu are ambitious. And the countries in the western regions are small and weak. Once the Xiongnu recovers, I think the western regions will be in chaos. And they will most likely ask for help from our dynasty. Huang Anqing said. By then, the reinforcements should be drawn from the 4 counties of Dunhuang. It would be good for Brother Zhao to have the opportunity to go out and practice. And don't just focus on farming. Sui brought the dishes in. After hearing what Huang Anqing said, she looked at him more. He was a far-sighted man. Uncle Nyo, I added 2 more fires to this taro stewed with meat. The taro and meat are soft and rotten. You should try it more. Oh, good. Uncle Nyo came back to his senses. Don't worry. Come and eat too, Zhao Shiping said. Huang Anqing looked at him. No. I saved some food for you to eat in the kitchen with Brother Liang. Sui walked out and said, There are enough flatbreads to cover the curtain. When you finish drinking and want to eat, just call me. Zhao Shiping followed him out to take a look. She saved all the food on the table, including chicken stewed with radish, taro stewed with meat, stir-fried meat with dried vegetables, and fried eggs with chives. He then returned to the table. The couple has a good relationship. Huang Anqing teased and said to the other 2, You don't know that when Brother Zhao didn't come back, his wife waited for him at the West City Gate for 5 or 6 days in a row, waiting for a whole day, which made many of us envious. We know about this. Sui Yu and Sui Liang went in and out under our noses. Qin Dasan smiled. After eating the food, he said a few good words. My sister-in-law is a capable person. She has a flock of chickens, 2 sheep, a pig, and a camel at home. She is a daughter of an official family, but she still raises them all and keeps the house clean. She also does the farm work. She is either catching insects, pulling weeds, and loosening the soil in the vegetable garden, or wandering around in the fields. Brother Zhao, you are enjoying life after marrying this wife. Zhao Shiping nodded. Come on. Drink. Uncle Lanyo interrupted and joked, If you have something to say, go back and praise your wife. He knows whether his wife is good or not. After drinking the remaining wine at the bottom of the bowl, the 4 began to eat chicken. The cat official lay under the low couch, looking around with his eyes. When a bone fell, he stretched out his claws and grabbed it, hiding under the couch and chewing the chicken bones. Half a basin of stewed chicken with carrots was empty. Zhao Shiping went out and said, "You can boil water to cook dumplings." "Okay." Sui Yu was waiting. "You two didn't eat well today." Zhao Shiping came over and said, "I'll cook tomorrow. You take a rest." Sui Yu couldn't ask for it, so he agreed immediately. The water boiled, and the dumplings were put in. The water boiled for 3 times, and the dumplings floated up. Sui Yu went in to collect the wine bowls. There were only 6 bowls in the house, so he washed and rinsed the wine bowls and used them as rice bowls. "Hey, the dumplings are delicious." Qin Dasan was surprised that the fillings in the dough had meat and eggs, which was richer than the fillings prepared by his family for the new year. And the taste was also full. "If you think it tastes good, eat more." Sui Yu brought the bowl in and asked, "Uncle Lanyo, is the meat fried hard? I still have the dough. Do you want me to cook another bowl for you?" Uncle Lanyo waved his hand. This bowl of dumplings tasted good, and he just needed to eat slowly. "Not the dough. Sister-in-law, you should have set up a stall to sell flatbreads. These are much more delicious than the buns you sell." Huang Anqing said, "I can't afford them. They have meat and eggs. If they are cheap, I will lose money. If they are expensive, no one will buy them." There was a smell of alcohol in the room, which Sui Yu didn't like very much. She said a few words and went out. After 2 layers of dumplings were cooked, the people in the room stopped eating. Sui Yu saw that they were full, so she went to collect the bowls and dishes. Zhao Shiping always felt something was wrong. He took the dish and said, "You take a rest. I will clean up, and I will wash the pots and bowls." Huang Anqing looked at him again after hearing what he said. This man has changed a lot. "I'm going back. I'm a little drunk. I'm going back to sleep for a while." Qin Dasan got up and said before leaving, "If you need me in the future, call me. I don't ask for anything else. Just set up another table according to today's dishes." "Okay," Sui Yu said with a smile. "Are there any leftover dumplings? I'll bring a bowl back for your aunt." Uncle Nyo pretended to have forgotten what he said before the meal. "Yes, they are still raw and not cooked. I'll fill a bowl for you. You can go back and light a fire to cook them." Sui Yu walked towards the kitchen. Uncle Nyo also went out with a bowl of dumplings. Huang Anqing stayed behind. Sui Yu saw that he must have something to say. She took the rag from Zhao Shiping and said, "You go and see Brother Huang off." Zhao Shiping followed Huang Anqing out. "My sister-in-law is better at reading people's expressions than you." Huang Anqing smiled. Zhao Shiping did not deny it. He looked at the alley in front of him and stopped and said, "She said you have something to say to me. If you have anything to say it quickly. I have to go back and be busy." "It's nothing. It's about my sister-in-law. Don't mind. I don't mean anything else." Huang Anqing was afraid that he would misunderstand that he was interested in Sui Yu. So he explained first and continued, "My sister-in-law is too beautiful. And you are just a captain of 10 men. If she walks outside, it will inevitably attract people with bad intentions. If she catches the eyes of others, I am worried that you can't protect her. If you don't like her, it's fine." But when I saw her today, he didn't say the rest of the words. He felt disgusted by the big man saying these things. "Your family only has a few farm jobs, and you can finish them by yourself. It's better to let her walk less outside and prepare 3 meals a day at home." Zhao Shiping waved his hand when he heard this. If he really locked Sui Yu up at home, he couldn't save her life even if he bought a room full of medicine for her to eat. No. She is a human being, not a captive camel. Even a captive camel needs to go out for a run every day. Zhao Shiping felt that was Sui Yu's appearance. Walking outside more often would be a kind of protection for her. Everyone knew her, and at least they couldn't rob her openly. "Let's talk about the future later." Zhao Shiping waved his hand again, unwilling to worry about something that didn't happen. "Brother, thank you very much. You go back. I will go back too. Just don't think I'm nosy." Huang Anqing was a little embarrassed. "I'm not stupid. I can still distinguish between good intentions and bad intentions." Zhao Shiping sneered and said, "Go back. Come back when you're not on duty." The pots and pans were left on the stove waiting for the man to come back and wash. Zhao Shiping walked into the house and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I thought you had already cleaned it up. I'll give you a chance to show your performance." Sui Yu followed into the kitchen and asked, What did your brother say to you? He had to say it secretly behind my back. I'm afraid you'll fall in love with someone rich and powerful, and leave me and run away with him. Zhao Shiping looked at her sideways. You won't run away, will you? Sui Yu crossed her arms happily and said proudly. It depends on your performance. I won't wash it. The man put down the bowl. Sui Yu laughed out loud. She stood in front of the stove and laughed so hard that her body shook. Zhao Shiping also laughed. He picked up the bowl and continued to wash it. After 2 days, clean up the main room and turn it into a wing room. You won't be at home to entertain guests. You've been busy like a slave for a long time. I feel uncomfortable seeing you. Sui Yu's smile fell into her heart. She said, It's okay. In the end it's me who got it. Chapter 71. A girl was born. The sun was moving away, and the heat gradually subsided. Sui Yu picked up a short-handled wooden shovel and went to the vegetable garden to dig radishes. Before leaving, he said, When you get the food, carry the load to the vegetable garden to pick radishes. Zhao Shiping agreed. Sui Liang opened the gate to let the camels, pigs and sheep out. The pigs drove the sheep out, and the 2 big camels followed slowly behind. The cat official lying under the eaves to enjoy the cool opened his eyes. It didn't want to go out in the hot weather, so he turned his head and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Zhao Shiping went to get food first. After carrying 2 loads of food back, he put taro and beans into the grain tank, and then carried wheat and millet out to grind the shells. He didn't come back with rice and flour until sunset. Captain Zhao? A passing woman shouted outside the door. You are at home. Your wife asked you to go to the vegetable garden to pick radishes. I was just about to go. Zhao Shiping patted the dust off his body, carried the load and locked the door again to go out. When he arrived, Sui Liang also came with camels, pigs and sheep. Sui Yu held a few tender radishes and threw them out. The pigs and sheep nibbled on them. You are here. Have you received the food? Sui Yu asked. Yes. I came here after the rice and flour were ground. Zhao Shiping squatted down to pick up the radishes and threw them into the basket. He had big hands and was quick. He filled 2 baskets in less than a cup of tea. I will go back first and come back later. 2 more baskets will be filled. Well, just put the radishes under the eaves. There is no need to bury them in the sand pit. I will wash and cut them and dry them into dried radishes in the next 2 days. Sui Yu explained. With her words, the next morning, Zhao Shiping carried radishes to the river again. He threw the radish basket into the river to be washed by the river water. He rolled up his trouser legs and stood in the water to rub them once or twice, and they were clean. For the next 6 days, Sui Yu stayed at home cutting radishes, drying radishes, and turning them over. The dried radishes were stored in the grain jar, and she rolled up the bamboo mat and took it to the river to wash it. When the bamboo mat was dried, Zhao Shiping also found a suitable tree. He called a few people to help cut the tree up the mountain, and then carried it down and sent it directly to the carpenter's house. On July 24th, Sui Liang's bed was moved back, and Zhao Shiping also bought him a new wooden box. The main room had been cleaned up, and a bamboo mat was laid 2 steps away from the door. The bamboo mat was washed to remove the oil stains, and the surface was black, with a sense of oldness, in the whole room, except for a wooden box and a low couch leaning against the wall. There was only a bed and a bamboo mat, which made the room look large and empty. In the future, if you find a stone you like, a branch with a nice shape, or a bird feather with bright colors, you can bring it back to decorate the house. Sui Yu leaned on Sui Liang's shoulder and said, It's better to do it today than today. You can move in tonight. Zhao Shiping looked over. Sui Yu glared at him. What was she looking at? She ordered, Go and bring the new manuscript roll to Lianggur and put it on the bed. Bring the mattress and cushion as well. The manuscript roll was spread on the bed, and then the cushion with reed fluff. The summer night was cool, and it was not hot without the bamboo mat on the cushion. Sui Yu took off her shoes and walked over. She crossed her legs and lay on the bed, breathing a sigh of relief. The new bed was comfortable to sleep on, and the dry wood smell was very pleasant. Seeing her so comfortable, Sui Liang climbed up with her, thinking that this would be his bed in the future. He could roll around as he wanted, and he suddenly no longer objected to sleeping alone. Is there anything else I can do for you? Zhao Shiping came in and asked. Sui Yu turned her head and said, What are your plans? No. If you don't need me, I'll go out on a camel while it's still early and see if I can hunt a rabbit. Then you go and get busy. Remember to come back before dark. Sui Yu rolled up the mattress and put it under her head, saying, I'm going to sleep for a while. When I wake up, I'll go dig the vegetable field. When you go out, lock the door from the outside. Xiao Shiping closed the door for her, took a camel, and went out hunting under the scorching sun. The oasis in Dunhuang has boundaries, walking out of the densely populated cities and villages, passing through the fields where the harvest is about to come. Without the cover of crops, the edge of the wasteland can be seen at a glance. The southwest is a vast desert. The golden light of the sun above the desert is distorted, which makes people dizzy. Xiao Shiping retracted his gaze, shook his head, and his eyes swirled around the barren land. There are many caves in the wilderness. Snake holes, mouse holes, rabbit holes, hedgehog holes. Birds are circling in the air, and the hunters in the air are staring at the caves buried under the grass branches with sharp eyes. Xiao Shiping patted the camel, and the camel stopped. He sat on the camel's humps, pulled the bow and arrow, and squinted at the sharp-beaked sparrowhawk swooping down from about 3 meters away. The sparrowhawk swooped down and flew close to the ground. When it took off, there was a field mouse in its claws. With a whoosh, the arrowhead shot out quickly, and the arrowhead flew out, brushing the eagle's claws. The sparrowhawk flapped its wings quickly. It gave up the prey in its claws, and rose up quickly and suddenly. Go! The camel ran. Xiao Shiping turned over and went down to pick up the field mouse that fell to the ground and fainted. He looked up at the sky, and then went to pick up the arrow that was inserted diagonally in the grass. The sun gradually set in the west, and the people who were sleeping in the house woke up. Sui Yu sat up and woke up for a while. She pushed Sui Liang to wake up, and the brother and sister went out to work. Sui Yu went to dig the vegetable garden. The vegetable garden was dry and hard after harvesting radishes. She stepped on the shovel to turn the soil, and then used the shovel to break up the soil, and turn out all the insect eggs and grass seeds in the soil to dry them. Sui Liang took the camels, pigs and sheep to graze. He didn't walk far, and from time to time he ran to listen to Sui Yu's words, and then ran to guard the pigs and sheep. When the pigs and sheep were full, he took them to wait outside the vegetable garden. The camels and pigs and sheep were used to it. This place was like a second home. They lay on the ground and waited for the people in the vegetable garden to come out. And then, they walked back together. Sui Yu, I heard that your family has 2 new camels. Why don't you take them out to graze? A passerby asked. They are timid and tremble when they see people. Wait until they are well trained before taking them out. Sui Yu said. Your family only has 20 mu of land. Why do you raise so many camels? Or do you plan to sell them when they grow up? If you are interested in selling, leave one for me. I don't have camels. I probably won't sell them. If you are planning to sell them, I'll let you know. Okay. When she got home, Sui Yu found that Xiao Shiping had returned. She put the shovel behind the door, walked into the yard and asked, Master, are you cooking? Where are the people? They are lost. The voice came in from outside the door. Xiao Shiping was holding a basin in his hand. He closed the door with his backhand and said, I caught a rabbit and a vole. I will fry the vole tonight and save the rabbit for tomorrow. When he heard that he could eat meat, Sui Liang ran over quickly, and Sui Yu also came over to see, saying, Not bad. You have a harvest as soon as you go out. Xiao Shiping coughed lightly. He was embarrassed to say that he snatched it from a bird's claw. I will leave the city tomorrow. The east of the city is vast and sparsely populated. Maybe the harvest will be greater, he said. Sui Yu scooped water to wash her hands, and she went into the house to prepare for cooking, saying, I also plan to practice archery. There must be a lot of pheasants, rabbits, and field mice in the fields during the autumn harvest. When it snows in winter, these things can also be seen in the fields. I want to go out for a walk when I am free. Okay. Then make another bow, and I will give you 2 arrows. Xiao Shiping thought that if she could shoot arrows, she would have a way to protect herself when he was not at home in the future. Sui Yu did what she said. That night, she cut a finger-long wolf skin, burned and scraped the hair on the skin, and then cut it into strips and soaked it in grass ash water. There are still 4 months before winter. I will practice for half an hour every day. When it snows, I will ride a camel and go out with you to shoot wolves. Xiao Shiping picked her up and went back to the main room with one hand, holding the oil lamp with the other hand. Sui Liang was not at home tonight, so he could be more unrestrained. The candlelight was dim, and the halo fell on the undulating body. The water on the peaks was bright, and the shadows were clustered under the hills. The high and low characters fell on the rough earth wall, projecting a magnified shape that was as frightening as a suppressed gasp. This was the first time that Sui-Yu saw the back and abdomen of a man under his clothes in the light. The wheat-colored skin was covered with a thin layer of sweat, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. The hard body contained endless power. The scorching temperature made her flustered. She dodged her sight and looked a little shy. The wooden door was suddenly knocked, and the two people sitting upright shuddered in shock. Sui-Yu rolled and crawled down from the man's legs. She hurriedly put on her clothes, cleared her throat and shouted outside, "Brother Liang." "What's wrong?" Sui Liang knocked on the door again outside. "I'm here." Sui-Yu got out of bed and opened the door. Zhao Shiping sat against the wall with his legs propped up and a mattress. He rubbed his face and stroked his hair that was messed up by Sui-Yu. "Why are you crying?" Sui-Yu opened the door and led Sui Liang in. "Did you have a nightmare?" Sui Liang nodded. He climbed onto the bed as if he knew where to go. He spoke to the candlelight so that Sui-Yu could read his mouth shape, "Auntie. Auntie, come and catch me." He dreamed that Auntie was hanging on a rope and talking, and was still moving. Sui-Yu patted him and said, "Auntie likes you. So why would she come and catch you?" She now understood that Sui Liang missed Auntie when he talked about her during the day, and was afraid at night. It was probably because the fear was buried deep in his heart, which was the root of his illness. So he couldn't speak out loud. "I'll go to sleep with Brother Liang. You sleep alone tonight." Sui-Yu turned her head and said. Her eyes touched his exposed chest. Sui-Yu looked at him for a second, and her ears felt a little hot. She quickly retracted her gaze. "Okay." Zhao Shiping went to the field. He stood barefoot on the bamboo mat in his trousers. He held the oil lamp in one hand and hugged Sui Liang in the other, saying, "I'll take you there." They couldn't sleep together tonight, otherwise he would get sick. Sui Liang stopped crying. He pinched his brother-in-law's strong arms, thinking that he would grow up like this in the future. Every night after that, Sui-Yu went to sleep with Sui Liang first, and after he fell asleep, she went back to the main room. When she got up in the morning, she went to the next room to put on clothes and shoes, and pushed him awake, giving him the illusion that she had been sleeping here all night. Maybe he was not nervous before going to bed. Sui Liang didn't wake up for a long time. Sui-Yu asked him if he had nightmares, and he shook his head and said he didn't remember. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the wheat in the fields could be harvested. Sui-Yu went to the wheat field with her newly acquired bow and arrow and a sickle. Pheasants that had laid eggs and made nests in the wheat field fluttered up. She and Zhao Shiping drew their bows and shot arrows one after another, but both missed. Although no pheasants were caught, a lot of pheasant eggs were collected. The newly bought chicks this year have also started to lay eggs. There are 12 little hens and one old hen. Sui Liang catches insects for them every day. Most chickens can lay one egg a day. Now he has to carry a basket every evening when he goes back to collect eggs. He can collect up to 13 eggs. There is no shortage of eggs at home. Every morning, whether Sui-Yu or Zhao Shiping cooks, they will wash 3 eggs and put them in the pot to cook. 1 for each person. The remaining eggs are made into salted eggs and stored in a jar. In the future, Zhao Shiping can cook more salted eggs and take them away when he goes out. When the weather is cooler, and we catch more rabbits or voles, I will dry a few more and make them into dried goods. After the autumn harvest is over, you can go back to your hometown, or wait until the new year, and you can send them back to your parents. Sui-Yu said. Zhao Shiping glanced at her. What are you looking at? You just love the house and the dog. Sui-Yu scolded him. What do you love? The man was happy. Niece-in-law, your aunt has given birth. I'm here to tell you the good news. It was already dark, and Uncle Nyo came over happily. He knocked on the door and said loudly, a girl was born. You have another sister. Chapter 72, a fate that is as great as heaven. It was late, and Sui-Yu and Zhao Shiping did not go to visit. When it was daybreak, she collected 20 eggs from the neighbors on both sides. Carrying 20 eggs, she and Zhao Shiping went to Shikoden. Aunt Du was there too. She was the one who helped deliver the baby yesterday. She came to help with milk production today. Sui-Yu handed the basket of eggs to Aunt Du. She stood outside the kitchen and talked for a while. At Aunt Du's repeated urging, she went into the delivery room to take a look. Sui-Yu. Thank you. Dunhuang cried after giving birth to the baby last night. It was a girl. If she was still in the brothel, she would have drowned the baby to prevent her from seeing dirty things when she opened her eyes. Sui Yu hesitated vaguely. She took a look at the child. She was fat and tall. It was obvious that she had developed well in the womb. Take good care of it. I'm going out now. Okay. Sui Yu walked out, and she quickly closed the door. When she looked up, she saw Uncle Nyo coming back with a lively fish, smiling with wrinkles all over his face. Uncle Nyo, congratulations. You got a big fat girl. She said something nice. Uncle Nyo chuckled a few times. He was a little disappointed last night. Disappointed that the child was not a son. Later, he thought that he might not have that fate. He should be satisfied with having a son and should not be ungrateful. This morning, he went to squat on the street at dawn. Look! He bought the fish that had just been fished out of the water. Zhao Shiping came in from outside. He looked at Sui Yu first and said, Are you going to go? Go to work in the fields. He remembered Dunhuang. She had hurt Sui Yu before. He didn't want Sui Yu to pretend that nothing happened and put on a good face here. Let's go! Sui Yu walked out and said, Uncle Nyo, there's still work to do in the fields. So we'll leave first. Come over tomorrow for dinner. The child will have his third bath. Uncle Nyo chased after him. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu, who nodded and said, Okay. I'll come over tomorrow after I finish my work. Sui Liang was still waiting at home. So Sui Yu went back with Zhao Shiping, led the camels, drove the pigs and sheep, took the sickle, brought the water bag, and carried 2 bows and arrows. Before leaving, Sui Yu did not forget to wrap his head and face with a headscarf, and wrapped his hands with a cloth strip. There were still 3 acres of wheat left to be harvested. So Sui Yu took a deep breath before going to the field, and held it until his waist bent before exhaling. With a swing of the sickle, a handful of wheat fell to the ground. The wheat leaves pricked people, and the wheat awns pricked people. People standing in the wheat field felt like they were buried in a steamer, and the rolling heat attacked from the soles of their feet. In less than half an hour, people were already sweating all over. But the clothes can't be taken off. The pants can't be rolled up, and the cloth wrapped around the hands can't be untied. Sweat rolled down from the forehead, soaking the headscarf covering the face bit by bit. After cutting half a row of wheat, Sui Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She strode to the edge of the field, untied the cloth tied around her chin, and pulled off her headscarf to fan herself vigorously. You sit down and rest. I'll cut the wheat. I don't need your help, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu ignored him. She chose a clean place to lie down, and sat up again when her sore waist felt better. Farming is really tiring, she said. Autumn harvest is the most tiring. In comparison, I prefer spring sowing. You can tell at a glance that you have never been hungry. Autumn harvest is tiring, but only after harvesting can we have food. We farmers have hope, so we are happy to be tired. Zhao Shiping picked up a bundle of wheat and put it on the open ground, and asked, Are you going to make baskets this year? If you are, I will leave more wheat straw at home. Then leave more. It will keep you warm in the winter. After resting enough, Sui Yu picked up the water bag and drank some water. She went to the field with the sickle again. Holding the handle, she placed the sickle diagonally against the wheat stalks and gently cut the hollow wheat stalks evenly. At first, Sui Yu was still unfamiliar with wheat harvesting. She was afraid of scratching her legs when she picked up the sickle. After a few days of harvesting, she became proficient. Her legs were tamed. She picked up the sickle, bent over and pulled her legs back. Every movement was well coordinated. People can be tamed, so it's no wonder that camels know the times. She muttered. What did you say? Nothing. After working until noon, the people working in the field went back one after another. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping got up from the wheat field. The couple carried bows and arrows and wandered between the ridges. A field mouse poked its head out of the hole. While there was no one in the field, it was busy chewing the wheat ears and carrying them to the hole. Zhao Shiping made a gesture, and he and Sui Yu separated, ready to cut off the voles' retreat. The first voles who explored the way returned safely, and the 5 fat voles in the cave came out in droves. Sui Yu pulled the leather string. She calmed down, aimed her eyes at the voles waiting at the entrance of the cave, and loosened her index and middle fingers, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh, nailing the voles, who had no time to react to the ground. Sui Yu felt relieved, and she immediately shot another arrow. At this time, The mice were in chaos, running away. And this arrow missed, deviated from the direction, and stuck diagonally on the wheat bundle. There were 5 arrows in total, and each of them shot 1 arrow into the air, catching 3 fat voles. And Sui Yu was satisfied. The couple took back the arrows, and continued walking along the ridge. There were pheasants calling in the wheat field, but they could not find any traces. The gray rabbit nibbling on the wheat ears stood up vigilantly, and the arrow flew in the air. It heard the movement first, turned around and jumped away, after shooting 2 more rounds with 5 arrows, all without success. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping returned home with sickles and water bags to cook. Sui Liang had come back a long time ago, because when the weather got hot, the pigs and sheep would run home, and he couldn't stop them. Zhao Shiping was peeling field mice by the river, and Sui Yu came back first. She walked in and saw smoke coming out of the chimney and movement in the kitchen. She tiptoed over quietly, and saw Sui Liang lying on the stove on a tree stump, skimming rice soup. Sui Yu didn't say anything. When he got down from the tree stump, she said softly, "Yo!" Sui Liang shivered with fear, and turned back in horror. When he saw people, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "My brother can cook now. He dares to think and do. He's amazing." Sui Yu stepped in. She took a look at the pot, and saw that the radish was cut. She praised him. "You want to make radish stewed rice? You are really good. You can make radish stewed rice. You are better than your brother-in-law." Sui Liang's face flushed with excitement. "Come on. You are the chef for this meal. I will light the fire for you." Sui Yu felt that she felt more accomplished when she could make a complete meal. She went out to scoop water to wash her hands, and then scooped water to wash the pot. She said, "I will wash the pot, and you will cook later." Sui Liang nodded confidently. No meat was cut. Only lard was used. After the lard was put into the pot, Sui Liang picked up the plate of radish, and stepped on the tree stump to pour it into the pot. There was a crackling sound in the pot. He was so scared that he retracted his hand, and a handful of radish fell out. "It's okay. Take the radish out, and wash it before throwing it into the pot," Sui Yu said. Sui Liang ran out, and saw Zhao Shiping coming back with 3 pieces of meat and a roll of rat skin. He smiled shyly, quickly washed the radish, and ran back in. "Is the dish already cooked? That's pretty fast." Zhao Shiping was a little surprised. Sui Yu didn't respond. Zhao Shiping felt strange. He leaned over and saw Sui Liang standing on the tree stump, digging in the pot with a shovel, while Sui Yu looked at him with a smile. "Oh! TSK. Zhao Shiping stepped in. "Who is this? So capable?" Sui Liang's ears turned red with shame. "As capable as your sister." The brother and sister were equally determined. Zhao Shiping found that Sui Yu and Sui Liang were like leek seedlings pressed under a stone. As long as there was room for growth, they would squeeze up desperately, not giving themselves a chance to rest. And they were very tenacious. This compliment touched Sui Liang's heart. He looked at Sui Yu, and felt very happy. After draining the rice, Sui Yu stirred the fire in the stove. She went out, and scooped half a bowl of water, and sprinkled it along the edge of the pot, saying, "Cover the pot, and you can eat when the aroma comes out." As for the 3 field mice, Zhao Shiping rubbed salt on them. He was busy over there, and the rice in the pot was cooked. "I'll serve the rice, and the little chef will sit down and rest for a while." Sui Yu stood up. The radish was cut coarsely, and tasted a little hard. The rice was a little soft, but it didn't affect the taste. All in all, Sui Liang's debut was pretty good. "It tastes better than mine. When your sister opens a food store in the future, you could be a chef," Zhao Shiping said. "What about you? A cook?" Sui Yu asked. "Cook. Then." Zhao Shiping pointed to the pickled field mouse meat in the basin and said, "You are not needed to bundle the vegetables in the afternoon. You can sleep at home for a while, and stew the meat in the evening." Okay. It happened that the vegetable garden needed watering, and Sui Yu thought that she had other things to do if she didn't go to the field. After the hottest time of noon, Zhao Shiping led the camels to work in the fields. After he left, Sui Yu tried to drive the little camels out. The gate was closed, and the 2 little camels were sniffing in the yard. They were very timid. When the cat officer pounced, they were scared and laid down on the ground. Sui Yu put a rope on them and led them out. She walked in front and pulled them, and Sui Liang followed behind. It took a lot of pulling to bring them to the vegetable garden. The 2 little camels were tied to the tree. Sui Yu passed by them back and forth, occasionally feeding them some water, or pulling grass to throw over. At dusk, Sui Yu and Sui Liang led them back again. As soon as they entered the yard, the two little camels ran straight to the gate of the pen, fearing that they would be dragged out and sold if they were a step late. You play with them. I'll go stew the meat, Sui Yu said. Vole meat is fat, and has a lot of fat. It takes a long time to stir-fry it over high heat to get all the fat out. The pot was simmering with water. Sui Yu went to the firewood room to grab a handful of dried bitter herbs and soak them in the water. She sat in front of the stove in a daze. Sui Yu vaguely remembered that she entered the gate of Dunhuang during these days last year, but she didn't know the exact date. A year had passed, and her situation seemed to have not changed. But it also seemed to have changed. She was still not free, but she had hope and expectations. And she had been in this dynasty for 2 years. The memory of her previous life became a little vague. Sometimes she dreamed of it in the middle of the night. When she woke up, she vaguely thought it was just a long dream. The flames in the stove cave suddenly fell, and there was a sign of extinguishing. Sui Yu quickly grabbed a handful of hay and stuffed it in, and added branches and dry firewood. The fire was bigger, and the broth in the pot gurgled again. It was getting dark, and the chickens came back to eat. Sui Liang walked in briskly, and took the vegetables in the basket and poured them out. Sui Yu stared at him, and he noticed and stuck out his tongue mischievously. Sui Yu smiled. She stood up, washed the dried vegetables, squeezed out the water, cut them into 2 pieces, and put them into the pot to cook with the meat. When it was too dark to see the road, Zhao Shiping came back with the camel. He went into the house to get water for the camel first. I remember when I came last year. You also worked until dark before coming back. But you were too lazy to see me at that time, Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping was stunned for a moment and said, It's been a year. Yes. After the field mouse meat was cooked, Sui Yu cooked sour soup with pickled radish, and used the sour soup as wine. She took the bowl and said, Come on. Let's celebrate this fate. Zhao Shiping took a big sip and said, I want to thank Li Baihu. Without him, we couldn't have succeeded. You wanted to kill him at that time. The man laughed and asked, Are you really going to Uncle Lao Nyo's house tomorrow? Sui Yu nodded. The incident that Tong Hua broke out last year did not bring her any serious consequences. Instead, it was a warning whip that woke her up. She also began to accept the setting of this era from that day on, and no longer insisted on using the concept of rule of law and civilization to deal with the right and wrong of the feudal dynasty. Otherwise, even if there was no Tong Hua, there would still be Li Hua and Wang Hua in the future, and she would learn a lesson sooner or later. So although it can't be said to be forgiveness, it doesn't hate it to the point of spitting twice when meeting. But then I thought about it. This is also because Sui Yu is satisfied with the current situation. If Tong Hua had stayed in the brothel because of her words, Sui Yu would probably fight to the death with Tong Hua. Forget it. You go tomorrow. I won't go. I won't have too much contact with her. Sui Yu has made a decision. After all, Tong Hua's temper is unpredictable, and it is not certain that she will explode again one day. Since there is a grudge, it is good for everyone to keep a distance and stop contacting. Chapter 73 Taste some sweetness. After harvesting 10 acres of wheat, millet was harvested. To harvest millet, only the ears were cut. Sui Liang also joined in. Sui Yu followed him in front to pick the ears and put them in the basket. Zhao Shiping followed behind to cut the stalks with a sickle. It took 8 days to harvest 5 acres of millet. The last bundle of millet stalks was thrown on the camel's back. Zhao Shiping patted the dust on his body and said, You go back to cook first. I will take the camel to the grain field to register. Okay. Sui Yu led Sui Liang back and passed by the soybean field. She pulled a bean pod and peeled it open. The soybeans could be picked. She was thinking about resting at home for 2 days before picking soybeans. As soon as she walked into the alley, she saw a servant standing outside her house. Her heart skipped a beat. Sui Yu had been busy all day. Her clothes were dirty and torn. The sweat on her face had turned into mud, and there were millet leaves stuck in her hair. No matter how beautiful a person is, after being so ruined, only 2 or 3 points of her beauty remain. The servant took a quick look and wondered who was blind to spread the rumor that Zhao Fucheng's wife was a great beauty. But she was not as good-looking as the young widow who grinds tofu on East Street. Please tell Zhao Fucheng that the captain asked him to gather outside the government office at SI o'clock the day after tomorrow. He doesn't need to lead a camel this time. And the army will distribute military horses. The servant said. Sueyu agreed. And she asked, do you know what the mission is? It's not going to the battlefield. Right? I'm not sure. The servant refused to say more. And when he got the message, he turned around and left. Sueyu stood outside the door for a long time. And then she came to her senses, and took out the key to open the door. There was still one day to prepare. So she didn't have time to worry about anything. And hurried to prepare things first. There were 2 dried pheasants and only 1 rabbit. Sueyu took the dried chicken and rabbit off with a stick. He planned to steam them tonight, and dry them overnight. Then hang them out to dry for a day tomorrow. And let the man take them away the day after tomorrow. If it was inconvenient to eat while on the road, he could tear a piece off to satisfy his hunger. Cooking taro porridge at the bottom of the pot. Steaming dried chicken and dried rabbit on the grate. Sueyu asked Sui Liang to light the fire. And she scooped water to wash 6 salted eggs, and put them in a bowl. I smell meat. Isn't there no meat at home? Zhao Shiping led the camel into the house. Steam dried chicken and dried rabbit. Take them with you when you go out, and eat on the way. Sueyu wiped his hands and walked out, saying, just now, Captain Chu sent someone to inform you to gather at the government office at SI the day after tomorrow. This time, he didn't say what you were going out for. Just that you didn't bring the camel. And you would be sent military horses when the time came. Zhao Shiping paused for a moment, and then returned to normal speed in the next moment. He drove the camel into the circle, closed the circle door, strode into the kitchen, and said nonchalantly, good thing. When I come back after doing meritorious service, there will be pork to eat at home again. Sueyu forced a smile and said, then we will wait for your good news at home. Yeah. Zhao Shiping drove Sui Liang away, and he sat in front of the stove and lit the fire, thinking that he was gone and the remaining 5 acres of soybeans and sorghum would fall on Sueyu. He sighed and said, it will be fine in 10 days or so. In 10 days or so, the work in the field will be done. You don't have to worry about the family. Sueyu lifted the lid of the pot, and put 6 salted eggs into the boiling porridge with a spoon. She said, I don't know how long it will take for me to come back this time. It will be cold in another month. I will hurry up tomorrow, and use the mouse skin and 2 rabbit skins I have saved to sew you a woolen coat. If there are extra, I will sew 2 more finger sleeves and knee pads. It will be fine in half a month. I can save more mouse skins, and make 2 more knee pads. You will definitely get frozen legs when riding a horse. Maybe I will come back before it gets cold. I hope so. The taro porridge was cooked, and 2 chickens and a rabbit were also steamed. Sueyu raised the oil lamp to use the light to scoop out the eggs. Hearing movement behind him, he turned around and stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. Sueyu glared at him angrily. She took the chicken leg and kicked him angrily. Why are you touching my things? I told you to take it away. You are so annoying. Get out of here. Alas, this is not for tonight. The chicken leg meat is thick and can't be dried in the sun. It's better to eat it tonight. Zhao Shiping was quick and broke another one and stuffed it into Sui Liang's hand. The next moment, he ran away. Sueyu picked up the spoon and chased him out. Seeing the man running towards the door, she raised the spoon and cursed, Get out. Don't come back. Before she finished speaking, she turned her head and said Pa, and changed her words, Come back. It's time to eat. Zhao Shiping smiled and stopped teasing her. He closed the door and bolted it, and strode into the kitchen. The chicken leg had been broken off, so it had to be eaten. Sueyu cut the chicken leg meat into shreds, and the 3 of them ate it when they ate. She took the remaining chicken and rabbit meat into the house, and hung them up. When it was dawn, she took them out, and hung them in the yard to dry. Make a bowl of dough. You can make pancakes yourself today. I'll go find Sister Lame and ask her to spare a day to help me sew the fur coat. Sueyu was worried that he wouldn't be able to finish the work in one day, considering that horseback archery requires high flexibility. Sueyu first made finger sleeves, using rabbit hair on the back of the hand and mouse skin on the palm, with the hair facing inward and the skin facing outward. Last night, she had already marked the size of the man's palm. Today, she only needed to cut and sew it together. Sister Lame looked at her and said, This is good. The fingers are separated. I'll make one when it gets cold. It's convenient for sewing. Well, I'll make one when the time comes, so I don't get frostbite on my hands again this year. Sueyu responded casually, staring at the needle and thread in her hand without raising her head. It took half an hour to make 2 swollen finger sleeves. Sui tried them on. Although they looked ugly, they were good at keeping warm. She put down the finger sleeves and went to sew the mouse skin. The mouse skin was small. If it was cut, the place that could be used might not be as big as a palm. Sui simply gave up cutting. It didn't matter if there was more or less. She sewed them together first. The extra mouse leg skin was hung inside the outer coat, and it didn't affect anything. 8 pieces of mouse skin were spliced into a sleeveless waistcoat. Sui pulled the remaining mouse skin and decided not to make sleeves. The remaining 6 pieces of mouse skin could barely make 2 knee pads. As for the remaining rabbit skin, she sewed it outside the waistcoat, in the part that protected the heart and lungs. She stuffed 2 wooden boards into the interlayer. The 2 worked intensively for most of the day. In the afternoon, a waistcoat, 2 finger sleeves, and 2 knee pads were completed. Sister-in-law Lame, I'm sorry to bother you today. I'll go to the fields to help your family with work tomorrow. Sui didn't know how to thank her. She delayed other people's work in the fields, and she was thinking about helping to make up for it. When the work in the fields is done, you teach me archery, and I will go to the fields to catch mice, peel their skins and eat their meat, and buy myself a warm vest in winter. Sister-in-law Lame took a broom to sweep the threads and hair residue on the ground, and said, You go back to work. The work in the fields doesn't need you. Have you finished your work in the fields yet? There are still sorghum and soybeans left. As long as the weather doesn't change, Liang and I can be busy in half a month. Sui picked up the basket and walked out, saying, Sister-in-law, I'm going back. I'll come to chat with you another day. Okay. Sui went back and happened to catch Zhao Shiping making pancakes. She was hungry, so she washed her hands and took one to eat, saying, I'll make it. And you go and try to see if the vest fits. If it doesn't, I'll modify it. Zhao Shiping went to close the gate. After the gate was closed, he stood in the yard, took off his clothes and put on a fur vest. The rat skin was close to his skin, and the rabbit fur was facing outwards, which made him look even stronger. There was a big bulge on his chest where the wood chips were stuffed, which was very conspicuous. Sui smiled at the sight. It was really ugly. Zhao Shiping regretted not going into the house to try it on. He took off the fur vest and said casually, The size is right. No need to change it. Then put it away. And put away the finger gloves and knee pads as well. Put them on when it gets cold. Sui explained. After a bowl of noodles was baked, it was dark. Sui washed 30 salted eggs and put them in the pot to cook. The man would take them away when he went out tomorrow morning. It's not salty because it's not pickled for a long time. It's probably going to go bad soon. You can eat the eggs first when you go on the road. Sui said. I know. Let's go. Go to bed. Zhao Shiping couldn't wait any longer. He carried Sui on his shoulders, picked up the oil lamp, and strode out of the kitchen. When the atmosphere was hot and humid, he said eagerly, Give me a taste of sweetness first. Sui leaned on his shoulder and reached down. Her fingers were also rough. She practiced archery every day. There was a thin layer of callus on the fingertips of her right index and middle fingers, but the flesh under the callus was soft, which was different from the man's rough hands with thick knuckles. With a light scratch of her fingertips, the man's narrow waist suddenly shrank back, and his breathing was choked. Sui felt the shoulder under her face trembling. She chased him, and as soon as she touched him, Zhao Shiping couldn't stand it. He raised his head and took a deep breath, pushed away the person beside him, and escaped from the bed without saying a word, strode to the water tank, and scooped water to splash on himself. Sui followed her out to wash her hands. As soon as she stepped out of the door, the man ran away like a frightened rabbit. Sui was also a little shy. She rubbed her hands silently, then quickly went into the house and laid down on the bed to sleep. Zhao Shiping sat in the yard for a long time. When the moon was at its zenith, his chaotic mood finally calmed down. He then pushed the door and entered the house. Sui was already asleep at this time. The cock crowed 3 times, and the night was torn open by the skylight. Dew began to take shape on the grass leaves. When the water droplets condensed, the sky was bright. In the half-lit bedroom, the man was panting like a cow. Sui listened to his breathing, which was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and a layer of goose bumps appeared on her body. She clenched a wet hand and looked at the morning light coming in through the crack of the door. Zhao Shiping endured it all night, but he couldn't bear it, so he woke up early and woke Sui up. There was a movement in the next room. Sui Liang was worried that Zhao Shiping was going out. So he woke up early. Get up, Sui Yu reminded. Zhao Shiping responded vaguely. And he hurriedly picked up his clothes, lowering his eyes, and not daring to look at her. There was still more than an hour before the sea hour. And Sui Yu and Tuado. She used pickled radish and eggs as stuffing. And kneaded 50 dumplings with nimble hands and feet. Cooked them, and shared them among the three. And then carried the things out together. Sui Yu and Sui Liang saw Zhao Shiping out. And when they arrived in front of the government office, they stopped and watched the man walk away. Zhao Shiping was carrying a bundle, and a bow, and arrow on his back. And holding another bundle in his hand. Captain Chu saw him and joked, "Moving?" Zhao Shiping smiled and asked, "Captain, what are you going out for this time?" The few scattered Huns, who were scattered before, have gathered together. 2 days ago, news came that a group of cavalry went south to rob food and killed half of the villagers in the village. You go and investigate the situation. Captain Chu looked not far away and said, "Let your wife go back and don't disturb the morale of the army here." Zhao Shiping put down his bag and ran over. He told Sui Yu the purpose of this trip and said, "Go home and wait. I will definitely come back safely." Only then did he dare to look up at her. Sui Yu winked playfully. This simple action dispelled the fear in the man's heart. He regained his spirit and said energetically, "Wait for me at home." After that, he turned and ran away. Sui Yu took Sui Liang away. The siblings walked around outside and cheered up to go home to lead camels, drive pigs and sheep. While the sun was not too hot, Sui Yu took a patched linen bag to pick soybeans in the field. There was one less person at home. Sui Yu and Sui Liang were a little uncomfortable at first. For example, they subconsciously took 3 pairs of chopsticks, scooped rice for 3 people, and when serving rice, they would serve an extra bowl of rice if they were distracted. When working in the field, Sui Yu would occasionally turn around and talk. And only after the words came out did she realize that there was no one behind her. After 4 or 5 days, Sui Yu and Sui Liang finally got used to the life after Zhao Shiping left home. They picked up the habit of opening the door at sunrise and closing the door at sunset. They went to bed early at night, got up before dawn to cook, played shuttlecock and shot arrows in the yard. After the people in the alley opened the door and walked around, they drove the livestock to work in the fields. The 2 little camels hadn't seen the man who shot them for half a month. And they gradually got used to the life of being raised in the pen without worrying about food and drink. One day, when the 2 big camels walked out of the pen, they also tried to walk out. Sui Yu was surprised, but her face was calm. She picked up the farm tools as if nothing had happened, and pushed Sui Liang's face away with one hand to prevent him from staring at the 2 little camels. The little camels took the initiative to walk out of the door. Their injured legs and feet had healed, and they walked without limping. They followed the big camels and walked quickly out of the alley. "Are these the 2 new camels your family got? They have big skeletons." Auntie Sun stared at the little camels. "After all, they are wild camels, so they will grow up to be good," Sui Yu said. "Your family has a prosperous livestock this year, and whatever you raise will grow into something." Auntie Sun's words were full of envy. She stared at the pigs driving the sheep and said, "Are they boars or sows? Will they be sold during the new year? I'll buy them." Sui Yu shook her head and said, "I won't sell the pigs. I'll keep them for piglets. Then I'll buy a piglet." "Okay. I'll keep a strong one for you." When he got to the field, Sui Yu found a person standing in the sorghum field. It was Uncle Nyo. He sat on the ridge and stared at the sorghum taller than him in a daze. "Uncle Nyo, why are you here so early in the morning?" Sui Yu was puzzled. "I'm here to help you. Your aunt has been urging me for several days." Uncle Lao Nyo sighed. "Only 2 acres of sorghum left? No need to help. I'll be done in 7 or 8 days." Sui Yu refused. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt. But you don't even plant your own land. If you come to work for me, others will laugh at you." Uncle Lao Nyo waved his hand and said, "Just laugh at me. I'll help you. You can't move these sorghum stalks by yourself." Chapter 74 Heavy Labor. I thought I could harvest the remaining 5 acres of soybeans and sorghum within half a month. But I overestimated myself. I harvested 3 acres of soybeans in half a month. Sui Yu went down to the field with a basket and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Nyo, for helping me. I won't be polite. I can't bundle these sorghum stalks by myself, let alone lift them up and tie them to the camel's back. 3 acres of soybeans in half a month? Picking, pulling, bundling and transporting them away. It's good to be able to finish them in half a month. Uncle Nyo stepped on the sorghum stalks and broke them, saying, I haven't done a proper job for many years. Even if I give you a month, I may not be able to harvest 3 acres of soybeans. After that, he chuckled, I am lucky. I survived the battlefield and never suffered since I came back alive. Did the agricultural officials and the village chiefs bother you? Swayu was curious. Of course there is none. But since my hands and feet are on my body, I won't go out to work. I'm old and I'm missing a hand. Who can do anything to me? Uncle Nyo is not stingy. He is proud of it and said proudly, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After a long time, you will get used to it. It's still the wife's words that count. Swayu joked. Uncle Nyo sneered and said frankly, I don't help everyone. But you? If it were someone else, she would talk until her skin broke, and I would have no choice but to listen to her. Swayu lowered her eyes and smiled. She knew the reason. First, it was related to Zhao Shiping. And second, she helped him find a wife to take care of a baby. When the sorghum is harvested, I will make you a flatbread with a curtain, Swayu said. Uncle Nyo was satisfied and asked, Is there any meat at home? There are 2 more lumps. I'll stew them. When they are soft, I'll chop them into paste for stuffing. Uncle Lao Nyo was more and more satisfied and worked harder. He worked in the fields until noon before going back to cook for Tong Hua. In the morning, he took the ears and stepped on the stalks. In the afternoon, he cut the broken sorghum stalks and bundled them. The camels knelt on the ridges. Swayu and Uncle Lao Nyo carried the bundles of sorghum stalks and tied them to the camels' backs. 2 bundles on each side. Sui Liang was responsible for leading the 2 camels to the grain field, where there were workers unloading grain and grass. You could tell whose farm they belonged to by looking at the wood tied around the camels' necks. When they finished work in the evening, Uncle Lao Nyo was so tired that his legs bent. He hunched over, making him look even shorter. Old Nyo, the grass in your own field is taller than the grain. But you don't even look at it. You are busy working on other people's crops. The people who were traveling with him were sarcastic. Baldy, your wife quarrels with your daughter-in-law every day. You usually pretend to be deaf and don't ask a question. Now you are busy meddling in other people's affairs. What do you think? Uncle Nyo smiled. He looked at Swayu and turned his head to ask, What do you want to say? Are you saying that I took advantage of Zhao Shiping's absence to show my affection to his wife? I didn't say that. Uncle Nyo was disappointed. He shook his head and said, Whoever thinks I have bad intentions should come to help me with the work. I am just resting at home. Seeing that he was quite capable, Swayu didn't say anything. When she walked to the fork in the road, she led the camel to the river to drink water, and then went straight home. It took 5 days to work on the 2 acres of sorghum field. After the crops in the field were harvested, Swayu rested at home for 3 days to catch her breath. She said she rested but didn't go to the field. She was not idle at home. She cleaned the house, cleaned the livestock pen, stewed meat, chopped stuffing, and made dumplings for Uncle Nyo to send to him. At this time last year, after the land was vacated, Zhao Shiping immediately borrowed a cow to plow the land. This year he was not at home. Swayu did not know how to do it, and did not have the strength to plow the land, so she could only leave the 20 acres of land there. If the government has arrangements, let the government arrange people to plow the land. If not, then we can only wait until Zhao Shiping comes back. It was halfway through September, and winter vegetables and radishes had been planted in other people's vegetable fields. Swayu was busy harvesting beans and sorghum before, and the vegetable garden was still barren. Now that the work in the field was done, she hurriedly started to dig the vegetable field again. When the vegetable field was opened, radish seeds and shepherd's purse seeds were sown. Aunt Du gave her a handful of winter vegetable seedlings, and she dug 2 rows of ditches to plant them. Finally, she used camels to transport water and watered the soil where the vegetable seeds were sown. After everything was done, the days were approaching October. The sun was bright during the day, but it was cold in the morning and evening. Swayu took Sui Liang out for 2 days on camels. She found a reed marsh downstream. The reed flowers had been robbed, leaving only the reed grass standing upright. The next day, Swayu took a sickle to cut 2 bundles and brought them back to the yard to dry. When she couldn't sleep at night, she and Sui Liang sat on bamboo mats and tried to weave a futon. It was cold to sit on stones or wooden blocks. So weaving a futon and stuffing it with hay made it soft and fluffy and comfortable to sit on. Oh, I forgot something important. The golden flower grass hasn't been cut yet. Sui Yu suddenly remembered. Sui Liang nodded. There were 2 more camels at home, so he had to prepare an extra stack of hay this year. We'll go cut grass tomorrow, Sui Yu said. She had originally planned to go out hunting. Sui Yu and Sui Liang took Luozhu out to cut grass. As soon as they left, Uncle Niu came over with his daughter in his arms. He thought that Sui Yu was the daughter of a high-ranking official and must know some characters, so he wanted her to help him choose a good name. Sister-in-law Lame passed by and looked at the baby in the cradle. The child definitely didn't look like Uncle Lan Yo or Tong Hua, but probably took after her unknown father. The girl is pretty good, she said. Uncle Lan Yo smiled. He held the baby with his armless arm and patted it with his other hand. He said without hesitation, she doesn't look like me, so she can't be ugly. Sister-in-law Lame laughed awkwardly. What's your girl's name? Uncle Lan Yo asked. Arya. Just call her Arya. Uncle Lan Yo despised. A cheap name is easy to keep. It's okay if the name is cheap, but the life is not cheap. Sister-in-law Lame looked at the fair and clean little girl and said, in my opinion, your girl should be called Ashui. Water is clean. Uncle Lan Yo seemed to be thinking. When someone else came to see the child, Uncle Niu generously let them see him. When someone said maliciously that the child didn't look like him, he laughed cheerfully. It's better not to look like me. If a girl is ugly, she will be disliked when she is married. A toothless old man held a toothless baby in his arms, and stood in the alley openly for passers-by to watch and point at him. No matter whether the words were veiled or thorny, he pretended to be deaf and dumb as if he didn't understand, which made the malicious people look ugly. Later, fewer people spoke ill of her. After all, she was a little girl who had just turned 1 month old. She had no grudges against anyone. Before Sui Yu came back, the little girl cried because of hunger, and Uncle Niu took the child back to feed her. When Tong Hua was feeding, Uncle Niu sat on the ground and watched. He whispered, I don't care what you think. You can hide and avoid people. It's up to you. But you can't suppress my daughter and shrink at home. I brought her back with dignity, so she can walk out with dignity. I don't care which man she looks like. Why do you care? Tong Hua said softly. I understand. I got a good name today. Ashui. I think it sounds nice. From now on my daughter will be called Niu Ashui. Uncle Niu said. Tong Hua had no objection. After listening to what Lan Niu said, Tong Hua carried Ashui out of the house the next day. Although she left the house, she didn't talk to anyone. She would occasionally walk around the alley where Sui Yu lived, or walk away. On the 5th day of Sui Yu's grass cutting, he met Tong Hua. The two walked face to face at the entrance of the alley. No one spoke, and they looked at each other and went their separate ways. But within a day, Tong Hua took Uncle Niu to find the place where Sui Yu was cutting grass. Uncle Niu was inconvenient to cut grass with one hand, and he was too lazy to work, so he was responsible for holding the child on the side. And Tong Hua took a sickle to cut grass and spread it out to dry. When the child was hungry, she sat on the ground to feed the child. And when the child was full, she continued to cut grass. There were 2 acres of sandy land planted with golden grass. Sui Yu and Sui Liang were cutting grass in the south, and Tong Hua was cutting grass alone in the north. Both sides could see each other, but they didn't talk. Uncle Niu carried a shui to Sui Yu and said, For camels, you have to prepare a lot of hay this year. Sui Yu nodded. These 2 acres are not enough. Fortunately, I used camels to transport an acre of bean stalks back before. If it is still not enough, I can only wait for Zhao Shiping to come back and find a way. After that, she looked up and said, Uncle Niu, you take Aunt back. Cutting grass is an easy job. Sui Liang and I are busy, so she doesn't need to help. She's just sitting around doing nothing. So it's good for her to come and work so she doesn't have to wander around with a baby in her arms. Uncle Niu suspected that Tong Hua was asking about Sui Ling. He didn't want to cause trouble. Now that she was willing to come to cut grass, he had no reluctance. On the contrary, he helped to persuade Sui Yu. Just pretend that she didn't exist. You guys are busy with your own things. Before, when Sui Yu didn't go to eat at Ashui's 3rd day, Tong Hua understood what she meant. Although she came to help this time, she never spoke to Sui Yu. She came every day without saying a word. and left without saying a word before Sui Yu went back. It was really that they did their own thing, without talking about past grievances, and even less about asking who to forgive who for helping. The golden flower grass was drying, and Sui Yu rolled 4 baskets of straw ropes to tie the hay. When they were transporting it back with a camel, Dunhuang was waiting outside the door. The two of them handed the hay to each other, and the height of the hay was piled up over the courtyard wall little by little. Sui Yu, did you two know each other before? The woman next door looked around with her triangular eyes, and she said tentatively, this man usually doesn't care about anyone, but he helps you work every day. Are you two relatives? Sui Yu didn't admit it. There was no need to add more trouble. She said she hired him. After the hay was transported back, Sui Yu was relieved. In the following days, she carried a bow and arrow to look for voles and rabbits in the harvested fields. The first day, Sui Yu shot a vole, and she took it to Shikotan to give it to Uncle Lanyo. The next day, Sui Yu walked away. She chased a rabbit into the cave, and waited outside the cave for a long time, but didn't catch it. The next day, she went there again. This time she met Sui Wenin, who also came to hunt wild animals. Sui Yu frowned. She weighed whether to leave. Sui Wenin left first. He went to the west gate instead, and after submitting his household registration, he went out of the city to look for prey. In the evening, Lord Hu heard from the servant that Sui Wenin had sent another pheasant to Sui Hui. He sent someone to find the village chief, who was keeping an eye on Sui Wenin's movements, and learned that Sui Wenin either worked in the fields or went hunting. He either sent the prey to Sui Hui or exchanged it for money to buy noodles. He saved up food and steamed buns to send to the foot of the Great Wall. He was beaten every time he went, and would go again after his injuries healed. Lord Hu tapped his fingers and smacked them carefully. After a long time, he said, don't keep an eye on him. He can't accomplish anything big with his indecisive character. Chapter 75. Bring a message to Sui Yu, asking her to remarry. After half a month of tracking, Zhao Shiping and his group of 30 people found the whereabouts of the roaming Xiongnu at the foot of Mazong Mountain north of Jiuquan. As soon as they met, the two sides fought together. The roaming Xiongnu were vicious, tall and strong, and had superb horse riding skills. In terms of strength, the poorly trained Han soldiers were not as good as them, and only the weapons in their hands had a chance of winning. Zhao Shiping was arranged to shoot the bow in the back, and 4 arrows hit 2 people, and 2 people fell from the horse's back one after another. The Xiongnu became alert and avoided the direction of shooting arrows during the fight, and even pulled the Han army to cover. There were only 5 arrows left in the quiver. Zhao Shiping looked at the dusty fighting field. He held the bow for a long time, but couldn't find the target to shoot the arrows. He felt exhausted, and had to drive the horse closer. The Xiongnu thief hiding behind a rock rushed towards the archer on horseback silently. When he was about to get close, Zhao Shiping suddenly turned around, raised his finger holding the leather string, and the sharp arrowhead pierced his chest. And the Xiongnu thief wearing animal skin fell to the ground with a bang. A scimitar hit him, and the horse under his crotch was frightened and ran forward with 4 hooves, causing the man on the horse to suddenly lean back and almost fall off the horse. Zhao Shiping hurriedly pulled the reins, and just when he had no free hands, the Xiongnu cavalry behind him caught up with a machete, leaned forward, and broke the bowstring. The Xiongnu laughed and stared at Zhao Shiping like a prey about to die. With ferocious eyes, Zhao Shiping didn't have time to think too much. He pulled out a long knife from the horse's back, and swung the knife to cut the horse when he passed by. The thief's horse was shocked by the pain, and the Xiongnu on the horse turned over and got off the horse. Zhao Shiping fought for this purpose. He was not good at horse riding, and had no chance of winning in a fight on horseback. Not far away, the enemy and us were fighting at a critical moment. Zhao Shiping looked back. He dismounted with a long knife in his hand and a quiver on his back, and faced the gloomy Xiongnu bandits. The 2 knives slashed at each other, and with a clang, the 2 kicked each other with their feet and bumped shoulders. Zhao Shiping gritted his teeth and screamed. He turned sideways, drew his knife and thrust out his chest, risking a blow on his chest. He raised his long knife and chopped it hard when the blade of the machete cut through the flesh. The head fell to the ground, and then the machete fell to the ground. Zhao Shiping gasped and covered his chest with his hands. Blood flowed out from his fingers and dripped on the dusty yellow land. The injury was not life-threatening. Zhao Shiping reluctantly sprinkled medicine powder. He called back the black horse, pulled the reins, and climbed on the horse. holding the long knife with a rolled blade. He returned to the battlefield. There were corpses lying on the ground, blood dripping from the ground, and a lot of dust fell. Zhao Shiping rode his horse in a circle to help his comrades, who were at a disadvantage, to kill the Xiongnu bandits. Once someone gave up their goal and chased him, he would gallop away and not confront the Xiongnu people head-on. The battle lasted for nearly an hour. At noon, it ended with 3 Xiongnu bandits rotting away with injuries. At the foot of the mountain, blood was surging. The dust raised by the horses' hooves slowly rose into the air under the autumn sun. The strong horses that were injured in the hips and could not get up lay on the ground and neighed. Birds circled in the sky, and wolves howled on the mountainside. Zhao Shiping tore his coat and leaned against the stone to treat his wounds. The rabbit fur waistcoat was soaked with blood. The wooden board that blocked the blade had already been broken into pieces and disappeared. The wounds under the cracks of the rat's skin were rolling with blood and flesh, and bright red blood was dripping from the wounds. Who? Zhao Shiping let out a long cry. He endured the shock and took out some medicine from the dead body on the ground to apply to the wound. He sprinkled the powder on the wound. The pain made veins pop up on his forehead. When the pain faded, beads of sweat appeared on his face. How is it? Wu Zu came over with his wounded arm hanging down. Not dead. Zhao Shiping wiped the blood and sighed. The Xiongnu are very strong. The injury was more serious than he expected. People who eat meat are definitely stronger than those who eat rice and flour. There are many casualties this time. Wu Zu was afraid. He heard a wolf howl again. He cheered up and said, "Will it affect our journey? Let's pack up and leave. When it gets dark, the wolves on the mountain will come down." Zhao Shiping sat still and said, "Let me take it easy. It won't affect our journey." Okay. Wu Zu went to count the number of casualties. Zhao Shiping leaned against the stone and looked at him with lingering fear. There was a dead man lying half a step away from him. He remembered his name. Gu Shicheng. He was a very timid man. This time, he was put into the team by his father because his father wanted him to practice his courage. He didn't expect that he would die after going out. Now that his son is dead, Father Gu will probably live in guilt for the rest of his life. Zhao Shiping thought of himself. He touched the cut waistcoat. If he died, Sui Yu would live, but he would not have a good life in the rest of his life. You killed 4 people. Wu Zu came over with a bunch of human ears and counted them in a tone of checking accounts. 3 were shot dead, and 1 head was cut off. Are there any others? Zhao Shiping shook his head. After that, he was just finishing off the kills, which could not be considered a single kill. Okay, get on the horse. Wu Zu shook the blood beads on the human ears, pointed to the corpse next to him, and said, "Take Gu Shicheng with you. Walk north for 2 days, and find a good place to bury him." Zhao Shiping had no objection. He stood up with the help of a stone. Suddenly, he thought of something. He said something to Wu Zu, bent his upper body and walked away, picking up the rattan bough that fell on the ground. The soldier carrying the corpses picked up a good bow and arrow and threw it to him, saying, "There are good ones here. Take 1 and report 1 less to the captain. I'm used to the weight of this bow. I'll just add a leather string when I go back." Zhao Shiping didn't want it. He stuffed the rattan bough through the seam of the bundle, then smiled and boasted, "This bough was given to me by my wife. It can save my life on the battlefield." The others heard the words and TSK at the same time. The solemn atmosphere suddenly relaxed. There were 30 people when they came, and only 13 people were left when they returned. 17 corpses were tied to the backs of horses. And then, the wounded horses that kept wailing were killed. Each person took a piece of horse meat, took the captured thief horses and the machetes, kitchen knives, food, cloth, and furs that the thieves had robbed, and rode the horses west. 5 people were injured, and the speed of the return journey was much slower. When they camped outdoors at night, the howling of wolves in the distance could be clearly heard. A fire was built on the open space on the leeward slope. The firelight illuminated everyone's face. The horse meat on the fire smelled fragrant, and someone's stomach growled. Wu Zu poked the shiny meat and handed it to Zhao Shiping. As soon as he approached, he smelled the pungent smell of blood. "Is the wound broken again?" he asked. "Well, it will probably be better after a night's rest." Although Zhao Shiping was hungry, he had no appetite. He took out his knife and roasted it on the fire, cut a piece of horse meat, and fed it to his mouth, saying, "If I wasn't injured, I could go back and shoot 2 wolves now. The injury is not serious enough, and you still have the mind to make a difference." Wu Zhu sneered. Will you come out next time? Zhao Shiping said without hesitation. Come out. I will go back and practice archery. Boxing and kicking well. Bewitched? Wu Zhu was disdainful. It was indeed bewitched. Zhao Shiping did not refute. He pressed the wound lightly. The wound was so serious. He was scared to death. But he did not back down. It was late at night. The night wind was whistling in the mountains. Zhao Shiping shook off the wolfskin cover. He lay down by the fire and closed his eyes to sleep. He was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. He felt weak in his limbs. His head was heavy, and his whole body was so tired that he had no energy. I have a fever. He pushed Wu Zhu awake. Do you have any medicine? Wu Zhu woke up. He took out the medicine and reapplied it to Zhao Shiping's wound. The wound was well applied. He took a bag of hot water and handed it to him, and then went to check the other 3 wounded soldiers. The 3 who were in good spirits before going to bed had a fever. After dawn, I will send you to the nearby town to see a doctor, Wu Zhu said. Zhao Shiping lay on the ground and looked at the night. He was a little worried. The fever caused by the wound was more fatal than the hideous wound. He thought of Sui Yu. If he died, how would she live? After suffering in the middle of the night. At dawn, a group of 13 people mounted their horses, crossed the mountain stream, and followed the river. After walking out of Mazhou Mountain, they could see the city wall of Jiuquan County from afar. At noon, Zhao Shiping and others walked into a small village outside the city. There was a traveling doctor in the village. He boiled a few bowls of medicine for them to drink, and asked them to go to the city's medical clinic to see a doctor as soon as possible. Wu Zhu decided not to take the body on the road. He said 5 people to take Zhao Shiping and others to Jiuquan County first. He and the other 2 stayed to dig a pit to bury the body and set up a monument. When night fell, a group of 10 people arrived outside the city gate. After handing over a letter to explain the situation, the small door on the side of the city gate opened, and Zhao Shiping and others stayed in the medical clinic overnight. After cutting the flesh, cleaning the wound, giving acupuncture, and drinking the medicine soup, Zhao Shiping felt the pain in a daze. It was 2 days later when he woke up again. He opened his eyes and felt that the woman standing in front of him looked familiar. He looked at her several times before tentatively calling out, "Mom?" Mother Zhao sneered. Zhao Shiping felt something was wrong. He looked around and found that he was still in the clinic, but he didn't see anyone else. "Mom, why are you here? Where are my colleagues? I came to see if my infatuated son was dead or not, and whether the master in the Hades praised you?" When Zhao's mother saw that he was awake, she slapped him in the face. "Why did I give birth to a fool like you? Are you cheap? You're willing to die for a woman." Zhao Shiping was silent. He cursed Wu Zhu in his heart, and he must have let Wu Zhu leak the secret. Mother Zhao pinched her waist and cursed. But when she saw that he was pretending to be deaf with a stern face, she became more angry the more she cursed. Zhao Shiping had scolded her enough and asked, "Where are the others? You are the most seriously injured. You have been sleeping for 2 days with a fever. The others are gone." Mother Zhao brought him water and continued to scold him angrily. "You bastard. You are so injured and you don't even go back. If your uncle hadn't come to the clinic to see you, we would have had to wait for someone to go back and report the death if you died. You are so rude. You listen to rude words. You are not afraid of death, but are afraid of rude words?" Mother Zhao felt distressed and angry. Zhao Shiping stopped talking. After a while, Zhao Shiping lay on the donkey cart and was pulled home by his eldest brother. Mother Zhao walked beside the cart and scolded him all the way, turning over and over in different ways. When he entered the village, he changed his stinky face and put on a loving mother's face. After entering the house, his face fell again. "Third brother, are you okay?" Zhao Xiaomi was worried. "He's fine. He's fine." Mother Zhao sneered. Zhao Shiping sighed. He stood under the eaves, looking at the chickens running around the yard, and said, "A lot of blood has been shed. Sister, go stew a chicken for me to replenish my blood." Zhao Xiaomi glanced at her mother, and seeing that she was silent, she laughed, waved her hand, and took her nephews and nieces to chase the chickens around the yard. "Mom, you didn't tell my comrades, did you?" Zhao Shiping was a little worried. "I asked someone to tell Sui Yu that you were dead and asked her to find someone to remarry." Chapter 76 Sui Liang speaks. When Wu Zhu led his men into the 13th village with the reward, Sui Liang was playing shuttlecock with Arya in the alley. The boys in the alley looked down on Sui Liang's identity and despised him for being a mute. So they didn't like to pay attention to him. Only the little girls thought he was good-looking and could play shuttlecock. So they would pull him along when they played. Brother Liang. It must be your brother-in-law who has made another contribution. Arya shouted loudly. She kicked the shuttlecock away and walked over quickly, asking happily, Uncle, did Mr. Zhao make another contribution? Wuzu nodded. He looked at Sui Liang and asked, Where is your sister? Brother Liang's sister went out hunting. She is not at home. Arya answered for her. Sui Liang nodded. Wuzu thought for a moment. He thought that he had to keep a low profile when falsely reporting the death. So he left the reward and said he would come again tomorrow. When Sui Yu came back in the evening and heard what Arya had said, she felt uneasy. She counted the rewards. In addition to 10 caddies of meat and a jar of wine, there were 10 ingots of silver. A total of 20 taels. Arya. Was the person who came to report the news smiling? Sui Yu asked. Arya shook her head. No. He didn't smile much. Sui Liang heard something wrong from her words. He looked nervous and twirled his clothes anxiously. Sui Yu pressed her chest and grabbed a handful of cooked beans for Arya to eat. After Arya left, she sighed worriedly. Sui Liang grabbed her hand, and Sui Yu forced a smile and said, Your brother-in-law has made another contribution. I'll pickle the meat and hang it up to make bacon for him to come back. We'll cook bean porridge tonight. And you come to help me light the fire. Both the brother and sister had hidden worries in their hearts. No one was full for dinner. And the remaining bean porridge was stewed with vegetable leaves to feed the pigs. After feeding the pigs, Sui Yu boiled water to scald the chicken feathers. The cat official quietly stood by and stared at the chicken's butt, which belonged to it. 10 pounds of pork and a pheasant were rubbed with salt and hung up. Sui Yu grabbed a handful of grass ash and carefully rubbed her smelly hands. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she suddenly felt that the night was frighteningly quiet. After finally waiting until dawn, Sui Yu took Sui Liang to the entrance of the alley and waited for the person who reported the news yesterday. Uncle Nyo came out with his daughter in his arms and walked over to talk. What are you two doing here? I heard that your man has made another contribution. The reward has been delivered, but the person hasn't come back yet. Sui Yu stretched her neck to look out of the alley and said, I was not at home yesterday. The person who reported the news said to come again this morning. Uncle Nyo felt something was wrong. What had to be said in person? I'm afraid it was bad news. A person appeared at the end of the alley. Sui Liang stood up suddenly. He turned his head and looked at Sui Yu and mouthed, It's him. Sui Yu cheered up and stared at the person who came over with trepidation. Wuzu cleared his throat, lowered his eyebrows, and walked closer with a heavy face, saying, Zhao Fuzhong's wife. Right. I'll go back with you to talk. Sui Yu's heart skipped a beat. She panicked, looked at Wuzu helplessly, and was stunned for a while before quickly taking people back. What happened to my man? Sui Yu asked as soon as she entered the door. Fearing that she would hear bad news from Wuzu, she hurriedly interrupted and said, Brother, do you want to drink water? There is no hot water at home. It's cold. I'll go and make you a bowl of hot water. Or do you want to drink wine? I still have wine at home. I'll go and pour it for you. Wuzu saw that she was anxious but pretended to be nothing. He hesitated for a moment, then thought that Zhao Shiping was confused by this woman's pillow talk. He suppressed his hesitation in his heart and said tentatively, Don't worry. I'll say a few words and leave after that. Brother Zhao is gone. His chest and abdomen were stabbed open by a machete. He had a high fever before he could find a clinic, and died before dark. Sui Yu's face turned pale in an instant. In an instant, he seemed to have lost his soul. He stood in front of the stove door like a wooden man, and his eyes became dim and empty. Brother Zhao asked me to tell you a message, asking you to remarry and not to stay with him. Wuzu said again. Sui Yu's head was buzzing. She couldn't hear anything, and a line of tears silently slid down her cheeks and fell to the ground. Wuzu looked at her twice. The beauty's tears were shocking, and he suddenly felt sorry for her. Uncle Nyo came over at some point. He didn't hold the child in his arms, but stood alone outside the door. A living person just died like this? A living person just died like this? Sui Yu looked around, and there were men in every corner of the courtyard. Good or bad, angry or laughing. A living person actually died because of her? Sui Yu collapsed to the ground with her legs weak. She burst into tears, cried for a few times, and then laughed out loud. She was a turtle dove that occupied the magpie's nest, killing the owner of this house, and living a peaceful life in this house. Sui Liang was so scared that he came over and hugged her. He cried too. He was too scared. He hadn't accepted the death of his brother-in-law yet, and he felt that he would lose his sister too. Dunhuang came, and everyone in the alley came. Those who could come in came in, and those who couldn't come in blocked the door. Where is he buried? Sui Yu suddenly lost her tears in grief. She looked at Wu Zhu and asked, "Where is he buried? I'll go get him." Wu Zhu was speechless. He was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, "He has been buried for several days. If you plan to move the grave, it's best to wait 2 or 3 years to open the grave and collect the bones." Sui Yu's mind turned several times, and she continued to ask persistently, "Where is he buried? I want to accompany him." Wu Zhu didn't hear anything wrong and said, "In Zongshan village, the northernmost part of Jiuquan County, northwest of the local grave mountain." The last bit of hope was shattered, and Sui Yu was desperate. Zhao Shiping was really buried underground. Sui Yu heard the comfort and regret of the people around her, but she didn't take it to heart. She held Sui Liang and sat quietly in the yard, watching the people in the yard come and go with empty eyes. At noon, only Lao Niushu, Dunhuang, and Sister La Mei were still here to accompany them. The pigs and sheep in the pen were crying, and Sister La Mei went out to pull a bundle of hay and threw it into the pen to feed the camels and sheep. As for the pigs, she didn't have the heart to cook pig food for them at this time. She went into the kitchen to scoop a bowl of millet and beans and poured them into the trough. "Sister-in-law, stop busying yourself and take a break." Sui Yu suddenly spoke up. She grabbed someone and asked, "What do you think of my Liang Gur? He is obedient and can work." Sui Liang opened his mouth and burst into tears. He hit Sui Yu. He didn't want to go to someone else's house. Sui Yu also cried. She touched Sui Liang. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. He was a good boy. After getting along for a long time, no one would dislike him. She was reluctant, but she couldn't hold on. Her hopes were shattered again and again, and she killed people. There was no way forward. She didn't want to endure it anymore. The road ahead was dark. It was better to stop at the present. "Sister Yu, don't think too much." Sister Lame panicked. "Liang Gur is good. You can raise him yourself. I have children at home. We don't lack children, as long as you are willing to raise him. The pigs, sheep and 4 camels at home are all yours," Sui Yu said. Sister Lame was silent for a moment. She was a little moved, but when she looked at Sui Yu, she shook her head firmly and said, "I don't want it. You live well." Sui Yu stopped talking. Dunhuang went into the kitchen to cook a pot of porridge. The porridge water went from boiling hot to cold, but no one touched it. The sky darkened unknowingly. Sister Lame went back, and Uncle Lanyo also went back. Dunhuang stayed in the yard to accompany Sui Yu and her brother. When it was completely dark, Uncle Lanyo came over holding the crying Ah Shui. It was dark, and the child only wanted his mother. "You go back. We're going to sleep too," Sui Yu said. Dunhuang hesitated to speak. Sui Yu stood up to see her off. After they walked away, she asked Uncle Nyo, "I don't have a household registration. Uncle Nyo, do you know any way to get out of the city?" Uncle Nyo shook his head and said, "My niece, don't do anything stupid. I have lived for so many years in a cowardly way. You are still young. As long as you can breathe, no matter how difficult the days are, they will pass." I promised him that if he died, I would go to accompany him. Perhaps because she was determined to die, Sui Yu was calm. She even smiled. She would not live in this ghost dynasty. "You?" Alas! Uncle Nyo sighed. He didn't understand the thoughts of young people. He couldn't understand what it meant to live and die together. Sui Yu returned home. Sui Liang was waiting for her outside the door. When he saw her coming back, he hurried in. Sui Yu covered the fire and heated the porridge in the pot. She served 2 bowls and handed one to Sui Liang. Sui Liang watched her eat, and he also took a few bites. The pigs didn't eat enough at noon, so they were so hungry that they were digging in the sand in the pen. Although Sui Yu felt tired, she still got up to fetch the pig feed bucket and fed the pigs with the remaining half pot of porridge. The sheep and camels were also hungry and thirsty, so Sui Yu skillfully pulled grass and fetched water. She stood outside the pen, listening to the pigs grunting as they tried to get food, and watching the sheep and camels nibbling grass under the moonlight. If it weren't for the sudden thunder, she might have chatted with the pig tonight, praising the goat for its nice voice, and the camel for its big appetite. Meow. The cat official came back, holding the mouse in its mouth and climbing over the wall, then jumping down lightly, and the mouse fell to the ground with a snap. Sound. Meow. The cat official let go of his mouth and called out, then walked toward Swayu with his 8-character steps, his tail erect, and swaggered. Swayu squatted down, and the cat official put the mouse at her feet, raised his head, and rubbed it on her hand. 2 tears fell on the cat, and the cat official meowed softly, and it stood up, put its front paws on the person's knees, and gently rubbed Swayu's chin with the top of its head. Cat official. Swayu choked up. She lowered her head and buried her head in her arms and cried. Zhao Shiping is dead. The cat official meowed. It jumped up and jumped onto the person. Its furry body brushed against the person's face. It squeezed into Swayu's arms. The cat head poked in from the elbow, squeezing the face out of shape, and stretched out its tongue to lick the wet face again and again. It stinks. Swayu felt better. She sat cross-legged on the ground, combing the cat official's fur again and again. She was reluctant to leave this home. Reluctant to leave everything in this home. Sui Lian came over after washing the dishes. He also sat cross-legged. Cold dew fell. The messy hair was covered with misty dew, faintly white under the moonlight. Sui Lian couldn't bear it anymore. He yawned frequently. Go into the house and sleep. I'll go to sleep too, Swayu said. The two went into the house. The cat official took the dead mouse into the kitchen to guard. There was meat hanging on the wall. It had to keep an eye on it. Sui Liang and Swayu walked into the main room. The two siblings slept together tonight. After Sui Liang fell asleep, Swayu got out of bed and walked out the door. She sat on the stone outside the door and looked at the sky, thinking of the scene where Zhao Shiping had sat here. She lowered her eyes and cried again. A day passed, and she still couldn't accept that he was dead. He cherished his life so much, and she had warned him. How could he die? The cat official squeezed out from the crack of the kitchen door, and it came over and rubbed against Swayu's feet. Seeing that she ignored it, it squatted on the ground, dragging its long tail and shaking it from time to time. The rooster crowed, and the person on the bed suddenly woke up. Sui Liang sat up and felt that there was no one on the bed, thinking of the ant who lied to him to sleep and hide from hanging. He cried anxiously, "Woo woo woo. Sister. Sister." Swayu thought it was hallucination. When she heard the second sound, she got up and pushed the door, and the cat official came in quickly, tilting its head and staring at the crying little master on the bed. Sister. Sui Liang ran down the bed barefoot. I thought you were dead. Brother Liang. You can talk now. Swayu was delighted. Sui Liang didn't care about talking or not. He was scared and hugged Swayu's waist and cried loudly. Qin Das Hun from next door thought something happened to Swayu, so he knocked on the door anxiously. Swayu? Swayu? Sui Liang? Who is crying? Several families nearby woke up and opened the door at the same time. It's Liang who can speak now. He was scared by a nightmare. Swayu came over and said, hearing her voice. Qin Das Hun breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, it's Brother Zhao who is blessing you too in the underworld. Swayu. We heard from Ma Mei that you must not be upset. Think more about your brother. He is still young. You two will live in Brother Zhao's yard in the future. No one will come to drive you away. We will go and talk to the village chief. Swayu did not respond. Sui Liang. If there is anything, just shout. I will come as soon as you shout. Qin Das Hun said to Sui Liang again, guard your sister, and don't let her do anything stupid. The night was calm again. At dawn, Swayu took Sui Liang out. She wanted to find Sui Hui to see if she could ask for a guarantee from her, so that she could leave the city with the certificate. Just as she reached the entrance of the alley, Swayu saw the Wu Zhu coming. Chapter 77 No Regrets in the Pursuit of Freedom. Only one night later, Wu Zhu almost couldn't recognize Swayu again. The face that was as beautiful as petals falling from rain yesterday now looked swollen and haggard. Her charming eyes were dull. Her eyes were dark. And there were even a bunch of blisters at the corners of her mouth. She was no longer bright and beautiful. Where are you going? Wu Zhu asked with his eyes turned away. Just walking around. Swayu didn't have the energy to talk. But considering that Wu Zhu might have a way to leave the city, she asked directly, Zhao Shiping is dead, and his parents don't know yet. As the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, I want to go and tell them in person. But I am a slave and can't leave the city. Sir, do you have a way to let me go out for a few days? Wuzu waved his hand and said, Don't worry about this. We will arrange someone to report the death. Reporting the death. Sui Yu's heart choked. She didn't have the strength to speak anymore, and slowly moved her steps to continue walking. Wuzu looked at her and asked, Are you willing to remarry? Brother Zhao asked me to take good care of you. If you marry your mother's head. Sui Yu turned her head and spat. She had considered death. But now she was not afraid of anything. She would lose her temper and curse when she felt unhappy. She looked around, took off her shoes, and threw them at Wuzu in the next moment, pointing her finger at him and cursing. You hypocritical dog. You keep calling me brother. Zhao Shiping has only been dead for a few days, and you are urging his wife to remarry. If you are in a hurry to find someone to remarry, go back and kill your father and sell your mother's feet. Sui Yu had practiced archery and had good accuracy. She suddenly attacked Wuzu, and Wuzu did not react. A pair of warm shoes hit the target and hit his face. There were people in the alley, and everyone who saw it laughed out loud. Wuzu was embarrassed and annoyed. He originally planned to test the situation and then reveal the lie. He really didn't dare to let Sui Yu remarry. After all, it was a false report of death. If it got out of hand, not to mention that Zhao Shiping would come after him. He would not be in a good position even in front of the captain. Now that he had been hit by a shoe sole, he changed his mind and didn't want to talk about it. Anyway, Sui Yu had no intention of remarrying, so he let her suffer for a few days. Sui Yu picked up the shoe and put it on, and continued to walk with Sui Liang. Little brother, don't bother with her. It's hard for a man to feel good when she dies. Aunt Sun said, Come into the house and wash your face. Haven't you eaten yet? Wuzu followed her into the house to wash his face. On a whim, he asked Aunt Sun about Sui Yu's character. Alas, Sui Yu has a good temper and is a good person. She is willing to endure hardships, but she has a bad fate. Don't think she is not a decent person just because she looks good. Don't mention remarriage in the future. When Zhao Fuchang died, she wanted to follow him. How could she remarry? Aunt Sun also blamed this man for being tactless. She didn't blame Sui Yu for hitting him with a shoe sole. If it was her, she would scoop up manure and splash it on his face. Do you mean she wants to die? Wuzu was shocked and sweated on his back. That's right. She was looking for someone to take her brother in yesterday. She was probably trying to commit suicide last night. Her brother found her. The child was so scared that he cried so loudly that the whole alley could hear her. Andy's son was still nagging. Wuzu could no longer stand. This matter had become a big deal. Sui Yu was really obsessed with Zhao Shiping and was so passionate about committing suicide. His heart was pounding. He had underestimated her. Fortunately, she was still alive. Otherwise Zhao Shiping would have killed him when he came back. Hey! Don't you want to wash your face? Auntie San saw that the man had run away. She held up the water scoop and looked puzzled. Wuzu chased in the direction Sui Yu had gone, but didn't see anyone. He stood on the street and was so scared that he was sweating all over. 100 ways for Sui Yu to commit suicide came to his mind. He ran to the river with a wounded arm hanging. But the river was long and he ran until he was out of breath and didn't find anyone. As a last resort, Wuzu could only look for his brothers who came back with him, hoping that they would help him search separately. However, when the others heard that he had made a big deal, no one wanted to get involved. One was willing to fight for his wife's life on the battlefield to get rid of slavery, and the other wanted to commit suicide after hearing that her husband had died. This couple was so crazy that it was scary. If both of them died, it would be fine. But Zhao Shiping was alive to come back. When he came back and saw that his wife was killed, he would have to find someone to pay for his life? Whoever got involved in this matter would be unlucky. Wuzu cursed loudly, and he was so angry that his heart was burning. But he didn't dare to delay anymore, so he had to rush to look for people everywhere. Sui Yu didn't see Sui Hui when she went to Hu's house. The doorman didn't let her know, so she could only take Sui Liang back again. Slave status. Slave status. Sui Yu kept repeating in her heart. She hated the slave status on her body. Slaves are not people. Like lambs kept in a pen. No matter how hard she tried, she could only eat a few more mouthfuls of grass than other sheep. Life and death and freedom were not up to her. If Sui Yu still regretted trying every possible way to get Zhao Shiping to help her escape from slavery yesterday. Now she looked at the impregnable city wall in the distance. And the regret disappeared. She could pay the price of her life for freedom. And she would never regret the pursuit of freedom. Liang'er, I want to accompany your brother-in-law. This is what I agreed with him. Sister-in-law Lame is carefree and a good person. You should be obedient when you go to her house. I don't want to. You should take me with you. Just like my aunt took you. Sui Liang begged. I want to go with you. Let's go find my brother-in-law. My aunt and my father. His eyes were full of desire. Sui Yu burst into tears. She squatted down and hugged Sui Liang and cried. Choking, Liang'er, you are still young. It's better to be alive. Then you are alive too. You don't understand. Passers-by curiously stared at the crying siblings. And gradually, the onlookers formed a circle. Sui Yu was a little embarrassed. She wiped her tears and walked home with Sui Liang. Auntie, ask if you have seen a pair of siblings. The sister is this tall. The brother is as tall as my waist. And they look good? Wu Zu asked. Yes. Yes. They were crying over there just now. Wu Zu was overjoyed and hurriedly asked which direction the two went. After finding out clearly, he chased after them. Where did you go? Dunhuang was waiting at the entrance of the alley. Go out for a walk. Sui Yu didn't want to say more. Your life is much better than many people's. Don't be stupid and seek death. Dunhuang followed behind and said. Stay alive. We have survived the most difficult time. Sui Yu. Wu Zu saw the man and shouted breathlessly, saying, Zhao Shiping is not dead. He was just injured. He was taken back by his parents when he was receiving treatment in Jiuquan. Sui Yu twisted her body stiffly. She looked at Dunhuang and asked, Did you hear what he said? I heard it. Dunhuang smiled. Sui Yu also smiled. And tears came out of her swollen eyes again. Big drops. Rolling down like raindrops. You bastard. Mr. Zhao is not dead. Why are you making up lies to hurt people? Mrs. Sun picked up the dung spoon and chased after the man and cursed, You bastard. You are so happy. But you almost killed Sui Yu and made the girl cry. How can you say such things? You have nothing to do but go to your parents to report their death every day. The passerby cursed. Uncle Nyo also came. He stuffed the child into someone's arms, pulled a sorghum stalk from the firewood pile, and chased after them to beat them. Dunhuang's face twisted for a moment. She picked up a shovel that someone had left outside the door and rushed over. They were a bunch of criminal slaves. Weren't they human? Whether they were human or ghost. They wanted to bully them. Sui Yu also followed. Wu Zu was surrounded by people in the alley. Those who dared to fight fought. And those who didn't dare to fight spitted. When Sui Yu went over, someone made way. She grabbed his hair with one hand and slapped him in the face with a shoe with the other hand. Enough! Wu Zu shouted, and pushed Sui Yu away. With saliva and shoe soles on his face. He said angrily, If you want to blame someone, blame your mother-in-law. She told me to tell you. Keep making up stories. Sui Yu sneered. And she grabbed the dung scoop and hit him hard. My mother-in-law told you to tell her? Why didn't you tell her when you came yesterday? No matter how stupid she is, she won't curse her son to death. She. Wu Zu had nothing to refute. Seeing Sui Yu raise the dung scoop again, Wu Zu cursed her as a bitch. And he pushed through the crowd and fled in a hurry. Damn dog. Wait for Mr. Zhao to come back. And let Mr. Zhao go to settle accounts with him. And Sun took the dung scoop. She looked at Sui Yu and joked, Mr. Zhao is still alive. You don't have to die. Sui Yu didn't feel ashamed. And her dead eyes came alive again. Shining. No. I'll wait for him to come back. She smiled. You two have a good relationship. People living in the same alley couldn't help but look at him sideways. Ordinary people usually live together, quarreling all their lives. And when a wife or husband dies, the sadness will pass after a while. Suicide for love is a story from a storybook. If you are unlucky enough to hear it, you will spit on it and think it is unlucky. In everyone's mind, Sui Yu has changed her image. This is a fool. Sui Yu stood in the alley to calm down her excitement. She was like a new life and regained her spirit. At noon, Sui Yu stewed a chicken. She called Uncle Lanyo, Dunhuang and Sister La Mei to eat. She wanted to find someone to celebrate. Zhao Shiping is not dead. Sui Liang can speak. This is really a happy thing. It is not an exaggeration to say that he survived a disaster. The pigs, sheep and camels in the pen also returned to their normal days. They went out to eat grass and have fun in the afternoon. They had food and snacks at night, and the hostess accompanied them to chat. Every day after that, after Sui Yu finished her housework, she went to the East City gate with Sui Liang to wait. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. The guards on duty at the East City gate all knew Sui Yu. There was a beautiful woman accompanying her every day. They were curious about who she was waiting for. One afternoon, a camel pulled a wooden cart through the city gate. Zhao Shiping took out his household registration and handed it over. Seeing the city guard's eyes turn to the city, he turned his head and saw a woman with a happy face running towards him. Zhao Shiping, I finally waited for you. Sui Yu was so excited that her face turned red. She hugged the sloppy man tightly across the wooden board. Beauty is blind. The 4 city guards sighed together. Zhao Shiping's ears turned red. He pushed Sui Yu away, and the next moment she hugged him again. He had to say, I'm injured. Sui Yu whoosh, bounced away. Zhao Urge hurriedly led the camel away. First because he was embarrassed, and second because it blocked the way in and out. The camel pulled the wooden cart away, and Sui Yu followed briskly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Shiping. I thought it would take you a long time to come back, she said. Did anyone say anything to you? Zhao Shiping was concerned about this matter. When he heard his mother send someone to tell him that he was dead, he couldn't sit still. He rushed back with his injuries, fearing that Sui Yu would be stupid enough to accompany him to death. Yes, the messenger said that you were dead and buried in the northwest of the Grave Mountain in Zongshan village. I want to find you, but I can't leave the city. My sister wants to die, and she wants to accompany you. Sui Liang interrupted. Zhao Shiping was shocked, and looked at Sui Liang with shock. Can you speak? Yes. I was scared by my sister. Sui Liang squinted in dissatisfaction. Which direction are you going? Zhao Urge asked. Here. Here. Sui Yu hurried to lead the way. Second brother, you have worked hard all the way. Second brother Zhao scratched his head and said honestly, it was really hard. The camel entered Shisantan. An aunt's son, who was carrying firewood, saw people and shouted, Hey! Mr. Zhao is back. You are back. Sui Yu almost died. People in the alley came out when they heard the sound. And someone joked, let me see how the man who made the beautiful Lady Sui accompany her to die for love has only 1 nose and 2 eyes, and has nothing more than us. Mr. Zhao, you are quite capable. Zhao Shiping was a little at a loss. Sui Yu walked aside and watched with a smile. As soon as he entered the house, Uncle Niu heard the news and came over. He told Zhao Shiping everything that had happened before, saying, that guy had bad intentions. If it weren't for Sui Liang, Sui Yu's grave would have been covered with grass by the time you came back. Zhao Shiping was scared. He looked outside and said, I'll go to the captain this afternoon to ask for an explanation. I won't let him off easily. Chapter 78 A Favor. The hasty lunch was a little simple. Sui Yu took the dried chicken from the wall with a stick and fork and soaked it in water. She said to Zhao Urge, I will cook early in the evening. Brother, you can try my skill in stewing chicken. Zhao Urge glanced at the wall. Half of the wall was hung with meat, big and small, with claws and without claws. This is, he was puzzled, 2 pheasants, 3 hares, and 7 field mice. The rest is 10 pounds of pork. The pork is the reward for Shiping killing the bandits. I caught the wild animals with bows and arrows and traps in the past month. I am waiting for him to come back to eat. Sui Yu wiped the water on her hands. She walked out and closed the stove door, and said with a smile, Brother, you rarely come here once. Stay a few more days this time. Zhao Urge hesitated for a few times. Neither agreed nor refused. Zhao Shiping came out, and he gave his brother a look, telling him not to talk nonsense. I'm going to find Captain Chu, Sui Yu. Come with me, he said. Sui Yu's smile froze for a moment. She glanced at Zhao Urge and said, It was my mother's idea that the messenger lied about my death. Zhao Shiping didn't hide it. He nodded and admitted, That's what she meant. So I deserve to come back with injuries. But Wu Zhu is a soldier in the army. He lied about my death and violated military discipline. He should be punished. Then I'll go with you. Sui Yu hesitated. She was a little scared. She was afraid that the man would hate Zhao Shiping after being punished. After walking out of the door, Sui Yu stopped and said, Forget it. Anyway, you and I are fine. It's better to have less trouble than more. You will fight side by side with him in the future. What if he hates you? I'm afraid he will do something to you behind your back. Zhao Shiping didn't listen to her. He dragged Sui Yu away and said, he must be the only one who knows about this. If we admit this loss, anyone can play tricks on us in the future. People sitting in the alley basking in the sun looked at them, and pairs of eyes were circling around the two of them. When Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping approached, someone asked, where are you two going? To find the captain. Zhao Shiping said, we should go and tell him. The man who reported the news is not a good guy. He is very courageous and dares to joke about the life and death of the soldiers. I'll go and see. The man who was also a soldier stood up. I'll go and see too. Don't go. We'll come back and tell you what happens. A large group of people went there, and the captain thought we were looking for trouble. Sui Yu stopped them. People who want to watch the fun don't care about these things. Even if the captain is unhappy, it won't involve him. Let's go and give you two courage. Yes, if there are too many people, the matter will get out of hand, and the captain will punish the informant severely. Let's go and see what that idiot is thinking. Whether his brain has been kicked by a donkey. Sui Yu's eyes moved, and he said, okay, if you don't worry about annoying the captain, you can follow. Next time you go on a mission, you all go. There will be more acquaintances, and you can take care of each other, involving their own safety. Those who wanted to watch the excitement now stopped. Zhao Shiping couldn't even stand up straight, and he came back lying down. You can imagine how serious his injuries were. They don't want to go out and take risks like him. Forget it. Forget it. I won't go. My mother is urging me to go to the river to fetch water, to water the vegetable garden. It's time to water my vegetable garden. Let's go together. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping walked out of the alley, and she muttered, it's time to water our vegetable garden. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. He tilted his head and looked at Sui Yu. After a while, he said, you become timid. Yeah. I'm afraid of causing trouble. It was difficult to maintain the status quo. Sui Yu was really afraid of another accident. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. He walked faster and walked south out of the military settlement. After walking for about half a cup of tea, the government office and the post station were in front of him. Sui Yu grabbed the man's hand and said, we won't go to the government office. There are too many people in the government office. We will wait for the captain to get off duty and tell him privately. Zhao Shiping looked at the open door of the government office. He thought about it and chose to listen to Sui Yu's words. He and she were a soldier and a criminal slave, and Wu Zhu was the captain's confidant. If the matter got out of hand, the captain would lose face. If Wu Zhu was punished, he would not end up well either. The couple found a flat stone to sit down, facing the slanting sun, their hair whipping their cheeks in the wind. Didn't I tell you that if I die, you live well? Why are you trying to commit suicide? Zhao Shiping was a little unhappy. If you die, I will just live to get by. What's the point? Sui Yu pulled a piece of grass to wrap around her hand, whispering, I can't do anything if I don't get rid of my slavery. If you die outside, I can't go out to find you. If you live only to eat and drink, you are no different from pigs and sheep. I live one more day and suffer one more day. How many people have difficulty even eating? Zhao Shiping sneered. Yes, in many cases, people are not as important as livestock. Zhao Shiping suddenly reached out and hit her on the head. Sui Yu covered the back of her head and frowned, looking at him with dissatisfaction. I'm not dead. Why are you depressed? He was not used to her depressed mentality. Zhao Shiping put his arm around her shoulders and her defensive eyes, and said, cheer up. Isn't your man here to find trouble for you? Sui Yu tilted her head. She leaned on his shoulder and whispered, I'm a little tired. Then go back and go to bed early tonight. Mother. Sui Yu didn't know what to say. Before, the two of them tacitly decided to keep it a secret from Zhao Shiping's family. Now that it was exposed, the guilt that she deliberately didn't think about floated up in Sui Yu's heart. What did your parents say when you came back? She looked up and asked. It's nothing but scolding me. It's not like I haven't been on the battlefield before. When you were not around, I also fought on the battlefield for 4 years. Zhao Shiping didn't care. He thought his mother was making a fuss. Who could guarantee that the Northwest would be stable for 100 years? As a soldier, he would still have to go to the battlefield if there was a war in the Northwest. The captain came out of the government office. Zhao Shiping was sharp-eyed. When he saw someone, he pulled Sui Yu up, and the two walked over together. Looking for me? Captain Chu was surprised. He looked at Zhao Shiping and said, Aren't you injured? Why did you rush back from Jiuquan in just a few days? Obviously, after the Wuzu came back to report the casualties, he took the initiative to find Sui Yu privately and lied about his death. Zhao Shiping opened his shirt to reveal his hideous wounds and said, I came back with injuries. My mother sent a soldier to tell me I was dead and asked my wife to remarry. I woke up after 2 days of coma and found out. I was so scared that I rushed back the next day. Captain Chu thought it was ridiculous. But seeing Zhao Shiping and his wife asking for an explanation, he felt something was wrong. Did Wuzu really lie that you were dead? He asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. Everyone living in our alley knows that my wife really thought I was dead and almost committed suicide. Ridiculous. Captain Chu sneered. He couldn't believe that his confidant would do such a ridiculous thing. Does he not care about military discipline? Come with me. I want to see what kind of courage this man has. Because Wuzu injured his arm. He had been resting at home. When the servant of the captain's mansion came to call him, he was still lying in bed sleeping. What does the captain want to see me for? Wuzu was uneasy. The servant didn't know. He glanced at Wuzu and said, The captain doesn't look good. Is there anyone else here? Wuzu had some guesses. The servant nodded. It's a couple. Wuzu's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and said to the servant, I'll go by myself. Please go find my father to save me. After that, he took out the copper and silver coins on his body and stuffed them into the servant, urging him, run faster. Wuzu was anxious and afraid. He knew the captain's temper and didn't dare to delay on the road. He ran all the way. When he entered the captain's mansion, he was glad that the matter had not been reported to the government. Otherwise he would have lost half his life. As soon as he entered the main hall, a teacup hit him in the face, and the captain shouted, Asshole. The teacup hit his chest and rolled to the ground, breaking into pieces. The soldier knelt hurriedly, and he crawled over the broken porcelain, prostrating himself and admitting his fault. I know I am wrong. Seeing that he did not refute a word, Captain Chu knew that Zhao Shiping had not wronged him. He strode over and kicked the man backwards. Who gave you the courage to disregard military discipline and falsely report life and death? Wuzu felt cold in his heart. The words disregarding military discipline were too serious. So serious that they could cost him his life. He knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, Mother Zhao asked me to. Before he could finish his sentence, Captain Chu kicked him again. You are so stupid that it scares me. Are you a dog of the Zhao family, or my soldier? Military discipline is a mere formality in your eyes? I dare not. I dare not. Captain Chu sneered and shouted outside, Come on. Take He Qin to the martial arts field and ask for a military stick. The guards outside the door came in and dragged Wuzu out. Captain Chu adjusted his clothes and headdress. He said to Zhao Shiping, It's shameful for me to spread this matter. I will have someone beat him with a military stick in private. This matter is over. This official will accept your favor. My mother is also wrong. Zhao Shiping apologized. Captain Chu waved his hand. He didn't believe that He Qin would listen to the words of an ignorant old woman. It was just that he had the same idea. Zhao Shiping took Sui Yu and Captain Chu to the martial arts arena. As soon as Captain Chu arrived, the guards holding military sticks began to execute the soldiers. The wrist-thick military sticks made a dull sound when they fell on the people. After 5 sticks, the clothes of the soldiers were stained with blood. At this time, a gentle old man wearing a cloth scarf outside the porch quickly walked in, knelt on the ground after entering the door. I beg the captain to spare my son's life. If it weren't for the face of you, an old man, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Captain Chu shook his hand and said, 20 military sticks, not one less. After 20 military sticks, the man would be disabled if he didn't die. Zhao Shiping moved, and he opened his mouth to speak. 3 more sticks fell, and the bloody smell in the air became thicker. Sui Yu looked at his miserable state and lost her anger. She said, Since it involves the two of us, it's better to let Zhao Shiping do the beating. Zhao Shiping was injured, and it was difficult for him to lift the military stick. If he was asked to hit with the military stick, the next 12 sticks would be just for show. Captain Chu didn't say anything, which meant he agreed. Sui Yu pushed Zhao Shiping and told him, Be careful. Don't open the wound. The military stick was raised and lowered in a disorderly manner without any power. After 12 sticks, Zhao Shiping was sweating. Thank you, young lady. Accountant he came over to thank Sui Yu, bowed to Zhao Shiping, and then kowtowed to Captain Chu several times, and then walked over to help Piqing up. Tell me, what is your purpose? Captain Chu asked. Wu Zu was embarrassed. He glanced at Sui Yu and said embarrassedly, I thought Brother Zhao was bewitched and risked his life for a woman. I thought his wife must be a foxy woman who was calculating him. So I wanted Brother Zhao to see her true face. Accountant he slapped him on the head. Idiot. Captain Chu was disgusted. Wu Zu didn't think he was stupid. He valued friendship and loyalty. He couldn't bear to see Zhao Shiping being manipulated by a woman who was born a slave. Risking his life for a woman was stupid. Chapter 79 Sui Wenan was about to leave. As soon as Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping returned, He Qing, who was half covered in blood, came to apologize with gifts. It was dinner time, and half of the people in the alley heard the noise and came out to watch. Did the captain beat him with the wounds? Someone asked. Of course. The captain is fair. A foolish son has a sensible father. Let me see. The gifts are not cheap. With food, meat and cloth, which is worth it. It didn't cause much trouble. He achieved his purpose of coming here. First, he apologized. Second, he did it for the people who knew about it. And third, he used his son's wounds to prove that the captain was a fair man. As long as the captain was angry, the matter would be over. The father and son of the He family left, and Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping went out to see them off. At this time, she was very glad that she didn't bring the matter to the government. After seeing off the neighbors, Sui Yu closed the door and went into the kitchen to cook. Zhao Shiping sat in front of the stove to help light the fire. Zhao Urge stood in the yard and took a look. He shook his head and walked to the pig pen to look at the pig without saying a word. This pig was bought by him and his mother. It was quite big and could be sold in more than a month. When it was getting dark, the kitchen smelled of rich meat. The chicken soup was stewed into golden yellow. The soaked dried vegetables were thrown in. They softened quickly under the heat. Dinner can only be eaten in the kitchen, Sui Yu said. You are not an outsider, so you can eat in the kitchen. It's warm. Zhao Shiping shouted outside, brother. Get ready to eat. Okay. Zhao Urge responded. He walked into the kitchen and said, the pig is well raised. Will you buy another one next year? I won't buy it. I plan to keep it and sell it as a piglet next year. Sui Yu picked up the wick, and the light from the oil lamp became much brighter. She moved the oil lamp to another position and said, Second brother, go back and ask mother and sisters-in-law if they want to raise piglets. When Xiaohei gives birth next year, let Shiping send you one back. Okay. Let's raise another one and try. You have to pay, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu kicked him and said, Second brother, don't pay attention to him. I raised the pig. I have the final say. I don't want money. You want to exchange the pig for your son? Zhao's second brother joked. If mother is willing to exchange, you can give her both the piglet and the sow. Sui Yu glanced at the man and said, Zhao Shiping is worth the price. Thank you for your kindness, Zhao Shiping said with sarcasm. Sui Yu laughed, and the pot started to gurgle again. She lifted the lid and stirred it with a spatula, blowing away the white-hot air. She picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it. It was tasty. The dried vegetables and chicken were shoveled into the wooden basin. Sui Yu added 2 scoops of water to the pot and said, Eat it. Eat the chicken first. After the vegetables are finished, cook the dumpling soup. The Zhao Shiping brothers had been hungry and full for 7 or 8 days on the road. As soon as they smelled the meat, their mouths were salivating. The 2 brothers had good teeth, and they chewed the chicken bones into pieces when they spit them out. Half a basin of chicken stewed with dried vegetables, including the soup and water, was eaten up by 4 people. There was not much left in the dumpling soup. I'll stew another rabbit tomorrow, Sui Yu said. Still want to eat buns or flatbreads? I forgot to cook soup noodles. I'll make it up for you tomorrow morning. Zhao Shiping breathed a sigh of relief. It was comfortable to be back. At night, Brother Zhao and Sui Liang slept next to each other. When there was no movement over there, Sui Yu held up the oil lamp and lifted up Zhao Shiping's clothes. The bumpy ride left the wound on her chest unable to heal properly. Half of it had scabbed over, and the other half still had bright red flesh and blood. Sui Yu quickly closed her eyes. Her scalp was numb from watching the wound. The wound wasn't on her, but her chest was also in pain. It hurt so much, she murmured. It hurts quite a bit. Zhao Shiping pulled out the cork and sprinkled medicine on the wound, saying, I almost couldn't come back. Sui Yu hugged her knees and watched him silently. Zhao Shiping raised his eyelids to look at her, and said with some disappointment, You didn't cry? My tears dried up. I don't believe it. Sui Yu glared at him and said frankly, Compared to being buried in the ground, your coming back is already a happy event. Why should I cry? Or do you want to see me cry? The man smiled with his lips curled. You're such a bitch. Sui Yu sat down cross-legged and said, Wait for me to think about it. Zhao Shiping took the oil lamp and put it on the wooden box. He leaned against the wall with his chest exposed, staring at her with interest, thinking of the difficult and hopeless road to escape. Sui Yu's tears came. She sat in the light, looking at the thinner man with sad eyes, and tears dripped down her chin and fell on the dark mattress. The smile on Zhao Shiping's face slowly fell. He stretched out his hand to catch the falling tears, clenched his fingers with his fingers, and the warm and wet feeling in his palm turned cold. Another tear fell on the back of his hand. It's salty. He licked it. Sui Yu looked at his lips and tongue and forgot to cry. Zhao Shiping hooked her head, leaned over and kissed away the tears on her cheeks bit by bit, whispering, Your tears are not to be trusted. They come out of nowhere. They are all fake. If they are salty, they are real. Sui Yu tilted her head and kissed his ear, murmuring, Thank you for coming back alive. One sentence is worth 1,000,000 tears. And the man is satisfied. There was someone sleeping next door. Zhao Shiping didn't dare to do anything, and he was a little tired because of his weak body. The two held hands and lay down side by side, and soon fell asleep. After a night, when the rooster crowed 3 times, Sui Yu got up to make breakfast. Sui Lian also woke up when he heard the noise. He put on his clothes and went out. He opened the door to let the chickens out first. After the chickens went out, he began to sprinkle water and sweep the yard. The pigs in the pen grunted. The 2 sheep bleated, and the camels followed and walked back and forth. Zhao Urge stood under the eaves and looked at the blue-black sky. Suddenly, he felt that the third brother's life was quite enjoyable and did not need anyone to interfere. After the noodles were cut, Sui Yu took the basket to the vegetable garden to pull radish seedlings, and Zhao Shiping wanted to go with her. After returning from the vegetable garden, he said bluntly, Second brother, my vegetable garden is dry. After dinner, you can help me fetch water to irrigate the vegetable garden. Okay. Noodles and clear soup, plus a poached egg for each person. After dinner, Sui Yu took the dried rabbit and soaked it in water. She went to the vegetable garden to pull grass for an hour, and then she came back to prepare lunch. For 5 consecutive days, the Zhao family had the smell of meat every day. Zhao Shiping ate well every meal and felt happy. The wound on his chest showed signs of growing tender meat under Sui Yu's good care. Well, I plan to go back tomorrow, said Zhao's second brother. Why so suddenly? Second brother, stay a few more days. It's winter, and you have nothing to do when you go back. Sui Yu kept the guest. Zhao's second brother waved his hand and said, It's cold. According to previous years, it will snow soon this year. I have to go back before it snows. Besides, the camel is also borrowed. The owner should be unhappy if it has been out for so long. Then stay 1 more day. I'll make dough tonight and steam a pot of buns tomorrow. You can take them with you on the way. Sui Yu said. That's fine. Brother Zhao nodded hesitantly. He was still craving Sui Yu's cooking, since he was going to steam buns. Sui Yu simply made more dough at a time and steamed 2 more pots, so that his family could eat for a few days. The autumn radishes were still small, but the chives were growing luxuriantly. Sui Yu cut a basket of chives and came back, with many hands and many people. A basket of chives was picked and washed in less than half a day. Cutting chives, frying eggs, mixing raw chives and cooked eggs with raw minced meat. Sui Yu kneaded the bread stuffing skillfully. Zhao Shiping washed his hands and came to help. It was difficult for him to do big movements, but it was no problem to make buns. Brother Zhao poked his head in to take a look, and when Sui Yu looked over, he shyly shrank back. After working for most of the day, the 3 pots of steamed buns were ready. The 4 people ate a pot on the same day. Sui Yu thought that it was fortunate that there were few people in the family. Otherwise cooking would be exhausting. When Zhao Urge left, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping went out to see him off. When they arrived at the east gate, he stopped and said, Okay, no need to see you off. You guys go back. Sui Yu stared at him and saw him stepping on the stirrups and sitting between the camel's humps. She looked up and asked, "Second brother, don't you want to tell me something?" Xiao Urge glanced at the third brother and said with a smile, "I'll go back with him during the new year. Don't pay attention to him. He can't make the decision." Zhao Shiping was trying to sabotage. What's the big deal about whether he makes the decision or not? You don't listen to anyone. Xiao Urge shook his head and said, "You guys live a good life. I'm going back." The camel dragged the wooden cart out of the city gate. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping turned around and walked back. She turned her head and said, "I thought the second brother came with the order of my parents. You think too much. My parents are not unreasonable people." Zhao Shiping felt guilty after saying this. He cleared his throat to hide his discomfort. "It's probably you who convinced my second brother." Sui Yu knew it. "You're pretty smart now." Zhao Shiping pulled her braid and snorted. "How can you not tell fake news? I'm too worried about you." The man was secretly happy, but his face was disdainful. The guests had left, and there was not much meat left at home. Sui Yu picked up hunting again, leaving Sui Liang at home to watch Zhao Shiping. She took the camel out alone to wander around the fields, or to the wasteland north of the city to hunt rabbits and voles. She urgently needed to make a fur coat and gloves for herself and Sui Liang before the snow fell. As the days approached November, the air became drier and colder. When the cold wind blew, the whole body was completely cold. Sui Yu shrunk her neck and tiptoed in the withered grass. There was movement behind the mound in front of her. She moved lightly and went around. A person with a bruised face and nose came into her sight. She was stunned. Sui Wen didn't expect to run into her. He wiped the blood from his nose and said, "You've gone too far. It's not safe here." Sui Yu nodded. She looked at him again, then turned around and left with her bow and arrow. Sui Wen smiled bitterly and looked northwest. He had had enough of this self-abuse life. It was time to make a decision. On November 27th, it snowed heavily. Sui Hui, who had been bedridden for more than 7 months, gave birth to a thin male fetus at dawn after a night of torment. The eldest lady came to visit after breakfast. She saw that the child's nails had not grown fully. His belly was not even as big as her palm. He was breathing weakly, and his cry sounded like a kitten. It was obvious that the child was a premature seedling. She gave up the idea of taking him away to raise him. Sui Hui lay in bed silently listening to the noise outside. The eldest lady came and left. The old lady came and sighed and left. And even the doctor came and shook his head and sighed, saying that he could not feel the child's pulse. On the day of the 3rd day of the baby's birth, Sui Wen came. He hung a small silver lock the size of a fingertip on the child's neck and comforted his sister, saying, "I heard from the old people in the village that the child is unlikely to survive. He looks weak. You take good care of him, and he will grow up. I think he will grow up too." Sui Hui's eyes were filled with hope. Sui Wen looked at this child who looked like a kitten. He hoped that the child would survive, and his sister would have new hope. Only then could he leave with peace of mind. Chapter 80: A Sentimental Child. Early in the morning, Zhao Shiping got up to sweep the snow in the yard. The snow was dry like sand, and each grain was loose, making a creaking sound when stepped on. Sui Yu lay on the bed and listened to the snow sweeping outside. The rustling sound was like the chirping of insects. She squinted her eyes and fell asleep again. The snow inside and outside the house was swept clean, and the porridge was cooked. Zhao Shiping pushed the door open and shouted, "The meal is ready. Get dressed and eat." Sui Liang turned over and sat up. He hissed and quickly put on layers of clothes. Sui Yu sat up with the quilt, shivering, and said, "It's so cold." Zhao Shiping threw the clothes on the wooden box to the bedside and asked, "Will you get up? If not, I'll bring you food in bed. It's getting colder and colder in bed. I'd better get up." Sui Yu picked up the woolen waistcoat and put it on, and put on 5 sets of clothes outside, 5 pairs of pants, and a thick cloth skirt on the outside to block the wind. Walking out of the dark house, the bright light outside was blinding. The roof was covered with white snow. The wind blew and the snow flew. The snow had stopped long ago, but a thin layer of white snow was blown over the yard that had just been cleaned. Walking into the warm kitchen, Sui Yu sighed. The use of fire was a feat in history. I couldn't imagine how people survived the cold winter in the primitive era when fire was not used. Golden millet porridge, pickled eggs with oily yolks, and half a bowl of pickled radish strips. This is the daily breakfast for a family of 3. It's snowing, and the sheep won't grow fat. I'll go to the East Market with you to ask about the price of sheep later. Sui Yu said. It's cold outside. I can go alone. You wait at home. Zhao Shiping cut out the salted egg yolk for her. And he ate the egg white. Sui Yu ate the oily egg yolk in one bite. It was soft and sandy. Not choking or dry. She took a pickled radish with the porridge and took another big bite. Saying, I'll go too. It's a bit boring at home. I'll go too. Sui Lian said. Just don't complain about the cold. Zhao Shiping didn't force it. After dinner, Sui Yu sat in front of the stove to make a fire and cook pig food. Zhao Shiping was not afraid of the cold. He rinsed the bowls and chopsticks with cold water, turned around and went out to get a bucket to scoop pig food. After the pigs ate the food, Zhao Shiping threw a bundle of hay to the camels and sheep. He patted the dust on his body and said, Let's go. Sui Yu stuffed 2 thick firewood into the stove. She touched the cat official, who was lying on the stove to keep warm, and told it not to run around. She closed the stove door and walked out with her neck shrunk. The snow in the alley was cleared and piled up on both sides of the road. There were chicken paw prints on the snow. Sui Yu walked over and left 2 footprints. Sui Lian also stepped on them when he saw them. Aren't you cold? Zhao Shiping stood aside and waited. Sui Yu trotted over and took his arm. He was reluctant. She hit him and said, There's no one outside. Let go when we get to the street. Zhao Shiping compromised. Sui Yu rolled her eyes at him and muttered, Who doesn't know that we sleep in the same bed at night? That's different. It's really different. Sui Yu meant something. Zhao Shiping couldn't argue with her. So he just shut up. After leaving the military settlement, standing on the street, there were only a few people on the street. On the snow, there were more bird paw prints than human footprints. The East Market was close to the East Gate. There were more people and more people here. There were 2 large pottery cauldrons at the entrance. Hot water was boiling in them. White smoke filled the air. People could feel the rolling heat as soon as they approached. Plucking chicken feathers, scraping sheep skins, and slaughtering pigs for you. Seeing someone passing by, the stall owner shouted, What's the price? Sui Yu stretched out her hand to warm herself by the fire. Chicken feathers are 2 cents each. Wool is free. And pigs are 100 cents each. Let's go! Zhao Shiping took Sui Yu away. Going further in, first came the mule market, where 3 mules were tied to the pillars in the fence. 1 old mule, 1 skinny short mule, and the other was the only healthy and strong adult mule. Buy a mule? Asked the mule dealer sitting in the low shed made of wooden boards. Zhao Shiping waved his hand and continued to walk in. Next came the horse market, where there was only 1 horse lying in the snow chewing hay. Sui Yu bent down to look at the horse's teeth. The teeth were not working, and it looked like an old horse. Will anyone buy it? She asked. Rich families will buy it and take it home to eat horse meat. But the horses are old, and the meat is not very tasty. Zhao Shiping continued to walk, and there were more people in the sheep market. He heard bleating before he got close. There were many sheep in the fence, and many buyers. The sheep dealer shouted the price at the top of his voice. The sheepskin coat he wore was shiny dirty, and the pungent smell of sheep could be smelled 2 steps away from him. Zhao Shiping asked Sui Yu to wait outside. He walked into the fence and chose a goat that was about the same size as his own sheep and asked the price. How much is this? 200 coins. It's not small. And it's fat. Little brother, you won't lose money if you buy it back. The sheep dealer said. Live sheep are not sold by kilograms, but by the whole body. Do you buy sheep? Zhao Shiping asked. How much do you charge for sheep? How big a sheep? About the same size as this one. The sheep dealer gestured, saying, It's so cold. You have to let me make 2 or 3 taels of silver. Someone else was asking for the price. The sheep dealer passed by. Zhao Shiping walked out of the fence, with his hands behind his back, and said, 170. The highest we can sell is 180 coins. Or we can sell it ourselves. Spread the news and wait for people to come to our house to ask for the price. And we can sell 2 sheep for 20 or 30 more coins. Can't we bring them to the East Market to sell? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping shook his head and said, No. The dealers in the East Market are all registered with the government, and they are to prevent thieves who steal sheep, mules, and camels from selling the stolen goods. Then let's spread the news first. And if someone comes to our house to buy, we will sell it. If no one sells, we will bring it here and sell it to the sheep dealer. Sui Yu made a decision. Zhao Shiping followed her advice. She raised the sheep. So she made the decision. He wanted to go to the place where the camels were sold. And Sui Yu and Sui Liang went with him. There were people selling dead camel meat. But no live camels. It was rare to see people buying live camels in winter. And storing grass was a hassle. Do you want to buy a camel? A big one or a small one? The stall owner came out with a breath of white air and said, "Tell me what kind you want. I will help you keep an eye out when I collect camels in the spring." What price? Sui Yu asked. The price is not clear. Those who are 5 years old and have given birth are more expensive. Those under 5 years old, and the smaller they are, the cheaper they are. What about those who have just been weaned? Sui Yu asked again. The price of a sheep. The stall owner saw that she was interested. And he lowered his voice and revealed, "If you don't mind the trouble, I will collect wild camel calves in the spring next year. Come and buy them. I'll give you a discount." Sui Yu nodded and said, "I'll go back and discuss it. I'll come to you when I want to buy." Okay. Would you like to buy camel meat? It was just slaughtered yesterday. So it's fresh. Camel meat is thick and fat, and has a strong taste. Zhao Shiping has eaten it twice. The fat is not easy to dissipate after taking a bite. It sticks to the mouth and makes the throat sticky. It is said that only the hump of the camel tastes better. Pick 2 or 3 pounds of fat for me. And I will go back to refining oil and apply it on frostbite. Zhao Shiping pointed to the light yellow fat at the tailbone and said, "I want it here." Okay. Sui Yu and Sui Liang also came over. She bent down and pinched a piece of meat. Seeing that the camel meat was bright red, she thought that red meat replenished blood. So she asked, "How much is meat per pound?" 80 coins per pound. A camel weighs more than 1,000 pounds. A dead camel can sell for 60 or 70 taels of tails by bleeding, skinning and selling meat. Sui Yu calculated that her family was not poor. "Do you want to cut 2 pounds of meat? It's quite cheap," she asked. Zhao Shiping thought that she had not tasted camel meat yet. So she asked the stall owner to cut another 2 pounds of good meat. The days are short in winter. So it's time to cook lunch when I get home. While Sui Yu was cooking, Zhao Shiping went out. He asked a few people to spread the news of selling sheep. When he came back, the camel meat had been stewed and smelled good. The camel oil was also refined. 3 pounds of fat could produce half a can of camel oil. The camel oil had solidified and was white and yellowish in color. Should I sell the jar of wine at home? I'm thinking that after selling chickens and sheep, I'll have more money on hand. I'll keep the good wine for our family to drink," Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping hesitated. He came to his senses and found that he was actually hesitating. Before last autumn, he had always treated himself well and had never been mean to himself in terms of food, clothing and daily necessities. "Don't sell it. Keep it for us to drink." Zhao Shiping went to move the wine jar and said, "Let's drink some at noon today. It's cold and warm. Then I'll add 2 spoons of wine to the pot. The camel meat is too oily." 2 spoonfuls of wine were poured into the soup, and the thick smoke that came out was filled with the aroma of wine. When the wine smell was stewed away, the camel meat was ready. Zhao Shiping took out the small stove for stewing medicine, shoveled charcoal from the stove and poured it in. Then put a wooden basin on it to keep it warm to prevent the soup from cooling and greasy. Camel meat is not as soft as pork, nor as fragrant as chicken, but the price is satisfactory. Sui Yu smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Shiping asked. "You're picky just after you've filled your stomach." After barely finishing 2 pounds of camel meat, Sui Yu went to dig radishes to cook pig food. The oil and water on the bowls and chopsticks were hard to wash. So she simply put the bowls and chopsticks into the pig food pot to cook. "Is anyone home?" Zhao Shiping went to open the door, said a few words, and brought people in to see the sheep. Sui Liang stood at the door of the stove with an unhappy look on his face. He was reluctant to part with the sheep he had raised for half a year. "We can buy one together. But it's still early for the new year. We'll pay in 10 days. Zhao Shiping refused and said, "You can buy it and raise it. The sheep is in my house. If someone comes to buy it later, I'll offend them if I don't sell it. And I'll offend you if I sell it." "You're right." The other party nodded. "Okay. Buy it early and eat meat early. I want the black-headed sheep. Drag it out for me, and I'll go back and call people." The goat that was eating grass struggled desperately when it was dragged out by its horns. It bleated loudly, and the other sheep in the pen was so scared that it kept hitting the wall. The black-headed sheep was tied with ropes on its 4 hooves. After the buyer paid, He used a stick to pass through the rope and picked it up. The sheep screamed long and short. Sui Liang chased it out. Seeing the sheep getting farther and farther away from home, he squatted on the ground and cried. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu. The silver in his hand was hot. Sui Yu was also a little sad. But she could control it. She raised these things to sell them for money. There is another sheep at home, she said dryly. It would have been better if she hadn't said it. Sui Liang couldn't stop crying after she said it. He sobbed and said, that sheep will also be sold. Raise 2 more next year? Zhao Shiping said. Sui Liang shook his head frantically. It will be sold anyway. Zhao Shiping was speechless. He spread his hands to Sui Yu, meaning that she should coax him. Buy 1 more next year. It's yours. No one can sell it without your permission. Sui Yu half dragged and half hugged her into the house and said, it's cold outside. If you get cold, you will get sick. If you get sick, you need to take medicine. If you take medicine, you will spend money. If you spend money on medical treatment, you will have no money to buy sheep. The sheep in the pen was still bleeding anxiously. Sui Liang wiped away his tears. He dug out 2 fresh radishes from the sand pit, washed off the mud and sand, chopped them into small pieces, and fed them to the sheep, thinking that this sheep would also be bought tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He hugged the sheep and cried loudly. Why don't you sell it? Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu shook her head. Only when you don't have to endure hunger and cold can you maintain compassion. For our family, we need money more now. 2 days later, another family came to see the sheep. They took the sheep away that day, which was 10 cents cheaper than the East Market. Sui Liang cried again and chased them out of the alley. The sheep made people cry, which was so miserable. People who heard the noise came out to watch the fun and pointed at Sui Liang and joked. That night, Sui Yu went to catch a chicken and locked it up. The next day, she boiled water to scald the chicken feathers and stewed it at noon. Sui Yu picked up a big chicken leg for Sui Liang and asked, is it delicious? Is the meat fragrant? Sui Liang nodded. Your brother-in-law will not return to his hometown for the new year this year. After the little new year, let him buy a leg of lamb. We will stew a pot on New Year's Eve. The lamb will drive away the cold. After eating warm, we will go out and dance the Nuo dance together. Sui Yu tried calmly. Sui Liang showed resistance. It's not our sheep, Zhao Shiping added. Well, that's fine. He could accept it as long as it wasn't his own sheep.